Chapter 1, Starting with Only Money. And Yun Zihan, I've had enough. And for 3 years, I have given you countless chances. And every time you need to spend money, you just act dumb. And I am also a realistic person, so let it be. Lu Yu resolutely said, break up without any regrets. He opened the passenger door of a Mercedes and got in. The driver's window of the Mercedes rolled down slowly. A man wearing sunglasses looked at Yun Zihan, who was in a trance, with a joking look and a disdainful smile. Then, with a roar, Lu Yu disappeared from sight. At the gate of Linhai University, many students couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yun Zihan still standing in a daze. Ain't a poor boy can never eat swan meat. And how can he compare to Senior Lin Fei, N? And not only is he handsome, he's also rich. And if it were me, I would also choose Senior Lin Fei. Yun Zihan was indeed in a daze. But he was in a daze not because of Lu Yu's ruthlessness. But it was a mechanical voice that suddenly sounded in my mind. And system, N. Yun Zihan was stunned. Could he be hallucinating? And do you want to open the novice gift pack, N? The mechanical sound rang in Yun Zihan's mind again. N open. N. Yun Zihan muttered to himself. Unlimited money. Obtained an independent villa at Linhai Tianting No. 6. Get a Lamborghini sports car. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, 2 low strength, no division. Constitution, 10 plus normal people 12. Divine quality, 18 plus ordinary people 12. Upgrade points, 0 obtained through consumption. Followers, none. Skills, none. Money, infinity. A Penelope infinitired in Yun Zihan's mind. Yun Zihan was extremely shocked at this moment. Unlimited money. What a concept. The entire blue planet, the money of all the people in the world combined, is not as much as I have. In this materialistic age, you can't do anything without money. No matter what you do, you can't do without money. If all this is true, then all I have now is money. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated, waking Yun Zihan from his shock. And excuse me, are you Mr. Yun Zihan, N? I pressed the answer button and a man's voice came. I am. N. And excuse me, where are you right now? We will be arriving at Linhai University soon. N. And the front entrance of the school. N. And okay, please wait a moment, Mr. Yun. N. After hanging up the phone, Yun Zihan was surprised. The incoming call number is unknown. I don't know what they want to do with me. After a while, an extra-large flatbed truck slowly drove over and stopped in front of the gate of Linhai University. As soon as the cart arrived, it caused countless exclamations of surprise. And wow, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. N. And whose sports car, N? And if I'm not mistaken, this is a Lamborghini Venino, right, N? And you read that right. There are only 3 units in the world. They are worth hundreds of millions, but there is no demand. N. How much? And how many hundreds of millions? Of. A middle-aged man in a suit jumped off the cart with a phone in his hand. Buzz. At this time, Yun Zihan's cell phone rang again. Yun Zihan said, I am here. N. And Mr. Yun, your Lamborghini Venino has been delivered, and the middle-aged man looked around while talking on the phone. A boy about 10 meters ahead was also looking at him with a phone in his hand. The middle-aged man checked on the phone and confirmed that he was Yun Zihan. I couldn't help but be shocked. The person in front of me was only about 20 years old at most, but he could actually afford a Lamborghini Venom. I wonder which chaeble's son he is. This sports car is priced at 280 million yuan, and even if someone offers 400 million yuan, it still cannot be bought. He immediately trotted forward, bowed slightly, lowered his head and said, and Mr. Yun, it's an honor to meet you. We have shipped your car here. Please check it. N. Yun Zihan nodded and walked to the cart. The students watching stared with their eyes wide open, dumbfounded, unable to believe what they saw. The previous minute, he was a poor boy who had just been dumped by his girlfriend. The next minute, a limited edition luxury sports car, worth more than most people could earn in their entire lives, was delivered to Yun Zihan right under their noses. And that's not true. Yun Zihan should have just gone there to help. And if Yun Zihan was a young master of a wealthy family, he wouldn't have been so low-key in recent years. N. Yun Zihan looked at the sports car in front of him. Its cool appearance and exquisite streamlines all impacted his vision. So cool. The sports car was quickly moved off the car, and the staff took out a contract and handed the car keys to Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan signed and sat down. Ignite and start, all in one go. Boom boom. The Lamborghini roared, resounding through the sky, and under Yun Zihan's control, it shot out in the blink of an eye. Countless people looked on stupidly, speechless. It took a long time for these students to come to their senses. And it turns out that Yun Zihan is the young master of the wealthy family. N. And I want to know what Lu Yu would think if she knew. N. And don't be fooled by him. Yun Zihan is from our class. He is just a poor boy. He might be working part-time as a deliveryman. N. In a way, I think they signed a contract. N. And believe me, if he was that rich, I would eat shit live on TV. N. And since you have sworn such a solemn oath, I believe you. N. And tisk, luckily I held back. I almost went up to him and confessed my feelings. N. The onlookers then slowly dispersed. It turns out that he was making extra money by delivering cars to others. Yun Zihan passed the driving test in his freshman year, but he didn't have the money to buy a car. Driving a Lamborghini Venino through the city, he attracted countless people's attention along the way, and even some tall people on the roadside almost couldn't walk. Following the navigation instructions, Yun Zihan came to the Tianting Villa area. He wanted to see what the villa given by the system looked like. At the gate of the villa area, 2 security guards were smoking. Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing roar. The 2 looked and saw a silver-gray sports car parked at the gate. The younger security guard was stunned. Humph, the sound is so loud that it deafened my ears. I have never seen it before. It is definitely not the rich man inside. And boy, N. The young security guard had just taken a step when he was stopped by an older security guard. The older security guard smiled slightly, opened the door and let Yun Zihan in. The young security guard was puzzled. And Brother Joe, it's obvious that he is not the owner of the villa. Why did you let him in? Huan? And Xiao Huang, in our line of work, you must have good eyesight. Did you see the car just now? N. And I saw it, it's estimated to be hundreds of thousands. N. And you are too young. I tell you, this car is worth at least several million. N. And what? This car is so short that it can't even drive into our hometown. How can it cost millions? He must be crazy. N. And what do you know? The villa owners inside are rich, but how many people have you seen with this kind of sports car? N. And well, I think I saw a beautiful lady who owns one. You know what, that woman is really beautiful, and she is pretty. N. And okay, I'm drooling. So, eyesight is very important. We must not offend this kind of person. If he moves his finger at us, we'll be out of work. N. Xiao Huang thought about it and realized that it was true. He quickly took out a cigarette and handed it to Brother Joe, saying with a smile, and Brother Joe is right. I'm glad to learn from you. Come and smoke. I'll learn a lot from you in the future. N. In the Tianting Villa area. Lu Yu looked at the villas in front of her and couldn't help feeling excited. If I stay with Yun Zihan, I'm afraid I'll never be able to get in here in this lifetime. Lin Fei was actually invited to attend the birthday party here. It seems that Lin Fei's family background is quite solid. Lu Yu hugged Lin Fei's hand tightly and walked forward. And don't talk nonsense later. N. Lin Fei glared at Lu Yu and warned her. Ha! Suddenly Lu Yu stopped and exclaimed in surprise. And do you think that person is Yun Zihan? Hen? Lin Fei looked in the direction Lu Yu pointed and saw a man looking around in front of a villa. The man's face shook. It was Yun Zihan. And it's him. How come he is here? N. Lin Fei was also stunned. What was the security guard at the door doing? How could he let a poor boy like Yun Zihan in? And is he here to steal something? And Lu Yu exclaimed. Lin Fei took Lu Yu and strode forward, shouting, and don't move. N. Chapter 2: Being treated as a thief. Yun Zihan parked the car in the garage and stood in the yard, looking around curiously at the villa given by the system. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Just from the outside, this villa gives off a kind of aura of a king who is high above. Everywhere you look, you can see luxurious buildings and decorations, with an overall European style. It is worthy of being the gathering place of Linhai City's top wealthy people. The value of this villa alone can probably buy several luxury houses in other first-tier cities. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Yun Zihan's viewing. He looked back and saw Lin Fei walking towards him holding Lu Yu's hand. "And do you know what this place is? How dare you come here to steal things? Lin Fei looked at Yun Zihan with disdain, took out his phone and made a call. "And hello, Mr. Chen. Yes, I'm Lin Fei. Let me tell you something. I caught a thief in villa number 6 in front. I'm sure he's not the owner of this villa. Okay.N. Chen Ruizhi in a villa put down the phone, clapped his hands, and stopped everyone who were having fun. He waved his hand, and let's go, there's a thief in the villa area, let's go see who is so bold.N. After Lin Fei finished the call, he locked eyes with Yun Zihan and said with a smile, "And you're done. Wait for young Master Chen to come and deal with it. You'll probably have to stay in prison for at least 10 years this time.N. After saying that, he looked at Yun Zihan with a smug look on his face and said, "And you can't beat me in a competition with women, and I can send you in myself.N. Yun Zihan frowned. I was speechless for a moment. Lu Yu had a gloating expression on her face, as if she was looking forward to Yun Zihan's fate. Yun Zihan shook his head, wondering why he had fallen in love with her before. Logically, I should be heartbroken, but the system happened to appear, and I still don't have time to fully feel the pain of breaking up. Now seeing Lu Yu's true face again, Yun Zihan only felt deep disgust. Nothing else. I remembered what Lu Yu had said before, I can't kiss you and that I have to wait for a sacred moment before I can kiss you. I feel even more disgusted. Seeing Lu Yu hanging next to Lin Fei, in a disgusting posture, she seemed to want to stick her breasts to Lin Fei's face. Yun Zihan couldn't help but spit. Go away. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and Chen Ruizhi, leading a group of young men and women, also came into the yard. Seeing this, Lin Fei immediately flattered him, and Mr. Chen, you are here.N. Then he turned to Yun Zihan. And if you don't kneel down when you see Master Chen, believe it or not, Master Chen can make you stay in there forever with just one word.N. The people who came with Chen Ruizhi looked at Yun Zihan with disdain. Wearing cheap clothes and a pair of canvas shoes, in everyone's mind, Yun Zihan was confirmed as a thief. Chen Ruizhi gave a thumbs up and said, "And you are the most awesome person in Linhai City for daring to steal here.N. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. It's great to see such a show at today's birthday party. When Chen Ruizhi and others just arrived, Lu Yu's eyes never left Chen Ruizhi. She stared at Chen Ruizhi with shining eyes. And this is the perfect partner in my mind. No matter her temperament, appearance or financial resources, she is perfect in every way.N. Yun Zihan looked at Lin Fei calmly. And you need to please your Master Chen, don't involve me.N. And also, Mr. Chen, do I need to report to you when I return to my own home.N? Yun Zihan spoke to everyone in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. And oh, go back to your own home, and Lin Fei sneered, and being abandoned by a woman, unable to bear the blow, and mentally ill, can I understand it this way.N? Chen Ruizhi was confused and looked at Lin Fei coldly. Endo, you know each other.N? That cold look seemed to be saying, you are teaming up to make fun of me. When Lin Fei saw Chen Ruizhi's eyes, his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly explained, and Mr. Chen, it's like this person and I go to the same school.N. Then he pulled Lu Yu and said, and this is the woman I just found. She was a couple with this guy before, but she dumped him today. He is a poor boy and there is no way he can afford the villa here. When I came in just now, I found him sneaking around alone, so I called to tell you.N. Chen Ruizhi looked at Lu Yu, his eyes lit up. She was a little beauty, he hadn't noticed her just now, he said with interest, and oh, she's quite pretty, you guys are playing triangle.N. And ha.N. It's really weird. Chen Ruizhi looked at Yun Zihan again. Endo, you know who you are talking to.N. Yun Zihan smiled, and is it important? Why should I know.N? Being saved in front of so many people, Chen Ruizhi's face was gloomy. And very good, kid, you're done.N. Chen Ruizhi immediately called the person in charge of the villa area and asked him to come over immediately. And where are you looking.N? Suddenly, a young man with dyed white hair pointed to a place, his body trembling slightly. Everyone looked in that direction. In the garage in the corner of the yard, a beautiful car rear end was revealed, with a wide and unique tail wing that looked domineering. Everyone gathered around. The young man who spoke just now loves sports cars very much, and he knows almost all of them. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and stared at the Lamborghini in the garage in disbelief. And this is Venino.N. And I actually saw this car with my own eyes.N. After listening to what the white-haired young man said, some people who knew the situation were also shocked. Those who didn't know quickly asked those who knew. After learning that these products were limited to a few units worldwide and priced at several hundred million, everyone was stunned. Several little girls, including Lu Yu, were dazzled and extremely envious. And take a picture for me quickly. I want to keep it as a souvenir.N. A girl ran up quickly and posed against the rear of the car. Then you took a photo, and I took a photo, completely forgetting about Yun Zihan standing beside you. Yun Zihan smiled coldly and walked into the villa through facial recognition. After entering the villa, Yun Zihan was also surprised. Magnificent. Magnificent. This is the first time I have seen the interior of a house so luxurious. The former Yun Zihan would never have dared to imagine that he was very satisfied with this villa. Then he walked around and found an open-air swimming pool on the roof. Outside the villa, manager Lu just arrived. Seeing Chen Xiao and his gang gathered on one side, he immediately walked forward. Chen Xiao is his own great god of wealth. He often rents villas and receives a considerable commission every time. This time, Chen Xiao called again and needed to rent for 2 days. He dared not neglect the god of wealth. And Mr. Chen, I'm here. What's the matter, N? Chen Ruweiji turned around and asked, and manager Lu, where is that kid over there Ian? Looking at the direction just now, it was empty, there was no one there. And fuck, let that kid slip away.N. Chen Ruweiji was furious, and his good mood for taking photos disappeared in an instant. Damn, he actually ran away. And go check the surveillance right now and see where that guy ran off to. Bring him to my villa. I want to get him.N. Manager Lu looked confused. Chen Ruweiji continued, and there was a guy wearing a white t-shirt here just now, go check it out right away.N. After saying that, he led a group of people back to the villa. Manager Lu came to the monitoring room and asked the staff to turn on the surveillance video. He indeed saw Chen Xiao and others surrounding a man in a white t-shirt. The surveillance continues to play. After Chen Xiao and others suddenly left, manager Lu discovered that the man had entered the villa. Etc. This villa. Manager Lu took a closer look and found that it was indeed villa number 6. This villa was the most valuable one in the villa complex. It was prepared by the chairman himself and has not yet been occupied. When he thought of this, manager Lu broke out in a cold sweat and ran out quickly. Finished. The chairman hadn't even moved in yet, but an unknown guy sneaked in. The things inside are priceless if something is missing. Don't let the chairman know. At this minute, manager Lu was extremely anxious. I can only pray that nothing goes wrong. What do security guards do for a living? Anyone can come in. Manager Lu, panting, finally ran to the door of villa number 6 and quickly pressed the doorbell. Yun Zihan was lying on the sofa in the living room when suddenly the doorbell rang. Manager Lu waited until he was furious, and finally the door opened. He immediately rushed in, pointed at Yun Zihan and cursed, "N you little bastard, do you think you can come here, N?" After saying that, he looked around and found that the room was not as messy as he had imagined, and he breathed a sigh of relief. And did you steal anything? Hand it over immediately.N. Yunzi looked at the man who rushed in coldly and asked in a cold voice, "And who are you, N?" Manager Lu said arrogantly, "En, I am the manager here. I am telling you solemnly that you are suspected of theft of a huge amount. Wait until you go to jail.N. Yun Zihan said, "And manager? Call your most senior person.N. Manager Lu looked at him like an idiot and sneered loudly, "And you look so poor, and you still want to meet our chairman, Yen. And who wants to see me, N?" At this time, a fat middle-aged man appeared in the yard. Manager Lu looked back and was shocked. It's really over. And hello, Mr. Yang.Un. Chapter 3, Mr. Yun, I'll handle it. Yan Yangcho is worth hundreds of billions and is a prominent figure in Linhai City, often active in Linhai's upper-class society. Tianting Villa District is a project he fully developed, mainly catering to the needs of Linhai City's top wealthy people. Each villa here is worth at least hundreds of millions, and it has become a business card of Linhai. As long as you can live here, it is a symbol of status. Today, the villa he customized for himself was purchased by a mysterious man named Yun Zihan for 1 billion. The market value of this villa itself is as high as 400 million, and the decoration and furniture inside also cost him a lot of energy and financial resources. He never intended to sell. But today, he really couldn't resist the temptation of 1 billion. Under normal circumstances, the market price of this villa is around 600 million yuan. Yun Zihan directly offered 1 billion yuan, and he got the deal without even thinking about it. He was curious about who this Yun Zihan was and how he had such financial resources. He had never heard of this person in Linhai. It would be great if he could make friends with him. So I came over in person to see the real thing. And what happens, N? When Yan Yangcho saw Lu Yushu standing there with his head down and feeling uneasy, he had a bad feeling. Lu Yushu glanced at Yun Zihan fiercely and immediately thought of a countermeasure. He said angrily, "And this man broke into the villa without permission and was suspected of theft. I found him in the monitoring room and came over immediately and caught him on the spot.N." When Yan Yangcho heard this, he was furious. He knows the door he installed best. Without the owner or the owner's authorized facial recognition, no one else can open it. Now someone else has entered the villa. There was no doubt in my mind that it must be the new owner of the villa who came over. I planned to make friends with him, but I didn't expect to be mistaken for a thief by my subordinates. Yan Yangcho kicked Lu Yushu in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. "And I'll settle the score with you later.N." Then he looked at Yun Zihan. I was even more surprised that he was so young. I guess he was the descendant of the mysterious man. Yun Zihan's identity became even more mysterious in Yan Yangcho's mind as he could squander so much financial resources just for a younger generation. Yang Yangcho nodded slightly and asked, "And excuse me, are you Yun Zihan's family member?" "I'm the boss here.N." Lu Yushu, who was lying on the ground, was stunned when he saw this scene. The chairman was surprisingly polite to this kid, even a little bit flattering. Yun Zihan nodded and hummed. He didn't point it out even though they were mistaken for his family members. "I don't want to see him again.N." Yang Yangcho kicked Lu Yushu again and yelled, "And go away. Get out of here right now. Heaven doesn't need you anymore.N." Seeing Lu Yushu getting up and walking away, Yang Yangcho said to Yun Zihan, "Nay, I'm really sorry, my subordinate was ignorant. I hope you can forgive me. I have already fired him.N." Then he took out a metal business card from his pocket, handed it to Yun Zihan with both hands and said, "And if you need anything in the future, just call me. I still have some face in Linhai.N." Yun Zihan took the business card and asked Yang Yangcho to enter the villa. As soon as he sat down, Yun Zihan thought of Chen Ruiji and his gang. The corner of his mouth showed a slight arc and he said, "And also, help me find out which villa the person called Chen Xiao lives in.N." Yan Yangcho patted his chest and said, "And it's a small problem. I'll arrange it right away.N." Although Yang Yangcho is the boss here, he doesn't know who bought each building, except for a few people he is familiar with. He immediately called the person in charge and gave him instructions. After a minute, the person in charge replied. Yang Yangcho nodded and hung up the phone. He was about to speak, but he didn't know the young man's name. He probably said his last name was Yun, so he said, "And Mr. Yun, his name is Chen Ruiji. He lives in Villa 13. He is not the owner of the villa. He rented Villa 13 for 2 days. What can I do for you? I will take care of it.N." Yang Yangcho has not been around for nothing all these years. When he saw Yun Zihan's expression, he knew that there must be a conflict between the two. He had never heard of Chen Ruiji, so he must be a person who was not presentable. I will help him deal with things today, and when the younger generations of the Yun family mention me, I will leave a good impression on the mysterious Yun Zihan. Yang Yangcho had a wishful thinking. Yun Zihan laughed. Why pretend to be so high and mighty in such a rented villa? I just have a lot of money. Just bought it and told them to get lost. And Mr. Yang, please name a price. I'll buy villa number 13.N. What? Yang Yangcho was shocked. What kind of monsters are this family? They keep talking about buying villas worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And young Master Yun, why don't you ask your elders? After all, this villa is not cheap.N. Yun Zihan shook his head and said, I can always pay you this much money. Just name your price.N. Yang Yangcho still didn't believe it in his heart, but he was also afraid that the young master would be angry, so he had to say, and villa number 13, the price should be around 140 million. If you really want to buy it, make friends and you can pay 100 million. When Yun Zihan heard this, he decided that was not possible. Now, money is the most useless thing to me. I need to spend it to get upgrade points. Although I don't know what it's for, the system will definitely not lie. Yun Zihan said, and Boss Yang, I recognize you as my friend, but the villa is priced at what it is. You don't need to give me a discount. Yan Yangcho became even more convinced that the Yun family must be a super hidden family, and he must establish a good relationship with them in the future. And just listen to Master Yun. I'll get someone to handle it right away. The big boss is effective. After a few minutes, a staff member came over with the contract. Yun Zihan paid with his fingerprint and signed his name in a few swipes. Ending, spend 140 million and get 14 upgrade points. The system voice sounded. And Mr. Yun, I'd like to treat you to a meal this afternoon. What do you think, N? As soon as the staff left, Yan Yangcho looked at Yun Zihan expectantly and asked. Yun Zihan waved his hand and said, and let's do it another day. Mr. Yang, you go ahead and do your work. I have something to do. Yan Yangcho was a little disappointed that he didn't invite young Master Yun, but from the tone of his voice, he thought there would be another chance in the future. It is indeed not so easy to build good relationships with a hidden family. Yan Yangcho is gone. Yun Zihan looked at the upgrade points on the system panel, not knowing where to start. Suddenly, Yun Zihan saw a plus behind the values of physical and mental qualities, so he clicked it. The values on the panel also jumped. I see. Judging from the names, physical fitness should mean that you can enhance your physical fitness, and spiritual fitness should mean that you can enhance your mental strength. The system determined that my physical fitness was only 10 points, while the average person's was 12. It seemed that my physical fitness was too poor. No wonder I caught a cold so often in the past. There are 13 points left. Yun Zihan put them all into physique. Constitution, 24. Divine quality, 18. After adding the ingredients, Yun Zihan felt his whole body getting hot and emitting an inexplicable stench. He quickly ran upstairs, took off his clothes and jumped into the swimming pool. So comfortable. Yun Zihan sighed. I looked down at my upper body, my well-developed muscles, and my rock-hard abdominal muscles. Is this me? The system is really powerful. A person's physique can change instantly. I didn't have any muscles before. After taking a bath for a while, Yun Zihan got up. Ina.n. A delicate cry was heard. Yun Zihan looked in the direction of the sound, and on the rooftop of the next villa 10 meters away, a woman in a pure white dress was covering her eyes, revealing half of her stunningly beautiful face. Wait, a dress? Why can I see the dress? Yun Zihan seemed to have discovered something. He hurriedly covered his brother. Depend on. The balcony on the roof is too low. Yun Zihan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tan Tai Yun Meng's face flushed red. She, who is hailed as a business genius, has never seen such things before. She pouted and said it was obscene. After taking another peek through her fingers, she covered her face and ran downstairs in a panic. When Yun Zihan saw the woman next door running away, he also hurried downstairs. Moment. After getting dressed, I walked out of the villa. It's time to tell those guys to get out. Chapter 4. You're dead. Villa number 13 was filled with cheers and shouts. The atmosphere is very lively. Men and women mixed together. Some women were even naked. Lu Yu's eyes were blurred with tears and she was pressed down on the sofa by Chen Ruiji. Ragged. Lin Fei stood aside timidly, not daring to say a word. And hey, little beauty, it's your pleasure. Chen Ruiji lifted Lu Yu's pointed chin with his index finger. Lu Yu begged, and Mr. Chen, please don't do this. Lu Yu was very confused. Although Chen Ruiji was the perfect candidate in her mind, she still couldn't accept it if it was forced upon her. She didn't want to be played around so easily. She wanted to conquer Chen Ruiji through her own means so that she could gain the initiative and control Chen Ruiji. Otherwise, you will just become a toy. He glanced at Lin Fei out of the corner of his eye. What a loser, he watched others treat him like this and didn't even dare to say a word. Seeing Lu Yu's pitiful appearance, Chen Ruizhi was very satisfied and said with a dissolute smile, "N. N tier N." After saying that, he tore Lu Yu's clothes to pieces. Chen Ruizhi licked his lips. Except for Lin Fei, who was standing there alone, looking out of place. In bump, N. The gate of the villa suddenly flew up and smashed down heavily. Yun Zihan was standing at the door. He didn't expect that his strength had increased so much. With one kick, he kicked the door several meters away. The scene in the villa was appalling. Everyone was shocked by this sudden situation. Looking towards the door in panic. Seeing Yun Zihan walking in slowly, Chen Ruizhi narrowed his eyes and cursed loudly, "And you are looking for death.N." This bastard suddenly broke in and raised the white flag before the battle even started. Although Chen Ruizhi was angry, he did not think much about it and thought that it was Manager Lu who brought him back. Very good. Then get rid of this guy quickly. Chen Ruizhi clapped his hands and said fiercely, "And fuck, brothers, fight for me. I will be responsible if anything goes wrong.Un." Lu Yu frowned slightly, as if she was reluctant, but soon relaxed again. I sighed in my heart. After all, we are from two different worlds. Even if Master Chen beats you to death, it would be in vain. When the others heard Chen Ruizhi's order and saw that Yun Zihan was standing there alone, they were fearless as there were so many people on their side. They immediately rushed forward with their fists raised. In order to show himself, Lin Fei rushed to the front. Yun Zihan's physical fitness increased to 24, which was 12 points higher than that of ordinary people. He was not worried at all about their large numbers. Does an elephant care whether its enemy is 1 ant or 10 ants? What's more, these young masters in front of him are all weak and skinny. It's obvious at first glance that he's been too promiscuous and is physically weak, probably even weaker than an ordinary person. Yun Zihan kicked out, first kicking Lin Fei, who was in the front, away, and then kicking anyone he saw. There was no technical content, just violence. The young master who rushed up fell to the ground with a scream. Everyone lay on the ground, grieving. I have broken my leg.Un. And it hurts, Master Chen, please call someone.N. Yun Zihan stepped over those young masters and walked straight towards Chen Ruizhi. Chen Ruizhi stepped back involuntarily, saying as he stepped back, "You don't come over here, my father is Chen Gang.N." Seeing that Yun Zihan did not stop, Chen Ruizhi shivered all over and felt a warm current flowing through him. Pee all over the floor. Lu Yu, who was still sitting on the sofa, turned pale. She had never seen Yun Zihan like this before. He has beaten so many people, isn't he afraid? And until now, he was unwilling to even look at himself. Or is he afraid to look? He was afraid that if he looked at himself, he would lose control of his emotions and would feel sad. Chen Ruizhi was already kneeling in front of Yun Zihan, and Lu Yu knew that her chance had come. She immediately stood up and said in a cold and arrogant manner, "And Yun Zihan, please don't hurt Mr. Chen.N. And yes, brother Yun, for her sake, please let me go.N." Chen Ruizhi's eyes were red and he hated Yun Zihan in his heart. He had just secretly sent a message to his father. As long as he can hold him off, he'll be safe until his father arrives. This woman is the one this boy likes, so he will definitely listen to her. Yun Zihan glanced at Lu Yu and asked, "And who are you, Un?" Lu Yu was stunned. Yun Zihan doesn't play by the rules. This was a little different from the conversation she had imagined. According to the plot she imagined, after she spoke, Yun Zihan would immediately ask her to come back to him, and then Chen Xiao would be very grateful and would be more likely to fall in love with her later. Who says only heroes can save beauties? Beauty saving the hero is just as effective. Seeing Lu Yu in a daze, Yun Zihan continued, "And when I like you, you are the sky. When I don't like you, you are a pile of shit. What qualifications do you have to come to me to beg for mercy, N? And if you don't speak, I won't bother to talk to you. Go away.N." He must be pretending not to care, Lu Yu thought to herself. She has been with him for so long, she knows his character very well, he loves her very much, he may just be angry because he saw Chen Xiao bullying her. Lu Yu straightened her chest and stood in front of Chen Ruizhi and said, "I know you are very angry, I volunteered, please don't embarrass Mr. Chen.N." Lu Yu's clothes were tattered and could not hide her fair skin at all. Yun Zihan sneered and slapped him. Pa! Lu Yu fell to the ground, blood gushing out of her mouth, with a few broken teeth mixed in her mouth. She covered her cheek, feeling extremely painful, and looked at Yun Zihan with hatred in her eyes. Yun Zihan withdrew his hand and felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Although he no longer loved Lu Yu, Yun Zihan was very unhappy with what Lu Yu did. After all, I did like her once. If Lu Yu was like this before, Yun Zihan would never have been able to be with her. Without looking at Lu Yu anymore, Yun Zihan continued in a cold voice, Master Chen, I just asked you to get out of my villa, but you wanted to kill me. And Mr. Yun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am willing to pay compensation and wait for my father to come. It doesn't matter how much. Chen Ruizhi had long lost his previous arrogance and knelt on the ground, kowtowed continuously. And money? Your entire fortune isn't even enough for my pocket money, and you're talking to me about compensation, Lu Yu's eyes widened. She didn't believe Yun Zihan's words at all. No matter from which angle she looked at it in the past few years, she had never realized that Yun Zihan was so rich. Otherwise, how could she choose Lin Fei? She had only been together with Yun Zihan for the past few years because he was sincere to her. Yun Zihan sneered. When he came in just now, he looked at Chen Ruizhi and it was obvious that he wanted to kill him. If I don't upgrade my physical condition today, the consequences are disastrous. Yun Zihan couldn't let him go easily. But not to the point of killing him. Yun Zihan wondered how to punish him. At this time, a group of men in black walked in. Seeing his son kneeling on the ground, Chen Gang ran up to him with his belly bulging. Enjir, are you okay, Then he quickly helped Chen Ruizhi up, and a foul smell came into his nostrils. Chen Gang glared at Yun Zihan and said, I don't care who you are, if you dare to humiliate my son like this, you are dead. As soon as Chen Gang finished speaking, the group of bodyguards in black instantly surrounded Yun Zihan. And who do you think is dead, A majestic voice sounded. Chapter 5, Mushin Noa. After Yang Yongkong returned to the office, he asked someone to keep a special eye on villa number 13. Report any movement immediately. Waited for a while. After learning of the conflict, he rushed over immediately. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard what Chen Gang said. Yan Yangcho walked into the villa with a dark face. Seeing Yun Zihan surrounded by people, he shouted, And what are you doing, Chen Gang turned around and was startled when he saw Yan Yangcho. The man in front of him gave Chen Gang a familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. He had a faint aura of a superior. Chen Gang didn't dare to act rashly for a moment, so he asked in confusion, And who are you, Yan Yangcho narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I am Yang Yangcho. And Yang. Yuan, it turns out to be Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Chen Gang from your company. It is an honor to meet you. I wonder what can I do for you, Mr. Yang. Chen Gang was shocked and at a loss for what to do. How come this person suddenly appeared? I have seen this great god from afar at a party before. But the gap between his and my status is too big. They are not on the same level at all. There's absolutely no conversation going on. Today I was able to get close to her. Coming back to his senses, Chen Gang hurriedly walked over with a smile, bent over and stretched out his right hand. Yang Yangcho remained unmoved. Your company. What the hell? In Yang Yangcho's eyes, Chen Gang is not even 1/10,000th as good as Yun Zihan. If something unexpected happens to young Master Yun here, the Yun family will definitely be furious. When the Yun family retaliates, he will definitely be implicated. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Yan Yangcho was a little scared, and looked at Chen Gang with unfriendly eyes, saying grimly, And if you offend young Master Yun, you will have to cut off one of your arms. Cold words came out of Yang Yang's mouth. It stimulates everyone's nerves. Everyone present was shocked. Almost all of those young masters had heard of Yang Yangcho's name, so they were already surprised that he could appear here. I didn't expect that he came to stand up for that poor boy. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yu regretted her decision to the core. Although she didn't know who Yang Yangcho was, judging from other people's reactions, he was definitely a very important figure. Now such a big shot actually came to help Yun Zihan. Feelings of regret filled Lu Yu's mind. After so many years, I was wrong. It would be great if I could hold on a little longer. Chen Gang stood there, his outstretched hand frozen in midair, unable to believe that Yang Yangcho was talking to him. Endo, I still need to do it, when? Yan Yangcho looked at Chen Gang coldly and said again. Snap.N. Chen Gang slapped himself fiercely, and at this moment he wished he could kick Chen Ruizhi next to him into the sky. What a ripoff, he dares to mess with anyone. If he still doesn't realize that it's because he offended that young man, then all these years have been lived in vain. There was a burning pain on my face. I am really sorry, Mr. Yang, I didn't know young Master Yun was your friend. Chen Gang didn't care about his face at this moment. If Yang Yongkong wanted to deal with him, he only needed to make a phone call. Seeing that Yang Yongkong's expression did not change, Chen Gang quickly slapped himself left and right. And please, Mr. Yang, forgive me and give me a chance. Until his face was swollen, Chen looked at Yun Zihan and begged, and Mr. Yun, please forgive me for the offense I have caused. I am willing to give you the property in the city center, and I only ask that you don't blame me. Chen Ruizhi was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not speak. He just wanted to kill the man who couldn't even afford to offend his father. Yun Zihan didn't even look at Chen Gang and nodded to Yan Yangcho. And Boss Yang, you handle it. Yan Yangcho raised his eyebrows and was very excited. Just what I wanted. As long as he handles this matter well this time, I believe he will gain the trust of the Yun family, and he will have many interactions with the Yun family in the future. Yan Yangcho said seriously, and don't worry, young Master Yun, I will definitely satisfy you. Then he said to Chen Gang, and break one of your arms. Tomorrow, someone will take over all your assets. You can go wherever you want. Otherwise, don't blame me, Yang, for being cruel and ruthless. Finished. Chen Gang felt as if the world was spinning around him at that moment. There is nothing left. Chen Gang frowned and grabbed Chen Ruizhi's hand. Then, he broke it violently. N clickin. Ina.N. Chen Ruizhi cried out in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. His father actually broke his hand. Chen Gang remained calm, and then resolutely broke his hand with a heavy blow. And Mr. Yang, I am satisfied. Chen Gang dragged one hand. He knew that if he didn't do this today, the consequences would be more serious. At least now, you can still save your life. This was the only choice he had. This society is so cruel. He has done too many of these things. It is common to cause other people's families to be broken up and their loved ones to be killed. He just hates. The incompetent son ruined the entire family's future. Revenge. Chen Gang didn't hold out any hope. He knew too many dark things and didn't dare to even think about revenge. Why? A deep sigh. Then he dragged Chen Ruizhi away with one hand. The backs of the two people, in the eyes of others. So sad. The bodyguards brought by Chen Gang looked at each other in bewilderment. I was fine when I came. There's no going back. Everyone understands that they have been laid off. I guess I won't get any salary this month. After the bodyguards left silently, only the other young masters and ladies and Lu Yu were left in the villa. Yan Yangcho had no expression on his face and shouted loudly, and get out of here again. Hear Yan Yangcho's roar. A group of people ran out tumbling and crawling. Lu Yu looked at Yun Zihan reluctantly, and was then dragged out by Lin Fei. When everyone is out. Yan Yangcho said, and Mr. Yun, are you satisfied, N? Yun Zihan said calmly, and I trust Mr. Yang to do the job. I'll have someone come and renovate this villa for me. It doesn't matter how much it costs, but it must be of a high standard. N. Everything is ordered by the most expensive. It's just a lot of money. Although Yang Yangcho repeatedly said that he would handle it directly without spending any money, how could Yun Zihan waste the opportunity to spend money? After this incident, Yun Zihan realized that the upgrade points were truly powerful. I have to speed up my consumption. Improve your overall strength as soon as possible. Early the next morning. When Yun Zihan drove his Lamborghini to school, it didn't cause any commotion because class was already in session. He slipped into the classroom quietly as usual. And where did you go yesterday, N? Wu Juanxian was Yun Zihan's roommate. When he saw Yun Zihan sitting down, he asked in a low voice. He also knew that Yun Zihan was abandoned at the school gate yesterday. It was very late and Yun Zihan had not returned yet. Several people in the dormitory were very worried. And you didn't even answer the phone, so I thought you were upset. Un. Seeing that Yun Zihan didn't say anything, Wu Juanxiang spoke again. Yun Zihan smiled warmly and replied, and it's all in the past. It's better to see a person clearly sooner. I had something to deal with yesterday. Why are you worrying about it, N? I am glad you're okay. You know Yang Bin's girlfriend, right, N? Yun Zihan nodded. Wu Juanxiong continued, and it's Lu Xiaoyu from the Department of Economics and Management. Her dormitory invited us to hold a social event today. I heard from Yang Bin that there is a very beautiful girl in her girlfriend's dormitory. After saying this, he looked up with a look of longing. I must behave well when the time comes. If I really succeed with that beautiful girl, they will be so envious. A little after 5 in the afternoon. Several people from Yun Zihan's dormitory had already arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory early, waiting for people from Yang Bin's girlfriend's dormitory to come down. The agreed time is 5 o'clock, and now it's almost half an hour past, and I haven't seen any girls come down yet. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the girls nearby. And Senior Wang Zilong is so handsome. And who is he waiting for today? He's driving a sports car. And if only you had come to find me, I would have stayed out all night. And come on, don't you even look at what you look like, And who else can we wait for besides Mushin Noa, Wang Zilong was holding a large bouquet of bright red roses in his hand, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, leaning elegantly against the front of a Ferrari. Whenever Wang Zilong saw someone talking, he would smile in that direction, causing someone to feel shy. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and others appeared at the dormitory door. One of the girls, wearing a beige floral dress, was particularly eye-catching, like the moon surrounded by stars. She has long hair, delicate features, and her facial skin is fair and tender, as if it were as smooth as a baby's. Her every frown and smile touched everyone's heart. Standing there, she was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, untainted by the worldly touch. Wang Zilong's eyes lit up and he walked forward quickly. And Noa, you're here. Chapter 6 Storm. Wang Zilan was like a noble prince, kneeling on one knee with roses in both hands. The roses looked more vivid under the setting sun. On top of it was an exquisite box. In the box, a sparkling diamond ring shines brightly. This scene made others envious. And Noa, be my girlfriend. Mushin Noa was as calm as a well, her mind was peaceful and calm, without any ripples. She opened her red lips slightly and said, and please call me Mushin Noa, we are not suitable. Just a few words are like heavenly music. My prince. And don't be sad, prince. You still have us. And we would like to. When the dinosaur girls heard Mushin Noa's refusal, they became excited and hurried to comfort Wang Zilong. Wang Zilong's face looked embarrassed, but soon returned to normal. He stood up, still as handsome and elegant as ever, like a gentleman. And I won't give up. You won't even give me this right. Wang Zilan is very confident. Regardless of his family background or appearance, he is one of the best in this school. And where are you going? I'll drive you there in my Ferrari. After saying this, he turned back with pride to look at his beloved Ferrari. Mushin Noa refused nonchalantly, and "Oh need, please make way." There are also 4 people in Yun Zihan's dormitory, the other 3 are Yang Bin, Wu Juanxiong, and Chen Kele. He saw Mushin Noa and the other 3 walking towards him. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, only Yun Zihan was as calm as water. The other few people felt a little embarrassed. Being stared at by so many people felt like being stripped naked. Everyone was examining them unscrupulously. The person that even Wang Zilong can't pursue wants to go out and play with me today. It feels refreshing just thinking about it. Even Wang Zilong could only watch the goddess walk with us. And hello, I'm Yang Bin's girlfriend Lu Xiaoyu, and these are my roommates Mushin Noa, Zhang Ling, and Sun Shanshan. Lu Xiaoyu was the first to introduce everyone. She had a petite figure and a round face, and was a little cute. Mushin Noa and the others also nodded and said hello. Yang Bin is about 1.85 meters tall. He grabbed the back of his head with a slightly red face. At this moment, he was shy like a sissy and even stuttered when he spoke. And hello, you guys too. My name is Yang Bin, and this is Yun Zihan, and Puff. Before Yang Bin finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. She and Yang Bin were high school classmates and were admitted to Linhai University together. Because they were often together, they developed feelings for each other over time. Yang Bin has always been a dull and honest man, and it was Lu Xiaoyu who took the initiative to get together. Otherwise, given Yang Bin's personality, it would take who knows how long it would take. Lu Xiaoyu found it very funny to see Yang Bin making a fool of himself. She smiled and said, "Nay, I'm sorry, big guy. Today is just a chance for our two dormitories to get to know each other. Please take care of each other in the future. N. Yun Zihan said, and hello. N. Wu Juanxiong and Chen Kele also greeted him. Then Wu Juanxiong said, and how about this, let's go to Huaxia restaurant which is closer to the school. The food there is delicious. N. Wu Juanxiong is a native of Linhai and is much more familiar with Linhai than others. Huaxia Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Although the consumption is very high, Wu Juanxiong still has the financial resources to treat them to a meal. Just after this meal, his living standard will be reduced for a period of time. For the goddess, it matters nothing. And wait for me a moment, I'll drive over. N. Wu Juanxiong said and ran out. After hearing their conversation, Wang Zilong also came over. And what a coincidence! I also happen to be going to Huaxia Hotel. Mushin Noa, let me take you there. N. Wang Zilong stared at Mushin Noa and smiled. In his eyes, there is only Mushin Noa and he won't even look at anyone else. Mushin Noa shook her head and said nothing. Wu Juanxiong soon came back in a black business car. And everyone, please get on board. This is a 7-seater car. If you have more than one person, please squeeze in. N. Lu Xiaoyu was about to get in the car when Wang Zilong gave Sun Shanshan a look. Sun Shanshan understood and said, and forget it, it's too crowded and uncomfortable. Mushin Noa, why don't we take the bus with Wang Zilong? N. Wang Zilong then said, and Mushin Noa, take my car. If you squeeze in with them, their sweat smells really bad. N. Mushin Noa frowned, not liking Wang Zilong's tone. And I'll drive over. N. Yun Zihan suddenly spoke. And old 3, did you buy a car? N. And yeah, how come we didn't know that? N. Several people in the dormitory were immediately puzzled. They knew Yun Zihan's situation very well, so how could he have a car? Is it because of Wang Zilan? They all heard what Wang Zilong said just now, saying that they smelled bad. Everyone was very unhappy. The third brother must be feeling unconvinced. I just don't want to let Wang Zilan succeed. But, it's so sudden now, where can I get a car? Even renting a car will take some time. Yun Zihan didn't explain much and asked everyone to wait for him for 2 minutes. And is this poor boy going to ride a bicycle? Who among you is willing to ride with him? And Wang Zilong said with contempt and pursed his lips. After a while, there was a loud explosion. Then, a silver-gray super sports car came over. Everyone's eyes were focused on this domineering and awesome sports car. Many girls screamed like crazy. Wang Zilong was also stunned, he recognized this car. Lamborghini Venino. Who on earth stole all the limelight from me? I am the only male god here. The sports car came closer and closer. Yun Zihan? When they saw the person driving clearly, everyone was instantly shocked. And the third one, and I am not dreaming, boss, please slap me. And Snapen. Wang Zilong was also stunned and speechless. Even Mushin Noa, who had remained calm until now, was slightly moved. This car is impossible for someone without the ability to drive. Not only financial resources are needed, but also power. What is this boy's background? For the first time, Mushin Noa became curious about a member of the opposite sex. Yun Zihan waved his hand, and who wants to come with me? And except for Mushin Noa, Lu Xiaoyu, and the others were still in shock, and they only came to their senses after Yun Zihan spoke. Sun Shanshan stared at Yun Zihan intently, her mind active, and was about to get in the car. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu said, and well, I'm a little scared. Mushin Noa, go ahead. N. Then he pulled Mushin Noa and walked towards the Lamborghini. Although they are good sisters, she knows in her heart that Mushin Noa cannot compare to her in terms of appearance and upbringing. Mushin Noa has always given her the feeling of a lady from a noble family, and it is indeed a bit unfair for her to ride in a business car. Originally, Mushin Noa had not planned to attend this social gathering, but she came mainly because I strongly urged her to come. Lu Xiaoyu winked at Yun Zihan and said, and I'll leave Mushin Noa to you. N. Seeing Mushin Noa getting into the car, Sun Shanshan showed a hint of jealousy and got into another car with a stiff face. The two cars drove out of the school one after the other. Someone uploaded these images to the campus network of Linhai University. And shocking news, goddess Mushin Noa went out with a mysterious man, and Wang Zilong was kicked out. N. And attach many photos. Mushin Noa was sitting in a handsome sports car, while Wang Zilong was standing beside her in a daze. In an instant, this news became a hot topic. The number of comments quickly skyrocketed. And this is Venino from yesterday.n. And Wang Zilong feels ashamed of himself.n. And don't talk about the prince is my idol.n. And don't be sad, prince. Mushin Noa will regret it.n. And breaking news, the driver's name is Yun Zihan, he is just a designated driver.n. And I prove that Yun Zihan is a poor guy.n. Every time you refresh, there will be a lot of new comments. In the car. Mushin Noa glanced at Yun Zihan from the side. Very simple dress. Others were trying their best to catch my attention and flocked to me, with only desire and obscenity in their eyes. His eyes were very clear, without a trace of impurities. It's no different than seeing any other girl. He doesn't even talk to himself. Mushin Noa couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Aren't I beautiful? Along the way, the two of them remained silent, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 7 I am a member here. After parking the car, the group, led by Wu Juanxiong, walked into the Huaxia Hotel. The lobby manager came up and said, "And welcome to Huaxia Hotel. How can I help you, Un?" And I want a private room. And Wu Juanxiong replied. The lobby manager said, "And sir, I'm so sorry, all our private rooms are fully booked today.n. Ina.n. Wu Juanxiong's face turned slightly red. I suggested bringing them here, but now there are no rooms available. This is really embarrassing. Ending Ling Lingen. Yun Zihan's phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and heard Yan Yangcho's voice. And Mr. Yun, where are you? I have something for you.n. And I am at the Huaxia Hotel.n. And Huaxia Hotel? What a coincidence. Please wait for me for a moment.n. Yun Zihan hung up the phone and saw Wang Xilan walking in from outside. He held a purple card in his hand and waved it in front of everyone deliberately. Upon seeing this, the lobby manager immediately stepped forward and said, "In dear purple card member, how many people are you, and?" Wang Zilong said, "And just me, what's wrong with them.n? And they need a private room, but our ordinary rooms are fully booked," and the lobby manager said respectfully. He dared not offend the purple card members. There are 3 types of membership cards in Huaxia Hotel: black diamond card, white gold card, and purple membership card. Different cards have different treatments and rights at Huaxia Hotel. For example, the purple card has a special deluxe small package, the white card has a deluxe medium package, and the black card has a deluxe large package. The hotel has specially arranged enough member rooms to serve guests with these 3 cards. Even if no members have made reservations, these rooms are not open to the public. Wang Zilong smiled proudly. He was a member and knew the privileges of being a member. He looked at Mushin Noa and said, "And I am a member here. I have a private room. Come eat with me.n. Mushin Noa, a Mushin Noa. This is the status. What is the point of following this group of people? You and I are from the same world." Seeing Wang Zilong's mocking expression, Wu Juanxiong snorted, "And let's go eat somewhere else.n." Wang Zilong sneered, "And am I talking to you? I'm asking about Shin Noa.n. Wu Juanxiong's face changed, "And it's just a few bucks, why are you pretending?" Wang Zilong was not angry, and continued, "And do you have any dirty money? If you have the guts, just eat here.n. And snort.n. Wu Juanxiong was furious for a moment. At this time, 2 people walked out of the elevator. When he saw the people in the hall, Yan Yangcho's eyes lit up and he walked over immediately. And Director Yang.un. When the lobby manager saw Yan Yangcho, he quickly bowed and shouted, "And Mr. Yun, what a fate!" And Yan Yangcho ignored him and patted Yun Zihan's shoulder affectionately. "And I just came here just in time to find you, please sign these contracts.n." After saying that, the assistant pulled Yun Zihan to the sofa nearby amid the puzzled looks of others, and took out a stack of documents from her handbag. Yun Zihan took a look. They are all transfer contracts. And what's the meaning?n? Yan Yangcho said, "And these are Chen Gang's properties. You just need to sign. I have already taken care of the rest of the procedures.n." Very good. Yun Zihan couldn't help but praise Yan Yangcho for his efficiency, "And give me an estimate for everything here, and it must not be lower than the normal price.n." Yan Yangcho was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "And Mr. Yun, you misunderstood my meaning. These are all given directly to you. Talking about money is a slap in my face. N. And Mr. Yang, do you look down on me? I'm not short of money. N. Yun Zihan said indifferently. Yang Yongkong was shocked. And Mr. Yun, that's not what I meant. You asked me to handle this matter, which means you trust me. I didn't spend much money to take over these businesses, so how can I talk to you about money, NL, I'll transfer it to you immediately at any price you tell me based on the market price, Yun Zihan insisted. Yan Yongkong respected the Yun family even more. Most businessmen are profit-driven, but only these secluded families can be so generous. I looked through the data and compiled statistics for all industries based on market prices. And the total is 40 million, of which your company is worth Yen. And it's only 40 million. Did you miss a zero? And Yun Zihan couldn't help but ask when he heard the total was only 40 million. And it is indeed 40 million, of which Yen. And okay, no need to talk about the industry, just 40 million. And Yun Zihan waved his hand and transferred the money directly. And IVE transferred an extra 10 million to you. I don't have time to run the business, so you can manage it for me for now. I'll hand it over to you after I find someone else. Yan Yongkong's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, and don't worry, young Master Yun, I will definitely manage these industries well. Yan Yongkong was excited. This way, he would be the spokesperson for the Yun family. Although it's only temporary. But if you do it well, it may not be impossible to last. Ending, spend 40 million and get 4 upgrade points. Yun Zihan was puzzled. Why are there only 4 points? If you get 1 point for every 10 million, it should be 5 points. It seems that only real consumption can earn upgrade points, and the system does not recognize the additional 10 million management fees. That's right. Otherwise, if you transfer 1 billion to each of your friends, you will get countless upgrade points. Yang Yongkong calmed down and said, and Mr. Yun, you are here to have dinner, right? This is also my property. I will have someone take you to the private room first. The assistant next to him immediately called the lobby manager over and whispered something to him. The lobby manager was shocked and nodded repeatedly. The look he gave Yun Zihan immediately changed. This young man is dressed in ordinary clothes. It is actually the most terrifying thing. The boss actually asked them to go to the only emperor bag. The emperor's room is the most luxurious top-level private room in Huaxia Hotel and is rarely opened once a year. This time, Director Yang actually opened it for this young man. And he just told his companion that there was no room. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I was doing things according to the regulations, and my boss will definitely not blame me. And hello, dear guest, please follow me. The lobby manager said respectfully. Yun Zihan glanced at Wang Zilong and said to Yang Yongkong, and kick him out. Yan Yongkong immediately walked over and asked, and what do you do, N? Wang Zilong narrowed his eyes. As soon as the man came down, he pulled Yun Zihan aside. You only now know to say hello to me. You really don't know what's good for you. Don't you understand the membership rules of Huaxia Hotel? I'm a purple card member standing here, and you ignore me. Go and chat with a poor boy for a long time. N humph, is this how you, Huaxia Hotel, treat your members, N? Wang Zilong snorted coldly and shook the membership card in his hand. Yan Yongkong laughed in anger, and who the hell are you? Your membership will be permanently cancelled from now on. Get out now. N. 2 security guards carried Wang Xilan out directly. Wang Xilan stood at the door of the hotel with a gloomy face. Disheveled in the wind. Who is this kid? For his sake, Huaxia Hotel actually dared to offend me. Just wait for me. The elevator was silent. What happened just now took only a few minutes. Although I don't know what Yun Zihan said to Mr. Yang. But they could all see that Yun Zihan was definitely not simple. Even the lobby manager, Mr. Yang, has to address Yun Zihan as young Master Yun. Wang Zilong was also thrown out like a dog in full view of everyone. They knew it must be because of Yun Zihan. Everyone entered the private room and looked at its luxury with curiosity. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. And this is definitely the most luxurious private room I have ever seen. N. And look at this chair, it seems to be made of top quality rosewood. N. And wow, look, this sink is made of gold. N. TSK. Everyone was talking and sighing. This level of luxury was something they had never imagined. Poverty limits imagination. Yun Zihan was calm and composed. He had just seen the top villa in heaven, with its top-notch decorations, which was much higher in grade than this place. The luxury here is only average for Yun Zihan. He found that among all people, only Mushin Noa didn't care about all this, and didn't show any surprise or curiosity. As if I'd become accustomed to it. Mushin Noa was also looking at Yun Zihan, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Judging from the change in the lobby manager's attitude before, and the specially arranged private room, his true identity becomes even more mysterious. Chapter 8 System Tasks. Yun Zihan asked everyone to sit down, and everyone's attitude towards Yun Zihan also changed from the bottom of their hearts. Especially for those in the dormitory, in their hearts, Yun Zihan has always been an ordinary person. Now he has transformed himself into an unattainable emperor. The naturalness of getting along with each other is no longer there as before, and it has become a bit restrained. And third brother, you really hit it well. And after everyone sat down, Wu Juanxiang spoke first. And don't be so distant. It just so happens that this place was opened by a friend and he's just taking care of me. And Yun Zihan explained. I see. Everyone looked as if they understood. But Yun Zihan can drive a sports car and has such awesome friends, so he must be pretty good. He has been very low-key in recent years. This made everyone think that he was really a poor boy. If I were so rich, how could I hold it back? I would have gone to heaven long ago. Only Mushin Noa buried his head in thought. Several waiters came in pushing a huge dining cart with 3 floors. The top 2 floors are filled with a wide variety of high-end dishes. The wafting aroma teases everyone's taste buds. The aroma of the food made everyone present swallow their saliva. As the dishes were served on the table one by one, everyone just thought that the dishes were very beautifully presented and smelled very delicious. But I can't tell what they are specifically. When all the dishes were served, a waiter smiled politely and said, "Dear guests, our boss specially gave us 6 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Please enjoy them slowly." And oh my god, 6 bottles of Lafite. And Chen Kale couldn't help but said in surprise. And third brother, your friend is really nice. A bottle of 1982 Lafite is almost worth 1 million now. And although Wu Juanxiang has a good family background, he was also surprised at this time, and he gave me 6 bottles at once. What? Is this wine so expensive? 1 bottle costs 1 million. Just this little, and you want 6 million? I really don't understand the world of rich people. Lu Xiaoyu and several other girls looked at the poured red wine in disbelief. I have to drink today no matter what. After the waiter poured everyone's drinks. Seeing that everyone was staring at him blankly, Yun Zihan raised his glass and suggested, "And let's drink this first glass. I hope that we can always maintain our pure friendship, whether in college or in the future." En dan.n. En gudong.n. Everyone drank the glass of red wine in one gulp. Even Mushin Noa, who never drinks, drank every drop of wine. Her delicate face was red as if water was about to drip out. Several boys' eyes were wide open. Lu Xiaoyu said worriedly, "Mushin Noa, your body." Mushin Noa shook her head, "And it's okay." Thinking about the call from home in the afternoon, informing her that she had to go back to the Wu family to get engaged during this holiday, Mushin Noa couldn't help feeling sad. She wanted to resist, but she was powerless. This is the sadness of being born into a large family. Live your whole life for your family. She envied Lu Xiaoyu for being able to freely control her own life and choose her own partner, which is why she and Lu Xiaoyu became close. She also wants to live for herself. But what about the parents? This dish is really delicious. And Lu Xiaoyu smacked her lips and picked up a piece for Mushin Noa. And this dish costs hundreds of thousands, of course it's delicious. And Mushin Noa said softly. Hundreds of thousands. And what kind of dish is this? It's so expensive. The others looked like they had never seen the world before. Mushin Noa continued, "And this is Zibalu ham. 1 ham can be sold for tens of millions. And I'll take the test. And I'll try it too. It's really delicious. Lu Xiaoyu pointed at another dish and asked curiously, "And what about this one?" And bluefin marlin, the price is about the same. And here. And shadow teeth, the price is over 1 million. Everyone was shocked again. There were no less than 30 dishes on the table. If one dish costs an average of 400,000, this table would cost at least 12 million. Not counting the free wine. If I tell others that I spent nearly 20 million on a meal, I will definitely be considered a psycho. Wu Juanxiong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said he would treat everyone to a meal, but where would he get the more than 10 million yuan from? He said to Yun Zihan embarrassedly, "An old third, can you please ask the boss if I can pay for this meal in installments, N?" Seeing Wu Juanxiong's embarrassed expression, others also expressed their understanding. After all, it's so much money. Yun Zihan smiled and said, "I didn't ask you to treat me, what are you afraid of, N? I didn't expect that I could spend tens of millions on food here. N Wu Juanxiong scratched his head embarrassedly. "N come, have a drink. N." The meal lasted more than 2 hours. In the middle, Yan Yangcho went in and offered a glass of wine, indicating that he would treat the whole meal. Others were flattered and thanked him repeatedly. After everyone had a good meal and a few drinks, they left the restaurant and were full of admiration for Yun Zihan. More than 10 million, just invite me. What kind of friend would be so generous? After drinking 6 bottles of wine, everyone except Yun Zihan was a little tipsy and walked a little unsteadily. "And how about this, it's only a little after 8 o'clock now. I suggest we go to KTV and I'll treat you. N Wu Juanxiong said shakily. In Shurin. Sun Shanshan glanced at Yun Zihan and was the first to agree. I agree. N Chen Kele also said. Others echoed. Except for Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa, everyone agreed. Wu Juanxiong said directly, "And then it's settled. N." Yun Zihan called Yong Kong and asked him to arrange someone to drive them to the entrance of the KTV. After entering the private room, everyone was like wild horses running free in the dimly lit environment. Let yourself go one by one. Toast each other. Order a song. Drinking happily. Yun Zihan drank the most, and almost everyone was looking for him to drink. Mushin Noa seemed a little drunk. After entering the private room, he curled up in the corner of the sofa. "And brother Han, I'll toast you a glass." And Sun Shanshan leaned towards Yun Zihan and deliberately pressed her body against him. She stared at Yun Zihan with blurry eyes, and one of her small hands inadvertently fell on Yun Zihan's thigh. Yun Zihan moved slightly and said, "And you are drunk. I will drink this cup. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, he drank it in one gulp and stood up. Sun Shanshan's face turned pale and she looked at Yun Zihan with resentment as he walked out the door. It's all Mushin Noa's fault. Why should everyone revolve around her? Just because she is prettier than me. It doesn't matter if Wang Zilong likes her. She could feel the difference between Yun Zihan's attitude towards her and herself. She was so close to him that he occasionally glanced at Mushin Noa. I hate it so much. Yun Zihan went to the bathroom. After drinking so much alcohol, it took him 2 minutes to feel comfortable. He leaned against the door, lit a cigarette and started smoking. That girl named Sun Shanshan is really wild. He actually touched his brother's head. Although she was good looking, through that night's contact, he could tell that Sun Shanshan was a typical gold digger. If it were her old self, she would never even glance at him. When we returned to the private room, it was almost 11:30. Wu Juanxiong was singing a love song with Zhongling. They looked at each other, and Zhongling's face was already red with shame. It seems that today's event successfully brought a couple together. And it's getting late, let's go. N. After the two finished singing, Yun Zihan said. I am tired too, let's go. N. Ending, system mission, bring Mushin Noa back to the villa. If you succeed in the mission, you will be rewarded with the Ghost God 18 Needles skill. If you fail or give up, 20 points of physical strength will be deducted. N. Chapter 9 Heartwarming Treatment. Hearing the system prompt, Yun Zihan wanted to say, "Oh shit. Take Mushin Noa back to the villa. What the hell is this mission? Never mind. I only have 24 points of physical strength to begin with, and I want to prevent 20 points from being deducted. Then accept the mission." Although he drank so much today, according to Yun Zihan's current physical condition, he didn't feel drunk at all. He's not drinking as fast as he's dissipating. And I'll take Mushin Noa back, you guys can take a taxi back. And Yun Zihan said directly. The others looked at Yun Zihan in surprise. So direct. Wu Juanxiong winked at Yun Zihan, then put his arm around Zhongling, and everyone, Zhongling and I are leaving first. N. The two of them left directly. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the two people who had left, then looked at Yun Zihan, and asked, "Mushin Noa, what do you say, N?" Mushin Noa's face turned pale. She covered her stomach with one hand and said with some difficulty, "And I'll take Yun Zihan's car back.N." She knew that her illness had recurred. "I have to rush back to school now because there are relief medicines in the dormitory. The fastest way now is to take a car back with Yun Zihan." "And let's go.N," Mushin Noa said. Yun Zihan was also stunned. He didn't expect that he would agree so easily. The others also looked at Mushin Noa with different expressions. Could it be that Mushin Noa was also drunk? It doesn't look like it. "And we're leaving first.N." Seeing Mushin Noa getting into the car, Yun Zihan said hello, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Not long after they started driving, Yun Zihan noticed that Mushin Noa had beads of sweat on his face and his body was trembling slightly. "And what's wrong with you, Lin?" Mushin Noa turned her head with difficulty, her pale face looked so pitiful. He wanted to speak, but before he could get the words out, he fainted. Yun Zihan was confused. Fortunately, the villa was very close to here, so he didn't have time to think about it and stepped on the accelerator. "The villa is just a few minutes away." He quickly carried Mushin Noa down from the car. "Before I could even experience what it felt like, I rushed through the door." Ending, mission completed, rewards, 18 ghost needles, 1 set of ghost needles.N. Yun Zihan staggered and almost fell. An inexplicable message instantly flooded into Yun Zihan's brain. "Put Mushin Noa down gently." When Yun Zihan pulled his hand away from under Mushin Noa and stroked across Mushin Noa's wrist, a thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. Congenital lean body can be treated with acupuncture. He sorted out his thoughts and finally understood the reason. I didn't expect that the technology just given by the system would come in handy. The 18 ghost needles is an ancient acupuncture method that also allows one to possess the extraordinary medical skills of ancient Chinese medicine. So, just by lightly touching Mushin Noa's wrist, he knew about Mushin Noa's condition and the way to save her. She has an extremely rare congenital lean body and will not live past the age of 25. She will have an illness period of 3 days every month. During the outbreak period, she will suffer from lower abdominal cramps and unbearable pain. If not treated, her life may be in danger at any time. It is not easy to heal. According to the current medical level, it can basically be diagnosed as a terminal illness. However, the 18 needles of demons and gods, which are said to be the needles that can change destiny, have completely exceeded people's understanding of medical skills, and there is almost no disease that cannot be cured. For a congenital lean body like this, it only needs to be treated with the 18 needles of ghosts and gods. 15 needles are needed for each treatment, corresponding to 15 acupoints respectively, and it can be cured after 15 consecutive days. Now Mushin Noa needs to be honest with him before he can give her the acupuncture. Is this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Seeing the unconscious Mushin Noa, her facial expression was distorted. She used to look like a fairy, but now she looked like a ghost. What a pitiful person. Yun Zihan felt a pain in his heart. Saving lives is important. The sofa was very wide, and even if Mushin Noa lay flat on it, Yun Zihan could still sit down. He supported Mushin Noa's body with one hand and lifted her skirt from her ankles. After a long time, Yun Zihan's gaze reluctantly left. He let out a long sigh. Yun Zihan then took out the ghost needle. Start giving acupuncture according to the order of acupuncture in your mind. The first needle is at the Tanzhong point. Yun Zihan held a needle between his index and middle fingers and gently inserted it. The second needle is at Zhongwan acupoint. Although this was Yun Zihan's first time giving acupuncture. But it does not affect the accuracy and strength of the needle technique at all. As the last stitch fell. Mushin Noa felt that her body was getting better, and then she woke up with a tingling pain. A handsome face came into view. Ina.N. Mushin Noa was shocked and felt a chill. When she recognized it was Yun Zihan, she sneered, "And Yun Zihan, what did you do to me?" I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Disappointment, atmosphere, and all kinds of emotions mixed together. Yun Zihan's face was covered with sweat. It's not because I'm tired, but because I feel suffocated after some necessary contact during acupuncture. Seeing that Mushin Noa had misunderstood, he explained, "And don't move, I'm saving you.N. And you are born with a yin body, right? You will be sick for 3 days every month and die when you are 25 years old.N. Yun Zihan said. Mushin Noa's eyes widened. "And you, how do you know?" N. Only my parents and a few elders in my family know that I was born with a yin body, and most people may never come across this word in their entire lives. Yun Zihan actually described her illness word for word. My family had consulted numerous famous doctors before they could figure out this disease. Is his medical skill very strong? Mushin Noa couldn't help but shake his head, and then he found that his body was full of silver needles. Feeling the pain in her lower abdomen gradually subside, her expression eased slightly. He was indeed saving her. Seeing Yun Zihan's stunned look, Mushin Noa's face flushed, and still looking .N. And you are so beautiful. N. Yun Zihan retracted his gaze and smiled awkwardly. Mushin Noa covered her face shyly. And I'm making fun of myself. How shameless. Bah. This guy is good in every way. Unfortunately, Why? Seeing some tears in Mushin Noa's eyes, Yun Zihan thought he had gone too far, and was too abrupt. N. And it's none of your business, thank you. N. Mushin Noa said, and what do you think people live for then? Hearing Mushin Noa's sudden serious question, Yun Zihan thought for a moment and said, and in this vast world, all living beings live naturally and let nature take its course. At worst, they will just return to the world. N. Live naturally. Let it be. Mushin Noa muttered to herself, then smiled sweetly. The curve of her lips made Yun Zihan's heart lift. A strong yet fragile girl. I will cure you. And it's time to remove the needle. N. Yun Zihan said suddenly. And Mushin Noa's face flushed and a sound came out from his throat. Yun Zihan began to remove the needles in order. This minute. Looking at Yun Zihan, who was carefully removing the needle, with no trace of impurities in his eyes, Mushin Noa felt a surge of joy in his heart, and his heart was beating fast. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Take me to this event. Met Yun Zihan. Chapter 10, Your Goddess, I've delivered her. After all the needles were removed, Yun Zihan slowly raised his head. Just then I saw Mushin Noa's eyes were drunk and her cheeks were rosy. Seeing Yun Zihan looking at her, the blush on her face became brighter, and then spread to her neck, and her pair of beautiful and lively big eyes flickered. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. She opened her mouth slightly and kept breathing in the fragrance. Yun Zihan's facial features were already handsome, and in her eyes, he looked even more handsome. Under his eyebrows were a pair of eyes that were unfathomable, yet gentle as water. All of her behavior added fuel to Yun Zihan's anger. Yun Zihan felt hot all over and stared at Mushin Noa in a daze. Her rosy lips looked like two dewy petals, and there was a hint of a smile at the slightly concave corners of her mouth. He couldn't help but lower his head and slowly covered it. Mushin Noa had never been so nervous before and had forgotten to dodge. Just when he was about to touch her. Ending ling ling. N. A rapid ring from a cell phone broke the silence of the night and suddenly woke the two people who were immersed in the moment. Ina. N. Mushin Noa grabbed the skirt on the sofa in panic and stood in front of Xiong, her pretty face flushed, and turn your head away. N. Yun Zihan touched his nose and awkwardly went to get a cup of warm water. When she came back, Mushin Noa was already dressed. When the dress covered her beautiful body, she once again exuded her unique, ethereal temperament. And thank you. N. She took the cup of water, said thank you shyly, and when she saw that it was Lu Xiaoyu calling, she sticked out her tongue playfully. Yun Zihan is probably the only one who has seen this side of Mushin Noa in his life. She has always presented herself in front of others as a cool and aloof goddess. Playfulness has nothing to do with her. And Mushin Noa, I was so worried. Where have you been? Why haven't you returned to the dormitory yet, N? Before Mushin Noa could say anything, Lu Xiaoyu's anxious voice with a crying tone came from the phone. Lu Xiaoyu was in the dormitory, extremely anxious. Made 2 phone calls. Mushin Noa didn't answer, so she continued calling. If he didn't answer, she would call the police. He cursed Yun Zihan in his heart. Judging from his ghostly appearance, he must have taken Mushin Noa to a hotel because he was drunk. A deep sense of guilt arose spontaneously. If anything happened to Mushin Noa, she would never forgive herself. It was because of her that Mushin Noa went. The call was finally connected, and she cried, and did that bastard Yun Zihan take you somewhere else? Where are you now, N? It's late at night. Lu Xiaoyu's voice was very loud, and Yun Zihan could hear every word she said clearly. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu calling him a bastard, Yun Zihan glared at Mushin Noa with pretended fierce eyes. Mushin Noa smiled, rolled her eyes, and said, "En Xiaoyu, don't worry. I just asked Yun Zihan to take me to my relative's house. It's getting late, so you should go to bed early. N. Lu Xiaoyu finally let go of her worries and hung up the phone with peace of mind. She suddenly felt embarrassed for suspecting Yun Zihan. Fortunately, Yun Zihan didn't know. Because of Lu Xiaoyu's call, the two people in the villa could no longer return to their previous mood. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yun Zihan said with a wandering look, "And it's so late, you can sleep here. Go pick a room on the second floor. No one has ever lived in any of the rooms here. I'll sleep on the first floor.N. NOK.N." Seeing Yun Zihan's embarrassed look, Mushin Noa went upstairs with a smile. It feels so good to not try to be indifferent and just live naturally. Yun Zihan used the previous 4 upgrade points to continue adding to his physical fitness, and his physical fitness became 28. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed, full of energy and unable to calm down for a long time. Mushin Noa was tossing and turning in the room on the second floor, unable to sleep. She was smiling silently like a fool. After a long time, she fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. Early the next morning, Yun Zihan walked into the living room. Suddenly, a burst of fragrant smell rushed into my nostrils. He shrugged his nose. "This smells really good." I heard some noise in the living room. Mushin Noa walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of steaming noodles. Her long, smooth hair was draped over her shoulders and a pink apron was tied around her slender waist. With a smile in her eyes, she said softly, "And I couldn't find any ingredients, so I cooked a bowl of noodles.N." This sudden warmth touched Yun Zihan's heart. He admitted it. He was moved. In the 3 years that he had been with Lu Yu, she had never made breakfast for him. Even ordering takeout. None of them. He blinked quickly and looked at Mushin Noa tenderly. "And thanks.N." He couldn't say much for a moment. He buried his head and gulped down the hot soup, not caring that it burned his mouth. When the two of them drove the sports car to school together, it immediately caused a sensation. Some related posts immediately became popular. Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa returned from a date and wrote a notice proof. Slap in the face, who said Yun Zihan was a designated driver? When he returns with your goddess, does your face hurt? The shrimp didn't blink. Wang Xilan fainted in the toilet. Pancake dog, my goddess, she is incomplete, woo woo. Master Kong's fugitive beef, Liu fainted in the toilet crying. I can tear it more easily than paper, I want to drop out of school, this place is no longer worth my stay. Brother Zihan's fans, Brother Zihan, I love you. Banana, you don't take it, the person above changed her name so quickly. The woman who was called Brother Long yesterday is such a scheming bitch. Yun Zihan became completely famous. From today on, Yun Zihan's name will be known to everyone and will resound throughout Linhai University. Wang Xilan no longer has his former elegance. He looked at the posts online angrily and smashed his phone in anger. He kept cursing and had completely lost his composure. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Yu stared at the screen of her mobile phone in a daze. After witnessing Yun Zihan's power in the heavenly villa the day before yesterday, she still regrets it until now. As soon as she left the villa, she scolded Lin Fei, said goodbye to him, and went back to school alone. Just 1 day later, Yun Zihan's identity transformed from a poor boy from the bottom of society to a top-rich second generation who was fanatically pursued by countless girls. She wanted to slap herself hard. These originally belonged to her. It's her. Destroyed it all with my own hands. I regret it so much. Apparently, Lu Yu's roommates also saw these posts. They would not miss this opportunity and started talking at the same time, making sarcastic remarks. Who made Lu Yu always think that there were several rich second generations pursuing her? He always acted superior in the dormitory. Who would have thought that the real rich second generation was right next to her? And the sports car that Yun Zihan drives, someone said it cost several $100 million. I checked online and found out that having money alone doesn't guarantee you can buy this car.N. And Mu Xinyao really picked up a treasure. He acted so quickly.N. And yeah, what's going on between you and Yun Zihan? He's so outstanding, why did you dump him? Ivy said before that Yun Zihan is a good man. I envied you, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, hey.N. And Lu Yu, Yun Zihan likes you so much, have you ever thought about getting him back, N? Right. He loves me so much. I believe he will definitely be willing to come back to me. I'm going to find him. Lu Yu stood up from the bed and rushed out. Seeing her like this, several roommates laughed happily, gloating. Chapter 11 Expulsion. The supercar was parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Amid the envious gazes of the surrounding students, Mushin Noa opened the car door and walked lightly, landing on the ground as if he was stepping on a colorful cloud. Yun Zihan has short messy hair and three-dimensional facial features. His figure has become extremely sexy after gaining strength. The white t-shirt he is wearing cannot completely hide the outline of his strong muscles. Perfect facial features, perfect body. As soon as he got out of the car, the girls around him screamed. And Yun Zihan, I love you. N. I don't know which girl shouted first, and then the others started shouting together. The sound was so loud that it could be heard not only throughout the girls' dormitory building, but also in the stadium several hundred meters away. This made all the boys present jealous. They tacitly regarded Yun Zihan as a public enemy. This is fucking horrible. If he wants to steal my girlfriend, he doesn't even need to ask, my girlfriend will throw herself at him. And your condition requires 15 days of continuous treatment, and it has to continue tonight. And Yun Zihan ignored the howling around him and walked to Mushin Noa and said. Mushin Noa gladly accepted it and said gratefully, and thank you. I'll treat you to dinner this afternoon. N. Yun Zihan nodded. Suddenly, a white shadow rushed out from the dormitory building and almost bumped into Mushin Noa. It was Lu Yu. She looked at Yun Zihan with tears in her eyes and said pitifully, Zihan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let's make peace. On. After saying this, he waited expectantly for Yun Zihan's response. Seeing Lu Yu coming, the boys nearby all ate melons. And let's watch the show. An ex-girlfriend and goddess compete for the title. An. Yun Zi looked at the embarrassed Lu Yu coldly, without a trace of pity in his heart. He no longer had any good feelings towards Lu Yu. Mushin Noa chuckled and put her arms around Yun Zihan's arms, and you must be Lu Yu, please face your position. Zihan is my boyfriend now, please stay away from him. N. She had an inexplicable hostility and rejection towards Lu Yu, so she subconsciously pretended to be Yun Zihan's girlfriend and didn't want them to have too much interaction. After saying this, Mushin Noa's face flushed slightly. She felt a little shy to say Yun Zihan was her boyfriend in public. And it's official, the goddess has officially announced it. N. And Yun Zihan, I'll give you one chance. Please let go of the goddess. N. And I finally saw the goddess smile. She was so beautiful when she smiled, but it's a pity that she doesn't belong to me. N. My heart aches. Woo woo woo. Mushin Noa is the recognized campus beauty of Linhai University and the cool goddess in the eyes of all boys. I heard Mushin Noa admit it on the spot. There were sounds of heartbreak all around. They felt that their goddess had been desecrated. Lu Yu looked at Mushin Noa angrily and said through gritted teeth, and you are a bitch. Brother Zihan and I are a couple. N. Bang! Yun Zihan slapped Lu Yu on the face and cursed, an idiot. N. Lu Yu covered her face and cried loudly. Mushin Noa said coldly, and you dare to scold me, very good. N. He took out his phone and made a call. Wan Yu is the president of Linhai University. I am drinking the best Dahongpo leisurely in the office. When he saw the name on the caller ID, his face changed. Why would this lady call me? And Grandpa Wang, there is a student named Lu Yu who is not suitable to study at Linhai University. N. I picked up the phone and heard Mushin Noa's voice. Not long after, while Lu Yu was still crying loudly, her cell phone rang. It's her counselor. And you re-fired. N. The counselor's cold voice hit her head like a bolt from the blue. Lu Yu held the phone in a daze. She was fired because of Mushin Noa's words. She panicked. How to explain this to my family? In an instant, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed, and she couldn't accept this fact. And why do you treat me like this? And Lu Yu asked with resentment in her eyes. And because you are cheap. And Mushin Noa said coldly. Ha ha, ha ha. Lu Yu laughed for no apparent reason. His eyes were lifeless, as if he was stupid. Mushin Noa stopped looking at her and said to Yun Zihan, I am going upstairs first. See you in the afternoon. N. And okay, I'll pick you up. N. Yun Zihan got into the supercar and left mercilessly. Lu Yu was left alone there, smiling. The students watching were in an uproar. And Mushin Noa fired Lu Yu. N. And Yun Zihan is so cruel, he even beats women. N. And what do you know? That kind of woman deserves to be beaten. N. And the goddess is so beautiful even when she's angry. N. And Lu Yu couldn't bear the blow and went crazy.N. As expected, this incident once again set the campus network on fire. These 2 days, almost all the information is about Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan alone dominated the popularity rankings of the campus network. Today, there was a high-end charity auction in a 5-star hotel. The participants were all Linhai's top celebrities, and it was reported that big stars were also invited to attend. Yan Yangcho called to invite Yun Zihan to go with him and show his face in the top circle. Yun Zihan had nothing to do, so he drove to the venue hotel immediately. In the lobby of Lansha Hotel, Yang Yangcho saw Yun Zihan coming in and hurried to greet him. "And Mr. Yun, you are here.N." Yun Zihan nodded. Some business celebrities around looked at this place in surprise. How could Yang Yangcho be so polite to a young man? Who is this person? Judging from his attire, he doesn't look like the son of some conglomerate. Tan Tai Hongwei, who was standing with Yang Yangcho just now, was also confused. He knew that Yang Yangcho was waiting for someone, but the moment he saw Yun Zihan, he was also puzzled by Yang Yangcho's behavior. Yun Zihan was very different from the person he had imagined. Today is a top charity auction, and judging from the way this kid is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. What is his purpose in calling this kid here? Yan Yangcho led Yun Zihan over. He noticed the disdainful looks from others and sneered in his heart. Now you all look down on young Master Yun, right? Just wait and see. Noticing that Tan Tai Hongwei also looked puzzled, he introduced, "And Mr. Yun, this is my friend Tan Tai Hongwei, the chairman of Yun Meng Group.N." He winked at Tan Tai Hongwei and said, "And Hongwei, this is young Master Yun. His family is not short of money.N. And hello, Mr. Yun, you are really a promising young man.N." Although Tan Tai Hongwei didn't understand what Yang Yangcho meant, he believed that Yang Yangcho had deeper meaning and extended his right hand enthusiastically. Yun Zihan and Tan Tai Hongwei shook hands, "And hello.N. And Dad, it's about to start, let's go in.N." At this time, a crisp voice rang out. Yun Zihan looked over and saw a tall and beautiful girl walking towards him. I estimate him to be about 1.7 meters tall. She wore a clean and tidy white shirt on the upper body and a pair of blue tight jeans on the lower body, which perfectly set off her perfect figure. Tan Tai Yun Meng discovered that there was suddenly one more person here and took a closer look. "And it's you.N." Tan Tai Yun Meng exclaimed. "The person in front of me is the exhibitionist on the rooftop of the villa the day before yesterday. How come I can meet him here? This is so embarrassing. What should I do?" Yun Zihan looked at this beautiful girl, wondering where he had seen her before, but after thinking for a while he still couldn't remember, so he politely replied, "Enum, hello.N. I thought she might have recognized the wrong person." "And do you know each other?" Tan Tai Hongwei asked doubtfully. "No, nothing.N." Tan Tai Yun Meng's face flushed. She thought of Yun Zihan's beautiful figure. He didn't even remember himself. Snort. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the gate. A stylishly dressed man wearing sunglasses, protected by a group of bodyguards in black, was struggling to squeeze into the hotel from the crowd of fans at the door. Chapter 12. A fool wants to buy out all of us. That's disgusting. Don't you even look at what you look like? Gu Jinglong, who was surrounded by bodyguards, glanced at the fan page with disgust. From the moment he got off the car, he was looking around at the fans. After looking for a long time, I saw only a bunch of ugly things, not a single good-looking one. If the appearance fee for this charity event hadn't been very high, Gu Jinglong would have wanted to go home right now. He no longer had any expectations for the upcoming entertainment activities. It was still as cool as yesterday in Hangzhou. If you want a pretty face, you have a pretty face. If you want a bear, you have a bear. And he is also very good at playing. It's a coastal city or an international metropolis. What the hell is that? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ignoring the crying and shouting fanatic fans, he quickly walked into the lobby. And all those fans were blocked at the hotel entrance. When some noble ladies and socialites in the hotel saw the fashionable and handsome Gu Jinglong come in, his eyes lit up and he gathered around. The big star is coming. And hello Gu Jinglong, I am the CEO of Fenghua Group.N. And Gu Jinglong, can you sign an autograph for me? And brother Long, can we take a photo together? Yan. Gu Jinglong was very proud. No matter where he goes, he is the most dazzling presence. He has become accustomed to the feeling of being the focus. Gu Jinglong's attitude towards these ladies was slightly better than his attitude towards the fans at the door. He held his chin high and said, and thank you, everyone. Time is tight. We'll talk next time.N. As he spoke, he looked anxiously at the people walking away in front of him and hurriedly chased after them. And beautiful lady, can you please leave me your contact information? And Gu Jinglong pushed away Yun Zihan, who was walking beside Tan Tai Yunmeng, and spoke confidently. The best. We must win it today. Otherwise, who would you go exercise with at night? It is true that after mountains and rivers are so dense that you think there is no way out, you will find another village when you turn around. I had no hope at first, but I didn't expect to come across such a great item. This face, this figure. It's way ahead of the one in Hangzhou. Gu Jinglong took out his cell phone and waited for the beautiful woman to give him her phone number. I never thought I would hit a wall. In his opinion, any woman would be fascinated by him. This isn't the first or second time. He has seen all kinds of women. In the end, they all went to the gym with him obediently. Tan Tai Yunmeng was startled. She was thinking about the scene of that day when she suddenly heard someone talking. She was stunned at first, and when she saw that it was a stranger, she said in annoyance, and we are not familiar with each other.N. Who is this? No manners at all. Yun Zihan was a little angry. I was walking peacefully, but he pushed me away from behind. It was too rude. Yun Zihan didn't have a good face to deal with such a person. He said coldly, and get out of the way.N. After being rejected by Tan Tai Yunmeng, Gu Jinglong looked a little unhappy. He was about to try to bribe her, but was suddenly interrupted by another voice. He turned around and saw Yun Zihan, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. This is the guy who just spoke. Judging from his attire, he doesn't look like a hotel waiter. Snort. He is a poor loser who ran away from somewhere. And he also offended me with his words. He sneered and deliberately said loudly, and what kind of occasion is this? How dare a poor loser like you come in? Where are the security guards? Hurry and kick him out.N. As soon as Gu Jinglong opened his mouth, the attention of others was drawn to him. Some people who came later and did not see that it was Yong Kong who greeted him before, saw the shabby Yun Zihan, and began to speak. And where did this poor boy come from?N. And everyone present here today is either a social elite or a company boss.N. And people like this really lower my standards.N. And get out now.N. There were voices everywhere criticizing Yun Zihan, and Gu Jinglong smiled triumphantly. The security captain at the door had sweat on his forehead. Yun Zihan was the guest that Yang Kong was waiting for personally, so he didn't dare to chase him away. This is a big star who was specially invited, so he didn't dare to offend him. He turned his head towards the door, trying hard to maintain order and prevent fans from rushing in. Did anyone speak just now? It seems not. Yang Kong and Tan Tai Hongwei had already walked into the auction hall, and found that Yun Zihan and Tan Tai Yunmeng had not come in yet, so they turned back to look for them. I found them not far from the door, and seemed to be arguing with someone. He stepped forward and asked, and Mr. Yun, what's going on?N. Mr. Yun? When Gu Jinglong heard Yang Kong's address, he sneered, and you can really call anyone a little.N. Yan Kong usually doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry and doesn't know Gu Jinglong. He only saw him laughing at Yun Zihan, and immediately said with a bad look, and who are you? Believe it or not, I will prevent you from leaving Lansha today.N. Gu Jinglong pretended to be scared and said, no, I'm so scared. People in Linhai are really arrogant.N. The people around who had a conflict with Yang Kong and some women also spoke up at this time. And Mr. Gu, don't be angry. He can't represent Linhai.N. And Yan Kong, why don't you apologize to Master Gu Jinglong right away.N. And he was specially invited by the organizer. If he leaves in anger, you will be in big trouble.N. And shame on you for threatening our brother Long.N. And brother Jinglong, don't be afraid. We support you.N. The flames of war instantly shifted from Yun Zihan to Yang Kong. Yang Kong looked grim, staring at one of the middle-aged men and said, Yunfong Zhe, don't think you can get carried away just because you're with the Wang family.N. And wow, he is Mr. Fong Zefong.N. And it is said that the market value of Formula One Group has exceeded 10 billion this year.N. And awesome, a big shot.N. Fong Zhe enjoyed the admiration of others and teased, and aren't you also attached to a mysterious force, the young and promising Master Yun in front of you?N. And ha.N. And Mr. Fong is really good at joking.N. And stop talking, or young Master Yun will get angry and buy out all of your businesses.N. There was laughter all around. Yun Zihan's eyes were cold as he said to Yan Yangcho, and remember who these people are? I will take over all their businesses.N. Yan Yangcho's eyes widened. Crazy. This is not a matter of a few hundred million. The equations alone would amount to tens of billions. What's more, there are other peoples. In this group of people, apart from the equation, the other few he knew alone had a combined value of over tens of billions. This is tens of billions, not hundreds of dollars. Even Tan Tai Hongwei couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that Yang Yongkong was out of his mind. This young man is too flamboyant. Hearing Yun Zihan's arrogant words, the others laughed so hard that tears came out. No, haha. My name is Lu Wen. Remember to acquire my Yute Technology Company.N. And don't forget my Ginglu Group.N. Gu Jinglong slapped his head, wondering why he was arguing with a fool today. It was obvious that this guy had an IQ problem to dare to say such irrelevant words. Seeing that the charity event was about to begin, he and his agent hurried in. We still have to give face to the organizer, otherwise people in the company will gossip about them. I'll go find that woman after it's over. Fang Zhe and the others certainly would not take Yun Zihan's words seriously, and they took this opportunity to mock Yan Yongkong harshly before entering the auction hall with satisfaction. Yan Yongkong looked at Yun Zihan gloomily, and young Master Yun, let's go in.N. He didn't take Yun Zihan's words to heart. Tan Tai Yun Mang also looked at Yun Zihan speechlessly. How can you be like a fool? Chapter 13 I'll make the offer, you can choose whatever you want. The auction room was full of people. A rough look showed that there were no less than 400 people. They are all well-known figures in Linhai City. Yan Yongkong intended to let Yun Zihan and Tan Tai Yun Mang sit together. After arranging seats for them, he went to his own seat. The lights in the auction hall were very bright. From the moment Yun Zihan and the others sat down, countless pairs of eyes glanced at them intentionally or unintentionally. Tan Tai Yun Mang had a standard oval face, a small and delicate nose, and long, smooth hair tied in a high ponytail. Very sweet and beautiful. It immediately attracted a lot of greedy eyes. Soon, the charity auction began. The host made a few opening remarks, stating the purpose of the auction, and then the first item was pushed out by a woman. And it's the 9 horses picture, yen. And the first collection is so expensive, what will the next ones be like, n? The moment the 9 horses painting was unveiled, many people recognized it before the host even introduced this collection. It's worth a lot of money. Everyone became more curious about the collections behind. And the first treasure is the painting of 9 horses by the famous artist Zheng Chongji. The starting price is 1.8 million, and each bid is no less than 50,000.N. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone raised the sign in his hand. And 1.85 million. And 1.9 million. And 2.6 million for the third time.N. And Snapen. The host made the final decision. Then a staff member came over to collect the auction fee and registration information. It's so cheap, I'm too lazy to raise my hand. Yun Zihan muttered secretly. Wrong. This is an auction, the highest bidder wins. I just quoted a high price, which should be considered as a consumption point. Miscalculated. Let me try the next item. Soon, the second collection was pushed out. And this is a sandalwood stool from an ancient country. It has a long history and high collection value. The starting price is 2 million, and each bid is no less than 50,000.N. And 10 million.N. Yun Zihan raised the sign without even thinking about it. Ncoax.N. The hall was in uproar. Everyone looked towards the location where the sound came from. I want to see who is so stupid. This is the price at the auction. A collection worth hundreds of thousands. What do you mean by 10 million directly? When they saw that it was Yun Zihan who called out the price, everyone who had been outside just now understood and couldn't help but sneer. It turned out to be this fool. Does he have 10 million? And this guy is here to cause trouble. There is something wrong with him. And a man sitting next to Fang Zhe stood up and pointed at his head and shouted. The host was also wondering about Yun Zihan's abnormal way of bidding. When he heard someone say that he had a problem with his brain, his face immediately changed. Ask someone to go to Yun Zihan immediately to verify the situation. If anyone is really causing trouble, he must be severely punished. The staff member walked over quickly and asked Yun Zihan to pay 10 million first. Yun Zi snorted coldly and paid directly with his fingerprint. After a while, a man ran out from the backstage and said a few words to the host. The host immediately said, "And everyone, be quiet. This gentleman has already paid. And the person who just spoke, please stop questioning others." The auction continues. Lu Wen, who was next to Fong Zhe, looked embarrassed and was embarrassed by the host in front of everyone. Through this bidding, many people also had some impression of Yun Zihan. So when the next collection comes out, the host has finished his explanation. Yun Zihan directly offered, "N 20 million." There was silence on the field. No one bid. The starting price of the collection was 4 million, and the first bid was 20 million. It's not that they can't afford it, but they think only a fool would do so. This young man stopped the price twice in a row. What is its origin? Or is there really a problem there? For a time, many people actually believed that what Lu Wen said was true. A rich fool. Tan Tai Hongwei was also surprised and quietly asked Yang Yangcho, who was also confused. "And Yangcho, what is young Master Yun doing, N?" In fact, Yang Yangcho didn't know Yun Zihan very well, and he looked confused. Suddenly, he remembered his usual style of spending money. "More than 100 million, spend it as you speak." At this moment, Yang Yangcho suddenly figured it out. Too much money and nowhere to spend it. Tan Tai Yun Meng kept staring at Yun Zihan with her pretty face. In just a few minutes, he had spent 30 million. There was no change in his expression. Is he trying to show off, or does this little money really not matter to him? My own company also has a market value of several billion. As the only daughter of Tan Tai Hongwei, she had never seen a deposit of 30 million in her life. Who is this Yun Zihan who suddenly moved in next door to my house? Is there a gold mine at home? After Yun Zihan finished bidding, he noticed that Tan Tai Yun Meng was looking at him stupidly and asked, "And is there something on my face, N?" Tan Tai Yun Meng's pretty face turned red, she spat and turned away. As the auction items were all bought by Yun Zihan, everyone was completely speechless. Except for the first piece of collection that was bought by someone else, the rest were all bought by this fool. So far, he alone spent nearly 100 million yuan. The charity auction that was supposed to take place turned into a one-man show for him. Yun Zihan was actually very depressed. After shooting for so long, I didn't even get a single upgrade point. This speed is really too slow. Mushin Noa seems to be from the Department of Economics and Management. I'll ask her in the evening if she's willing to help me manage the business and spend more money. It would be best to set up an investment company and acquire shares everywhere. Yun Zihan thought gloomily. And the next item is a special one. Please welcome the famous star Gu Jinglong. Gu Jinglong also saw Yun Zihan's performance at this event backstage, and he really stole the show. What a fool. I don't know if his family will beat him to death when they find out. Finally, it was my turn to appear. So what if I'm in the spotlight? When I appear on stage, I am the brightest one in the audience. You are nothing but a clown. Gu Jinglong wiped the hair on his forehead and walked onto the stage. Seeing Gu Jinglong in place, the host continued, and the next item to be auctioned will be Mr. Gu Jinglong's unreleased new song. Whoever bids for it will own the copyright of the song. The starting price is 5 million, and the bid cannot be increased by 100,000 each time. N. The accompaniment sounded. Gu Jinglong held his head high, his eyes closed, and his head swayed left and right to the music. The eyes of the women in the audience were shining with gold. Except for Tan Tai Yun Meng, who had a look of contempt on his face. She was not impressed by the big star. She was disgusted by Gu Jinglong's behavior in the lobby. How many people are like you and me? And in the Saiha world and hoping for Buddha's enlightenment. Gu Jinglong has a great singing voice, which livens up the atmosphere in the auction hall. Many people followed the rhythm and waved their hands. Even Tan Tai Yun Meng was a little fascinated by the song and whispered, "And this song is very nice." As the music reached its climax, many women stood up involuntarily, filled with excitement. Very nice song. 5 million is not expensive. The song is over. Warm applause broke out, and they continued to cheer with great enthusiasm. And one more. And sing it again. Gu Jinglong proudly pressed his hands and said, "And thank you all for listening. I hope you will support me in the future. How can 5 million be enough? Most of the money will go into charity accounts. Everyone, bid as much as you can, the higher the price the better, so that I can make a profit. Look at these crazy women. I'm waiting for you to raise the price like crazy. That silly boy, you saw it. What is the real rage? Seeing that the atmosphere was full, the host quickly said, and please bid.N. There was silence for a moment. Everyone is habitually waiting for the fool to make an offer. After a while, everybody look. I saw the idiot leaning back in the chair with his eyes closed. Did he fall asleep? The atmosphere suddenly became dull. The hall was silent, and an unkind-hearted person next to him gently reminded, and little brother, it's time to raise the sign.N. Chapter 14. I bought this song, but you can't sing it anymore. Hearing that person's reminder to Yun Zihan, Tan Tai Yun Mang also became curious. Starting from the second collection, she was surprised by Yun Zihan's actions. Shocked to the point of becoming numb. She got used to it too. She had no idea what price Yun Zihan asked for. But why didn't you hold up the sign this time? She couldn't help but pat Yun Zihan's shoulder with interest and said, and hey, why don't you bid, N? Yun Zihan didn't sleep, he just felt that the light was too bright and a little dazzling. So close your eyes and take a break. He has no interest in buying the songs of this big star. After all, this guy just laughed at me. Hearing Tan Tai Yun Mang's beautiful voice, he replied, I don't like him, why should I buy him.N? That's right. Tan Tai Yun Mang is not stupid, on the contrary she is very smart. Especially talented in business, she has very sensitive and avant-garde business ideas and theories, and these abilities are well known in her father's circle. Therefore, Tan Tai Hongwei would often take her to various activities and company affairs, asking her to help with advice. Seeing Yun Zihan's cold expression, she knew that Yun Zihan must be angry because of what happened just now. It turns out that he is not stupid. So, no matter how rich he is, he won't buy this song. She herself also hates the star very much. Arrogant and pretentious. He is also very impolite and doesn't control his eyes. It was only because of Yun Zihan's abnormal behavior that she spoke out of curiosity. When the others saw that the silly boy had woken up and had no intention of raising the sign to bid, they started chatting with the beautiful girl next to him and slowly looked away. The situation was extremely embarrassing. Gu Jinglong's face was dark, his facial expression was almost distorted, he was extremely angry, but had no place to vent. Special code. It's a disgrace to me. I'll be a laughingstock in the circle from now on. No one bids for my stuff. Just now, a broken stool and a broken bowl were auctioned for sky-high prices. I sang such a beautiful song, but you are all deaf. Also, that silly boy was taking pictures of everything he saw just now, why is he not moving now? Move on. Hold up the sign. Shout it out. Rough. When the event is over, I will make sure you are in trouble. In the audience, some women were eager to try after they were sure that the idiot would not make an offer. And honey, I want to film this song. And a young woman in her 30s said to the middle-aged man next to her. And fuck you, and the middle-aged man answered the young woman viciously. Such scenes occasionally occurred in various places in the hall. And baby, I like this song, take a picture of it.N. And baby, this is just a song after all, it's not worth the price. Let's go upstairs and get a room later, and I'll buy you the bag you like, how about that, N? Most of the celebrities attending the auction today are successful men, and many of the women are their families and playmates. Who would be willing to spend millions to buy a crappy song? Even if you want to please others, you don't have to be so wasteful. Certainly. There are also many wealthy women with strong capital among them. The CEO of Fenghua Group, Lin Fenfen, is a single woman in her 40s with a bloated figure. She prefers to eat young men. She is even more satisfied with handsome and famous fresh meat bun like Gu Jinglong. She raised the sign in her hand and said, in 5.1 million.N. And wow.N. All eyes turned in surprise. And it turned out to be Lin Fenfen.N. And that's not surprising.N. And it seems that she spent 10 million just to make a movie.N. And that's her.N. I heard someone make an offer. Gu Jinglong's expression finally eased a little. Finally there is a staircase to go down. He was just being awkward, and even the host felt embarrassed. They specially invited Gu Jinglong because he is very famous in the female circle. A woman who is impulsive can be very scary. I thought there would be a crazy bidding war, but who knew it would be like this? This is something the organizers could never have expected. Fortunately, someone made an offer. The host guessed that no one would offer a price, so he shouted, and 5.1 million per time.N. And 5.1 million twice.N. And 5.1 million 3N. And 5.2 million.N. Yun Zihan felt something in his heart and suddenly raised his sign, increasing the amount by 100,000. Tantai Yunmeng covered her mouth and exclaimed, "And why are you bidding again, N?" Not only Tantai Yunmeng was puzzled, but everyone else was even more puzzled. If you want a bid, why don't you just call out directly like before? Why are you dragging it out for so long? Lin Funfun was also a little surprised and continued to raise the price. And 5.3 million.N. And 5.4 million.N. Yun Zihan also continued to raise the price, but not too much, just the lowest standard. And 5.5 million. This idiot did it on purpose, targeting me. Lin Funfun blared at Yun Zihan, a little annoyed. And 5,600,000.N. Yun Zihan looked at Gu Jinglong on the stage, his lips slightly raised, smiling a bit cunningly. I just play. Just wait and see how I deal with you. And 6 million.N. Lin Funfun shouted angrily. And 6,100,000.N. And 6,200,000.N. And 6.5 million.N. And 6,600,000.N. And 7 million.N. And 7.1 million. Every time Lin Funfun raised the price, Yun Zihan would immediately give 100,000. She panted heavily, her mouth moving up and down, and said to Yun Zihan fiercely, "I will remember you," and Gu Jinglong started to act arrogant again on the stage, holding his head high and looking very smug. It seems that there are still people who want to compete for my songs. That's silly boy. You were pretending to be so calm just now. Just for the sake of the face you give me. Then be gentle. And 7.1 million for the first time.N. Seeing that Lin Funfun stopped bidding, the host started to raise the hammer. And 7.1 million for the third time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining the ownership of this auction item.N. Yun Zihan suddenly stood up. Does the copyright of this song belong to me now? The host was stunned. He asked what this was for. Yun Zihan continued, and then everyone present here should bear witness to me that from now on, Gu Jinglong is permanently prohibited from singing this song or using it for any other purpose.N. Quiet. After Yun Zihan finished speaking, it was as if the mute button was pressed in the hall. There was only a slight breathing sound. Everyone was stunned. What is this operation? Buying songs at sky-high prices just to prevent others from singing them. How stupid does one have to be to do such a thing? There were also some admirers who stared at Yun Zihan with burning eyes. A role model for our generation. Tantai Yunmeng's eyes were dizzy, and she was suddenly a little fascinated by Yun Zihan. So domineering. It turns out that you can do this even if you don't like someone. I like. Bah. What am I thinking about? This dirty bastard. But it's really charming. Gu Jinglong's veins bulged out, he was furious and shouted angrily, "Inan, what did you say, N?" Yun Zihan's eyes were sharp, and he said coldly, "And are you deaf?" I said you can get out now.N. The host was stunned. Such a situation suddenly occurred. He panicked and didn't know how to deal with it, so he immediately ran backstage to ask for instructions from his superiors. "And don't go too far, silly boy.In Gu Jinglong said word by word with a ferocious look on his face. Yun Zihan shrugged, "And what's wrong with bullying you? You can throw money at me too.Un. Throw money at me." This sentence played on a loop in the minds of countless people. This minute. Many girls who were Gu Jinglong's fans just now directly defected. What a domineering little brother. You speak so nicely. Tantai Yunmeng covered her face with her hands, her heart beating faster. She felt her face was about to be cooked, and her blood was boiling. The aura emanating from Yun Zihan made her intoxicated. Chapter 15. I didn't notice that I spent too much money. Gu Jinglong walked off the stage angrily, "And then I will use the money to hit you to death.N. Then I found a random seat and sat down. He really couldn't stand it anymore. This is the first time I've been so angry. It's just money. He has it too. In the past few years since his debut, he has attracted countless fans with his handsome looks, and his huge traffic has made him earn a lot of money. Seeing Gu Jinglong's angry roar, Yun Zihan also became interested. Compare money with yourself. Then give it a try. Later, the host received instructions from the leader to ignore personal grudges and continue hosting the show as normal. Adjust your mindset, return to the stage and continue the activity. And now we are going to auction the last piece of the collection. Please see, this is a founding commemorative coin, which was held by the first Red Star commander. I don't need to explain its significance. There is only one in China. The starting price is 20 million, and each bid must be no less than 500,000.N. What? Everyone was shocked. The finale turned out to be this baby. Who would be willing to sell this treasure? What a waste of resources. Those who possess this currency can exercise certain privileges and even mobilize some local officials and soldiers. Everyone present here is a businessperson, and the significance of receiving this commemorative coin is self-evident. If you have it, you don't have to worry about developing your company. Everyone stared enthusiastically at the commemorative coins in the box on the collection cart on the stage. N21 million.N. N25 million.N. N28 million.N. In the blink of an eye, the auction price was raised to nearly 30 million. Gu Jinglong glanced at Yun Zihan provocatively and snorted, N40 million.N. Yun Zihan said calmly, N41 million.N. When the others saw that these two people had made an offer, they did not back down. This is not the time to watch a show. Whoever has the ability will get it. This thing is so important. N42 million.N. And 60 million.N. Gu Jinglong's face was gloomy, and he directly called out 60 million. Even if it's a pile of shit, he's going to vent his anger. Many people looked at him unkindly. N61 million. I'm Zhang Tianbiao from the East China Group. Please give me some face. And a man in his 50s stood up in the middle of the first row and said, Huadong Group, with the largest market value in Linhai City and a value of 1 trillion, is a true giant. Zhang Tianbiao was wearing a black jacket, with an expressionless face, exuding a hint of majesty. And since it's Mr. Zhang, I won't say anything. And I reluctantly give it to you, Mr. Zhang. As soon as Zhang Tianbiao opened his mouth, many people lost their temper. Since I can't win the fight anyway, I might as well do you a favor. Gu Jinglong didn't know any Zhang Tianbiao, so he said, N62 million.N. Before Yun Zihan could speak, someone from Zhang Tianbiao's side immediately shouted, And how dare you? Do you allow me to shout, Gu Jinglong didn't care about all this. It was fine if it was just Yun Zihan, but now he would be scolded for offering a price. He was very angry and shouted through gritted teeth, And why, you don't allow others to bid in the auction? This is the rule in Linhai.N. He swore that he would never go to Linhai for any activities again. Great. 65 million. The person who had just scolded Gu Jinglong was also aroused into anger. And 70 million.N. Gu Jinglong followed immediately. And 80 million.N. And 100 million.N. Gu Jinglong directly shouted out 100 million. Zhang Tianbiao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to bid. It's no longer necessary. It is actually very difficult for a giant like the East China Group to fall, and it is even more difficult to move to the next level. Commemorative coins are just that to the East China Group. Gu Jinglong noticed that there was a silence over there, and immediately looked at Yun Zihan with an arrogant look. It means take it. Yun Zihan spread his hands and said directly, And 200 million.N. Everyone was struck by lightning. In their opinion, in the previous auction, even if Yun Zihan bought a lot of things, everyone would at most regard him as a fool with a lot of money. And now, Yun Zihan offered a price of 200 million. This price can no longer be described as sky high. Many of the celebrities here may not be able to come up with so much liquid funds. But Yun Zihan did it. How could this not shock them? Many people are thinking that they must find out the origins of this mysterious young man. The financial resources are so terrifying. Fang Zhe narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Zihan again. It seems that this Yun Xiao that Yang Yongkong is with really has some background. Yang Yongkong was smiling broadly at this time. It turned out to be a good bet. The Yun family is truly very powerful. During the past few days of contact with young Master Yun, he alone has demonstrated financial resources of several hundred million. Those people who just stepped on the snow. Open your eyes and watch Yun Xiao's performance. Tan Tai Hongwei looked at Yang Yongkong with admiration and sighed, and your vision is indeed better than mine. I almost thought you were crazy. Beside Yun Zihan, Tan Tai Yun Meng opened her mouth wide. She was also shocked by the financial resources Yun Zihan displayed. Became his fangirl. Gu Jinglong clenched his teeth. He can also take out 200 million immediately. In recent years, he has earned at least 100 million yuan a year. Seeing everyone in the room staring at Yun Zihan in shock, he became ruthless. And 250 million. He withdrew another 50 million in one go. He could earn it back in 2 or 3 years anyway. He wanted to see if Yun Zihan could still hold on. Yun Zihan didn't think twice and raised the price to a new high again. And 400 million. Everyone was numb. Where did this rich man come from? He spent 400 million to buy commemorative coins? They dared not even think about it. I need 400 million to buy a piece of wool. Hearing Yun Zihan's bid, Gu Jinglong slammed his fist on the table. I doubt you have the ability to pay. Gu Jinglong was furious and he was unwilling to accept this. He has always been so bright and handsome, how could he be so embarrassed? And 400 million for the third time, deal. Ending, the host has been detected to have abnormal consumption of 480 million. The abnormal portion will not be counted as upgrade points. Oh shit. Yun Zihan felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. There is also this saying. Damn. It seems that there is no point in spending recklessly. It must be because the auction price has far exceeded its actual value. Therefore, for this kind of consumption that arbitrarily raises prices, the system will not give upgrade point rewards. And thank you to all the bosses. This charity auction has come to a successful conclusion. The sumptuous dinner is ready. Please move to the Lotus Banquet Hall. The auction is over. Everyone's view of Yun Zihan changed. If you look closely, you can see that apart from the fact that he is dressed a little bit ordinary, his temperament and appearance are extremely outstanding. Before, I was prejudiced by the image of a silly boy that Lu Wen described, and I didn't observe him carefully at all. Some good-looking women boldly walked up to Yun Zihan and asked for his contact information. Certainly. They were all ruthlessly rejected by Yun Zihan. Yan Yangcho came over with Tan Tai Hongwei, full of vigor and vitality. Those who criticize Yang Yangcho feel as uncomfortable as eating rat shit. Just laughed at him. Immediately, this group of people were slapped in the face by his financial sponsor, and their faces were swollen. And just now, you said you wanted to buy our business. I think it was just a joke. Lu Wen suddenly remembered the conflict before the auction and Yun Zihan's wild words about buying all of their properties. Everyone thought he was ignorant of the immensity of the world, but now it seems that it is not impossible. He was already shocked by Yun Zihan's display of financial resources. Fang Zhe smiled coldly after hearing Lu Wen's concerns. And are you a fool? You believe this? How many people in Linhai can do this, Wen? Seeing that it was getting late, Yun Zihan said to Yang Yongkong without any hesitation in front of others, and remember what I said just now. How much money will it cost to acquire them? I will transfer it directly to you when the time comes. Get it done as soon as possible. After saying this, he left in a leisurely manner amidst everyone's stunned eyes. Gu Jinglong lost his temper. This trip to Linhai will become the most unforgettable memory in his life. He ignored the next arrangements and prepared to leave with his tail between his legs in shame. Suddenly, a group of men in black carried him away. The agent was standing by, shouting anxiously, but to no avail, and nervously reported the situation back to the company. Chapter 16 The Goddess Hit Someone. Linhai University, Dongdimen. A beautiful girl in a blue dress was standing on the side of the road. She had a beige LVV bag slung over her shoulder. She kept staring in the direction of the oncoming car, as if she was waiting for someone. The boys passing by couldn't help but stop. And who is this goddess? Can anyone introduce her to me, And you don't even know the school beauty, And I am sorry, I'm a freshman and I haven't seen her. And who is Mushin Noa waiting for, As they focused their attention, a supercar roared over. Yun Zihan drove the Lamborghini with one hand and stopped next to their goddess. The goddess opened the door and sat down with a smile on her face. All the boys covered their hearts. It hurts so much. And I am so sorry that you've been waiting so long. The time they agreed to meet was 5 o'clock, and there were still a few minutes left. Yun Zihan thought that the girl would definitely be late, so he came at a shorter time. Unexpectedly, I saw Mushin Noa standing by the roadside waiting from a distance. And I just arrived too. How about we go to the nearby hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot? And Mushin Noa tilted her head and looked at Yun Zihan's resolute profile, feeling a little excited inside. This was the first time she went out to eat alone with a boy. Yun Zihan was a little suspicious when he heard that Mushin Noa was actually going to eat hot pot. The goddess also eats hot pot? Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids? Yun Zihan imagined a fairy-like girl suffering from hemorrhoid pain. And are you sure you can handle spicy food, N? Seeing Yun Zihan doubting him, Mushin Noa wrinkled his nose and said, don't look down on me. I can actually eat spicy food. N. And anyway, I'm not afraid. I've been eating spicy food since I was a child. I hope someone will cry because of the spiciness later. N. Yun Zihan joked. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, all the people eating raised their heads. Mushin Noa was tall and had a cool temperament. Her exposed skin was very fair, and her perfect facial features made the people in other seats stare at her in amazement. Some women looked envious and jealous, not to mention the male animals. Wherever Mushin Noa walked, their heads turned accordingly, completely ignoring the fact that there were a pair of murderous eyes opposite them. Mushin Noa ordered the food with ease and even asked for an extra spicy hot pot base. The two sat opposite each other and soon the dishes were served. Mushin Noa couldn't wait to put some of her favorite foods into the pot. Yun Zihan poured a glass of water for Mushin Noa. And are you interested in corporate management, Ian? Mushin Noa looked at Yun Zihan in confusion. Suddenly asked what this is for. She doesn't understand. I can't say I'm interested, but I've been in contact with it since I was a child, so I'm familiar with it. N. Yun Zihan smiled and said gently, come and help me. N. This sudden tenderness stunned Mushin Noa. He has an angular face, is sunny and handsome yet resolute, without any childish or effeminate air, and has a magnetic voice with an extremely gentle tone. She was in a trance, her heart inexplicably tightened and she felt a slight palpitation. Yun Zihan then told her his thoughts. Mushin Noa was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, okay, I'm willing to help you. N. She was deeply shocked. The goal Yun Zihan gave her was too ambitious. Even the world's richest man probably wouldn't dare to think about his ambitions. This idea is crazy. Everyone who heard him would think he was crazy. But she didn't have any resistance in her heart. Deep down in her heart, she told her that she believed in Yun Zihan and was willing to go completely crazy with him. Yun Zihan was very happy to get Mushin Noa's consent. Financial shopping mall. Inside the LVV store, customers were bustling about. Shui Pan had nothing to do, so she leaned against the counter in a daze. There are very few guests today. Babble. Suddenly, a handsome man and a beautiful woman appeared at the door, and they seemed to want to enter the store. She trotted forward hastily. I was more and more surprised. This girl is so beautiful. I really envy her. I wish I could be as beautiful as her. And welcome. N. The people who came were Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa. After they finished their meal, they saw that it was still early, so Yun Zihan suggested going to buy a few sets of clothes and asked Mushin Noa to help him with advice. The first store was LVV. Yun Zihan saw that Mushin Noa was carrying a bag of this brand, so he walked in directly. She is working for me now, so as her boss it wouldn't be too much to give her a little gift. And recommend some clothes and bags. N. Yun Zihan said. Shui Pan's eyes lit up and she thought she had met a noble person. I can get several thousand yuan in commission for a set of clothes. If I can successfully recommend a few sets of clothes and bags today, I will be rich. He immediately excitedly took Mushin Noa to see the styles. Yang Ru is also a shopping guide here. She just sent a couple of customers away. The woman liked a bag very much, which cost only more than 40,000 yuan. But the man thought it was too expensive and refused to pay, acting like a big boss. Snort. You wasted more than half an hour of my time and my mouth is watering. If you can't afford it, don't come. She turned her eyes and suddenly saw a boy in cheap clothes standing next to the counter. She immediately yelled, and who are you? Get out now and see clearly where you are. N. Yun Zihan was playing with his phone when he saw a man approaching him aggressively, pushing him with his hands, and said unhappily, and don't touch me. N. Yang Ru's face was full of contempt as she said, and LVV, you know what? I think you are just a bumpkin. A bag costs tens of thousands of dollars. Can you afford it? What are you looking at, N? Hearing Yang Ru's sharp voice, some passers-by and staff nearby also gathered around curiously. Some people with a strong sense of justice even pointed fingers at Yang Ru. And this shopping guide is so rude. N. And that's right. Others are not allowed to just come into the store and take a look. N. And it's normal to take a break after walking a long time. Why are you so mean, N? Hearing the discussions outside, Yang Ru's face became even uglier, but she did not restrain herself at all. Instead, she became even more vicious. And don't you understand? Get out, this place is not for bumpkins. N. Yan Ru relied on her relationship with the district manager and often acted arrogantly in the store. Other people in the store were angry but dared not speak out, as they were used to being bullied. When several shopping guides saw that Yang Ru failed to make a deal, they took out their anger on the boy, but they didn't dare to step forward to stop her. Otherwise, if Yang Ru just whispered something in her ear, they would lose their jobs. Yun Zihan frowned and looked at Yang Ru with disgust. And call your manager here. N. And you're just a country bumpkin and you're not worthy. And Yang Ru spat, almost on Yun Zihan. And who are you calling a bumpkin, N? Mushin Noa was trying on clothes in the innermost part. When she heard the noise here, she came over and saw Yang Ru spitting at Yun Zihan. Instantly, she dropped the clothes in her hands, her face cold and full of anger. She said in a cold voice, and if he can be considered a bumpkin, then LVV is a beggar. N. N. Seeing such a beautiful girl stand up and speak, Yang Ru was jealous instinctively, and then sneered, and you don't know how awesome LVV is, do you? And your clothes are not cheap and you look like a fairy. Are you a mistress? And Yang Ru said with a scornful smile. Pa! Mushin Noa's face was as cold as ice and he slapped Yang Ru on the face. The slap was crisp and loud. The onlookers were watching with great interest. This beautiful girl who suddenly appeared was not only pretty, but also had an eye-catching figure. Women are jealous and men are greedy. This slap scared them as well. So fierce. Mushin Noa slapped her in the face, leaving a red palm print on her distorted face. Yang Ru opened her claws like a mad dog and scratched at Mushin Noa's face. Upon seeing this, Yun Zihan jumped up and gave a flying kick, directly kicking Yang Ru away, knocking over 3 rows of clothing display racks. Yang Ru lay on the ground, wailing, and oh my god, She roared with hatred, and just wait for me. N. Chapter 17, The Bumpkin and the Mistress. Lu Longbao is in his early 30s. He is very capable and is very popular with his superiors. He became the regional manager of the LVV area at a young age. He also has his own way with women, often going around various specialty stores, where his stories and wine can be found everywhere. Today he was having dinner near the Financial International Shopping Center. After dinner, he remembered that there was a woman there, so he came over and asked her to go to the gym. Park your car in the underground garage. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a silver-gray super sports car shining in the dim light. He couldn't help but walk up and touch the hood of the supercar. The material was so comfortable that he envied it. The cell phone rang. What a coincidence. Just when I was about to look for her, she came. And brother Bo, woo-woo, please come to the store quickly. I was beaten. And picking up the phone, Yang Ru said crying. And right away. N. A lot of people gathered at the entrance of LVV, and Lu Longbao finally squeezed in. As soon as I came in, I saw a very beautiful girl standing in front of Yang Ru. Yang Ru immediately pointed at Yun Zihan and the other man and shouted, and brother Bao, it was this bumpkin and this mistress who beat me up. N. Lu Longbao looked at Yun Zihan, who looked shabby, then looked at Mushin Noa and said with a sinister smile, and lady, let's talk about your problem later. I'll deal with this kid first. N. Damn. She is so beautiful yet she becomes a mistress. I'm so happy that you won't accompany me today. N kid, pay me 100,000 and I'll let you go. N. Yun Zihan simply ignored this kind of people and said calmly, and so what if you don't compensate? This is how you treat your customers. N. Lu Longbao smiled and said, and we will naturally treat our customers like gods. As for poor people like you, we will naturally chase you out. Don't let them affect the mood of our distinguished guests. N. After a pause, he deliberately said, and it's okay not to compensate. See that bag? If you buy it, you will be our customer, so there will be no problem. N. Lu Longbao pointed at a limited edition red bag. He was sure Yun Zihan couldn't afford it, so he just said it to make fun of him. There was a sharp-eyed person in the crowd who immediately read out the price. "En, I guess, that bag is 480,000.N. And isn't this clearly embarrassing, N? And it's really a big store that bullies customers.Un. That's too much," someone said angrily. Lu Longbao knows the psychology of these people. It's just that the grapes are sour because they can't be eaten. It's obvious that these people are just here to join in the fun. Since LVV is defined as a luxury brand, it naturally has its own customer base. So what if it offends people like these? In the eyes of truly rich people, they don't care even if they do this, because they simply don't look at these low-level people in the eye. Yun Zihan said, and said to Mushin Noa, "And Noa, do you like the dress you tried on just now, N?" Mushin Noa couldn't figure out what Yun Zihan was going to do, but when she saw Yun Zihan's strange look, she still said truthfully, "En, I don't like it.N. And except the one you just mentioned, pack up all the others for me. All the clothes should be packed into bags. And Yun Zihan waved his hand. What? Lu Longbao was stunned, Mushin Noa was stunned, all the shopping guides and onlookers were stunned. Did I hear it right? He meant he bought them all. Does he really not know what LVV stands for? Any random piece of clothing or bag costs tens of thousands, and some are even more expensive, costing hundreds of thousands. He must be joking. "And you country bumpkin, how dare you tease brother Bao. And Yang Ru jumped up and shouted. Yun Zihan ignored her and pointed at Shui Pan and said, "And you are responsible for installing everything for me immediately, and I will calculate the total price.Un. Ina.N. Shui Pan was standing aside with a resentful look on her face. She was very angry at Yang Ru's behavior. She had ruined all her chances to make money. You can basically tell whether a person is rich or not by looking at his appearance, temperament, and skin. Although it is not completely correct, it is pretty close. That pretty girl looks like a rich person." After hearing Yun Zihan's order, he packed up everything in the store. Her brain short-circuited instantly and she was extremely stunned. Really? Seeing Yun Zihan nod, she was ecstatic and quickly calculated the prices. And there's no need to do this. And only Mushin Noa knew that he really wanted to buy it. How could a man who could drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions be short of this little money? Moreover, the goal he just told her about, if all the money needed was deployed, it would be enough to cover the sky and the sun. She knew that Yun Zihan was doing this to vent his anger and to find trouble for himself. But there is absolutely no need for such extravagance. And after all, you are mine now, how can I let you suffer any grievances? Today I will make these two dogs who look down on others open their eyes and see how a country bumpkin like me buys things. And Yun Zihan said domineeringly. And so domineering, happy even though you know you are just trying to tease me.N. And hey, this boy is crazy.N. In the crowd, some were admiring, while others were shaking their heads. Lu Longbao didn't say anything. He wanted to see what tricks Yun Zihan could play. Mushin Noa's heart was pounding. Although she knew that Yun Zihan was talking about his people who meant to help him manage the business. But she couldn't help but feel excited. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? She didn't know how to answer for a moment and remained silent and shy. At the counter, Shui Pan, who had been busy calculating the bills, raised his head and stammered, "Ana, a total of 7,680,000.N. A rough calculation. 7.68 million. According to the regulations, she could get hundreds of thousands or even millions. She felt dizzy. Yun Zihan waved his hand, "En pay with fingerprint.N. Everyone waited quietly. See how he steps down. And 7.68 million has been paid.N. The cash register in the store suddenly rang in the quiet environment. Ignite all the atmosphere. Everyone gasped. And it's true. He really bought it.N. And these people are about to cry. The person they look down upon turns out to be a low-key wealthy man.N. Yang Ru's eyes were dazed, and she kept saying, "And this is impossible.N." Lu Longbao also looked at Yun Zihan in shock. This country bumpkin actually did it. What should he do? He was thinking about how to deal with this matter. He couldn't afford to offend a tycoon of this level. If he just called the headquarters to complain, he would be finished. He heard Yang Ru's chanting voice in his ears, and he suddenly felt disgusted. It's all this stinky woman's fault. Rough. Pa. Lu Longbao stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Ru hard. His expression changed so quickly. Then he hurriedly said to Yun Zihan and brother, it's all because of this woman who fanned the flames and caused unnecessary misunderstandings. I will fire her immediately. Do you think we can just let it go, N? And brother Bao, why did you hit me? And Yang Ru cried, tears streaming down her face. And shut up, that's how you treat our guests, you are fired. N. And you, and Yang Ru was sad and angry, pointing at Lu Longbao and unable to speak. This reverses. It was quite dramatic for the onlookers. Just call it a movie. Yun Zihan had no intention of letting him go, so he called Yang Kong directly to ask him to handle the matter and asked him to meet him tomorrow to discuss the matter. When Lu Longbao heard what Yun Zihan said on the phone, he fell to his knees and said, "And please let me go." N. Yun Zi gave him a cold look. In N. Everyone saw Lu Longbao's despicable side. It's very satisfying. Yun Zihan asked Shui Panpan to arrange door-to-door delivery, and then took the shy Mushin Noa out. People consciously gave way. Sir, please come in. Chapter 18 Followers. Yun Zihan held her slender hand in his. Mushin Noa only felt her face getting hot and her palms were sweating. Yun Zihan pulled her hand away for a distance before she pulled it away in panic. Her cheeks were flushed and she walked silently beside Yun Zihan, not daring to look directly at him. Yun Zihan didn't say anything either. It was also his first time holding hands with a girl. Although he was with Lu Yu before, every time he wanted to hold her hand, she would pretend to avoid him unintentionally. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, he was actually very panicked inside. He enjoyed the feeling of holding hands, but was also worried that Mushin Noa would be angry. And let's go with this one. And Yun Zihan shifted his attention and said while looking at the DG store on the side. Mushin Noa lowered her head slightly and hummed in a voice as soft as a mosquito. This time the consumption went smoothly and I didn't meet any weird people. Under the shocked eyes of the shopping guide, Yun Zihan paid hundreds of thousands again. Yun Zihan's temperament instantly soared as he changed into a new set of clothes. The waiters were stunned. After the buffer of buying clothes, the subtle atmosphere between the two of them became more lively. Mushin Noa smiled with satisfaction. The clothes she had picked for him really looked good on him. When the two of them walked together, everyone they met looked at them sideways. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. 100% return rate. After getting out of the elevator, Yun Zihan frowned. Why is there someone leaning next to my car? Come closer and take a look. It turned out to be Lu Longbao. I saw him leaning against the front of the car with a dejected look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. And get away from here. And Yun Zihan cursed, waking Lu Longbao up. And fuck you, and he subconsciously wanted to curse back, but was horrified to find that the person who spoke was the rich man whom he had just called a bumpkin. Although he was wearing different clothes, he recognized him at a glance and quickly held his mouth. Then he looked in disbelief as Yun Zihan and the super beauty opened the car door and got in. Oh shit. I knew he was driving this car. I'd have to have been kicked in the head by a donkey to talk to him like that. The more I think about it, the angrier I get and the more regretful I become. He ran over and pressed against the car door, begging, and please let me go, I was wrong. Enroll, N. Yun Zihan pushed Lu Longbao casually, but Lu Longbao couldn't withstand his force at all. He stepped back and crashed into the car behind him. He walked away in Lu Longbao's desperate eyes. Return to the villa. It's time for treatment again. At the beginning, Mushin Noa was still very resistant. Her eyes are blurred and she is charming and seductive. Just when she was about to lose herself, the treatment finally ended. Two fiery eyes met. Mushin Noa's pretty face flushed, she quickly wrapped her clothes around herself and ran upstairs. How embarrassing. For a moment, she actually forgot that she was only paying attention to what was in front of her and ignored what was behind her. Yun Zihan stared in amazement. Mushin Noa shyly fled into the bedroom. N. The moment she dropped her clothes, she realized her own attire and the posture she had taken when going up the stairs. He must have seen it. So embarrassing. Sob. Ending, Mushin Noa's loyalty has reached 90, follower plus 1. End note, the maximum value of loyalty is 100. If it exceeds 90, it means that the follower is loyal to the host and has no second thoughts. If the follower's loyalty drops below 90, the system will remind the host. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, 2 low strength, no division. Physical fitness, 20+. Divine quality, 18+. Upgrade points, 0. Followers, 1. Skill, ghostly 18 needles. Money. The moment Yunzi heard the system voice, he was stunned. So this is what followers mean. Mushin Noa actually recognizes me so much now? I felt secretly delighted. Unexpectedly, one day, the goddess who I once dared not even look at has now become my loyal follower. This world is really wonderful. The next day, Yun Zihan told Mushin Noa that he had something to discuss today, so neither of them went to school. Noon. The villa doorbell rang. After opening the door, Yan Yangcho walked in alone with a large black handbag. Seeing that there was another incredibly beautiful girl in the villa besides Yun Zihan, he immediately gave Yun Zihan a look that said you understand. Yun Zihan patted his head, motioned Yan Yangcho to sit down, and said straight to the point, and Boss Yang, her name is Mushin Noa. You will connect with her for all the businesses. She represents me with full authority. Young Master Yun is really courageous. He has entrusted all these assets to this girl. There was also a hint of shame in her eyes when she looked at Yin Xiao. Yang Yangcho made up his mind. They have a very special relationship. He smiled at Mushin Noa and said, NMS. Mu, nice to meet you. I will now tell you the general situation. And currently, your company under the name of Young Master Yun has a market value of 26 million. The companies it is acquiring include Formula Group, Yute Technology Company, Jinglong Group, and Huafei Cosmetics Company, N. As Yan Yangcho named the companies he was acquiring one by one, even though Mushin Noa was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. The names of some companies are almost household names in Linhai. Even though she is not a native of Linhai, she has heard a lot about them in the 3 years in Linhai. Yang Yangcho continued, and after a day of research, the total market value of these companies is about 36 billion. As long as the funds are in place, we can make a move at any time. After listening to Yang Yangcho's words, Mushin Noa began to believe that Yun Zihan's goal might not be a joke. Yun Zihan told her that he wanted to become the largest chaebol in the world. And this is just the beginning, with plans worth tens of billions of dollars. At this moment, she believed that Yun Zihan would be the person who changed her life. Maybe you can really live for yourself. Take happiness into your own hands. Being born into a wealthy family, there are many things that are beyond your control. However, she believes that her family will change their minds soon. Thinking of this, Mushin Noa was excited and very happy. And the funds will be in place soon. Shin Noa will register an investment company. We must have full control of the company, and all employee benefits will be increased by at least 5 times compared to before. Yun Zihan only has one request. Spend money. It doesn't matter whether the company makes money or not. Now there is someone to do these things for me, and it is enough to help me consume quickly. Seeing Yun Zihan suddenly exuding a kingly aura, Yang Yangcho was shocked and immediately stood up and said, Young Master Yun, I am willing to follow your lead and obey your orders in everything. From now on, I will be your pioneer. I only ask you to take me in. Ending, Yang Yangcho's loyalty has reached 90, follower plus 1. After hearing the system prompt, Yun Zihan finally felt completely relieved about Yang Yangcho. Another capable assistant. Chapter 19 Establishing a company and taking action. Because of Yang Yangcho's relationship, Mushin Noa quickly registered the investment company. According to Yun Zihan's idea, the company's name is Yunwei Investment. After the company was established, Yun Zihan directly transferred 100 billion to the company's account. Yang Yangcho was so shocked that he fell to the ground, and Mushin Noa was also stunned. Then Yun Zihan instructed Yang Yangcho to be responsible for the acquisition, and Mushin Noa to be responsible for the company's office building and personnel recruitment. In the villa, Yun Zihan's phone suddenly rang. And hey, Shin Noa. En Zihan, the location of the office building has been chosen. It's on the 58th floor of Building 3 of Lujiawan Financial Building. What do you think, N? Mushin Noa was standing in the building. She had just negotiated the rent preliminarily. 20 million a year, she thought it was suitable. This is the most prosperous area in the entire Linhai. This building is right by the river and you can enjoy the beautiful river view by opening the window. And well, for small matters like this in the future, you can just make the decision directly. How is the recruitment going? And Yun Zihan lay leisurely on the sofa, with nothing to do. And the company offers such good benefits that all kinds of talents are vying for the position. We filled up the position in just one morning. It's great to have a boss like you.N. When it comes to recruitment, Mushin Noa thinks of the benefits Yun Zihan set for the company. It is the only one of its kind in the country. The basic salary for each position is 5 times higher than the industry average, and if a successful investment business is handled, a 10% commission can be obtained. Every month the company organizes a trip for all employees, and the accommodation standard is at least 5-star. There are also various other holiday benefits. With such treatment, there is no need to worry about not being able to recruit people. Moreover, Mushin Noa picked and chose, trying to select the best people. Yun Zihan gave her an annual salary of 100 million yuan, which would increase by 100 million yuan every year. He is so good to himself. I must do my best in my job. Mushin Noa swore secretly. What she didn't know was that if Yun Zihan wasn't afraid of the system deducting points, he would have given her 1 trillion a year. Anyway, Yun Zihan has as much money as he wants. Everything went according to plan. The Linhai business district has been extremely bustling these past 2 days. Many bosses of listed companies are privately discussing a company called Yunwei Investment and are trying to find out the details of this company. However, very little information was found out. This company had just been established, and we only knew that the legal representative was a man named Yun Zihan, and currently all activities were carried out through Yan Yangcho. After its establishment, it began to acquire enterprises in Linhai, covering various industries. It has spent tens of billions of dollars in one go and is acquiring several companies, led by the Formula One Group. Yan Yangcho's net worth was close to 10 billion yuan, and he was also a well-known figure in Linhai. Although he could not compare with the top group of people, he was still better than most people. Some bosses of listed companies who are familiar with Yan Yangcho also called him to find out what he was doing. During this period, Yan Yangcho has been very popular. In the past, everyone was just an acquaintance of his. Even some people who looked down on him have been deliberately trying to please him recently, as if to please him. This made Yan Yangcho very satisfied. It is right to follow young Master Yun. He also knew Yun Xiao's real name, Yun Zihan. This also surprised Yan Yangcho for a long time. He once thought that Yun Zihan was his elder and he was just a beloved younger generation. Unexpectedly, he was Yun Zihan himself. Despite being so young, he already possesses financial resources that rival that of a country, and more importantly, he has real cash flow. When you say a person is rich, a lot of it may be fixed assets. If he has tens of millions of dollars that he can use immediately, he is considered very rich. But young Master Yun actually allocated 100 billion yuan. He said that the money was all his, but Yan Yangcho would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. The power behind Yun Zihan became even more mysterious in his eyes. Some people wanted to find out more from him, but they had no idea that even Yan Yangcho himself couldn't figure it out. It wasn't too long since I hung up the phone with Mushin Noa. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Yun Zihan's mind. Ending, spend 40.6 billion and get 4,060 upgrade points.N. It seems that Yan Yangcho has completed the acquisition. The points suddenly increased by 40-60 points. Yun Zihan, who had been waiting for this day for a long time, couldn't wait to take action immediately. Physical fitness, 30. Constitution, 50. Physical fitness, 70. As his physical condition improved, Yun Zihan felt hotter and hotter all over. He could even feel that his muscles and bones had grown bigger. He was so exhausted that he felt extremely uncomfortable. Constitution, 100. Ending, unable to improve further, need to improve divine quality first.N. After raising his physical fitness to 100, Yun Zihan continued to click a few more times, but there was still no change. If it weren't for the system prompt, he would have thought the system had crashed. It turns out that one needs to improve one's divine quality as well. Yun Zihan's divine quality is still the initial value of 18. He just hit the divine nature hard. Divine quality 30. Divine quality 60. Yun Zihan's 6 senses became more acute as their values increased. The most intuitive thing is that the binoculars can clearly see farther away, just like a high-definition camera magnifying. The ears can also hear sounds at greater distances. Divine quality 100. Ending, the host has completed the first stage of upgrade, and the system will be upgraded and converted.N. Suddenly, the system panel in my mind disappeared. Yun Zihan tried several times but still failed to wake up the system. A foul smell similar to that of rotten eggs emanated, and Yun Zihan felt his entire body was greasy, with some black water stains seeping out of his clothes. It smells just awful. He covered his nose and hurried into the bathroom. At this time, in a fancy coffee shop, Fong Zhe sat with his head slightly lowered. Sitting opposite him was a young man in his 20s, with his legs crossed, looking at Fong Zhe arrogantly with cold eyes. And you said it was done by someone behind Yang Yangcho and Master Wang. The current Yunwei investment is owned by Yang Yangcho, and the guy who spent hundreds of millions at the auction is a member of the Yun family. And this Yun family that suddenly appeared, could it be the Yun family in Kyoto? And Wang Xiyuan muttered. In just a few days, Fong Zhe was sidelined and all the other shares in the company were taken away by Yunwei, so he had to give up his shares. Doing this is equivalent to slapping the Wang family in the face. Everyone who is prominent in Linhai knows the Wang family behind Fong Zhe. The Wang family is a wealthy family in Linhai and owns many companies, Fangcheng is one of them. Even Zhang Tianbia was not too willing to face the existence of hard steel. Now someone actually dared to challenge the Wang family in front of Quan Linhai. The Wang family must give an explanation. Wang Xiyuan picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip and said, and spread the word and asked the people behind Yang Yangcho to come to my Wang family tomorrow with gifts to apologize. Fong Zhe's body trembled, and he immediately replied, "And okay, Master Wang. Now that the Wang family has taken action, let us see how long you, Yang Yangcho, can continue to be so rampant." This way. Yun Zihan came out of the shower. The system is also completed. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, early stage of mortal realm. Physical fitness, 100+. Divine quality, 100+. Upgrade points, 38. Followers, 2. And the system has entered the second stage. Consume 1 billion to gain 1 upgrade point. The original upgrade points have been automatically converted. Chapter 20 Buying a car. The early stage of the mortal realm. Yun Zihan looked at the strength displayed on the realm bar and remained silent. What is this realm? Since there is an early stage, there must be a later stage. What will happen after that? Yun Zihan was full of doubts. After the 2 items were upgraded to 100, the system changed and obtaining upgrade points required more huge consumption. Before, you could get 1 point with 10 million, but now you have to get 1 point with 1 billion. I don't know how many times it has increased. He silently felt the changes in his current strength. He threw a powerful punch. A strong gust of wind actually emerged and wrapped around the fist. In bump.n. His fist punched a hole in the ground, and gravel was scattered everywhere. Good job. It was so strong, and I didn't even feel any pain in my hands. I don't know if I can withstand the bullets now. If he could beat 10 ordinary people by himself before the upgrade, now he is confident that he can beat 100 without any problem. Maybe this world is not as simple as you think. This was the first time Yun Zihan had this thought. Since the realm strength exists, it is very likely that others have also reached it. I rely on the system, but what about others? It seems that I still need to pay attention to this aspect in the future. Afternoon. Yun Zihan drove his supercar to the largest new car dealership in Linhai alone. He planned to buy a batch of more cars for the company. The people who can appear here are either the staff of the 4S store or the customers who come to buy cars. Everyone has a certain understanding of cars. When the Lamborghini roared in, everyone knew it was a very expensive sports car as soon as they saw the logo. Many people have never seen such a high-end sports car in their lives. The moment Yun Zihan stopped, a large group of people surrounded him. They were all attracted by this car and looked at Yun Zihan with envy. He is handsome and rich. And still young. Yun Zihan's image immediately elevated in the eyes of women, and he became the dream lover of the Prince Charming. If he was willing to speak, they would flock to him, without having to think about tomorrow, just today. They only dare to tease with their eyes, but do not have the courage to approach and chat. Zhu Chuyao is a salesperson in this 4S store. She just got this job a few days ago because her uncle knows the owner of this store. I have been working for a few days and haven't sold a single car. Zhu Chuyao has a charming and beautiful appearance, with a pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes. Although they are phoenix eyes, they are not small. Many customers who saw her thought that this woman's eyes were very alluring and full of temptation, and that she must be a slut. It's not that she didn't receive any customers, but many of them had unreasonable demands that were disgusting, and she would just curse at them directly. This also meant that she had only been on the job for a few days, but the number of complaints she received ranked first in the entire store. The store manager has talked to her several times, and she has argued every time. She only cursed because the customers were vulgar. If it weren't for her boss, she might have been fired long ago. Although she was in a bad mood, she still worked diligently. Seeing Yun Zihan getting out of the car, she stepped forward with a professional smile and said, "And hello sir, are you here to see the car or do maintenance?" And when Yun Zihan saw Fu Guang, he was also in a trance for a moment. This woman's eyes are so alluring. Just one glance, and the charm lasts for 1,000 years. Mushin Noa gives people the feeling of being an immortal. Then she is a demon. The two have completely different temperaments, but both are one in a million beauties. Because he was often with Mushin Noa, Yun Zihan quickly calmed down. "Take me to see the most expensive car." Ina.n. Fu Guang was stunned when she heard Yun Zihan's answer. Generally, when customers come to look at cars, they have a favorite car in mind, one or several models, or a certain brand of car, and then they ask the salesperson to take them to see the actual car. How could he not look at the car model and directly look at the most expensive one? Since the customer asked for it, she smiled and led Yun Zihan towards the exhibition area. There happened to be a limited edition supercar on display in the store, the price of which could only be described as astronomical. Perhaps the owner had never thought of selling it, and was just using it as a gimmick to attract traffic. At this time, the limited edition supercar exhibition area had been surrounded by people inside and outside. Everyone was commenting on the supercars on display. "This looks great. Black looks very domineering. I wonder how much a wheel is worth." As everyone was admiring the products, they saw a young man in his 20s hugging a woman and being brought to the booth very respectfully by the sales staff. And who are these people? How could they run in there, and the man's name seemed to be Luo something.n. And Luo Yuku, the young master of Yudo Group.n. And yes, is he going to buy this car? And given his family's strength, it should be the case. He is really a rich man.n. And well, we can only watch.n. The voices of these people chatting were neither loud nor soft, just like normal conversation. Luo Yuku, who was standing in the middle, of course also heard their comments, and his inner vanity was infinitely satisfied. The woman next to Luo Yuku also heard their conversation, and her arms around Luo Yuku tightened a little. "And Mr. Luo, this is Bugatti's latest limited edition supercar, limited to 40 units. It just arrived here last week. The entire car is made of carbon fiber, yen." The salesperson introduced the basic information of the supercar and Luo Yuku nodded repeatedly. "Really good. And the price is only 130 million.n. When the salesperson announced the price of the supercar, the customers watching couldn't help but exclaim. They knew it was expensive, but they didn't expect it to be so expensive. The woman next to Luo Yuku couldn't help but open her mouth wide, feeling excited. "This car is so expensive. I didn't expect that I could catch such a rich guy. If my best friends knew about this, they would be so jealous of me, haha." After hearing the price, Luo Yuku couldn't help but frown. He really wanted to buy this car, but the price was a bit beyond his budget. And I like this car very much, but can you give me a better price? After all, I have bought a lot of cars here.n. Fu Guang happened to bring Yun Zihan here as well. Yun Zihan was attracted by the appearance of the car at first sight. He pushed through the crowd and walked into the booth. Fu Guang was so scared that she hurriedly followed. "I want this car." Fu Guang was a little panicked. Could he have been sent by other 4S stores to cause trouble? She couldn't believe her ears. She hadn't even started to introduce the car yet, and he definitely didn't know the price, but he just said he wanted the car. Other customers were confused. Who is this man who suddenly appears? Are there so many rich people now? Sorry country, we are the ones who are holding back. I can't even afford a fucking wheel. And sir, let me tell you the price first. Fu Guang quickly added, hoping that Yun Zihan could stay calm and not be embarrassed because he couldn't afford it later. "And who are you?" "This car has been reserved by me." And Luo Yuku looked at Yun Zihan who was walking towards him with an unfriendly look. "And how come you booked it?" And Yun Zihan replied. He also heard what Luo Yuku said when he came over just now. Besides, even if the deal is done, as long as he hasn't paid, he can still compete fairly. I just told him that I like this car very much.N. And yeah, ask the people standing next to you if they like it.N. Hearing Yun Zihan pulling those onlookers in as well, Luo Yuku was a little confused. And what do you mean, Lun? And look, everyone likes it. Liking it doesn't mean buying it, so why can't I buy it, N? And don't be ungrateful. No one dares to snatch the car that I, Luo Yuku, like from myself.N. And I want this car today. You can do whatever you want with it, ma'am. Please arrange it for me right away.N. Yun Zihan was not afraid of Luo Yuku's sinister look at all, and asked Zhuo Chuyao, who was still in a daze, to arrange the car purchase contract. Luo Yuku's face was gloomy and he asked the staff to call the boss over immediately. The boss here didn't dare to ignore him. He wanted to humiliate Yun Zihan severely. Chapter 21. It's just a car, I'll give it to you. When Wang Peng learned that Luo Yuku had a conflict with others in his store, he hurried over. When the staff saw him come in, they all respectfully called him Mr. Wang. Wang Peng was not in a good mood. He walked towards the exhibition area with a stern face and without saying a word. Wang Peng squeezed in from the crowd, looked at Luo Yuku apologetically and said, "And Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry for the neglect.N." Seeing Wang Peng sweating profusely, Luo Yuku sneered for no reason. "And the car I liked was snatched away by someone else, and your staff didn't stop it. Do you, Mr. Wang, look down on me, N? And what are you talking about, Master Luo? I came here right after I found out about it. How dare I neglect you, N?" Wang Peng was extremely nervous. Although his store was the largest 4S store in Linhai, he was able to make it big thanks to Luo Yufeng. Just one word from Luo Yufeng could make him lose everything. How could he not be nervous? Now that Luo Xiao has suffered a loss here, he must not bear a grudge against me. Seeing Zhuo Chuyao and a young man standing opposite Luo Yuku, Wang Peng's face changed immediately, and he immediately guessed that the person who had a conflict with Luo Xiao was this young man. "And it's you again, Zhuo Chuyao. Manager Zhang told me about your problems, and I told you that you needed time to get familiar with the situation. Now it seems that you are simply unresponsive and you are acting like a jerk all day long. You should leave right now. I will talk to Zhuo Jia myself.N. Zhuo Chuyao has never been quiet since she started working. So what if she has to accompany customers? It's all normal. Why should she be angry? She's not some young lady." Now he brought people to offend Luo Xiao again. Wang Peng became more and more angry and pointed at Yun Zihan and cursed, "And you little bastard, why did you want to rob the car that Luo Xiao liked? Who are you? I'm telling you, don't even think about getting this car today.N." Seeing Wang Peng's performance, Luo Yuku was not so angry anymore. The woman next to him was even more dazzled than her but was raised to the sky. Being insulted by Wang Peng in front of so many people, Zhuo Chuyafeng had tears in her eyes and felt very wronged. "You can blame yourself for this. I quit. And you are ill.Un." After Zhuo Chuyao finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves, turned around and wanted to leave. Yun Zihan quickly grabbed Zhuo Chuyao's hand and said, "And wait a minute, I have to buy this car from you.N. And haha, let me see how you buy it.And Luo Yuku laughed and looked at Yun Zihan with contempt. Even other customers couldn't stand it anymore. And this young man is so tactless. Even the boss has to flatter Luo Xiao, but he still doesn't know when to stop.N. And I don't know what he was thinking. How could he buy the car when his boss said so, N? Yun Zihan suddenly asked, "And who are you, Un?" Luo Yuku, who was laughing wildly, saw Yun Zihan asking about his identity, and said proudly, "And Luo Yufeng of Yuda Group is my father.N." Yun Zihan nodded, took out his cell phone and whispered something. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone and looked at Luo Yuku with a playful look in his eyes, saying jokingly, "And Mr. Luo, wait quietly.N." No one believed what Yun Zihan could do in just these 2 minutes of phone call, and they were all waiting curiously. Ending ling ling.N. As expected, Luo Yuku's cell phone rang, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking it couldn't be such a coincidence. As soon as the phone was turned on, everyone heard a middle-aged man's angry roar coming out quickly. "And you beast, who the hell did you offend outside? Now my company is gone, you'd better not come home, or I'll beat you to death if you come back.N." And beep, beep, beep.N. Without giving Luo Yuku a chance to speak, the call was disconnected. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked speechless. Luo Yuku was at a loss and looked panicked. Yun Zihan's smile at this moment was as terrifying as a devil. And who are you? You can't do this. In Luo Yuku's eyes were as big as a cow, pointing at Yun Zihan in horror. Yun Zihan smiled and asked Wang Peng, who was also stunned, and do you want to sell this car? Ansel, sell, sell. And Wang Peng nodded quickly and kept shouting. I dare not sell it. Even Luo Yufeng was killed by this young man in just a few minutes. He knows his own weight. Zhuo Chuyao stared at Yun Zihan in surprise, finding it hard to imagine that such a dramatic turn of events was all because of this young boy. How powerful is he to be able to bring down someone even the boss fears? At this time, the woman next to Luo Yuku suddenly pulled her hand away and said coldly to Luo Yuku, I am leaving first.N. Then he walked up to Yun Zihan with a playful look in his eyes, deliberately straightened his bear, and said, and little brother, can we be friends? And Luo Yuku's flaws were about to burst, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said angrily, and bitch.N. Yun Zi said coldly, and go away.N. He would not even look at this kind of woman even if she was very beautiful. Now, he could find any woman he wanted. Soon, all the procedures for Bugatti were completed, the temporary license plate had been processed, and now it was ready to hit the road. Ending, spending 130 million, upgrade point progress 1.310.N. Yun Zihan waved his hand and asked Zhuo Chuyao, who was still in a daze, to get in the car. Zhuo Chuyao felt like she was dreaming when she suddenly became a multi-millionaire. As soon as the deal was done, Wang Peng gave the commission to herself immediately and said that he would give her a promotion and a raise. In Zhuo Chuyao's heart, even if she was asked to be the store manager now, she would not go back. Compared with those disgusting customers, Wang Peng is not much better. After getting in the car, she looked at Yun Zihan gratefully. And my name is Zhuo Chuyao, thank you for today, what's your name? And Yun Zihan, who was driving, smiled and said, and Zhuo Chuyao, it's a nice name. I'm Yun Zihan.N. And you did a great job today.N. Zhuo Chuyao clenched her fists and felt relieved when she saw the embarrassed faces of those people. And come with me to buy a few more cars.N. And oh, I want to buy more. Okay.N. Zhuo Chuyao was a little caught off guard. She had just bought a supercar worth more than 100 million yuan, and now she had to buy another car. She really doesn't understand the world of rich people. Since I've lost my job anyway, it might be a good idea to go and have a look. I think he's a nice guy. The two came to another 4S store not far away. Enter the lobby after being greeted by the sales staff. There are hundreds of new cars of all types displayed in the hall. Yun Zihan went straight past the low-end cars and came to the high-end luxury brand area. And wow, this car is really nice.N. Zhuo Chuyao ran to a red Ferrari and screamed. Yun Zihan walked over and saw a Ferrari. The selling price is 42.88 million. And do you like this car? And Yun Zihan asked. And what's the point of liking it if you can't afford it? And Zhuo Chuyao said disappointedly. And it's just a car, I'll give it to you. And Yun Zihan said domineeringly. And you, what did you say, N? Then, Yun Zihan signed the car purchase contract in her shocked eyes. And your boyfriend is so nice to you. And the salesperson said with an envious smile. Although he could get a hefty fee for this order, he was more envious of his boyfriend who could just give him a Lafayette. I just hate that I'm not a woman. Zhuo Chuyao's eyes were filled with shyness, and her head was slightly lowered. Could it be that he is interested in me? Otherwise, why would he give himself a car worth tens of millions for no reason? What if he makes any excessive demands? Would it hurt his feelings if I refused? So conflicted. Chapter 22, Emotion. Yun Zihan had no idea of Zhuo Chuyao's inner struggle at the moment, he was just simply consuming. After signing the contract, I went to look at other cars. I bought this one. The salesperson looked at Yun Zihan in shock as he casually pointed at the only bulletproof version of Carlman King in the store. I bought this one. Another extended version of Curry. I bought it. I bought it. The salesperson could no longer remember how many luxury cars Yun Zihan had bought. He followed behind him in a daze like a zombie, his hands constantly recording. He was so shocked by Yun Zihan's ferocious attack that he was speechless. Other people in the store, including the general manager, were attracted by the noise. After understanding the situation, they were all shocked by Yun Zihan's heroism. This local tyrant is no ordinary tyrant. And let's buy these first and calculate how much they cost. And Yun Zihan walked around and found that there was no car he wanted to buy. That's all for now. The word "inferson" hit everyone's heart hard. The general manager personally went out to settle the accounts, looking at the models recorded in the notebook: Carmen, Curran, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Koenigsegg. And there are 13 cars in total, with a total value of $160 million. And although the general manager has experienced many ups and downs, he still looks a little nervous at this moment. This is just the sales volume in just a short period of time, but it has already caught up with the total amount of the previous few months. Ending, spending $160 million, upgrade point progress 2.910. And it's just this little. It's really tiring to spend money. Yun Zihan sighed. After all this trouble, I can't even spend a single upgrade point. It's really a hot dog. Hearing Yun Zihan's mean words. If they weren't afraid of him, everyone would have wanted to punch him. What do you mean it's just this little? What a tiring it is to spend money. If you feel tired, give it to me. I am not afraid of being tired. It was not until the transaction was completed and Zhuochuya was pulled out of the 4S store by Yun Zihan that she came to her senses. And how can you be so rich? Zhuochuya muttered. And drive back by yourself. I will contact you tomorrow and give you a job. After exchanging phone numbers with Zhuochuya, Yun Zihan said this and drove home. People have been arranged for other newly purchased cars, including the Lamborghini he drove, and they will deliver them directly once the location is confirmed. Listening to Yun Zihan's unquestionable tone, Zhuochuya sat in the red Ferrari in a daze, feeling like she was in a dream. She started the car and drove carefully back to the community at a snail's pace. When I opened the door, two heads turned towards me while they were watching TV on the sofa. Who will be at this point? I saw Zhuochuya bending over and changing her shoes at the door. And Mom and Dad, I'm back. Zhuochuya shouted. Zhuoju nodded with a serious expression. Chen Lian suddenly thought of something, jumped up, pointed at Zhuochuya and started yelling, and why did you leave work so early today? Did you offend your boss again, N? And tell me what you think. I finally asked your uncle to find you a good job, but you are such a hopeless case. And look, it's been almost a year since you graduated, and every time you work, you're fired after just a few days, or you just give up and don't want to do it anymore. And for this job of yours, your dad had to endure so much disdain from your uncle's family, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to get you in. And I know that store. It's now the largest 4S store in Linhai. It makes a lot of money every month. Have you ever thought about making some money, N? And your brother Rehan's monthly tuition is also very expensive. We no longer have the financial strength to take care of you. You should reflect on this yourself. And if it doesn't work out, it would be good to find someone to marry. Before Zhuochuya even walked into the living room, Chen Lian had already started talking a lot. OK. Zhuojun shouted, stood up with a grim look on his face and went into the bedroom. Zhuochuya felt uncomfortable hearing her mother's blame. They only know that they can't stay in any job for long, but they don't know why. Never care about the reasons, just look at the results. In these jobs, either the leaders find all kinds of excuses to take advantage of you, or the clients want to work out with them. She was tired and wanted to tell them what happened today to make them happy. She was in no mood at all now. She dragged her tired body and closed the door without saying a word. I buried my head in the quilt and couldn't hold back my tears any longer. Yun Zihan drove his newly bought Bugatti back to the villa and looked at the garage thoughtfully. This place seems a bit too small. There's simply not enough space for the car. Buy an estate some other day. After entering the villa, I added all the remaining 38 points from the previous conversion to my physical fitness. 1 point in the second stage costs the same as 100 points in the first stage, and the improvement is more obvious. He added 38 points at one time, which almost made his body explode. He felt as if countless air currents were flowing wildly and rushing around in his body, and it took Yun Zihan a long time to recover. In the evening, Mushin Noa returned to the villa as usual. She has been busy with the renovation of her workplace recently and looks exhausted. As soon as I entered the house, I lay down on the sofa and relaxed tiredly. Yun Zihan came out of the room in a bathrobe. Seeing the haggard Mushin Noa, he felt guilty, and don't do everything yourself. I really don't care about the company. You've lost weight in the past few days. Mushin Noa was touched and felt that it was worth it no matter how hard it was. The better he treated her, the more she felt she should do it herself and help him do all these things, and not cause him trouble because of these little things. He said he didn't care about the company, but it's impossible for anyone not to care about these tens of billions of assets. I want to help you more. Mushin Noa fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes suddenly filled with charm. Her heart had unknowingly been occupied by Yun Zihan. At first because of his specialness. Then there is gratitude for the healing. As they got along recently, Yun Zihan became a gentle and considerate boy, taking great care of her. This kind of life was something she had never experienced before. Yun Zihan saw that Mushin Noa was in a daze and looked a little strange, so he sat down beside her gently. He raised his hand slightly and touched her forehead, saying with concern, "I thought you were sick." When he raised his hand, his thick muscles were firmly bulged out in the bathrobe, just exposed in front of Mushin Noa. His gentle and considerate words made Mushin Noa's mind confused. A strong masculine scent echoed in her nose. There was obsession and passion in her eyes as she looked at Yun Zihan. She twisted her body slightly and pressed against Yun Zihan's chest with joy and excitement. It's still a bit chilly at night. Yun Zihan didn't expect it to be so sudden. He went back to the room, got a blanket and covered her with it. He said affectionately, "I will make you the happiest woman in the world." Mushin Noa leaned softly on Yun Zihan's shoulder, "And because of you, I am so happy." The two chatted until late, and fell asleep in each other's arms after the treatment. Chapter 23 Sad Zhuo Chuyao. The sun is at noon. Yun Zihan woke up leisurely and found that there was no one beside him. Only the faint fragrance proves that all this is not a dream. A sudden surge of pride. The aloof campus beauty in college, someone he used to be so self-conscious about that he was embarrassed to even look at her. It actually belongs to me completely. A crazy night back in the room made them both completely fall. Because of his strong physique, Mushin Noa was defeated step by step, until she surrendered. Yun Zihan let her go reluctantly. After getting dressed, I received a call from an unknown number. "And hello, Yun Zihan, N." A strange voice said with a hint of pride. "And who are you, Un? And you don't need to know who I am. I just want to." And on the other end of the phone, Fong Zhe listened to the beeping tone with a gloomy face. "Damn." And hung up on me. "You'll be in trouble then." After hanging up the phone, Yun Zihan cursed inwardly, "And what the hell are you doing looking for me when you know this? And why are you disturbing me while I'm washing my face?" The phone rang again. Yun Zihan glanced at it and saw the same phone number. He asked in a cold voice, "And who are you, Un?" Fong Zhe no longer responded as he did before, but suppressed his anger and said, "I am Fong Zhe. Young Master Wang is notifying you to come to Hualu Villa to apologize at 3 p.m. today. Otherwise, N." Fong Zhe's face turned the color of liver, and the other party hung up the phone again. He smiled grimly. "After the Wang family has dealt with you, I hope you can still be so arrogant." As for the phone call, he would not make it again since he had already been notified. I believe he wouldn't dare to stand Wang Xiao up. Yun Zihan finished wiping his face. Fong Zhe was the previous boss of Fengcheng that was acquired by him. After being beaten, he is now calling his master to come out and seek revenge. What a crap young Master Wang, he even asked me to apologize. Ridiculous idea. Yun Zihan had no intention of going to the so-called apology, and he did not take Fong Zhe's threat seriously. I made a cup of tea and called Zhuo Chuyao. "And hello.N." Zhuo Chuyao's voice should originally be softer, but today it sounds a little hoarse. Yun Zihan was slightly surprised and said, "And come to the Tianting Villa district to find me and I will take you to see someone.N." Zhuo Chuyao didn't leave the room or eat anything the whole morning. After hearing Yun Zihan's call, she finally perked up a little. Then, she put on some light makeup, which made her already charming face look even more gorgeous and bewitching. She picked up her car keys and shoulder bag, put on a pair of white sneakers and went out under the indifferent looks of her parents. After going downstairs, there were quite a few people next to the car. She got into the car with a cold face and without saying a word. Only after Zhuo Chuyao left did someone express surprise. "And I assent that the daughter of the old Zhuo family, N. And oh my, the Zhuo family must have made a fortune. This car is not cheap.Un. And I have to go upstairs and ask right away.N. And I'll go take a look too.Un." Zhuo Jun and his wife, who were at home, suddenly heard a rapid knock on the door. Chen Zilian put her hands on her hips and walked to open the door cursing. And now he doesn't even say hello when he goes out. He really doesn't care about this family anymore.N. She thought Zhuo Chuyao had forgotten to bring her keys, so she opened the door and was about to curse when she saw it was Lao Tian from downstairs. "Hey, Sister Chen, did your family win the jackpot?" And there were two people following old Tian. "They are all neighbors in this building. After hearing what Lao Tian said, Chen Lian was confused. And what jackpot, what does it mean, Lin? And we all saw the car your girl was driving, but you still refused to admit it. N. And now that you know your family has become rich, you look down on us old friends. N. Zhuo Jun also heard the sound at the door and walked over in confusion. And old Tian, what happened? N. Old Tian was also confused by the reaction of Zhuo Jun and his wife. It doesn't look like it's fake. Don't they know? And your daughter has a car now. Didn't you pay for it, N? Zhuo Jun was still puzzled, and my daughter doesn't have a job, so how can she afford to buy a car? Everyone knows my family's situation, and it's hard to support my son's education. N. And we all saw it just now. Your daughter drove away in a luxury car. N. And that car is really cool, it has no roof, and it was parked downstairs yesterday. We were wondering who parked it there. N. Listening to the neighbor's words, Zhuo Jun's face became darker and darker, and he had a guess in his mind that made him angry. You came back so early yesterday. Who would buy her a car, or even lend her a car? It couldn't be just an ordinary friend. He drove a luxury car right after he quit his job. Thinking of this, he immediately called Zhuo Chuyao. Zhuo Chuyao was on her way to the Tianting Villa area, still wondering what Yun Zihan would do when he asked her to go to the villa. Suddenly I saw her father calling. I thought it was strange. Normally he wouldn't call her. And hello. N. Hearing his daughter's voice, Zhuo Jun asked sternly, and where are you going, Yin? And go find a friend. N. Zhuo Chuyao's answer made him even more suspicious. And what friends? Where can I find them, N? Hearing her father's questioning, Zhuo Chuyao was a little confused. When did you start caring about her so much? She had nothing to hide and said directly, and Heavenly Villa District, a friend I met yesterday. N. Really? Zhuo Jun's heart sank. I just met him yesterday, and he lives in a villa. She actually became someone's mistress. This bastard. She is shameless, but I still have some dignity. And get back home right now, or you won't be able to come back to this house again. I'll treat you as my daughter. N. Zhuo Jun suddenly roared, and the people at the door were startled. In the Ferrari sports car, the cell phone slipped from Zhuo Chuyao's hand. She drove the car with one hand and pressed the other hand hard on her chest. Her heart ached. Her face was covered with tears and her chest ached. She didn't understand why her father was so angry. Am I really so unbearable in their eyes? I just let them despise me like this. Is it because she is a girl? She cried silently. The tears floated up and scattered in the air with the airflow, drop by drop, spreading in all directions. Yun Zihan waited for a long time and finally saw a red Ferrari driving into the yard. When I opened the door, I saw Zhuo Chuyao with red and swollen eyes getting out of the car. It was obvious that he had just cried. He asked with concern, and why are you crying like this? Who bullied you? I'll help you vent your anger. N. Hearing Yun Zihan's gentle and caring voice, Zhuo Chuyao couldn't control herself and threw herself into his chest, tears streaming down her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Yun Zihan patted her back gently and let her vent her emotions. A long time. Zhuo Chuyao raised her head and saw a large tear stain on Yun Zihan's chest, her face slightly red. Nay, I'm sorry, I made you laugh at my bad mood. N. Yun Zihan couldn't help but ask, and it's okay, do you need help, N? No, I just had a fight with my family. N. Hearing that it was her family affair, Yun Zihan didn't want to continue asking, so he said, and every family has its own problems. Let's go, I'll drive you to find someone. N. I got on the Bugatti and stepped on the accelerator to drive out of the villa. Chapter 24. Just buy it. Zhuo Chuyao usually drives very slowly. Even though she is driving a sports car now, she doesn't dare to drive too fast, for fear of accidentally crashing into something. And today, while sitting in Yun Zihan's car, she almost vomited. Yun Zihan drove so fast, weaving in and out of traffic. Under his control, the sports car was like a graceful harpoon fish, taking advantage of every opportunity. It was thrilling and exciting, and it also caused her to scream all the way, and she is still in shock now. When the car stopped steadily at Dangyun Forest store, Zhuo Chuyao's face was still a little pale. Her heart was beating fast and she got out of the car with weak steps, only to find that Yun Zihan had brought her to the forest store where she worked yesterday. As soon as he got off the car, a middle-aged man came up quickly to greet Yun Zihan. This man was Yang Yangcho, who had just completed the acquisition of this place. After receiving Yun Zihan's order yesterday, he immediately took action against the Dangyun Forest store. fast and brutal. Knowing that Yun Zihan was coming today, he finished all his work before Yun Zihan arrived and waited in the store in person. When the Bugatti came in with a roaring sound, he saw Yun Zihan. Amid the surprised looks of all the employees, he immediately stepped forward respectfully and acted as a waiter to open the car door. He admired Yun Zihan from the bottom of his heart. As long as Yun Zihan gave the order, he would be willing to do anything. He didn't know why he was so loyal to Yun Zihan. It was like there was a voice in his heart, reminding him everywhere that Yun Zihan was his master. Young Master Yun. Yang Yongkong bowed slightly and called respectfully. Yun Zihan patted Yang Yongkong and said, "Don't be so polite in the future. You are not my slave." After hearing this, Yang Yongkong shuddered and respected him even more from the bottom of his heart. "And thank you, Mr. Yun. Yun Zihan had already received a system prompt on the way here. Spend 800 million and get 1 upgrade point, progress 0.910. This means that Yang Yongkong's acquisition of Dengyun has been completed. He looked at Chuya who was walking towards him and said, "And she will be in charge of this place from now on. Take her to inform everyone." Ina, N. Chuya's eyes widened and she covered her pink lips with her hands. From what she heard from him, he wanted her to manage the Dengyun 4S store in the future. "But I just resigned from here yesterday." "And will Wang Peng agree?" Chuya asked in surprise. "And just by this place. As for Wang Peng, he dared to scold me yesterday, so the ending is doomed." And Ive already told him to get out. Yang Yongkong interrupted. Chuya was shocked and didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Just because Wang Peng scolded him yesterday, he bought it here directly. It's been less than a day. Is he a god? How much money did it cost to buy this store? No wonder he could just give himself a sports car. What does his family do that they can give him so much money to spend? I feel sad when I think about how my family only gave me a few hundred yuan a month when I was studying, and even didn't give me any pocket money after I graduated. People really cannot be compared. There is such a huge difference between them. Maybe God felt sorry for me and let me meet him. When he was most helpless, he stood up for him. Under Yan Yongkong's arrangement, the store suspended business and all employees were called together. Yan Yongkong was just about to start introducing Yun Zihan when he saw him wave his hand slightly and immediately understood. Then he invited Chuya to the front and said to the people below, "And she will be fully responsible for all management work in the future. Any requests and applications will need her decision before they can be implemented." Enjua, Chuya, N. And what is her relationship with the new boss, N? And will she be the store manager here in the future, N? Everyone was stunned when they heard the new boss words. Because Chuya was beautiful, everyone knew her in just a few days. Many people were ready to take action, and what happened yesterday happened. Before she could take any action, Chuya quit. A day later, she appeared again in this way. The contrast between the before and after caused their brains to short-circuit and they were unable to figure it out. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded. And why should she? The selection of store managers should be based on sales performance. I am the sales champion every month. If anyone has to choose, I should be the one. A heavily made-up woman stood out from the first row. In terms of sales volume, Zhuan says this store ranks second, and no one dares to claim to be first. Whether it is a 4S store or any other enterprise, talent selection definitely depends on ability. I have worked my way up from a small salesperson to the sales manager I am today. I have suffered so much and sold my body so many times to close deals. Can you imagine what it feels like to be under a 200-pound fat man and have to force yourself to smile? How could Chuya achieve success overnight? Not as capable as you, not as experienced as you. Apart from being a little prettier, he is inferior to me in every other way. She was extremely unwilling to accept the thought that it would be her turn to take care of her in the future. And who else is dissatisfied? And Yun Zihan suddenly spoke. I don't accept it. Shuwan took the lead, and the other employees looked at each other, and no one dared to follow suit. And Yuri fired. And Yun Zihan said calmly, I told her to be the manager, and I'll correct you, she's not the store manager, she's the general manager. And who are you? It's not your turn to speak at Dengyun 4S store. And Zhuan saw that Yun Zihan was not very old. Although he came with General Manager Yang, even General Manager Yang didn't say anything, which meant that what she said was not wrong. What right does he have to speak so shamelessly? And how dare you? Whatever young Master Yun says is the truth. Get out of here now. And Yong Kong shouted. Zhu Wan was dumbfounded. How so? Before she could come to her senses, she was pulled out by the security guards. The others looked at each other. It turns out that this young man is the big boss. Zhu Wan deserved it. She dared to contradict what the boss said. She really didn't know how to live or die. Not only was she average looking, she also liked to tease other employees. Sometimes she would go to the manager's office alone and stay there for half a day, and no one knew what she was doing. Many people hate her in their hearts. After Zhu Wan was taken away, no one dared to jump out. Fu Xinyao felt a little nervous when looking at so many employees. He turned his head and saw Yun Zihan's encouraging eyes. He felt a little relieved and organized his words. And hello, colleagues. My name is Fu Xinyao. First of all, thank you, and although she was nervous and stuttered occasionally, Fu Xinyao still mustered up the courage to say everything she wanted to say. Pa. And I hope that under the leadership of Mr. Zhua, Dengyun Forest Store will do better and better and become bigger and bigger. And Yan Yangcho nodded secretly. He could tell that this girl didn't have much experience and had just entered society, but she spoke in an organized manner. The voice is soft, but every word is sonorous. Young Master Yun has a good vision. Yun Zihan didn't think so much about it, he just simply liked it and wanted to spend money. He really doesn't care whether he has the ability or not. After saying goodbye, Yun Zihan got into the car alone and prepared to go see how the company's decoration was going. Chapter 25. If you do it again, you will die. 58th floor of financial building. Under Mushin Noa's personal supervision every day, the overall decoration of the office area that will temporarily serve as Yunwei Investment Group has been almost completed, and it will be officially operational in a few days. Mushin Noa sat on the luxurious sofa in the president's office, anger still lingering on her face. Zhou Wei took advantage of the fact that the office building belonged to his family and harassed her every day. It's so annoying. He just called again, and this time he turned directly into a threat. If I don't accompany him tonight, he won't rent this floor. As for the penalty for breach of contract, it would be enough to own a building with more than 100 floors in Lujia Bay. Will Zhou Wei be afraid? And damn it, you are shameless. Don't blame me for using tricks. Zhou Wei, who lived in the duplex villa on the top floor, cursed angrily, and Mushin Noa's beautiful face could not be erased from his mind. Zhou Wei has been struck by Mushin Noa's beauty ever since he signed the rental contract and saw her that day. He can't forget her every day. Even when he is with other women, Mushin Noa's figure is all in his mind. It's like being possessed by a demon. Even the meat tasted bland. It seems that I can't win her over with the gentlemanly way, so I have to use the rough way. And wise, she will lie in bed and wait obediently sooner or later. She doesn't know the reputation of Lu Jiao and Westbrook yet. A younger brother who often played with Zhou Wei boasted that his family was also in business, but compared with Zhou Wei's family, it was far behind. He was very clear about Westbrook's situation these days. It was a great honor for her ancestors that Westbrook liked her, but who knew that she was so tactless? Westbrook was angry and she couldn't escape today. He could have enjoyed Westbrook's love, but he insisted on asking Westbrook to use force. That woman is really beautiful. I wonder if Westbrook will give him a share of her. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. And let's see where you can go today. Zhou Wei suddenly stood up, called Ding Lei and went out. His house has a special elevator that can only be activated using an ID card. Soon, the two of them arrived directly at the 58th floor, where many people were working, and they walked straight in. Walk through the empty office area and through the glass wall where curtains have not yet been installed. Mushin Noa was sitting inside alone. Zhou Wei's mouth corner tilted. You can eat this fragrant and sweet meat today. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Mushin Noa, who was in a trance, was startled. When he saw Zhou Wei and a young man, he was stunned. And what are you doing here, N? Seeing the slightly panicked face of the angel in front of him, Zhou Wei smiled, not hiding the lustful light in his eyes at all. And Mushin Noa, didn't I tell you what I want? How do you think about it, N? And don't even think about it, N. Mushin Noa said coldly. And hey, you bitch, don't play with fire. Westbrook has been very patient with you. N. Ding Lei took a step forward, glared at Mushin Noa fiercely and cursed. And if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. And call the police? You don't know me. I don't blame you. As long as you listen to me tonight, this matter will be over. Zhou Wei also slowly approached Mushin Noa. N.move.n Mushin Noa was panicked and just remembered to make a phone call, so he quickly picked up the phone on the table. Ina, N. Zhou Wei snatched the phone away and smashed it to the ground, scaring Mushin Noa so much that she turned pale. Just at this moment, Zhou Wei only felt a cool breeze blowing, and then he saw himself flying out. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in my body. He had never felt this kind of pain since he was a child. He slammed his head against the wall, feeling dizzy. I saw a young man standing in front of me with an angry face. And you are looking for death. Do you know who he is? N. Dinglei shouted when he saw the man suddenly appear and punch Zhou Wei away. Bang! Yun Zihan's eyes were fierce, and he slapped Dinglei in the face, making him spin in circles. They dared to bully their own women. If I had come a step later, the consequences would have been disastrous. If he hadn't had any concerns, he would have wanted to kill him with one punch. Seeing Zhou Wei lying on the ground, he still dared to stare at him. Yun Zihan kicked him on the leg. N clicked. N. Zhou Wei curled up into a ball, holding his legs and screaming in pain. And Yuri dead. N. Zhou Wei roared in pain, his facial features twisted into a ball. Seeing Yun Zihan appear in time, Mushin Noa patted his chest and quickly hugged Yun Zihan's arm. N Zihan, it's a good thing you're here. N. If Yun Zihan hadn't come today, she couldn't imagine what would have happened next. The other party was two men, and I, a weak woman, had no ability to resist at all. She had prepared for the worst. Even if she died, she would never let anyone defile her. Feeling the violent heartbeat on his arm, Yun Zihan knew that Mushin Noa was frightened, and comforted her, and don't be afraid, it won't happen again. It's my fault for not making proper arrangements. I'll ask Yan Yangcho to find some bodyguards later. N. And this is not your fault. It's because these people were blinded by lust. Fortunately, you showed up in time, otherwise I might have. In Mushin Noa's big glasses were glistening with tears, and he looked pitiful. Yun Zihan covered her lips, stopped her from saying anything, and shook his head, saying, "And don't say such things in the future." N. He looked at Zhou Wei again and said in a cold tone, "Ian, I don't care who you are, if you dare to harass Mushin Noa again, you will die." N. Then he ignored them and left with Mushin Noa in his arms. Zhou Wei looked at the two people who were leaving with hatred, his eyes emitting endless anger. I won't believe Zhou unless I kill him. Enlai Zi, contact the hospital immediately and come and help me. And he then called Ding Lei, who was lying next to him, to come and support him while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Return home. Yun Zihan also heard Mushin Noa talk about Zhou Wei's identity. Seeing that she was still a little scared, he gently held her in his arms. And from now on, don't allow anyone to hurt you. I'll take care of Zhou Wei. N. Mushin Noa nodded, looked at Yun Zihan lovingly, and couldn't help but tiptoe slightly to press her moist and tender lips against him. Yun Zihan savored the sweetness and picked her up. He comforted Mushin Noa in his most manly way. Until she fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Mushin Noa's rosy and delicate face after she was happy both physically and mentally, Yun Zihan kissed her gently. Then I went to the kitchen and cooked her dinner myself. She would definitely be very hungry when she woke up. Yun Zihan called Yang Yangcho and asked him to find a group of people with excellent skills, preferably those with special backgrounds. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. He would never allow something like what happened today to happen again. Just as dinner was ready, Yun Zihan's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows Zhuo Chuyao. When I answered the phone, there was a lot of noise on the other end, accompanied by bang 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 sounds. N. Boss Yun, can you come and accompany me for a while? N. Chapter 26. Just give me a bottle of wine and 50,000. Mushin Noa's long eyelashes moved, and a feeling of hunger woke her up from her sweet dream. And Mushin Noa, I'm going to be out for a while. The food is ready. Heat it up before eating. N. When she saw the note left by Yun Zihan on the bedside, she felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Dark Night Bar. Zhuo Chuyao sat alone at the bar, holding a cocktail in her hand, her eyes blurry with drunkenness. She was in a daze the whole day today. She suddenly became the boss of Dangyun and she still felt a little uncomfortable. She ate something outside in the afternoon and didn't know where to go. It's better not to go back to that home. He walked in a daze and unknowingly arrived at the door of the dark bar. Hearing the faint sound of explosions, she walked in as if possessed. Zhuo Chuyao had never been to such an occasion before, and as soon as she entered, she was attracted by the rhythm inside. The sound of the explosion filled her mind, making her forget her worries and stop thinking about the troubles at home. I feel inexplicably at peace. What she didn't know was that from the moment she walked in, she had been treated as prey. At a booth, two burly men with bare upper bodies stared intently at Fu Guang, who was left alone. Seeing that the time was almost right, the two stood up at the same time, their eyes full of desire, and walked over arm in arm. "And beauty, I think we've met somewhere before.N." Fu Guang's face turned red from drinking, and her eyes were vague. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw two men with tattoos on their arms who had come to her side at some point. The two of them were looking at him with lustful eyes. "And well, I don't know you.N." Fu Guang shook her head. She felt dizzy. The lights in the bar were dim, but the flashlights shone on Fu Guang's blushing face, making her charming face look more seductive and extremely alluring. This made the two people around Fu Guang's eyes turn red and they became extremely excited. "I'm so damn lucky today. I even encountered such a top-notch thing. And let's have a drink together.And one of them sat down on the stool next to them and leaned towards Fu Guang, almost touching her body. Fu Guang happened to be looking at this side, and the hot air from her mouth sprayed on his face, making him feel numb in his bones. He took a deep breath and said with an intoxicated smile, "And how lonely it is for a beautiful woman to be alone. I will drink with you.N." After saying that, he was ready to hold Fu Guang in his arms. Suddenly, a strong hand held him tightly, and he couldn't move. "And boy, what are you doing?" And the standing man said fiercely when he saw someone suddenly appear and interrupt their good times. They had been eyeing this piece of meat for a long time. When they entered the door, they were alone and had no other companions at all. This guy must have targeted her and was waiting to pick up the in-corp scene. Now that he saw his brother getting on, he became anxious. Thinking of this, the burly man caught by Yun Zihan shouted, "And little brother, if you know what's best for you, leave now. I don't have time to deal with you now.N." Yun Zihan's expression turned stern. "And this is my friend, please leave.N. And little brother, you are so funny." "She is obviously our friend.N." Hearing Yun Zihan's remarks, Zhang Chang said seriously, "And we are a few friends drinking together. It is not appropriate for you to play like this.Un." Zhang Chang spoke while looking fierce at Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan did not respond to Zhang Chang. Seeing that Fu Guang was already drunk, he walked over to her and supported her to prevent her from falling. Seeing that Fu Guang did not resist, Zhang Chang cursed loudly. It seemed that they really knew each other. "And damn, you can take her away if you want. The brothers have helped take care of her for so long. Do you want to leave now?N." The other person with Zhang Chang was called Li Xiaodong. He also shouted at this moment, "And if we brothers hadn't been watching, she would have been taken away long ago. Brother, please show some respect, otherwise you won't be able to take her away, okay?N." Li Xiaodong cursed inwardly that the top-notch fresh meat that was almost in his mouth just flew away, wasting his brother's entire night. "Then the only thing I can ask for is some compensation for mental damage. It seems I have to thank you guys. How do you say thank you?Un?" When Li Xiaodong heard Yun Zihan's words, his eyes lit up. It seemed there was hope. "And we've been watching over you all night and haven't even had a sip of wine. How about ordering 2 bottles of Golden Shadow and giving us 50,000 yuan? Golden Shadow, the most expensive wine in the night bar, costs 28,000 yuan per bottle. They often go to bars at night and of course they know this wine, but they have never tasted it. Take this opportunity today to give it a good hit. And okay, I'll treat you all to a good drink today.And Yun Zihan said readily, and then shouted to the waiter. Zhang Chang and the other man were excited. Could it be that they could really drink Golden Shadow today? Seeing the waiter approaching, Yun Zihan said loudly, "And give me 100 bottles of Golden Shadow.N." Golden Shadow. 100 bottles. Zhang Chang and the other man looked at Yun Zihan with dull eyes. What is this brother playing? 100 bottles of Golden Shadow, 2,800,000. You are really good at bragging. The waiter also asked timidly, "And sir, are you sure it's 100 bottles of Golden Shadow?N." Yun Zihan said playfully, "And go ahead, I'll treat these two brothers to a good drink today.N." Hearing the affirmative, the waiter immediately ran over excitedly to make arrangements. A moment. The DJ of the bar paused the music, and in the blank eyes of everyone, he shouted in a magnetic voice, "And welcome Shinhao to the night bar. Order 100 bottles of Golden Shadow. I wish Shinhao a good time tonight.N." Then it is played in a loop on the big screen at the same time. Welcome the god of wealth to come into the night. Order 100 bottles of Golden Shadow. Suddenly, the bar fell into silence at night. Shocked. Looking at the information on the big screen. 100 bottles of golden shadow. Everyone was shocked. At this time, there were a dozen beautiful women wearing miniskirts, each holding a sign. Welcome Linhai's richest man. Walked towards Yun Zihan. It completely lit up the atmosphere in the bar. Then everyone screamed. They cast their curious and shocked gazes towards the team holding the placards. Who is this rich guy? So generous. Zhang Chang and the other man looked at the group of people wearing miniskirts around them in surprise, then their faces turned to joy. What a rich idiot. 100 bottles, the leftovers are saved, enough for me to drink for a year. Seeing the shocked looks from everyone in the audience. Both of them benefited greatly from it. Zhang Chang pretended to be polite and said, "And brother, you are too polite. Next time you come here, say my name is Zhang Chang.N. Yun Zihan supported Zhuo Chuyao and asked with a smile, "And is that enough, An?" And that's enough, brother is great.N. Ding Lei was very happy as he looked at the golden shadows in front of him. And that's enough.N. After Yun Zihan finished speaking, he suddenly picked up a bottle of golden shadow and smashed it on Zhang Chang's head. Pa! Then he picked up another bottle and smashed it hard on Ding Lei's head. And is it delicious, and Yun Zihan picked up the golden shadow again and smashed it on the two men's heads. Everyone in the room was shocked. Zhang Chang and the other man had blood on their heads and it took them a long time to react. It turns out that I was fooled by this kid. 100 bottles of golden shadow are not for myself to drink. Damn, it's used to hit yourself. The others opened their mouths wide in shock. A bottle of golden shadow that cost 28,000 renminbi was actually used by this wealthy man to hit people. Chapter 27 I'll treat you to 100 bottles of wine. Is that enough? All hands were excited by the operation of the rich man, and many people whistled with excitement in their eyes. They were very proud to witness this legendary moment. Moreover, in the future, when this group of people chat in nightclubs and tell others about this, they will be greeted with a lot of admiring looks. Yun Zihan knocked the bottles of golden shadow on the heads of Zhang Chang and the other man one by one, making a bang bangin' sound. It's like following the rhythm. Dark red blood flowed down their foreheads, staining their faces red. Zhang Chang was still in a daze. Li Xiaodong had never seen such a scene before and forgot to fight back for a moment. Yun Zihan just felt bored and called the security guard. The security guards had a look of admiration on their faces. They felt it was an honor to be addressed by such a wealthy man. And keep smashing until all 100 bottles are smashed.And Yun Zihan said coldly. Then, under everyone's fanatical gaze, he carried the dazed Zhuo Chuyao out of the bar. Yun Zihan is now like a god in the dark bar. Not to mention just hitting him on the head with a wine bottle, they might even be willing to use a kitchen knife. I felt excited at the thought that I would soon be able to experience the pleasure of hitting someone with the golden shadow. It's my turn this time. Several security guards excitedly picked up the golden shadow and started smashing it. Soon, the remaining golden shadows were all smashed by them. Zhang Chang and the other man were covered in blood and had already fainted. Maybe next time they hear the term golden shadowin, they will feel fear. Zhuo Chu's body was soft and tender, as if he had no bones, and his entire body was hanging on Yun Zihan's. As soon as she went out and was blown by the wind, she vomited directly, and her clothes were instantly covered with sticky vomit. Yun Zihan quickly took out a tissue from the car and wiped her, wiping her rosy face and then wiping her clothes along her neck. Tan is full of power. And are you okay? And Yun Zihan asked as he helped Zhuo Chuyao into the car. Zhuo Chuyao blinked and saw Yun Zihan's face close to her. She smiled lazily and charmingly. And Yun, Mr. Yun, you are here. Let's have a drink.Un. Yun Zihan had no choice but to open a bottle of water and give her a sip, then started the sports car and left. Zhuo Chuyao fell asleep in the car, and Yun Zihan didn't know where Zhuo Chuyao lived, so he had to take her back to another villa in Tianting. He thought about taking her back to the villa where he lived, but he considered that Mushin Noa was still at home, although he had no relationship with Zhuo Chuyao. It is best not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Villa number 13 was also renovated by Yang Yangcho, but it seemed that I haven't paid him yet. After entering the room, Zhuo Chuyao was still drunk and collapsed in Yun Zihan's arms. He found a random room and put her on the bed. Looking at her yellow and dirty clothes, which were emitting a foul smell, I couldn't help but shook my head, gently lifted her neck, and helped her take off her top. Although Zhuo Chuyao's family situation is not very good. But I have to say, it is very well maintained. Her fair and smooth skin was like a crystal clear mirror, her belly had not a trace of fat and her waist was slender enough to be held in one hand. Even Yun Zihan, who had seen Mushin Noa before, couldn't help but admire her figure. Both are perfect. And. Suddenly, Zhuo Chuyao made a very charming sound and then opened her eyes. Those charming eyes were now hazy and misty, like a deep pool, with a fascinating attraction, as if they wanted to draw everything in. Even Yun Zihan was shaken by her look and almost couldn't hold back. And Mr. Yun, why did you come into my dream? And Zhuo Chuyao smiled charmingly and stretched out her slender hands to put them around Yun Zihan's neck. And you are drunk. And Yun Zihan put her hand back and said seriously. And I know you are here to comfort me. I am not afraid of you in my dreams. And Zhuo Chuyao looked intoxicated, as if talking to herself. And I know everyone dislikes me and thinks I'm a slut, but I've never done anything improper. Can we judge everything based on a person's appearance? And everyone who interacts with me is actually thinking about taking advantage of me. I really feel tired. And my parents don't like me at all. They only think about my brother. Sometimes I really want to leave. And it was only after I met Mr. Yun that I realized that not everyone is like this. It was Mr. Yun who made me feel truly cared for. And Boss Yun is different from them. He doesn't approach me with a purpose. And Mr. Yun is so outstanding, he must have a girlfriend already. And I am just a Cinderella, I don't even have the qualifications to like Mr. Yun. Hearing Zhuo Chuyao talking to herself, Yun Zihan felt a little ashamed, as if he didn't care about her at all. It's just a car given as a gift to a company. Why do I feel that I am very important to her? From what she said, she was indeed quite pitiful. Her family didn't like her, and everyone else looked at her with tinted glasses. And it's just a dream anyway. I'll wake up at dawn. Zhuo Chuyao suddenly tore off the veil, accompanied by a tremor. Yun Zihan looked at the light bulb above his head, but it was not as bright as this one. And the shape is beautiful. Zhuo Chuyao didn't feel shy at all and pulled with both hands. And it is also a kind of happiness to have it in a dream. And well. Yun Zihan couldn't breathe, so he pulled his head back with force, looking a little embarrassed. It all happened so suddenly that she pushed him down before he knew it. He tried to control his raging anger, then stepped back and said, "And you have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Oh, is this dream so cruel?" And Zhuo Chuyao cried and looked at Yun Zihan with empty eyes. Seeing this, Yun Zihan took out the ghost needle he carried with him and injected it into Zhuo Chuyao. Then she fell down limply. Yun Zihan took off her shoes and covered her with the quilt before going out. Yun Zihan felt better after feeling the cool breeze outside. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to control himself. I had no choice but to let her fall asleep, otherwise I would be taking advantage of her and feel sorry for her. What's more, I was just with Mushin Noa. He has never been a man of two minds. When I got home, I saw a beautiful figure waiting for me. Yun Zihan smiled knowingly. He walked forward and held her in his arms. The desire is boiling, and there is no need to restrain it anymore. A love song, sung by two people. Yun Zihan looked at Mushin Noa, who had fallen into a deep sleep, feeling unsatisfied. Am I that strong? Could this also be the consequence of physical improvement? Chapter 28. If you don't come in 10 minutes, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Night. Flower and Willow Garden. There were more than 10 people sitting in the hall. Today they were called here by Wang Xiyuan, who said there would be a wonderful performance tonight. We have been waiting since the afternoon and it seems that everyone is tired. I drank a lot of tea, but didn't see any movement. I was wondering what Wang Xiyuan was up to today. Wang Xiyuan looked at his watch and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. He stared at Feng Zhe with a gloomy face. Faced with Wang Xiyuan's deathly gaze, Feng Zhe dared not breathe, feeling extremely anxious. What the hell is Yun Zihan playing? It's already this time and no one has arrived yet. And how about I ask? And Feng Zhe asked weakly. Young Master Wang had called a lot of people today, all of them were young masters from wealthy families. If Yun Zihan hadn't come, it would have been a huge loss of face. If young Master Wang gets angry, I'm afraid I won't be able to get away with it. And Wang Xiyuan, what exactly are you going to do? And He Tianheng said impatiently. As the eldest master of the Yi family, although the Yi family is slightly weaker than the Wang family, he has never been afraid of the Wang family. I am not afraid of Wang Xiyuan either. Normally, they don't interfere with each other. He appeared here today out of curiosity. And yeah, you're teasing us. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone out to play in the dark. I heard it's going to be very lively tonight. And I heard about it too. It is said that he ordered 100 bottles of gold to throw at people. Hey, I will also order 100 bottles tomorrow to show off. And my cousin asked you to come here, he must have his reasons. And a man in a white shirt spoke for Wang Xiyuan. And how long have Mr. He and the others been waiting? Wang Zilong, the people in your Wang family are really weird. And said someone behind He Tianheng. And Feng Yang, what do you mean? You always compete with me in school. And seeing Feng Yang jump out and speak, Wang Zilong's face fell. And what do you mean by targeting? If you want to target me, go find Yun Zihan. He's the one who lured your dream lover away. And you, and Wang Ziluan pointed at Feng Yang. He got angry when he mentioned Yun Zihan. Not only did he deceive Mushin Noa, but he also suffered a loss in the Huaxia Hotel. I originally wanted to move to Huaxia Hotel, but I heard that the owner of Huaxia Hotel recently found a mysterious backer, so today I came back to ask my cousin Wang Xiyuan for help. And what do you mean, your goddess hasn't been back to school for a long time? She might be sleeping in someone else's bed every day. And believe it or not, I will destroy you. The two started arguing in front of everyone. And that's enough. Wang Xiang shouted, and then said to Feng Zhe, and call him and tell him to come over within 10 minutes. Feng Zhe nodded repeatedly and called Yun Zihan. Beep beep. 10 seconds passed and no one answered the call. Feng Zhe was extremely anxious. Every second that passes, my heart beats faster. And wake me up from my sleep, give me a reason, or I will destroy you. The call was finally connected. Just as Feng Zhe was about to curse, he heard a cold and heartless voice. He instantly felt like he was in an ice cellar, and a chill ran down his spine. Because the room was relatively quiet, Wang Xiyuan heard every word Yun Zihan said. Seeing Feng Zhe was still in a daze, Wang Xiyuan grabbed the phone. I am Wang Xiyuan. Get to Hualu Villa within 10 minutes, or you won't see the sun tomorrow. He Tianheng and the others also became slightly interested. It turned out that there were still people who did not give Wang Xiyuan face. They didn't know whether they were ignorant and fearless or arrogant. Yun Zihan, who was already unsatisfied after being woken up from his sweet dreams, instantly became furious. What a bastard Wang Xiyuan, he actually dared to threaten me with death. You really think you are a soft persimmon? Ending, system task, keep the appointment and humiliate Wang Xiyuan, reward, mysterious item. After seeing the mission introduction, Yun Zihan set off immediately. The roar of the supercar is particularly harsh in this quiet night. Like a rocket, it shot away with fire. In Hualu Villa, everyone was waiting. Sudden. The roaring motor came whizzing over and rushed directly into the villa, and everyone rushed to look. I saw a young man in his 20s getting out of the sports car with a murderous look on his face. Seeing a strange face, everyone's heart was excited. The protagonist of today's play has arrived. Who is this person? And hey, Yun Zihan, and Feng Yang rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion. And Yun Zihan and Wang Ziluan also looked at the person who came in surprise. What this means is that there is nothing wrong with buying a supercar worth hundreds of millions, but it is not necessary. After learning about Yun Zihan's strength, He Tianheng and his gang became more excited. It seemed that he and Wang Xiyuan could still fight for a few more rounds. Yun Zihan turned a deaf ear to their conversation and walked towards the hall step by step. Wang Zilong suddenly shouted, and Yun Zihan, you made my cousin wait for a whole day, and you still don't kneel down to apologize, and... Yun Zihan's eyes turned cold, and suddenly his figure flashed and appeared next to Wang Ziluan, knocking Wang Ziluan to the ground with a slap. Pa! The sound is loud. Everyone was surprised. The others never expected that Yun Zihan would dare to take action first. Feng Yang was the most shocked. Yun Zihan just has some money, how dare he be so arrogant? Wang Zilong is Wang Xiyuan's cousin, and he usually just dares to talk to him. Even He Xiao is not willing to provoke Wang Xiyuan for no reason. And I am here, and you're still so arrogant and dare to hit my Wang family. And Wang Xiyuan glanced at Wang Zilong and said coldly, and don't you know the strength of my Wang family? Who dares to hit my Wang family in Linhai, And he. And He Tianhong laughed inexplicably. Yun Zihan looked at Wang Siyuan with ruthless eyes and said coldly, "And are you young Master Wang? And right.N. And you re the one who told me to get over here in 10 minutes, N. And so what if it's me? No one dares to disobey my orders.N. And if I don't come, I won't see the sun tomorrow. You said that, right, N? And yes, now I have changed my mind. You won't see tomorrow's sun even if you come here. I will make you regret coming into this world.N. Wang Siyuan suddenly said grimly, and then laughed evilly. Seeing Wang Siyuan smile, others felt their scalps go cold and an unknown sense of fear came from nowhere. And everyone, the purpose of inviting you here today is to let you see what will happen if you offend me, ha ha ha.N. Chapter 29 Humiliation, Interrogation. Wang Siyuan twisted his neck and rubbed his hands, making a crackling sound. He stared at Yun Zihan with pitiful eyes, as if looking at a dying person. And I'll give you a chance to leave a last message.N. Seeing Wang Siyuan's movements back and forth, Yun Zihan pondered secretly, rubbing his hands together, a bit like the warm-up before a fight. Etc. Martial arts. Is he the same as me? I have already reached the early stage of the mortal realm, which is very different from ordinary people. Originally, Yun Zihan was ready to step forward and kill him immediately. Now he wanted to take another look. See if Wang Siyuan is right as he guessed. And you are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Just use whatever means you have.And Yun Zihan said, intending to provoke him. Wang Siyuan's eyes narrowed, he clenched his fists, and punched Yun Zihan's head, with quick steps and shouting. And open your eyes, you mortal.N. Suddenly, everyone felt that Wang Siyuan's entire temperament had changed. In the past, they had the impression that Wang Siyuan was just a playboy like them, arrogant and frivolous. Now the whole person is full of evil and cruelty, and his face is hideous. With a wave of hand. People who were close by only felt a gust of wind blowing past. Then he showed fear on his face and looked at Wang Siyuan in horror. Swinging a fist can actually generate wind. How much power and how fast the speed is. This punch goes down. Is there still life? Some people couldn't bear it and closed their eyes. They could imagine the cruel scene of the head being blown up and the brain spilling out. Everything happened in a flash. When Wang Siyuan's fist was about to fall on Yun Zihan's head with a strong wind, Yun Zihan gently raised his right hand and casually took Wang Siyuan's fist in his hand. The huge impact force was like hitting the deep sea, without causing a single ripple. In that's all, N. Yun Zihan said with disdain. He was confident that Wang Siyuan could not be stronger than himself, otherwise, after being transformed by the system, he would not even be able to beat a useless second generation, which would be too rubbish. But I didn't expect that I could take his punch so easily. If I had known, I would have only used 2 fingers. Then, Yun Zihan retracted his 5 fingers. Click. The sound of breaking finger bones struck everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. After feeling the change in Wang Siyuan, everyone thought that Yun Zihan would be vulnerable. No one expected it. Yun Zihan is the more powerful person. He can handle the situation with just one hand, and not only can he stand still without retreating an inch. This is so amazing. Tianhan was also shocked at this moment. Why were they so strong? It was not the result of normal training, but an indescribable feeling. Could it be that there were things in the world that he had not touched? This Yun Zihan directly crippled Wang Siyuan's hand without caring about the strength of the Wang family. He is either an arrogant and brainless person or someone with a powerful background. Judging from his judgment, it was most likely the latter. I have to make friends with this person in the future. Yun Zihan's ruthless actions also served as a warning to those present. Don't look for trouble. And mortal realm. You must have reached the mortal realm.And Wang Siyuan was horrified. His grandfather was the only one in the Wang family who had reached the mortal realm. He felt an oppressive aura similar to that of his grandfather on Yun Zihan. Ordinary people do not feel this sense of oppression very clearly. But for warriors like them, the power of the realm is a tremor that comes from the soul. Really? After hearing what Wang Siyuan said, Yun Zihan confirmed his suspicions. There really are people like this in this world. Let us call them warriors. When the others heard what Wang Siyuan said, they were all confused. What is called the mortal realm? Only Tianheng felt a shock in his heart, as if he was thinking about something, as if there was something beyond his comprehension. No? You also know about the mortal realm. And Yun Zihan deliberately asked. I have no idea about these things. Now that I've caught one, I'll try to get some useful information out of him. Wang Xiyuan's face turned pale with pain. And impossible, I have only reached the middle stage of the entry level since I was 10 years old. You must have practiced some evil skills. And everyone else, get out of here. Yun Zihan suddenly shouted coldly at everyone. These people were all called by Wang Xiyuan, and he didn't want to give them any face. He wanted to interrogate them one by one. Young Master Yun, these are all misunderstandings. I am He Tianheng from the He family. I am not the same kind of person as Wang Xiyuan. I was called here by him today without knowing why. If I had known that he was going to cause trouble for young Master Yun, I would have dealt with him first, let alone young Master Yun. And He Tianheng said with a flattering look on his face. Yun Zihan waved his hand expressionlessly. Okay, I'll leave right away. The others didn't dare to make a sound and followed He Tianheng out tremblingly. Suddenly, there were only 3 people left in the villa. Yun Zihan, Wang Xiyuan, Wang Zilong. And what are you waiting for? And Yun Zihan glared at Wang Ziluan and said. In the past, he might have felt that Wang Ziluan, a school celebrity, was out of his reach. Now his vision is different from before. He doesn't even care about Wang Xiyuan, the young master of the Wang family, a super family in Linhai. Not to mention someone of Wang Xilan's level. And cousin. And Wang Zilong still had a slap mark on his face. He looked at his cousin who was held in Yun Zihan's hand in panic and said, and I'll go tell Grandpa right away. Then he ran out in a panic. Yun Zihan let go of Wang Xiyuan's hand and said sarcastically, and didn't you say that I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow? What about you? Do you want to see the sun tomorrow, when? After being released by Yun Zihan, Wang Xiyuan felt half of his body was numb from the pain. This piercing pain was too painful. His teeth were chattering and his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable rage, like an enraged lion. But there is no place to vent. And don't be arrogant. My grandfather has reached the mortal realm many years ago. If you kill me, you can't escape. And Wang Xiyuan had no choice but to carry his grandfather out angrily. And really, and Yun Zihan quickly reached out with his right hand and grabbed Wang Xiyuan's other hand before he could react. Click. Then he sneered, Endo, you think I'm afraid, N. Wang Xiyuan's eyes widened and cold sweat broke out. The pain made him feel dazed. Yun Zihan's ruthlessness was beyond his expectations. He softened instantly. And please let me go, I won't bother you again. N. Yun Zihan smiled and said, and let me talk to you. I'll ask you some questions. N. Seeing Yun Zihan's smile, Wang Xiyuan trembled with fear. He is a devil. The head is like a chick pecking at rice. Yun Zihan asked, and how do you know about the mortal realm, N? And every warrior knows about the mortal realm, and everyone wants to become a strong warrior in the mortal realm, but most people can't reach it in their lifetime. N. And what is a warrior? N. Yun Zihan asked again. And warriors are a group of people who have always existed but have never been made public. By practicing and breaking through the limits of ordinary people, they become warriors. N. And how are the realms divided, N? And breaking through the limits of ordinary people means the early, middle and late stages of entry. Only by breaking through the late stage of entry can one become a strong person in the mortal realm. N. Wang Xiyuan felt angry when he heard the question asked by Yun Zihan. Ask him these questions. It must have been intended to humiliate him. What the hell, is this a problem? He possesses the strength of an ordinary person, but pretends to be an ordinary person. Rough. He simply didn't believe that Yun Zihan had no master. It was obvious that the master didn't want to forgive him and was deliberately teasing him. But he didn't dare not answer. Now he also hoped that Yun Zihan would continue to ask such idiotic questions. Ask more questions. My cousin must have contacted Grandpa. As long as his grandfather comes, he will not believe in the king unless he is killed. Chapter 30. I was careless. The old man of the Wang family turned out to be an expert. He Tianheng left the villa and let out a long sigh. Others also looked terrified. Obviously. They were all frightened by Yun Zihan. The same goes for him. This Yun Zihan was too cruel, and he was afraid of being punished. I don't know what will happen to Wang Xiyuan today. Feng Yang, who had recovered his breath, suddenly felt gloating. And Master Wang invited us to watch playing with fire and getting burned today. It is indeed very exciting. N. One of Wang Xiyuan's lackeys immediately jumped out and said, "And shut your mouth. Yun Zihan won't be able to stay alive for long.N. And what are you so excited about? Why were you shaking with fear just now when? And snort.N. A cold snort. Several second-generation people who were close to Wang Xiyuan turned around and left. He Tianheng is still here, and they will get no good results if they stay here, so they might as well be sensible. And you better keep your eyes open in the future. You must not offend this person, otherwise don't blame me for not helping you.N. He Tianheng emphasized that he wanted to get home quickly at this moment. He must figure out what Wang Xiyuan meant by the mortal realm. At this moment, a shadow crawled out from inside. It was Wang Xilan who was driven out. Feng Yang and others laughed when they saw this. And let's go home.And he Tianheng didn't delay any longer and left first after saying this. Wang Zilong was busy making phone calls and didn't respond to them. The others felt bored and left one after another. Yun Zihan was still asking. And what realm is beyond the mortal realm, N? And isn't the mortal realm the highest realm, N? And how do you Wang family members practice, En? And of course I work hard, and Wang Xiyuan stopped quickly. He knew the importance of the technique and was almost stupefied by Yun Zihan's questions. Seeing Wang Xiyuan's reaction, Yun Zihan knew that he was worried that he would ask him for the martial arts technique. Have a system in hand. How could Yun Zihan be interested in such stuff? He could have anything he wanted as long as he consumed it. It seems that this is all Wang Xiyuan knows. There's no point in continuing to ask. He's not very capable, but he speaks quite arrogantly. Since they want him to die, crippling both of his hands would be too easy for Wang Xiyuan. At this time, after being interrogated, Wang Xiyuan became much calmer. I feel that Yun Zihan will not do anything. People also felt relaxed. However, after answering the previous question, he waited for a while, but Yun Zihan didn't ask any more questions, so he was about to speak. Yun Zihan narrowed his eyes and a shadow of a leg flashed past his eyes. He felt himself flying, and then a sharp pain followed. The pain is excruciating. He looked down. I found that my feet were bent in an incredible curve. Watching myself fall to the ground. His face was ashen and he forgot to cry out in pain for a moment. Endless anger surged in my heart. Yun Zihan. You dare to break my legs. You and I cannot coexist. Seeing Wang Xiyuan's furious look, Yun Zihan remained calm. He found a chair and sat down, saying lightly, "And save your life for now. I'll wait for your grandfather.N. The king is floating and sinking. The head of the Linhai Wang family." I had already fallen asleep. After learning that Wang Xiyuan's hand had been crippled in Hualu Villa, he smashed a very valuable table beside the bed with one palm. A roar. It alarmed all members of the Wang family. The Wang family was furious. He rushed towards Hualu Villa with great momentum. As soon as you enter the door, they were all outraged by the scene before them. En Yuaner and a beautiful middle-aged woman ran towards Wang Xiyuan in grief. Seeing her son's miserable condition, her heart was broken, and she looked at Yun Zihan with cold eyes. "And father, you must make the decision for Yuaner.N." Looking at his beloved grandson lying miserably on the floor, his legs hanging strangely at the knees, Wang Fuchen, the leader, opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily, "And who are you, and?" Yun Zihan stood up slowly. There were at least 20 people in front of me. They were all furious and their faces were red. The old man who was speaking should be Wang Xiyuan's grandfather. A strong person in the mortal realm? He smiled coldly, his eyes sharp. "And if he wants to kill me, I will destroy him. If you do it, is the coffin ready, N?" Hearing Yun Zihan's words, the people of the Wang family spoke out in anger. "And maniac, N. And such a bold statement.N. And today is the day you die.Un. And punish your entire clan.Un. After so many years, someone actually dared to talk to him like this. Wang Fuchen was furious. "And you son of a bitch, accept your fate.N." He kicked out with both legs and rushed towards Yun Zihan in an instant. His left hand turned into a claw, and his right fist changed into a shape, with 5 fingers slightly bent, and he went straight for Yun Zihan's heart. He has a strong and healthy figure and doesn't look like an old man at all. See Wang Fuchen take action. The Wang family members applauded and the head of the family took action and captured the man easily. The person who challenges the dignity of the Wang family must be killed. to shock the villains. Otherwise, everyone would think that our Wang family is easy to bully. Yun Zihan saw the attitude of the Wang family. It's no wonder that such a group of tyrannical people have a younger generation like Wang Xiyuan. And the Wang family can be removed from the list.N. Then he lowered his waist, looked at Wang Fuchen's attacking figure, and blocked his chest with his hands. And bang.N. The violent collision caused both men to take 5 steps back. And how come, N? Wang Fuchen looked at Yun Zihan in shock. In his opinion, it was not difficult to defeat his grandson. Yun Zihan was at most in the late entry stage. So Wang Fuchen did not use his full strength, but the strength displayed by Yun Zihan was enough to shock him. The person in front of me. About the same age as Wang Xiyuan. He actually reached the mortal realm. His talent is so incredible that he can crush all the young generations in China. As far as Wang Fuchen knew, ordinary people in their 20s had not appeared in China for hundreds of years. If other people knew about this, it would cause an earthquake in the definition of Chinese warriors. Wang Fuchen's heart sank. He must not let this evil person leave today. Since he has offended me, I must kill him. Otherwise, the Wang family will face a disaster. The Wang family cannot afford the revenge of a powerful mortal with extraordinary talent. Seeing that Yun Zihan was not killed by the blow, and the head of the family retreated a few steps, many of the Wang family members were warriors and knew what this meant. They widened their eyes and were shocked. And could he also be a powerful person in the mortal realm, N? An immortal in his 20s is unheard of. N. And Big Brother's talent is the best in the family, and he is currently in the late stage of introductory studies. N. No one in the Wang family believed that Yun Zihan was a powerful person in the mortal realm, but that was the fact. Wang Fuchen's expression was solemn, and he said seriously, "And it seems that I can't defeat you without using all my strength. You will die today. N. In the fight just now, the two were evenly matched. If Wang Fuchen had attacked with all his strength, Yun Zihan would have been seriously injured if not killed. Yun Zihan was surprised. This old man didn't even use his full strength just now. I'm afraid he is in the middle stage of the mortal realm. Damn, that was close. I was careless. It seems that I can only use the mysterious item just rewarded by the system. Otherwise, I would have to explain myself here today." No one noticed that Yun Zihan quietly took something out of his pocket. Chapter 31 Meet the Master. The task of humiliating Wang Xiyuan had already been completed. The mysterious item rewarded by the system is a talisman. Slavery talisman. By placing the slavery talisman directly in contact with the opponent's body, you can enslave them and make them a slave for life. Yun Zihan silently hid the slavery talisman in his palm. I'm still thinking about it. Such a magical treasure as the slavery talisman was actually wasted on a small royal family. The Wang family has only one master in the mortal realm. Wouldn't it be great to enslave a super master who is so powerful? He actually wants to use it on this old man. It's a huge loss. Wang Fuchen attacked again with a shaken momentum. This move. Use your best efforts. Yun Zihan was locked in by Wang Fuchen's aura. He felt that Wang Fuchen was like a cage at this moment, full of oppression. Even the Wang family themselves felt extremely depressed at this moment. This is the true strength of the patriarch. The head of the family is really powerful. The aura he exuded alone was enough to overwhelm them. Seeing that Yun Zihan was not prepared to resist, he must have felt the gap and lost his fighting spirit and gave up struggling. If they were in Yun Zihan's situation, they would also feel desperate. Wang Fuchen stared coldly at the indifferent Yun Zihan. In the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. One punch and it's over. Just when Wang Fuchen's fist was about to reach Yun Zihan, he finally moved. Yun Zihan just clenched his fist and reached out. Everyone can feel that light and powerless feeling. He really gave up. And nonsense, you have all seen the strength of the patriarch. Even if he resists, it will be in vain. N. And what a pity for such a genius. N. And no matter how talented you are nothing more than a dead soul under the command of my Wang family. N. And this is what happens when you provoke my Wang family. N. And find out his identity as soon as possible and root out the problem. N. When everyone present thought that Yun Zihan was doomed to die, Yun Zihan suddenly loosened his fist and placed his hand on Wang Fuchen's hand. A pale yellow talisman instantly sank into Wang Fuchen's palm. Wang Fuchen's fierce eyes suddenly froze, and the movements of his hands also stopped, and the strength decreased suddenly, so Yun Zihan took it easily. But in a moment, Wang Fuchen recovered, but when he looked at Yun Zihan again, there was an obvious change in his eyes. Humble. Respectful. Worship. Everyone in the Wang family was confused and didn't understand the situation. Why did the patriarch stop at the last moment? And kneel down. Yun Zihan suddenly shouted coldly. Wang Fuchen fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his forehead against the floor with a pious expression from the bottom of his heart. And greetings, Master. N. The other members of the Wang family were immediately furious. Fuck. And Master, what are you doing, N? And what kind of magic did you use, kid, N? And why don't you quickly remove the magic spell, N? Wang Fuchen raised his head and scolded loudly, and you bunch of bastards, shut up. If anyone disrespects the master in the future, don't blame me for not respecting family affection. N. And father, Yuan was beaten to a cripple by this bastard, and you still, and the beautiful middle-aged woman holding Wang Xiyu and cried. Pa. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Fuchen in disbelief as he hit her. Why? She was stunned and confused. The others felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over their heads. Finished. The owner of the house is crazy. Really recognized him as the master. At this time, a man stood up. Wang Wu. Wang Fuchen's eldest son and Wang Xiyuan's father. The strength has reached the late entry level. One step away from the mortal realm. Although it was only one step, it blocked millions of people. He looked angry. His father is the head of the family and has great authority. But I was played around by this kid. Be willing to be a servant. As the heir to the family, he felt extremely ashamed. Fortunately, there are only family members here today. Otherwise, he would feel ashamed. It's all because of this young man. He must have used some special means. As long as I defeat him, everything will naturally fall apart. And I'll come and meet you. N. After saying that, he rushed towards Yun Zihan. Wang Fuchen stood respectfully in front of Yun Zihan. He was very clear-headed. There was no other change in him, and he knew everything that happened today. But in his mind, he is now Yun Zihan's slave. He would not have any doubts, nor would he have any bad intentions towards Yun Zihan. Seeing that Wang Wu ignored his orders and dared to be disrespectful to his master. Angry. Extremely angry. Without waiting for Yun Zihan to take action, he stepped forward to teach this unfilial son a lesson. With one move, Wang Wu was knocked flying. And from now on, Wang Wu will be stripped of his status as heir, and Wang Yuan will be the heir. N. Wow! The whole audience was boiling. There was an uproar. Wang Wu looked numb and had lost his mind. Wang Yuanzi was overjoyed. This sudden good news caught him off guard. Happiness comes too suddenly. His anger towards Yun Zihan disappeared in an instant, and he bowed and said, "I will be at the disposal of my master in the future." N. Other members of the Wang family also echoed this. And we are willing to go through fire and water for our master and serve him as a dog or a horse. N. Wang Fuchen nodded, quite satisfied. All of a sudden, Wang Xiyuan and his family of 3 were abandoned by everyone and became outsiders. Yun Zihan grinned. And expel the 3 of them from the Wang family. N. After hearing Yun Zihan's order, Wang Fuchen spoke without thinking, and from today on, Wang Wu and the other 2 will be removed from the family tree and are no longer members of my Wang family. N. Even though Wang Wu was his son, he never showed any mercy. Yun Zihan's orders were above everything. This is what happened to Wang Wu. Everyone looked at them in different ways. There is regret. Have mercy. Fortunately, there is happiness. Wang Wu felt complicated, sad, and regretful. Looking at his foolish wife and son, he sighed deeply. They were left with nothing. He became an ordinary person whom he once looked down upon. Yun Zihan spoke again, and what happened tonight must not be spread outside. N. Through what happened today, he realized that his current strength was still lacking and he didn't want to expose himself. Avoid contact with people of higher power. He knew very little about the world of warriors and needed to ask Wang Fuchen more. He dismissed everyone else and called Wang Fuchen into the room. The 2 talked for a while before going their separate ways. On the way home, Yun Zihan kept thinking. There is actually a realm beyond the ordinary realm. There are at least 3 people in China who have reached the transcendental realm. According to the current situation, he has to spend 1 billion to get 1 upgrade point. It will take tens of billions to increase the physical fitness to 100, and another 100 billion to increase the spirit to 100, reaching the double 100 level. Now with the help of the Wang family, Mushin Noa's side will also be operational, and perhaps it won't take long. Damn, it turns out spending money is so tiring. His goal now is to spend money to acquire all the large companies he can. Quickly improve your strength. Yun Zihan suddenly felt that he knew nothing about this world. Now that we have a system. He also wanted to penetrate all the fog and find out the truth. When I got home, I saw Mushin Noa still sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but feel excited and quietly leaned in. Chapter 32, The 4 Beauties of Kyoto, Yi Zikan. The next day, Mushin Noa got up early and dressed carefully. Today her best friend from Kyoto is coming to Linhai to play. The two haven't seen each other for almost half a year. She planned to ask Yun Zihan to go to the airport to pick her up. After 2 hours of dressing up, she finally finished. She shook the sleeping Yun Zihan and saw him open his eyes sleepily. She said coquettishly, "Zihan, get up and go out with me." When I opened my eyes, I saw Mushin Noa's exquisite makeup. The angel's face is white and rosy. Long and smooth hair. My spirit is much better than the previous 2 days. Feeling 2 masses pressing against his bare arms made him feel a little distracted. And don't mess around, I have something to do today. Seeing Yun Zihan's expression, Mushin Noa blushed. She definitely knew what he was thinking. He was so strong that I could hardly resist him and I had to beg for mercy every time. He had some important things to do today, otherwise he would need another hour or 2 at the beginning. She gently removed the dirty hands that were climbing the rock, leaned over and kissed Yun Zihan on the face, "And stop it, my best friend is coming to play, she'll land at 12 o'clock, let's go pick her up together." And well, okay. A flight from Kyoto to Rinkai. Inside the first-class cabin. A woman elegantly admires the scenery outside the window. Her skin is as white as cream and as gentle as jade, and the black tights highlight her exquisite figure to the extreme. There were people sitting in the seats next to them. They were several men in their 20s, with good temperaments, fair faces, and a sense of pride in their demeanor. The eyes of several people were circling around the woman in black, nakedly revealing their greed. Among the 4 beauties of Kyoto, Yi Zikan is one of them. And Zikan, my family has a long history with them. I will speak for you when the time comes. This matter will definitely be accomplished. And come on Lu Chong, my Huang family also has a presence in Linhai, it's enough for me to help Zikan. And I am here to protect Zikan. I'll punish anyone who dares to bully her. Yi Zikan ignored them and continued to look at the scenery. She has been fed up with these second-generation rich kids, who follow them wherever she goes. There are really a few dung beetles that can't be shaken off. This time she came to Linhai to discuss matters on behalf of the Kyoto Yi family, and she was also able to meet Mushin Noa. She was originally very happy. Who knows where they got the news from, and they even bought a flight to follow here. I'm in a bad mood. Snort. It must be Yi Wuwan who revealed her whereabouts again. She loves and hates her brother. She loves his doting on her, which allows him to do anything for her, but she hates him for matchmaking her up. Although these people all have good family backgrounds, she just doesn't like them. Soon, the plane stopped smoothly. After several people got off the plane and came to the departure hall, Yi Zikan immediately attracted a lot of enthusiastic eyes. It's just that her body is so hot. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of long legs that were at least 1 meter long, straight and slender. She was wearing a pair of black high-top shoes that made a clicking sound, and her proud breast swayed up and down with her steps. The other passengers leaving the station were stunned. Beautiful as a fairy. None of the big stars on TV can compare to the woman in front of me. Some men who think they are very rich, with money bugs in their heads, are about to come forward to make a date. Then 3 handsome young men with charming temperament came out from behind her and protected her behind them. After being influenced by the family environment for many years, these people naturally have a special aura. This made those who were about to step forward hesitate for a while. After taking a good look at the few people, they had to give up. I'm afraid these people are not ordinary people. There was suddenly another commotion among the crowd. I saw people outside the exit automatically making way for me. A well-mannered and handsome man came over, chatting and laughing with a woman wearing sunglasses. The woman was wearing a pair of large sunglasses that almost covered half of her face. Even so, it cannot completely conceal the woman's charm. Half of the facial features are revealed, stunning everyone. What day is today? I have never seen such beautiful women before, and I suddenly saw two of them today. Many people were so busy looking at the beauties that they forgot for a moment that they were there to pick someone up. And it's Mushin Noa, and the people in front of Yi Zikan exclaimed at the same time after seeing the two people outside. Mushin Noa is one of the four beauties of Kyoto, along with Yi Zikan. I didn't expect that she would come to pick me up at the airport in person today. Several people were excited, and they could brag about it in their circle later. Meet good girlfriends. There was a slight curve at the corner of Yi Zikan's mouth, and she smiled. For a moment, a line of poetry rang in the minds of everyone around. One glance can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. I'm afraid it's just this much. Mushin Noa also smiled. Suddenly all the beauties pale in comparison, and all the women in the entire airport feel extremely inferior. The two hugged each other and then separated. Yi Zikan stared at Yun Zihan with her sharp eyes, from head to toe, and from toe to head. She just saw clearly the intimacy between Mushin Noa and him. He got the goddess who had been pursued by so many young talents in Kyoto but failed to do so. Who is he? And let me introduce him to you. Mushin Noa stuck out her tongue, and this is my boyfriend Yun Zihan. Hearing Mushin Noa's introduction, several talented people in Kyoto looked surprised. This is shocking news. Goddess Mu is actually looking for a boyfriend in Linhai. If this news gets back, I wonder how sad and heartbroken Kyoto will be. Fortunately, their favorite goddess has not yet settled on anyone. But they couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. No one has gotten this kind of goddess, so no one thinks anything about it. If one day, someone suddenly took me down, I would still feel a little uncomfortable. I really envy Yun Zihan. Quietly won the title of one of the four beauties of Kyoto. Looking at them again, they don't know when to stop licking. The road ahead is long and arduous. And this is my best friend, Yi Zikan. Mushin Noa took Yi Zikan's hand and introduced her to Yun Zihan. And hello. Yun Zihan nodded politely. And hello. Yi Zikan had a few questions in her mind that she wanted to ask Mushin Noa at the moment. She looked at the people around her, swallowed all the questions for the time being, and responded with a slight nod. And Yun Zihan? You are not from Kyoto, right? And Huang Jihui suddenly said with a stern expression. Mushin Noa looked at Huang Jihui and the others, then turned away in confusion. Yi Zikan explained, and these scabby dogs followed me all the way. They must have been called by my brother. Being scolded as a scabby by Yi Zikan on the spot, Lu Chong and Xiao Han looked embarrassed and forced themselves to grin. Only Huang Jihui continued to stare at Yun Zihan with unfriendly eyes. Yun Zihan felt puzzled by his hostility. Do you know me? He replied coldly, and what? Is there a problem, N? And how dare you touch the emperor's woman, N? Huang Jihui suddenly shouted. Yun Zihan was stunned. The emperor's woman. Is it Mushin Noa? So who is the emperor? Seeing Mushin Noa's panicked expression, he suddenly became very angry and felt a dull pain in his heart. She lied to me. Chapter 33. What's it to you? The Wu family is a powerful family in Kyoto. Their descendants are spread throughout the powerful circles, and the head of the family, Wu Qiankuan, holds a high position in China. The person to be engaged is Wu Qiankuan's grandson, Wu Dingxiong. It is precisely because of this identity that Wu Dingxiong is able to call the shots and dominate the younger generation in Kyoto. Wu Dingxiong also established the Emperor's Party, which brought together the descendants of senior officials from many departments in Kyoto. Those people supported Wu Dingxiong with all their might. Huang Jihui is just an ordinary member of the Emperor's Party. Everyone in the Emperor's Party knew that Mushin Noa, one of the four beauties, was about to be engaged to the Emperor. After hearing Mushin Noa's introduction to Yun Zihan, he felt that the Emperor was being cheated on. As a member of the Emperor's Party, Huang Jihui had great respect for the Emperor. How could he accept this fact? He was very angry. He felt even angrier than if he had been cheated on. When Mushin Noa heard Huang Jihui mention Wu Dingxiong, his face turned pale. Because she had never mentioned this to Yun Zihan. Just a few months ago, her family had arranged a marriage with the Wu family, and during the holidays of this semester, she was asked to return to Kyoto to hold an engagement ceremony. She didn't intend to hide it, but she didn't want to add unnecessary pressure to Yun Zihan. Since she chose Yun Zihan, she would definitely not attend the engagement with Wu Dingxiong. But at this moment, Yun Zihan seemed to have misunderstood her. She held Yun Zihan's arm aggrievely and explained, and don't listen to his nonsense. I have never admitted to being the emperor's woman. Yun Zihan was in a bad mood. Seeing Mushin Noa's pitiful appearance, he felt sorry for her. Mushin Noa continued, and my family got engaged to the Wu family this semester, but I didn't agree. I see. Yun Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought she was too timing, but it turned out that she was just engaged. The person who was speaking seems to be the emperor's man. Yun Zihan looked at Huang Jihui with sharp eyes, and what does this have to do with you, An? Huang Jihui's eyes tightened, and I am a member of the emperor's party. The emperor's affairs are the affairs of our emperor's party. I advise you not to make mistakes. N. Huang Jihui, go back to Kyoto and don't show up in front of me again. N. Yi Zikin's face was frosty, and her clear eyes were full of anger. Huang Jihui's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Zikin scolding. And Zikin, I didn't say anything wrong, why are you angry with me? Enroll. N. Yi Zikin said coldly, Mushin Noa was her best friend, they both came from wealthy families, and their similar backgrounds allowed her to better understand Mushin Noa's feelings. Be a family sacrifice. She didn't want to either. This Huang Jihui actually said something hurtful to her. This was something she couldn't stand. Lu Chong and Xiao Han were still surprised that Mushin Noa was actually Wu Dingxiong's fiancée. They were not members of the emperor's party and did not know about these things. Now hearing Yi Zikin say this, they were delighted as they had one less competitor. There was a little more smile in the look he gave Yun Zihan. After all, it's because of him that Huang Jihui is like this. Huang Jihui's face flushed and he was hysterical inside, but he didn't dare to retort. Seeing that Yun Zihan didn't speak for a long time, he took out all his anger on him. And are you deaf, N? Seeing this, Yun Zihan didn't want to give any face anymore. He simply raised the back of his hand and slapped back. Pa! Huang Jihui felt a pain on his face and took a few steps back. And you are looking for death. Just wait for the revenge of the emperor's party. And Huang Jihui was surrounded by mocking eyes. He felt ashamed and he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. After giving Yun Zihan a fierce look, he left angrily. He must send the news back to Kyoto immediately. Yi Zikin looked at Yun Zihan with a serious expression and said, Yun Zihan, do you know what you are about to face? Yun Zihan shook his head. And the emperor is Wu Dingxiong, a member of the Wu family in Kyoto, you know Wu Qiankuan. Yun Zihan shook his head. Yi Zikin was speechless. She actually thought Yun Zihan was confident. It turns out I knew nothing. She looked at Mushin Noa helplessly, and are you willing to face it with him, N? Mushin Noa didn't think about it and nodded, and I am willing. I am already his N. Wow. Yi Zikin was shocked, and Lu Chong and Xiao Han were even more shocked. The two of them gave Yun Zihan a thumbs up. Really cool. They admired Yun Zihan's courage from the bottom of their hearts. They were well aware of the strength of the emperor's party, and they would sleep with the emperor's woman just by his permission. Yi Zikin remained silent and didn't know what to say. Seeing their expressions, Yun Zihan also knew that Wu Dingxiong was not a good person. But, is he easy to mess with? He deserved the revenge on the emperor's party. He said calmly, ain't as long as he dares to come, I will accept all of them. N. After saying that, he called a few people and took Mushin Noa out of the airport. When everyone saw that Yun Zihan's car was actually a Bugatti, they couldn't help but become curious about his background. And hey, this is a newly produced custom version, right? And Lu Chong suddenly asked, and how much did it cost? And 130 million. And Yun Zihan said. And boss, nice to meet you. And Lu Chong couldn't help but admire him. This damn girl hid everything from me. Yi Zikin knew about Yun Zihan's existence, but Mushin Noa did not tell her more information. With this car, he could surpass many people in the emperor's party. It seems that he is really fearless? She suddenly realized a problem and couldn't help but ask, and Yun Zihan, are you driving this car? And he's N. And you don't want us to take a taxi ourselves, N. After Yi Zikin's reminder, everyone remembered that this sports car only had 2 seats, but there were 5 people here now. Yun Zihan smiled slightly, and of course not. N. At this moment, a sound came from the parking lot. I saw a luxury convoy slowly approaching. N. And where am I? N. Lu Chong muttered to himself. Yi Zikan was also shocked by this scene. Xiao Han was completely stunned. 4 or 5 luxury cars stopped in front of them. Of course, these were all arranged by Yun Zihan at Zhuo Chuyao's request. The cars I bought before are still there, just ask someone to drive them over. And get in the car. N. And you can take any car you want. N. Yun Zihan said calmly. And boss, do you need any accessories? N. Lu Chong looked at Yun Zihan with admiration, his eyes shining. And I'll follow you from now on. N. Looking at Lu Chang's appearance, everyone laughed and got into the car one after another, and the Bugatti started. The luxurious convoy drove out of Linhai Airport amid the envy of countless onlookers. And Zihan, my family asked me to go back during the holidays, but I won't go. N. In the car, Mushin Noa said. Since Yun Zihan already knows about this, she also needs to make a statement. These things cannot affect the relationship between them. Hearing Mushin Noa's words, Yun Zihan asked in surprise, and why not go? N. And I didn't want to go in the first place, and now that you're here, I'm even more reluctant. N. Mushin Noa spoke calmly, but she was a little worried inside. By doing this, her family would definitely offend the Wu family. Although she believed everything Yun Zihan had told her before. However, the Wu family has been working hard for many years and must have very strong strength. And go, I'll accompany you. N. Chapter 34 Buying a Manor, do I believe it? Yun Zihan took them to a star-rated hotel. Because Yi Zikan had to go out to do some work in the afternoon, no one drank. One meal cost hundreds of thousands. Lu Chong looked at Yun Zihan with even more passion. Although he was from Kyoto and had a natural sense of superiority, he found that he was no longer superior to Yun Zihan. His family's strength is considered quite good in Kyoto, but he does not have the ability to spend money like water like Yun Zihan. A simple meal costs dozens of dollars. So arrogant. If he knew that Yun Zihan once spent 20 million on a meal, I wonder what he would think. After dinner, Yun Zihan sent a car to Yi Zikan and the others to do some business. And he took Mushin Noa to see the manor. They soon arrived at the place where Linhai Manor was being sold, and the sales manager's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa both have outstanding temperaments, and their outfits look very high-end at first glance. Not to mention their appearance, everyone in the sales office was stunned at this moment. A fat man in his 40s with a gold chain hanging around his neck suddenly said deliberately, "And I don't know what's wrong with women nowadays. Successful people like me don't like them. They only like those pretty boys." N. Although Chiu Ziming's voice was not loud, it was very abrupt in the quiet atmosphere. Everyone heard his words. Everyone knew that he was targeting the newly arrived couple. Yun Zihan glanced at Chiu Ziming. A clown. Seeing Yun Zihan's eyes, Chiu Ziming showed a sneer on his face. What are you looking at? I just said that to you on purpose. Only rich people like me can have such a cool girl. Seeing me show off my strength, she immediately came over happily. He continued, and some people have no self-awareness at all. They come here pretending to look at houses to make themselves look rich, but in fact they are just using clichés to win the favor of women. N. The estates here are worth billions. It is said that this pretty boy can buy a set. Chiu Ziming didn't believe it at all. He pretended to be hot, tugged at his collar, and let out a gold necklace as thick as his thumb. And it's really hot today. N. The two sales ladies next to him stared in amazement. I like this kind of mature man. Charming. Yun Zihan looked at him disdainfully and asked, and tell me about the manor. N. And okay sir, I'm Xiao Wang, the sales manager of Fuxing Coast. N. Wang Xiaoyao walked over and began to introduce herself. And our Fuxing Coast has a beautiful environment and unique scenery. The manor is located by the Linhai Lake. The air is very fresh and far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It is only half an hour's drive to the city, which is very convenient. N. And we have a total of 23 manors, each covering dozens of acres, with complete infrastructure. Currently, only manors 1, 2, and 9 have not been sold. N. And our manors are numbered according to price. Number 1 is our most expensive one. Not only is it in an excellent location and very close to the sea, but it also covers an area of nearly 100 acres. N. And miss, you are wasting your breath by talking so much. Why don't you introduce it to me in detail? If I am happy, I might buy manor number 9 today. N. Xiao Ziming suddenly interrupted and said that in his opinion Yun Zihan was just pretending to be cool in order to pick up girls. He had been showing off for such a long time, but the woman didn't even look at him. This made him very angry. "And are you sick?" and Mushin Noa cursed coldly. She was listening with great interest. This lunatic kept making sarcastic remarks. How could she not know what he meant? "It's just to draw your attention." Idiot. "And my lady, don't be fooled by this kind of pretty boy. If you want to find a man, you should find a steady man like me. N. Even after being scolded by Mushin Noa, Xiao Ziming was not angry. He smiled kindly, and the fat on his face was almost oozing with oil. "And why bother with a dog? Take us to see manor number 1. Yunzi said coldly. "And manor number 1, don't make me laugh. And Xiao Ziming laughed. Wang Xiaoya's face changed slightly. She had specifically emphasized that the manors were determined by price, but this person actually wanted to see manor number 1. Manor number 1 is worth 2.3 billion. This minute. She felt that he probably didn't really want to buy the manor. But she couldn't expose it either. In their line of work, they must not offend customers. Besides, this customer had a good temperament and maybe his family was really rich. Manor number 9 is closer to here, so ask him if he wants to go to manor number 9. Just take them on a tour. And sir, how about we go and see manor number 9 first? Yun Zihan smiled coldly, and just look at number 1. Wang Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and nodded helplessly. Xiao Ziming was still laughing, and the flesh on his waist was swinging in circles. He said with a smile, "And I will wait for you to come back here today. I want to see if this beautiful lady can see the true face of this boy today. N." Then he walked to the sofa and sat down. It seems. It would be embarrassing if Yun Zihan and the others came back from visiting the manor and then didn't buy anything. At that time, he would show the beautiful woman that he was able to buy the manor, and maybe he would be able to win her heart. He was satisfied even if it was just for one night. He had never eaten anything of this level before, so he had no idea what it tasted like. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. After going out and getting on their company's car, after a journey, Yun Zihan and his companions arrived at the gate of manor number 1. I have to say, the scenery here is really beautiful. The lake is shimmering and meets the clear sky. It makes people feel relaxed and happy at first sight. Open the steel gate and you'll see a huge garden. There are colorful flowers blooming inside. Mushin Noa ran forward with excitement on her face, squatted down and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. Wang Xiaoya followed Yun Zihan in and said, "And although manor number 1 has not been sold yet, we will arrange for someone to take care of it every day. N." About 2 hours passed. A few people came out of manor number 1. Yun Zihan is very satisfied here. Not to mention the scenery, the garage is so big that it can park at least dozens of cars. When I buy a car in the future, I will have a place to put it. In addition, you can also go out for a yacht ride. Buy a few yachts some other day. It is also convenient to go out to sea. Mushin Noa was also very satisfied. Although he was born into a wealthy family, he had never lived in such a luxurious and comfortable manner. "And do you like it?" and Yun Zihan asked gently. Mushin Noa's face was rosy, and her smile was more beautiful than the flowers in the manor, and of course, it's so beautiful here, and the lake breeze is very comfortable. And this place will be yours tomorrow. And Yun Zihan smiled faintly. Wang Xiaoya had a teasing look on her face. This woman was indeed beautiful. It seemed that she would not be able to escape the clutches of the devil tonight. And tomorrow, after he has finished eating and wiped his mouth, he will come up with all kinds of excuses to avoid it. In her opinion, Yun Zihan was just trying to tease that woman. Otherwise, why didn't he ask about the price? Hypocritical. When I returned to the sales hall, the fat man was still there. As soon as he saw them coming in, Xiao Ziming started to mock them, "And it seems that manor number 1 is going to be sold today. I am lucky to be here. N." Yun Zihan ignored him and said to Wang Xiaoya, "And bring me the contract. N." "And what, N?" Wang Xiaoya was a little bit unconvinced and thought she had heard it wrong. "And I said I bought it, bring the contract here. N." "And first, sir, manor number 1 is priced at 2.3 billion. Are you sure you want to buy it?" And Wang Xiaoya was stunned. He didn't look like he was joking. Can this be true? Can I really sell manor number 1 today? And also, I bought all the numbers 2 and 9, N. Chapter 35. Come, feed him. After Yun Zihan said that he wanted to buy not only number 1, but also the remaining number 2 and number 9. Everyone's mind exploded. Is he kidding or is he still asleep? Even Xiao Ziming was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. And haha, these 3 manners are worth at least several billion. I'm afraid you can't even come up with a fraction of that. N. This fly is really annoying. Yun Zihan was annoyed and said, and what if I really buy it? N. Xiao Ziming was delighted when he heard this. He can't even come up with so much money himself, how can a young boy have such ability? He had never seen such a person in Linhai. He chuckled and said, and if you really buy it, I'll eat shit right away. N. Yun Zihan nodded and urged, and is the contract ready? N. Wang Xiaoya came to her senses and hurried over to get the contract. Spreading it out on the table, she said with a trembling voice and an unsteady breath, and all 3 contracts are here. Manor number 1 is priced at 2.3 billion, manor number 2 is priced at 1.8 billion, and manor number 9 is priced at 1.5 billion. N. A total of 5.6 billion. Wang Xiaoya calculated silently in her heart, she didn't even dare to say out loud this sky-high price. She was still wondering what 5.6 billion meant. Her hometown is a small county town with a population of only over 100,000. If the average house price is 1 million yuan, 5.6 billion yuan can buy 5,600 houses. 5,600 sets. You can buy half of the county with that much money. The person in front of me. He is about the same age as me. Do you really have so much money? While Wang Xiaoya was still thinking, Yun Zihan had already signed the contract, then put down the pen and said, and pay with fingerprint. N. Wang Xiaoya's pupils dilated and her eyes were fixed on Yun Zihan. Ending, consumption 5.6 billion, upgrade point progress 0.510. N. And upgrade points, 6. N. Seeing Yun Zihan's payment was successful, everyone was shocked and opened their mouths wide. Xiao Ziming was so shocked that he stood there like a half-stumped log. Yun Zihan looked around and saw the burly man in uniform at the door. He hooked his finger and called him over. And go find some food. N. Ding Ergu is a genuine countryman. He has not received much education, is tall and strong, and has a dark complexion. Even in the security uniform, he still looks dignified. And okay, boss. And he was an honest man and had long been shocked by Yun Zihan's financial resources. When I heard the boss's order, I subconsciously did what he said. Xiao Ziming's face changed drastically when he realized what was happening. This guy really spent billions to buy it. He really wants to feed himself. When did such a great god come to Linhai? Bah, you offended this great god by talking too much. He said to Yun Zihan in a panic, I am short-sighted and have offended this young master. Please don't take it seriously. N. Seeing the change in Xiao Ziming's attitude, other people in the sales office couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, I didn't mock this rich man just to please Xiao Ziming. Now. The rich man stood there, his whole body seemed to be full of honey, making them salivate and they couldn't wait to rush up and take a bite. Women who live next to rich men are so lucky. Not only is she good looking, but she can also find a rich man like her. And they still have to work hard here for 996. If I didn't know that I couldn't compare to her in beauty, I would have stepped forward and offered myself to her today. Young people like this are the most attractive. Suddenly, a foul sour smell came. Ding Erga walked in shyly with a slightly red face, carrying a black bag. Where to find ready-made food at this time? This boss is really difficult. He had to put in a lot of effort himself before he finally got a lump out. Everyone was overwhelmed by the smell and they all pinched their noses and fanned their hands constantly. Mu Xinyao, I glared at Yun Zihan. Look at the good things you have done. Yun Zihan also pinched his nose because the smell was too strong. And go, feed him. N. When Xiao Ziming saw the sturdy Ding Ergo coming over with a bag, his eyes rolled back, his calves trembled, his eyes were filled with fear, he covered his mouth with his hands, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Seeing that everyone couldn't stand his shit, Ding Ergo was also angry. What's wrong with looking down on food from the countryside? This anger made him as strong as an ox. He pushed Xiao Ziming's hand away with one hand, and with the other hand grabbed the pocket and poured the liquid into Xiao Ziming's mouth. And well. N. A female salesperson vomited all over the floor. Mushin Noa had already closed her eyes and snuggled in Yun Zihan's arms. She had no objection to Yun Zihan doing this. It's not about right or wrong, excessive or not. As long as it's him, she will support him. Yancho Ziming clenched his teeth. The disgusting smell irritated his nostrils and nerves. Under Ding Ergo's brute force, his city gate was soon lost. In an instant, thousands of black and yellow troops poured into the throat, flowing downstream through the narrow passage and attacking the fortress. Xiao Ziming's eyes were filled with tears. He weighed several hundred pounds, but he was actually crying. Wang family courtyard. In the living room. Seeing the unfamiliar faces opposite her, Yi Zikin lost her composure. When did the Wang family change the person in charge? This negotiation is very important, involving the core interests of the family, and requires the Wang family to make certain concessions. That's why she came to negotiate in person. But Wang Wu obviously doesn't look like this. Thinking of this, she felt that this negotiation would be a bit difficult. If it was Wang Wu, they would have more contact and would be more talkative. But now I don't even know this person. Today is Wang Yuan's first day as the heir. Many friends have called to congratulate him. He is very excited and feels that his ambitions can finally be realized. Young Master Yun is truly a man of extraordinary means, and his financial strength is comparable to that of our Wang family. In the future, I will definitely follow young Master Yun's footsteps, and my Wang family will become even more glorious. He knew the purpose of the Yi family's arrival. The Yi family is a big family in Kyoto, and the family was prepared to give up some interests. But now the Wang family has young Master Yun as their backer, and the Yi family is far away in Kyoto. Looking at the beautiful Yi Zikin, Wang Yuan had some thoughts in his mind. And hello, Ms. Yi, please take a seat. I am the new head of the family, Wang Yuan. May I ask why you took the trouble to come all the way from Kyoto, N? Yi Zikin sat down and smiled politely. And hello, Master Wang. I am Yi Zikin from the Yi family. I am here to discuss the details of the cooperation on behalf of the Yi family. I brought some gifts to show my sincerity. N. After saying that, Lu Chong and Xiao Han came forward carrying a box of gifts. After opening it, they found some antique treasures. Wang Yuan smiled and said, and the Yi family is so kind, so my Wang family will accept it. N. Then he closed the box and continued, and Nisi, you must have worked hard to come here from afar. We will discuss the matter tomorrow. I have already ordered delicious food at the hotel today to welcome you. What do you think, Nisi, N? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Yi Zikin frowned slightly. The attitude of the head of the Wang family is not right. This matter is already urgent. I still have the mind to eat first. At this time, a young man in a white shirt walked in. The moment he saw Yi Zikin, Wang Zilong couldn't take his eyes off her. He was stunned by Yi Zikin's beauty. This is a woman comparable to Mushin Noa. Mushin Noa is Yun Zihan's woman, so he dare not have any extravagant hopes. Now the Wang family are all his pawns. If he dared to compete with Yun Zihan for the woman, he guaranteed that his father would be the first to beat him to death. And this is my son Wang Zilong, and this is Miss Yi from the Yi family in Kyoto. You young people should have more topics to talk about and communicate more. N. Wang Yuan said with a smile, looking at Yi Zikin as if he were his daughter-in-law. Wang Zilong's face lit up with joy and enthusiasm. Everyone understood what Wang Yuan meant. The purpose is to bring Yi Zikin and his son together. Yi Zikin frowned, and Lu Chong and the others also had gloomy expressions. Chapter 36. Are you willing to be with Zilong? In Yi Zikin's eyes, Wang Zilong was like a pretty boy, with delicate skin and tender flesh, without any masculinity at all. Plus I'm worried about family matters. She really had no interest in these things and had no good feelings towards them. And Master Wang, there is still some time before dinner, how about we talk first, N? Yi Zikin looked at the watch on her wrist and spoke. Seeing Yi Zikin's expression, Wang Yuan knew her attitude. It's not her turn now. After all, the Yi family can't afford to lose the Wang family's vote. His heart sank slightly, and he said seriously, Yi and I am not free right now, Zilong will chat with you. If you are happy chatting, things will be easier to discuss. Un. After saying that, he prepared to go out with a cold face. Seeing Yi Zikin being humiliated, Lu Chong was unhappy and said angrily, Endo's the Wang family look down on the Yi family in Kyoto, N. Wang Yuan looked at him suspiciously and asked Yi Zikin, and who is he, N? Seeing Wang Yuan's attitude, Yi Zikin was angry, but for the sake of the family's interests, she had to compromise and suppress her emotions in her heart. Before Yi Zikin could speak, Lu Chong said proudly, and I am from the Lu family in Kyoto. N. Wang Yuan said lightly. If it were in the past, Wang Yuan would definitely flatter and please him at this moment. The Yi family and the Lu family are both large families in Kyoto. And now he has the confidence. The Wang family not only has the old patriarch who is a powerful mortal, but also young Master Yun, and even more terrifying forces behind him. Wang Yuan's indifferent response made Lu Chang's blood boil. His face flushed and he said in a provocative tone, "And what a great Wang family. I will report the Wang family's hospitality to my father in detail when I return. Pull the wealthy families of Kyoto to your door. Threaten." Wang Yuan snorted coldly, "And is this the sincerity of Nisi in discussing things, N?" Yi Zikin frowned and looked cold. She shouted at Lu Chong, "And shut up. And then she looked at Wang Yuan and continued, "And the Yi family is definitely here with sincerity. I wonder what we can do to get the support of the Wang family, N. And it depends on what Miss Yi does. Zilong, you chat with Miss Yi first. N Wang Yuan said and left. Yi Zikin's face turned pale. No one had ever dared to talk to her like this. Wang Yuan meant that if she didn't agree with his son, there was no need to discuss the matter. The election meeting will be held soon. Any family with a powerful person in the mortal realm has the right to be elected and a vote. As long as you are successfully elected, you will become a member of the Federation, the highest authority in China. Her grandfather is a super powerful person in the late mortal realm. His goal in this election conference is to become a member of the Federation. The Wang family has always had business cooperation with the Yi family, and of course they know that the Wang family has a vote, so this time they sent her to the Wang family to win votes. I didn't expect the Wang family to be so disrespectful. There is not even the superficial trust of Su Snake. Did they agree to give the tickets to someone else? The more Yi Zikin thought about it, the more anxious she became. There are not many families with voting rights. If the Yi family does not get this vote, the impact can still be controlled. But they are afraid that the Wang family will cast this vote for the Tai family, which is the strongest competitor this time. The Tai family has gone crazy for the election and has arranged at least 2 marriages this year just to win votes. It is totally inhumane that they treat the women of the family as trading objects. Now the Wang family also wants her and Wang Zilong. She became even angrier. Wang Zilong looked at Yi Zikin with a smile. The more I watch, the more excited I am. Her appearance and temperament are not inferior to Mushin Noa, and her figure is even better than Mushin Noa. On the way back, his father had already told him. This woman is very powerful and now she wants something from the Wang family, asking him to make good use of this opportunity. Try to get her. He was already feeling dissatisfied, and he would not be willing to marry an ugly person. Now that he saw the real person, Wang Zilong was in a very good mood. NMS. Yi, you are so beautiful, the most beautiful person I have ever seen. And Wang Zilong said. And Yi Zikin had a blank expression on her face. She was in no mood to pay attention to him. And don't worry, I will definitely talk to my dad tonight. I just hope Miss Yi can go back satisfied. And thank you, Master Wang. And how about I take you to the busiest pedestrian street after dinner, Yin? And I am very tired today. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Zilong tried his best to find topics to strike up a conversation. Yi Zikin spoke incoherently, not taking him seriously at all, and was completely perfunctory. Lu Chong sat next to Xiao Han, feeling depressed. In the awkward atmosphere, Wang Zilong invited several people to go to the restaurant together. Just as they sat down, Wang Yuan arrived. And Nisi, I hope you two are getting along well. Zilong is a good kid. Wang Yuan asked with a smile. Yi Zikin was silent. She wanted to answer immediately. However, she had to consider her family. Her family has always been very caring and attentive to her. If she refused directly, the head of the Wang family would probably be furious, and she could foresee the consequences. At this moment, she was conflicted. Deep down, she didn't want to put herself in a difficult position. But the love for family became a hindrance. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Shi Nua's boyfriend is from Linhai. He is not even afraid of the emperor. The family should be pretty good. If he says hello, the Wang family should give him face, right? She stood up and said apologetically, and I'll think about what Patriarch Wang meant. I'll go to the bathroom first. Wang Yuan's eyes were sharp, like a knife stabbing at Yi Zikin. I believe my niece will consider it carefully. The Tai family must need it very much. Yi Zikin's heart skipped a beat. The result she least wanted to see occurred. He left the room, went to the bathroom and called Mushin Noa. At this time, Mushin Noa and Yun Zihan had just finished dinner and were preparing to go shopping. Then I saw the call from Yi Zikin. I guess Zikin has finished her work. And hello, Zikin.N. Mushin Noa's voice came like a life-saving straw. Yi Zikin felt that her mind was in a mess and she had no choice but to try any possible means. And Shin Noa, Yun Zihan, are you two together, En? And well, what's wrong, En? Is his family very powerful in Linhai, En? En family? Are you talking about Zihan? I don't know either. His family is not in Linhai.N. After hearing Mushin Noa's reply, Yi Zikin was blank. Isn't Yun Zihan from Linhai? How could this be? Hearing Yi Zikin's silence, Mushin Noa became a little worried and asked, En Zikin, are you in trouble, En? Yi Zikin sighed silently at her best friend's concern. Reluctantly, he shook his head and said, And it's okay, I just asked out of curiosity.N. Since his home is not by the sea, there is no need to cause him trouble. Yi Zikin leaned against the wall, said goodbye, and hung up the phone. Consider for a long time. She looked at her beautiful face reflected in the mirror. I couldn't help but shed a tear. After she recovered herself, she returned to her room. The room was silent. No one was chatting and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Yuan clapped his hands and asked the waiter to serve the food. He saw some scars on Yi Zikin's face and knew that she should have made a choice. En niece Yi, are you willing to be with Zilong, En? The whole place was silent. Wang Zilong stared at Yi Zikin excitedly. Such a beautiful person will soon belong to him. Lu Chong clenched his fists and looked as if he wanted to kill someone. I cursed him in my heart as despicable. Yi Zikin's long eyelashes trembled as if they were soaked in water, and her tightly bitten lips were already oozing blood. I wish, En. And she doesn't want to, En. Chapter 37 China's Secrets. And she doesn't want to, En. Hear this discordant sound. Wang Yuan flew into a rage and slammed the table. He wanted to see who was so blind as to dare to cause trouble. He was dumbfounded when he saw the person who had spoken walk into the room. The words Yi Zikin was about to say came to an abrupt end. I was speechless at the sudden appearance of this familiar voice. She looked toward the door. Yun Zihan appeared there with Mushin Noa. Yi Zikin's expression froze, and she stood up in panic, knocking the bench under her hips to the ground, and pushed the two people out in a panic. And why are you here? Get out now.En. Although the Wang family is not as powerful as her Yi family, it is one of the most powerful forces in Linhai after all. Yi Zikin didn't want Mushin Noa's boyfriend to fall into this quagmire. Seeing Mushin Noa's puzzled look, she didn't have time to say anything more and kept pushing the two of them out. Yun Zihan patted Mushin Noa on the back, signaling her to rest assured, and then said to Yi Zikin, And relax a little, it's okay.En. He gently pulled away, and with his mortal strength it was easy for him to break free from Yi Zikin's push. With a domineering aura, Yun Zihan said indifferently, And kneel down.En. Yun Zihan was like an emperor, ruling the world and looking down on everything. It makes people dare not look directly at it, and they want to worship it. Boom! Yi Zikin and the others were shocked and their heads were buzzing. Wang Yuan's brain is also in a state of shutdown at this moment. What's going on? He had just called and invited young Master Yun personally, with the intention of taking advantage of the situation to shock these visitors from Kyoto. Let them know that the Wang family now has other powerful mortals to help them, so as to prevent them from becoming desperate and uniting to attack the Wang family. Who knew that Yi Zikin would actually compromise? He really wanted to slap himself in the face a few times now. If he had known that there was no need to call young Master Yun, he would definitely not have made this call. And they know each other. Suddenly feeling a chill enveloping himself, Wang Yuan saw Yun Zihan's dark eyes, which were icy cold and ruthless. He knelt down quickly. And Mr. Yun, I was wrong. I didn't know she was your friend.En. Clang.En. Lu Chang's body trembled, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this moment, words could no longer describe his feelings, he was deeply impressed. My admiration for Yun Zihan is beyond words. He was determined. Before long, Yun Zihan will surely make the entire Kyoto tremble. Yi Zikin's eyes widened. She had underestimated Yun Zihan. Someone who can directly take on Wu Dingxion. How could there be nothing? How could I be afraid of the Wang family in Linhai? Neither of the two Wang families can compare to the Wu family. It turned out that the Wang family was so afraid of him, which made her sad for a long time, and she thought her life had lost its color from then on. Before receiving Yi Zikin's call, Yun Zihan had already received a call from Wang Yuan, who said that there were several wealthy families in Kyoto present and asked him to come over to intimidate them. Thinking of Yi Zikin's nonsensical phone call later, he brought the worried Mushin Noa over. When he reached the door, he heard Wang Yuan's questioning of Yi Zikin. "And apologize to Miss Yi." Yunzi said coldly. Wang Yuan, feeling anxious, immediately said, "Nay, I'm sorry, Miss Yi. I was rude. The voting will be decided by young Master Yun. Yi Zikin looked spirited and her eyes were full of longing. What is the identity of Mushin Noa's boyfriend? It can make the head of the Wang family so servile. She suddenly became curious. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it is a very dangerous thing. "Mushin Noa, your boyfriend is amazing." Yi Zikin teased. "And I don't know either." Mushin Noa also looked confused. She didn't even know that Yun Zihan brought her to Yi Zikin. "I don't know what his connection with the Wang family is." I suddenly felt a little worried. She knew everything about him except that he was a student of Linhai University. Seems to know nothing. Yun Zihan noticed the change in Mushin Noa and could feel her nervousness by holding her little hand. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, "And what's wrong with you?" And Mushin Noa forced a smile, "And nothing." Yun Zihan pulled Mushin Noa to sit on the sofa in the room. He asked Yi Zikin, "And what is the specific situation? Would you rather give up yourself and ask for Wang Yuan's help, N?" Yi Zikin looked embarrassed, and then told Yun Zihan the rules of the election meeting. A few minutes later, after listening to Yi Zikin's explanation, for the first time, Yun Zihan had some understanding of China's top management. The highest ruler of China is the Federation, and the Federation has only had 10 members for many years. If anyone joins the Union, it can be said that when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. His family will instantly become one of the top forces in China. In China, no force dares to offend the families of the members of the Federation easily. This is also the reason why all the family forces are scrambling to join the Federation. Same. Yun Zihan also learned some secrets. The top leaders of China are all warriors. And they are all strong. In this election conference, both the electors and the elected must possess mortal realm strength to be eligible to participate. And if you want to become the elected person, you must reach the late stage of the mortal realm to be eligible. The purpose of Yi Zikin's trip is to get the election votes in the Wang family's hands. Vote for her grandfather at the election meeting. Unexpectedly, her grandfather was actually a great master in the late mortal realm. Yun Zihan was also a little confused and asked, "And who gave the right to vote, or can one vote as long as he reaches the mortal realm, N?" Yi Zikin patiently explained, in theory, as long as a family member reaches the mortal realm, they will basically take the initiative to report to the lord of their respective mansions. The relevant departments will record it, and then send a notice to those who are recorded before the meeting. N. Unless he is a hermit master that no one knows about. Yun Zihan was in deep thought. It turns out that to reach the mortal realm one must proactively report to the palace master. I don't know whether he should go to the lord of Linhai Prefecture or Jiangling Prefecture where his hometown is if he wants to report. But for now, Yun Zihan has not yet thought about reporting. After what he learned today, he wanted to improve his strength even more urgently. There seem to be too many masters in the mortal realm. And the emperor is Wu Dingxion. His father is a member of the Federation. Yi Zikin said suddenly. Yun Zihan was stunned. With such a powerful background, this opponent must be quite confident. I must transcend the ordinary realm as soon as possible. Seeing Yun Zihan didn't say anything, Yi Zikin continued, "And if his father takes action at that time, I will ask my grandfather for help, and my grandfather has great hope in this election meeting. N. And I believe you. N. Mushin Noa also encouraged. It's not that she hasn't thought about her family. But she didn't listen to the family's arrangements in the first place. If the Wu family gets angry, it's hard to say what the family's attitude will be, let alone helping Yun Zihan." Yun Zihan said he was not worried, but he was also worried. What is not to worry about is that as long as he has more than 100 billion, he can reach the mid-term stage, and as long as he spends money quickly, he can reach the late stage soon as well. What he was worried about was that before he had even spent his money, this late-stage master from the Wu family would come knocking on his door. Tomorrow, let Mushin Noa ask those people to start helping him spend money. He said calmly, and it's okay, don't worry. N Wang Yuan, vote for the Yi family. Tomorrow you will go to Kyoto in person to apologize. N. Wang Yuan did not hesitate, ain as you command, Master Yun. N. Chapter 38. This is the master's test. Yun Zihan left. Yi Zikan didn't want to stay here, so she followed him out. Of course Lu Chong and Xiaohan would not stay here. Suddenly, only Wang Yuan and his son were left in the private room. Wang Yuan had a calm expression and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Zilong's face was gloomy. Yun Zihan really doesn't take them seriously. Why? And Dad, do we in the Wang family have to be subservient to him for the rest of our lives? N. Shut up. If you say something like this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. N. Early the next morning. After the old patriarch Wang Fuchen learned about what happened yesterday, he personally took Wang Yuan and boarded a flight to Kyoto. Tianting Villa area. When Yun Zihan got cold, Mushin Noa has already prepared the meal. Yi Zikan leaned on the sofa. They chatted all night last night and had endless things to talk about. He was left alone, unable to sleep. And Zikan is here, don't you pay attention to the impact? And seeing Yun Zihan wearing a fluffy coat, Mushin Noa scolded. Yi Zikan turned around and was so impressed by Yun Zihan's strong muscles that she couldn't help but praise him. And Yun Zihan, I didn't realize you had such a great figure before. N. She looked at Yun Zihan from all angles with interest. Despite having seen many high-quality men in Kyoto, Yun Zihan is not inferior in either temperament or appearance. Mushin Noa is really lucky. Choosing Linhai Maritime University is absolutely the right decision. Find and beat this treasure boy. She admitted that she was envious. Yun Zihan changed his clothes in a huff. Then they sat down to eat together. And Yun Zihan, why is the Wang family so afraid of you? And Yi Zikan asked curiously while eating. And because they are afraid of my master. N. Yun Zihan thought about it and made up an identity. Even Mushin Noa doesn't know his identity as a warrior. Everyone is guessing what his background is. His family is very simple and any investigation will reveal everything about it. His family is an ordinary family living in the suburbs of Jiangling City, Jiangling Prefecture. His mother was the only one at home. My father is missing and may have died. It is more reasonable and convincing to invent a mysterious and powerful master. Otherwise, how could he have the current strength and financial resources? And your master must be very powerful. And Yi Zikan silently compared Yun Zihan's master with her grandfather and came to a conclusion. Her grandfather could not intimidate the Wang family, and the Wang family's attitude towards his master made her feel like a servant. Yun Zihan spoke so strongly yesterday. From Wang Yuan's eyes, she could see that it was sincere admiration from the bottom of his heart. There was no sign of resistance. All I can say is that his master's strength may have reached that level. Could it be one of those three people? There are three vice presidents above the Federation. A powerful person who has transcended the ordinary realm. And is your master the vice president of the Federation? Yi Zikan asked. She was very curious about who his master was. Yun Zihan smiled faintly. And master told me not to use his name outside and to solve problems on my own so that I can achieve the purpose of training. N. Seeing that Yun Zihan didn't say anything, Yi Zikan stopped asking. He firmly believed in his heart that his master must be one of them. Besides, she couldn't think of anyone. Where do so many powerful hermits come from? It is possible for those in the mortal realm to exist, but it is almost impossible for those beyond the mortal realm to exist. Mushin Noa exclaimed in surprise, and so you are also a warrior. N. She originally thought that Yun Zihan was the heir to a wealthy consortium, but she didn't expect that he was actually the most mysterious warrior in China. Among the billions of people in China, 90% of them do not know that there are warriors in China. And I never asked, and I never told you. And Yun Zihan explained, and then said, and you should ask those employees to start investing and acquiring today. Move quickly. This is a test from my master. N. Your master is really strange, and he has such a strange task. Mushin Noa rolled her eyes. And how would I know what he was thinking? Anyway, he invested the money as quickly as possible, and it didn't matter whether he made money or not. N. Mushin Noa was speechless. I can't figure out what this is for. In the eyes of the two masters and apprentices, money seemed like a piece of waste paper. Crazy master and apprentice. Hearing Yun Zihan's calm words, Yi Zikan was secretly shocked. Lay out. Direct control of the economy. His master wanted to control something. Or maybe there is some purpose. After dinner, Yi Zikan rested for a while and said goodbye to Yun Zihan and the others. She is going back to Kyoto today. Mushin Noa was reluctant to leave. She didn't have many friends in Linhai. In fact, she had been feeling very lonely in her heart over the past few years. Yun Zihan comforted her affectionately and reminded Mushin Noa again. Spend 100 billion in a week, no upper limit. Knowing that this was a test from Master Yun Zihan, Mushin Noa also understood the importance of the matter and immediately called all personnel to take their positions. She also hurried to the company. Yun Zihan stayed in the villa alone. After thinking for a while, he called home. Anson, do you have insufficient living expenses? I'll transfer 1,000 to you right now. N. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other side, Yun Zihan couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. The mother will always feel indebted to him. The first thing he worries about is whether he has enough money to spend. Yun Zihan rubbed his nose and said, Mom, how are you doing recently, N? And it's pretty good. The factory has recently increased our salary by another 100 yuan. N. And Mom, you don't have to go to work anymore. I've made some money here, which is enough for me to spend. N. And as long as you can earn enough to spend, you should keep it. You have many places where you need to spend money now. N. And just listen to me, I'll come pick you up right away. N. Yun Zihan felt guilty. He had had the system for such a long time, but he had never thought about his mother. He blamed himself inside. His mother raised him alone with great difficulty, doing heavy physical work silently. She looked as old as she was in her 50s or 60s, even though she was only in her 40s. However, she never complained about being tired or suffering, and she was always worried about him. His father, just as his mother said, disappeared for unknown reasons, and there was no news of him since. He just thought of making a phone call because he was bored. Yun Zihan took the car keys and drove towards Jiangling quickly. There has never been a time when he missed his mother as much as he did at that moment. Linhai is about 700 kilometers away from Jiangling. Yun Zihan sped along on the highway, and he managed to shorten the journey of 7 or 8 hours by half. In a dilapidated dormitory building in Jiangling. When Su Xiang heard that her son would be back soon, she smiled kindly, her eyes full of relief. She immediately went to the kitchen and prepared a table full of her son's favorite dishes. He must have lost weight at school. Put the pot on the table and start working. One delicious dish after another was brought to the table by Su Xiang. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. And bang, bang, bang. N. Su Xiang's face changed drastically. It had only been a few hours, and her son must not have arrived yet. Those evil guys must be here again. She opened the door angrily. What are you going to do? Outside the door, there was a man in his 40s, with his hair combed to one side with shiny hair cream on. And why don't you move out, N? The man said sternly. And this is the dormitory arranged for my family. Why should we move out? And Su Xiang argued. The dormitory building where I had lived for decades was suddenly taken back. And without any documents, Su Xiang didn't believe it at all. She knew that someone was trying to tamper with it. Such a big table, are there any guests today? Oh, you have been alone for so many years, I can understand. The man smiled strangely and went deeper into the house. Pick up the chopsticks and prepare to pick up the food. And stop it, you scoundrel. N. And if you don't move out today, I have something even more shameless. N. Su Xiang subconsciously folded her hands over her chest and cursed, and you are a bastard. N. And are you going to move or not? N. Chapter 39, Lord of Jiangling Mansion. Enju Changxiang, listen carefully. I will not move away even if I die. N. Su Xiang's eyes were moist. If his father Yunfong was at home, who would dare to bully him like this? When Su Xiang thought of Yunfong, her heart ached. Hatred. No. He loved her very much, she knew it. So no hate. Some are just misunderstanding and grievance. After all these years, there has been no news from Yunfong. Maybe he is really dead. And hey, don't blame me then. N. After saying that, Zhu Gengxiang slammed the chopsticks on the table and grabbed Su Xiang's hand. Although Su Xiang looked much more haggard due to hard work, it could not conceal her beautiful face. Nah, don't mess around. N. Su Xiang turned pale and screamed loudly. Xu Chang didn't say anything, but increased the strength in his hands. Yun Zihan, who was eager to go home, had just arrived and was going upstairs when he suddenly heard his mother calling. His face changed and he hurried upstairs. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a greasy-faced man pulling his mother. He was instantly furious. He walked up to Xu Chang, grabbed his collar and threw him back. In bump.N. Xu Chang fell heavily on the concrete floor, feeling dizzy for a moment. When he saw that it was Su Xiang's son, he started cursing. And you re a bastard.N. Bastard. Yun Zihan was filled with murderous intent. Without waiting for Xu Chang to continue speaking, he directly broke his neck. Wanted to insult his mother. Die. Zhu Gaiqiang's eyes widened. He never thought that he would die here today. Su Xiang was stunned. Seeing that her son had killed him, she hurried over and closed the door. Zihan, why are you so stupid, silly son.N. Holding Yun Zihan, Su Xiang immediately burst into tears. Her son became a murderer and her world collapsed. Everything is for Yun Zihan. Without him, Su Xiang doesn't know what can keep her alive. And it was mom who killed him, not you.N. Ensign, woo. Yun Zihan hugged her tightly, feeling lucky that he arrived in time. He is very angry. Killing Xu Chang was not an impulse. But no one can touch his loved ones. This is his Achilles heel. Move. Then die. And don't cry, mom. No one will bully you from now on. I promise.Un. Su Xiang was choked with sobs and cried while hugging Yun Zihan. She was filled with grief. After today, maybe I will never be able to hug him again. And mom, who is he on? And his name is Xu Chang, and he is here to force us to move out. And Su Xiang choked. Su Xiang's eyes were blurred with tears as she told the story. The house they live in was allocated a long time ago. Yunfong was still there at that time, and this place was given to him as a reward for his outstanding work performance. She lived there for several years, and not long after she became pregnant with Yun Zihan, Yunfong suddenly disappeared. She could only live here and take care of Yun Zihan by herself. I have lived here for more than 20 years. Recently, Zhu Changxiang suddenly came to their door and said that the house had been taken back and asked them to move out as soon as possible. And when asked, he said there was no document. Xu Chang had come to talk to him several times before. Su Xiang never told Yun Zihan. After Yun Zihan understood the whole story, he thought more than Su Xiang. There is no doubt that the property rights here belong to his family. The certificate can be taken out at any time. Recently, this Zhu Gengxiang dared to come and chase people away blatantly. This means there is someone behind the scenes operating the system. It is most likely a certain department or some privileged people. They think there is money to be made here. Getting something for nothing. Xu Gengxiang, to put it bluntly, he is just an errand boy. Yun Zihan originally wanted to avoid revealing his mortal realm strength. Now that Zhu Chang had been killed, he thought for a while and decided to contact the palace master. And mom, don't worry, I can handle it.N. After comforting his mother, Yun Zihan found out the private phone number of Lord Jiangling through Wang Fuchen. Somewhere. Song Mingzhi is processing official documents. Suddenly, the phone prompts a strange call. He was slightly surprised. His personal cell phone number is almost only known to his friends and relatives. Moreover, as the lord of a mansion, his personal information is SSS top secret. Generally, there are very few unfamiliar calls. After a few rings, he picked up the phone. And hello, Lord of the Palace. My name is Yun Zihan, and I am in the mortal realm.N. At the same time, a large courtyard. Tion Fui stayed with two burly men. And what's wrong with Xu Chang? He has been given so much time to deal with this little thing, and he still hasn't finished it.N. Tion Fui looked disgusted. Zhu Gaiqiang's ability was too poor. He had arranged all the connections for the recycling of the entire old dormitory building, and asked Zhu Gengxiang to run errands, but it took a month to get it done. Go, ask him what he wants to do, and Tion Fui looked unhappy. There were only dozens of residents in the whole building, and he couldn't even deal with dozens of poor guys. He felt ashamed to tell others that Zhu Chang was his nephew. After all, he is also a prominent figure in Jiangling. In the morning, Zhu Chang said that he would definitely get it done today. There was only one household left, and he would get it done today no matter what. As a result, after being there for such a long time, there is still no news. I guess something went wrong again. Fortunately, I still believed in him. And okay, Mr. Tion. The big man named Agu replied. Agu made several calls in succession, but no one answered. Tion Fui was surprised, and rushed towards the dormitory building with Agu. Song Mingzhi looked at Yun Zihan in shock. He said on the phone that he was in the mortal realm, so Song Mingzhi immediately brought his assistant over to verify. As the lord of the palace, he knows the core secrets of China. In fact, in China, warriors rule everything, but many people don't know it. When he heard that an unregistered mortal realm appeared in his territory, he was very excited. In the entire Jiangling prefecture, there are only a few people who have reached the mortal realm besides himself. Now that someone suddenly appears, Jiangling's overall strength will be greatly improved. It is very likely that Jiangling prefecture will make further progress in the future provincial examination rankings. From the moment I saw Yun Zihan, he could not hide his shock. Such a young mortal realm? Unheard of. It only means that he is a monster. And after returning, I must immediately report his situation to General Red Star. N. Song Jiaming said to himself. Red Star Commander. The first person in China. He is also the president of the Federation. And are you sure you have really reached the mortal realm, N? Song Jiaming still couldn't believe Yun Zihan's strength. Yun Zihan had no choice but to perform to prove himself. He raised his fist suddenly and punched in the air. The wind is howling strongly. Song Jiaming took a breath. He also had the strength of a mid-level mortal realm, and was deeply shocked when he saw Yun Zihan's punch. It is impossible to achieve this level of achievement without reaching the mortal realm. He was certain that this young man, who was about 20 years old, had indeed reached the mortal realm. And very good. N. Songju was shocked, but happy in his heart, and you are the pride of our Jiangling. N. Then he saw Zhu Chan lying on the ground. Doubtful voice. And what's going on, N? Chapter 40. I killed your son. Zhu Chang's body was kicked into the corner by Yun Zihan. After Song Jiaming entered the room, all his attention was focused on Yun Zihan. Only now did I realize that there was a dead person lying on the ground. And he deserves to die. And Yun Zihan said in a cold tone. He stared at Song Jiaming with sharp eyes and continued, and I will also take action against the people behind him. N. Yun Zihan made his attitude clear directly, which was also the reason why he contacted the palace master. If you were an ordinary person, doing these things would cause a lot of trouble. But it's different as a mortal. Song Jiaming was surprised. Seeing Su Xiang's tear-stained face, this person probably offended the family of this young mortal realm warrior. It's like lighting a lantern in the toilet. Feeling Yun Zihan's anger, he also expressed his understanding. Everyone has a temper. What's more, he is a strong man in the mortal realm. Who among them is not arrogant at heart? Even if you are humble, it is only when others do not touch your bottom line. If something like this happened to him today, he would also handle it without hesitation like Yun Zihan. The strong cannot be humiliated. Since he is a warrior, it is impossible to solve the problem simply by using the law. Try to minimize the impact. With Song Jiaming's tacit consent, Yun Zihan's tense face relaxed a lot. And thank you, master. Mom, make a cup of tea for him. N. Su Xiang on the side was already frightened. She had often seen the person in front of her on TV. He is the highest-ranking official in Jiangling Prefecture. She thought they were arresting her son for murder. She was extremely sad and regretful. If she had moved out earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Now let us look at the conversation between my son and the mansion master. It didn't seem to be what she thought. Although she was confused by what she heard, she was sure that the lord of the mansion was not here to arrest anyone. After hearing Yun Zihan's call, he quickly took the cup and made 2 cups of tea. And Song, Palace Master Song, please be so embarrassed. Please take a seat and have some tea. N. Su Xiang looked apprehensive. The person on TV suddenly appears next to you and has committed a crime. Song Jiaming took the cup with both hands. Knowing that she was Yun Zihan's mother, he was very polite. And brother Yun and I are of the same generation, so I will call you auntie. Do you mind, N? Su Xiang was stunned. Yun Zihan was not vague and said cheerfully, "Ensong brother, you are too polite. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." N. Song Jiming waved his hand. He knew that Yun Zihan was talking about what was about to be done. And it's okay, just be aware of the impact. N. Matters concerning warriors should naturally be resolved in a warrior's way. The prosperity of China is forged with the blood of countless martial artists, both predecessors and current martial artists. Warriors naturally have certain powers. At this time, Tion Fui, driving a Land Rover, also came to the dormitory building where Yun Zihan was. He looked up and went upstairs with Agu and Abia. When they reached the door, Tion Fui winked. Agu understood and kicked forward, breaking the shabby wooden door into several pieces. Then, Tion Fui walked in aggressively. I saw a young man in his 20s looking at me angrily. He smiled disdainfully. And unhappy? Don't you know me, Tion Fui, N. Yun Zihan and Song Jiming were having a pleasant conversation when suddenly someone broke into their room. The anger in his heart has not yet been vented. Unexpectedly, the person behind Zhu Chang would come to the door on his own initiative. Tion Fui. Even if it wasn't the person behind him, he would have died. Anyone who dares to break into the door directly is not a good person. What would happen to his mother if he wasn't there? And is he yours, N? Yun Zihan pointed at Zhu Chang, who was lying on the ground. Tion Fui looked in the direction he was looking and discovered that the man was the missing Zhu Chang, who was unexpectedly knocked unconscious. His face changed and he immediately took a step back, letting Agu and the other man stand in front of him. And what did you do to Zhu Chang, N? And of course I killed him. And Yun Zihan said lightly, as if he was just crushing an ant to death. He is actually a murderer. Tion Fui looked frightened. He didn't expect to meet such a tough guy today. Agu Abia, destroy him quickly. N. These two people have always been his right-hand men and have helped him deal with many things. The two big men took action immediately. How could they be Yun Zihan's opponents? Yun Zihan punched out with both hands. Two bangs. The two men fell to the ground, looking in horror at the places where they were hit by Yun Zihan. All the bones are broken. Then Yun Zihan pinched Tion Fui's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Tion Fui was terrified, and his face turned dark red due to difficulty breathing. An unknown liquid flowed out and his whole body convulsed. And you, what are you going to do? N. Tion Fui howled. At this time, Song Jiming stood up and walked over. When he saw who was coming, the frightened Tion Fui felt happy. It's the lord of the mansion. We are saved. Because Song Jiming was sitting on the sofa with his back to them, he thought they were his family. I didn't expect the mansion lord had already arrived. He actually dared to kill someone in front of the lord of the mansion. No one, not even God, can save him. And he is a murderer. Save me. N. Tion Fui shouted excitedly. Song Jiming didn't say anything. And call your family. N. Yunzi said coldly. Tion Fui immediately took out his cell phone. And N. As soon as Tion Fui yelled, Yun Zihan snatched his phone away and said, Ian, I killed your son. If you want revenge, just come to me. My name is Yun Zihan. N. After saying that, Yun Zihan clenched his hands. Crunch. Tion Fui's neck tilted and he died. Agu and Abia were terrified. He actually killed Tian Xiao directly. The two men were trembling all over, even though they had done many bad things before. But when they suddenly become lambs to be slaughtered, they will also be afraid in their hearts. Yun Zihan did not kill them all. In the eyes of despair in the two men, he crippled their limbs and threw them out. Song Jiming didn't say a word throughout the whole process. Su Xiang was totally at a loss and stood there in a daze. His son killed someone in front of the mansion lord, and the mansion lord did not stop him. As long as her son is fine, she feels relieved. These people deserve to die. All the food she cooked was spilled, and she felt heartbroken. Looking at the mess in the room, Yun Zihan invited Song Jiming to have dinner at the restaurant to express his gratitude. Song Jiming readily agreed. Several people went out together. Tion family. Tion Fui listened to the busy tone on his cell phone, but the words spoken on the other end were still in his mind. I killed your son. Who is it? So arrogant, so arrogant. Dare to go against Tion Fui in Jianling Prefecture. And someone come. N. Immediately a man in a suit ran into the room. And go check where Fei Yue went.n. Tion Fui's phone must be in that person's hands, so Tion Fui immediately called back. For a long time, no one answered. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The person who called was not after money. If he was, he would have put forward conditions just now. If you don't seek wealth, then you only seek life. He also knew a little about what Tion Fui had done, often fooling around outside. He also turned a blind eye. This time, we must have offended the desperado. As there was no news coming back, Tion Fui became more and more anxious. Chapter 41. Bring the coffin. In the restaurant's private room, before the dishes were served, Yun Zihan and Song Jiming were laughing and chatting, just like old friends who had known each other for many years. And brother Yun, are you still in college? And Song Jiming was a little puzzled. He is still studying after reaching the mortal realm? His usually serious face had an unnatural expression and seemed to be about to laugh. Yun Zihan didn't feel anything strange. Song Jiming is a very nice person. Not hypocritical. Although he holds a high position, he is not only humble but also very modest when getting along with others. There is a reason why he could become the master of a prefecture at the age of 40. Of course, there is no need to say much about his strength, and his way of dealing with people is truly impeccable. And there's no other way. I have to complete my master's orders. And Yun Zihan laughed. And your master? And Song Jiming paused, his eyes slightly surprised, his heart was in turmoil. Yun Zihan was already a strong man in the mortal realm. What realm had his master reached, and how could he train such an outstanding disciple? Several people appeared in his mind, and his thoughts were exactly the same as Yi Zikin's. The 3 vice presidents of the Federation. And my master is quite strict with me. And Yun Zihan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Only he himself knew that he had no background and had to disguise his identity out of necessity. No wonder you can be trained as a disciple, achieving the ordinary realm in your 20s. I admire you. And Song Jiming was full of praise for this unconventional teaching. No wonder you are different from ordinary people. Others focus on cultivation when teaching their disciples, so they don't have the time or energy to study. Yun Zihan smiled modestly, took a sip of water, and asked again, and brother Song, you are too kind, because my master has never told me about the situation of warriors. I know nothing about the current environment of warriors. I even heard about it from my friends a few days ago. And in that case, I'll tell you about it. And Song Jiming said. Thinking of Master Yun Zihan's eccentricity, it was normal not to tell him these things. He could not judge him by the standards of ordinary people. There are many warriors in China, but almost all of them are from warrior families. Ordinary people cannot get in touch with them, so naturally they cannot become warriors. Even if they know, warrior families will not easily pass it on to others. According to historical records, China was once a place where martial arts flourished and martial arts were respected. However, hundreds of years ago, a catastrophe suddenly struck, and many people were wiped out in this world-destroying disaster. Those who did not die all had memory problems. They knew nothing about this catastrophe and had even forgotten martial arts. But other memories were preserved. Some of the more powerful ones, because of their longer lifespans, have had their memory shackles loosened over the years, restoring their memories as warriors. As for the catastrophe, they couldn't remember what happened, they only knew that a terrible disaster had occurred. Those who restored the warriors' memories were the founders of the warrior families. Up to now, most of the managers in China are warriors, but the Red Star Commander has not made this information public due to certain concerns. As long as a warrior reaches the mortal realm, he must report according to regulations. If a warrior is needed to take action in a certain place, the Federation will issue a task, and the mortal realm who is notified is obliged to carry out it. Of course, there are actually very few such tasks. Similarly, the mortal realm also has many privileges. For example, ordinary people's laws cannot be used to restrict the mortal realm. As long as the mortal realm is reported, every federation has the right to vote. If you practice hard, you may even be eligible to join the Federation. Song Jiming said a lot in one breath. Because they were all from Jiangling Prefecture, he felt a special affinity for Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan didn't say anything, still digesting the information he received. Su Xiang's eyes were filled with shock. It was the first time she heard these secrets. Her expression kept changing. These things had a huge impact on her. After a while, Yun Zihan raised his head and said, "ENIC. Thank you, Brother Song, for clearing up my confusion." I couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity and shock about that catastrophe. A catastrophe that wiped out billions of people. It can be called the end of the world. It can also cause so many people to have selective amnesia. He was puzzled and continued to ask, and everyone's memory has been tampered with. Could this catastrophe be man-made? I don't know. Many people have the same guess as you, but there is nothing to prove it. And Song Jiaming shook his head, with doubt in his eyes. The content of their conversation was quite sensitive, so all the dishes were delivered to the door by the waiter and then served by Song Jiaming's assistant himself. And brother Song, would you like to have something to drink? And Yun Zihan suggested when he saw that all the dishes had been served. I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time, so let's have a couple of drinks with brother Yun today. And Song Jiaming said with a smile. After 3 rounds of drinking. And hello, and Yun Zihan's phone suddenly rang. And Yun Zihan. I will cut you into pieces. An extremely angry voice roared, and one could sense the man's deep murderous intent even through the phone. And are you sure? And Yun Zihan laughed coldly. There was no need to guess who was on the other end of the phone. Yun Zihan knew it was the family of Tion Fui whom he had just killed. It seems that they have found the dormitory building, otherwise how could they find his phone number and call him? I wanted to call it a day, but someone was looking for death. I know you are still in Jianling, you can't run away. And Tion Fui was furious. Even if he smashed everything in Yun Zihan's house, it would be difficult to offset the hatred in his heart. In Chunguan Hotel, I'm waiting for you. Bring your coffin with you. And Yun Zi said coldly. And damn it. And with a curse, Seer actually asked him to prepare the coffin. Tion Fui was so furious that he smashed the phone on the ground, and it broke into pieces in his hand. Then he called everyone and went directly to Chunhua Hotel. One after another, black business cars started up and lined up to leave, forming a beautiful landscape in the dilapidated dormitory complex. Those who live here are not rich. They gathered together and watched the convoy go away, talking to each other. The information came together and it turned out that Su Xiang's family had caused trouble and had fled. This group of people was now chasing them, and everyone expressed their sympathy. On the way, Tion Fui took the spare phone. And Yang Bin, I'm Tion Fui. And it's Mr. Tion, what's the matter? Yang Bin, who was sitting with a few friends playing mahjong, looked flattered when he heard the other party say it was Tion Fui. Tion Fui is a big shot in Jiangling. No, but not familiar. Several other friends also stopped playing cards and cast curious glances over. And what? Yang Bin suddenly exclaimed and stood up quickly. And I'll be there right away. And Tion Fui is going to my restaurant to kill someone. And Yang Bin said as he hurried out the door. The remaining few people were also shocked. They were all businessmen and had heard of Tion Fui's name. Such a big shot is actually going to kill someone. Chapter 42. This devil. Jianling is big, but also small. The news that Tion Fui was going to Chunhua Hotel to kill people spread like wildfire. Chunhua Hotel is also well known in Gangnam and is of high quality. When Tion Fui's motorcade arrived at the hotel, some people had already gathered near the entrance. Many of them are familiar faces. Tion Fui walked over with a sullen face. And Mr. Tion. Some people greeted him enthusiastically, but Tion Fui was so murderous that he was in no mood to deal with them. They didn't feel embarrassed and followed behind, all wanting to see what had happened to make Tion Fui so angry. And Mr. Tion, please take care of private room 205. At this time, Yang Bin came out and said. Tion Fui had already confirmed that the person he wanted to kill was in the private room at room 205. He looks like a very young person, and I don't know how he could have provoked such hatred from Tion Fui. Yang Bin shook his head, not understanding the reason, and followed Tion Fui to the private room. Opened the door. Dozens of people gathered in. Tion Fui brought with him 20 or 30 people, all dressed in black, and another dozen or so followed in and wanted to lick Tion Fui's dogs. In an instant, the entire private room was packed with people, all staring at Yun Zihan and others with ill intentions. When he saw Yun Zihan, Tion Fui's eyes were bloodshot, and his facial features were distorted by strong hatred. A life with only one son, the hatred of his son's murder made Tion Fui lose his composure. And are you Yun Zihan? And seeing Yun Zihan still eating calmly at the table, Tion Fui was furious. He is so arrogant that he thinks he is easy to bully. Seeing Yun Zihan's attitude, the dogs who followed in also started to tease him. And Boss Tion wants to kill him. Why does it look like he's not smart enough to me? and I am ashamed of myself for not being able to keep myself calm. And to deal with him, Mr. Tion only needs to make arrangements. There is no need to come in person. At the same time, flattery is inevitable. Tion Fui turned a deaf ear and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. And if you kill my son, I will bury your whole family with him. Tion Fui glanced at the people at the table and said, and it seems that they are all here. I don't have to look for them one by one. Boom. The group of bootlickers were shocked and now they understood why Tion Fui was so furious. This young man named Yun Zihan actually killed his son. It seems that Tion Fui only has this one son, and I heard that he dotes on him very much. Yun Zihan looks gentle, but he is actually a murderous character. And have you brought the coffin? And Yun Zihan glanced at him. And I will chop you all into pieces one by one, and then scatter them on my son's grave to atone for my sins. Tion Fui laughed strangely. And just you, and Yun Zihan looked disdainful. And you are the most courageous person I have ever met in Jiangling. I will make you suffer slowly. And there are so many things you haven't seen in Jiangling. Now that I've finished my story, you can get on the road too. And Yun Zihan slowly stood up. And go to hell, you arrogant boy. Tion Fui was furious and prepared to take out something. And Tion Fui, N. Just then, a familiar majestic voice came from the direction of the bathroom in the private room. When everyone looked over, they saw a man with a flushed face and serious features walking out. And fuck, it's the palace master. And why is the palace master here too? And Yun Zihan and the palace master are having dinner together. What is their relationship? Some people were shocked and moved to the side without leaving a trace. It seems the situation is delicate. It's better to mix less. And Son, palace master Son, and Tion Fui glared angrily, his heart beating wildly. And Tion Fui, do you know what you are doing? And Song Jiming asked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Tion Fui suddenly became like a deflated ball, and all of a sudden he lost his momentum. Song Jiming's words showed that he was on Yun Zihan's side. Even though he can call the wind and rain in Jiangling, he is so awesome. He didn't have the courage to become an enemy of the mansion master. And he killed my son. Please investigate this matter, Lord. And Tion Fui was terrified. And it's your son who was seeking death, so you deserve to die too. And Yun Zihan said indifferently, his cold eyes unable to conceal the murderous intent. Although he was not afraid of Tion Fui, who knew if he was cornered, he would target his relatives and friends one day. The hatred between them can no longer be resolved. Instead of guarding against his revenge every day, it is better to nip the problem in the bud. And master, please help me and bring this murderer to justice. And Tion Fui begged. Song Jiming looked at Yun Zihan. And what does brother Yun say? N. Seeing this, Tion Fui was extremely confused. The palace lord is asking for his opinion? Everyone was secretly shocked. Tion Fui is a big entrepreneur in Jiangling. Even if the lord of the mansion has a good relationship with Yun Zihan, he should appease Tion Fui at this time. Judging from the current situation, the palace master has a clear stance and is clearly biased towards Yun Zihan. In Jiangling, the lord of the mansion is the god, and he does not need to curry favor with anyone. Could it be that Yun Zihan is the second generation from Kyoto? Otherwise, they would not understand the lord's actions. Everyone was thinking about it and had various guesses about Yun Zihan's identity. And since he chose to come to me, the result is already determined. And Yun Zihan responded. That was a sure kill. Song Jiming remained silent. Yun Zihan knew. Although Song Jiming did not speak, he had already given the answer. And get out, all you outsiders. And Yun Zihan suddenly said in a stern voice, and his aura dissipated. Everyone only felt their eardrums vibrate and an invisible pressure made them breathless. They ran out in fear. It's so horrible. Yun Zihan just said one sentence, and they felt their hearts tremble with oppression. If I don't run, I will probably be crushed to death. I can't even breathe. It was not until they ran out of the door that everyone felt the terrible sense of oppression disappear. Everyone could not hide the fear on their faces and looked at each other in bewilderment. Also running out were Tion Fui's bodyguards, looking embarrassed. I consoled myself in my heart, and he who knows the current situation is a hero. I am not afraid of death, I just choose a good tree to live in. It is estimated that Tion Fui is in great danger. No one would be naive enough to think that with the lord of the mansion present, Yun Zihan would not dare to violate the law. Everyone saw the mansion lord's attitude. They all took out their phones and quickly notified their sons. Don't mess with this devil Yun Zihan. In the private room, Tion Fui knelt on the ground tremblingly. He felt the pressure most clearly, which caused his legs to bend directly. I won't take revenge. My son deserves to die. And Tion Fui regretted it so much that he begged for mercy again and again. And it was Tion Fui who offended you. I am innocent. Please don't kill me. This devil. He really can kill people. The palace lord doesn't care. I don't want to die. Yun Zihan walked towards Tion Fui step by step. He lay on the ground, watching Yun Zihan's footsteps fall. It seemed as if every step was stepping on his heart. One step, one tremor. And don't come over here, Tion Fui screamed hysterically. Seeing that Yun Zihan didn't stop, his face turned pale and he felt completely hopeless. The hand that Yun Zihan stretched out to him was infinitely magnified in his pupils. Until you stop thinking. And this matter ends here. And Yun Zihan muttered silently. Then he bowed to Song Zhiming. And brother Yun, let's continue. And Song Zhiming said with a smile. Chapter 43. I know you are all his licking dogs. According to the report from Jiangling Prefecture, a powerful mortal in his 20s appeared. The Federation immediately took it seriously and reported it to the Red Star commander. Such an enchanting genius, who appears suddenly, must be treated with caution. Kyoto, a mysterious base. An old man in a gray Zhongshan suit was holding a report with a frown on his face. This report has just been compiled by the intelligence agencies. Just delivered. A long time. I failed in my duty. And the old man murmured, feeling somewhat guilty. The old man is Qi Yongchang, the current #1 person in China and the captain of the Red Star. A figure that had not appeared for many years appeared in his mind. A person mentioned in the report made Qi Yongchang fall into deep memories. A week passed quickly. Yun Zihan has already taken his mother to a villa by the sea. Ever since Su Xiang saw Mushin Noa for the first time, she couldn't stop smiling and felt extremely satisfied. Mushin Noa is not only beautiful but also well educated. The more Su Xiang looks at this daughter-in-law, the more she likes her. Living together, the two get along very harmoniously, without any of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts that occur in other families. As for everything he has now, Yun Zihan pushed it all to Master Woming. After seeing Song Zhiming's attitude towards his son, Su Xiang believed it without a doubt. With the company running like crazy, Yun Zihan also gained a lot of upgrade points this week. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, Early Mortal Realm. Constitution, 200. Divine Quality, 196. Upgrade points, 0 obtained through consumption 6.810. Followers, 3. 1. Yan Yangcho. 2. Mu Xinyao. 3. Wang Fuchen. Skill, Ghostly 18 Needles. He only needs 4 points of Divine Quality to level up again. During this week, Yunwei Investment has also entered the vision of many ordinary people in Linhai. This quietly emerging investment group, with its abundant financial resources, acquired numerous large and small businesses in Linhai in just a few days. And there is no sign of tightening investment. This has led many companies that are short of funds to come and actively seek investment from Yunwei. Ending, consumption 3.8 billion, upgrade point progress 4.810.un. And upgrade points, 4.n. A mechanical sound was heard, and Yun Zihan filled up his divine energy without hesitation. The system changed immediately. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, Middle Mortal Realm. Constitution, 200. Divine Quality, 200. Upgrade points, 0 obtained through consumption 4.820. The realm has been upgraded to the middle stage of the mortal realm, and the upgrade points become 1 point for every 2 billion, with no other changes. The benefit that the improvement of his spiritual quality brought to Yun Zihan was that his 6 senses were greatly enhanced, his memory became very good, and things that happened in his childhood seemed as if it were yesterday. He vaguely felt the existence of an invisible spiritual force, but he could not control or use it. I don't know whether the divine essence will materialize into spiritual power after reaching the late stage of the mortal realm. N old 3, are you here, N? While Yun Zihan was still deep in thought, his roommate Wu Juanxiong called to urge him. And after a slight pause, Yun Zihan remembered that the class had organized a team-building activity today. Going to an outdoor development base on the outskirts of the city. And I'll be right there. N. There is a bus parked in front of the gate of Linhai University. Inside the car, Counselor Pan Xiaoqin looked at the time with some displeasure. Everyone in the class sat in their seats in an orderly manner. Only one person was missing. I will report his situation to the Academic Affairs Office later. And Pan Xiaoqin has heard the teacher say many times that this student, who has not appeared in class for a long time, will definitely fail in this semester. University is originally very free, and skipping classes is a common occurrence. If you don't skip classes, can it still be called a university? But not attending a single class would be too much. He is so arrogant and doesn't look like a student at all. We notified you last week that we will be holding an event today, so please be sure to arrive on time. Everyone was there, except Yun Zihan. Pan Xiaoqin was angry. Such students who ignore discipline must be expelled. And why should we all wait for him alone, and said a tall and handsome boy at this time. After he finished speaking, the quiet carriage suddenly became lively, and many students began to criticize him. Enzo Jia is right. If Yun Zihan doesn't come, are we just going to sit here and wait? And that's right, I can't understand how he didn't get punished after missing class for so long. And tisk, I have money. And it is our honor to wait for him, and everyone should be content. These sarcastic tones were mostly spoken by boys who disliked Yun Zihan. Why did God open a window for him and leave a door? On the contrary, few girls spoke. With so many people targeting Yun Zihan, Wu Juanxiong and the others also looked unhappy and spoke up for Yun Zihan. And isn't the time up yet? What's wrong with waiting for a few minutes, And why rush? We'll be there soon. And Wu Juanxiong, we know that some of you guys in your dormitory want to lick him, but we don't care. Enzo Jia was unhappy and said sarcastically. Enzo Jia, I'm going to lick your wood. And Wu Juanxiong cursed angrily. And say it again. Enzo Jia stood up, as if he would rush up and beat Wu Juanxiong if he said another word. Wu Juanxiong didn't say anything, but expressed it vividly through his actions. I saw him moving his tongue quickly in and out, licking, making a puffing sound. This made some girls giggle. Zhou Jia clenched his fists and walked out of his seat. And sit down and be quiet. And Pan Xiaoqin shouted sharply. She decided not to wait any longer. The driver started the engine and released the handbrake. Just as the car door was about to close, a figure flashed in. It was Yun Zihan. He didn't even have time to park the Bugatti and just dumped it on the side of the road in front of the school gate. Seeing Wu Juanxiong waving at him, he walked to the reserved seat and sat down. Humph. Zhou Jia snorted coldly. And you are now the public enemy of the whole school. You have seduced the school belle and broken the hearts of all the boys in the school. And Wu Juanxiong said with a grin. And I can't help being sad. And Yun Zihan shrugged. And third brother, where did you hide the goddess? I haven't seen her for a long time. And Chen Lele came over and said with a lewd smile. And she's been quite busy lately. And by the way, third brother, you have to be careful. Many people have suggested that you should be fired. And Wu Juanxiong suddenly said. Hearing his words, Yun Zihan remains silent. In fact, he doesn't care whether he is fired or not. But so many people wanted him to be fired, but he just wanted to disappoint them. I'll go find the principal tomorrow to confirm it. A few of them chatted leisurely, ignoring the sour looks. And Yun Zihan, what's your phone number? Leave it for me. And at this time, Fang Shuo in the front seat suddenly turned around. She had a sweet voice, a fair face, and her eyes blinked as she looked at Yun Zihan expectantly. When the boys around saw the class beauty asking for Yun Zihan's phone number, they felt even more uncomfortable. Especially Zhou Jia, his nails were digging into the flesh. Everyone in the class knew that he had been pursuing Fang Shui. He just said that Wu Juanxiong and his friends wanted to lick Yun Zihan. Now his goddess actually licked him too. And rough. And Zhou Jia cursed in his heart. Chapter 44. I happen to have a speedboat. What about being cold? Reserved? What about your indifference towards me? Rough. Why didn't I realize before that you are such a bootlicker? Zhou Jia complained about Fang Shui thousands of times in his heart. He felt particularly angry when he thought about how every time he licked her, she always had a cold look on her face, with a look that kept him at a distance. What kind of magical power does Yun Zihan have? He can make so many beautiful women throw themselves at him. He also has money. In terms of appearance, he is not bad either. How come Yun Zihan can be licked, but he is still licking? And don't you have my phone number? And Yun Zihan smiled playfully. This class beauty who was in the same class with me for a few years now came to ask for my phone number and what I had been doing in the past few years. I just changed my phone number, and many of my numbers are gone. And Feng Shui said with eyes full of smiles. And I just got the phone number, so I can't remember it clearly. And Yun Zihan touched his nose. And it's okay, just call me. And Feng Shui said in a coquettish voice. How could she not understand what Yun Zihan meant? She does not mind. When a woman gives her all, even the most arrogant man will kneel down. She was confident that she looked good, and Yun Zihan was, to put it bluntly, a normal man. And the battery is out. And Yun Zihan said. And well, okay, then let's talk about it when you have electricity. And Feng Shui paused, knowing that there was no point in continuing to argue, so she blinked and turned back. Zhou Jie saw all of this and clenched his cheeks in hatred. Wu Juanxiang quietly gave a thumbs up. Bro, awesome. Don't you feel guilty for rejecting the class beauty so cruelly? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly the car braked suddenly, and everyone except Yun Zihan pushed forward due to inertia. Ina, N. Fuck, what happened, N? Ouch, Nana has a terrible headache. N. When everyone got off the bus and saw the scene, they were shocked. They were standing at the head of a large bridge. The bridge deck several dozen meters long in front of them was suspended high, and below was the deep blue lake water. The front of the bus was less than 1 meter away from the broken bridge. Thrilling. If they go a little further, all the people in the bus will fall into the deep water. And what's going on? Pan Xiaoqin asked with a pale face. And how should I know? And the driver of the vehicle was also sweating profusely at this moment. He didn't know when the bridge deck here was broken. At this time, a head wearing a red safety helmet appeared on the suspended bridge deck. And don't you have eyes? Don't you see the huge sign over there that the bridge is under repair? The man wearing a helmet cursed loudly from above. Everyone looked back and saw that there was indeed a large red sign erected 200 meters behind them. And how do you drive? Do you want to kill everyone? Pan Xiaoqin accused. The driver wiped his sweat. He really didn't get enough rest last night, and the road condition was very good, so he really didn't pay attention. After being accused, he knew he was in the wrong and quickly apologized. I am really sorry, I was concentrating on driving and didn't see the roadside sign. N. Humph. Pan Xiaoqin snorted. And then how do we get there, N? One person said. Hearing this, everyone looked at the small island in the lake opposite and fell into silence. Their activities today were on that island, and now that the bridge is inaccessible, there is no point in their activities. And wait a minute, I have a solution. And suddenly, Zhou Jie raised his head with a mysterious expression. After hearing what Zhou Jie said, others also became curious. What will Zhou Jie's solution be? Could it be that he moved a bridge himself? Some people went back to their cars to rest and wait, while others just stayed outside to enjoy the lake view. Zhou Jie was strolling around the area. After a while, Zhou Jie ran over with an excited look on his face. And students, follow me. N. Then everyone followed him to a fork in the road and then walked to the lake below. There was a cool white speedboat parked by the lake. And it just so happens that I have a speedboat here that can ferry several people across the lake at a time. It's very fast. Just a few more trips and they'll all be across. N. Zhou Jie said proudly. And this speedboat is very expensive, right? N asked a classmate. And it's not bad, it's just over 700,000. N. Zhou Jie said with a grin. He glanced at Feng Shui and found that she was also looking at him. I felt proud. In hiss. N. Some people couldn't help but gasp. That's it, it's so expensive. No wonder it's so beautiful. It turns out that Zhou Jie is so rich. And come on, first up. N. Zhou Jie said to let a few people go up first, but he stood there and pointed at people. He first invited Counselor Pan Xiaoqin to come up, and then invited Feng Shui. Feng Shui was stunned for a moment, then smiled and sat down. Seeing Feng Shui's expression, Zhou Jie felt very relieved, and then invited 3 boys who flattered him to get on the boat. And classmates, I'll come back to pick you up later. N. The speedboat stirred up a wave of lake water and ran towards the island. Looking at the speedboat going away, some students showed envy in their eyes. And the villain is successful. N. Wu Juanxiang spat. And it's okay. N. Yun Zihan patted his shoulder. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, something like a white building appeared in everyone's sight and moved towards them. When it came closer, everyone was petrified. It's a cruise ship. In their eyes, the cruise ship slowly approached the shore and then extended a section of the trail. A woman walked off the cruise ship. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, he walked in front of Yun Zihan. "And master, please get on board.N." At this moment, both boys and girls were stunned. This woman was the housekeeper that Yun Zihan hired at Fuxing Coast Manor. This cruise ship was also purchased before, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Then Yun Zihan invited everyone who was still in shock to board the cruise ship together. Everyone looked at Yun Zihan with complicated expressions. In the past, Yun Zihan always looked like a poor boy. I heard recently that he got a sports car and became a rich man. Now they truly realize it. Yun Zihan is extremely rich. This cruise ship must cost tens of millions, right? Just now they were still envious of Zhou Jie's speedboat, but now they suddenly felt that compared with this cruise ship, Zhou Jie's speedboat was simply a piece of junk. And so handsome, third brother.In Chen Kele leaned on the guardrail, very excited. And haha, what expressions will Zhou Jie and the others have when they see this? En Wu Juinxiong laughed. After hearing what Wu Juinxiong said, many people remembered Zhou Jie's arrogant look just now, and they were all looking forward to his expression when he saw them passing by on the cruise ship. The cruise ship was going very fast and everyone stood by the railing, feeling the comfortable breeze. Even with everyone standing on it, it didn't feel crowded at all. The island was getting closer. Suddenly, the cruise ship whistle sounded and its speed slowed down. "And look, they are here." And a classmate exclaimed. Everyone walked over curiously and looked into the lake. I saw a tiny speedboat parked on the lake. It was Zhou Jie and a few others sitting inside, with fear on their faces. Seeing the cruise ship approaching them, they would have jumped into the water out of fright if they could have done so. When a few people saw that the people on the cruise ship were other classmates from their class, they were deeply shocked. Here's what happened. Why are they on this cruise ship? Feng Shui stamped her feet in anger. If she had known this, she would not have come up. What a crappy boat. It broke down halfway through the journey. The slight change in my impression of Zhou Jie also disappeared. And this cruise ship looks nice, right? It belongs to Yun Zihan. And Wu Juinxiong said deliberately. When the people on the speedboat heard this, they felt mixed emotions. Chapter 45 The Shocked Principal. Yun Zihan asked someone to throw a rope ladder down. And come up.N. Seeing this, Feng Shui, who was so weak, suddenly gained strength and climbed up immediately without knowing where it came from. When Pan Xiaoqin saw Feng Shui climb up, she also quickly grabbed the rope ladder. Climb up with all your might. She was really scared just now. They thought they would be crushed to death by the cruise ship that was speeding towards them. After Pan Xiaoqin went on board, only Zhou Jie and 3 other boys were left on the speedboat. Seeing that Zhou Jie didn't move, several people didn't move either. They have to wait for Zhou Jie to go up first. Zhou Jie had a grim look on his face, and the rope ladder swung back and forth beside him, but he didn't grab it. When he heard that the cruise ship belonged to Yun Zihan, he felt uncomfortable. Now they have to rely on Yun Zihan to save them. And a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's go up first and talk about it later. And Zhou Jie said to himself. After thinking about it, he decided to go up first. Who knows when the speedboat will be repaired? If the speedboat hadn't broken down, he would never have boarded Yun Zihan's cruise ship. He reached for the rope ladder. The rope ladder was quickly pulled upwards, causing Zhou Jie, who was about 1.6 meters tall, to be unable to reach the ladder even when he stood on tiptoe. And hey, lower it a little, it's too high and I can't reach it. Zhou Jie shouted. The rope ladder was not lowered as he had expected, but was directly retracted into the cruise ship. And you guys can take the speedboat by yourselves. And Yun Zihan said nonchalantly. Then the cruise ship sailed away under the wide-eyed looks of Zhou Jie and others. The waves caused the speedboat to sway and almost capsize. And fuck it, and Zhou Jie cursed. On the cruise ship. The students were so happy to see this scene. Damn, you were so proud just now. What are you showing off for? Although Zhou Jie didn't express it very directly just now, one could feel his arrogance everywhere. Look at Yun Zihan, he is rich and low-key. This is the end of arrogance. No one present sympathized with them, and everyone felt relieved. Linhai Island is located in the center of Linhai Lake. The unique geographical environment makes this place the first choice for people living in Linhai for vacation. There are many service industries on the island, covering food, accommodation, and entertainment. Yun Zihan and his team's team building activity today is held at an activity base on the island. Because of the bridge construction, the other way to enter the island requires a long detour, so there are not many people on the island today. As soon as we arrived at the base, staff made arrangements. The event will start soon. As expected of professionals in team building, the sports they designed were very novel, especially some fun games, which made the students tired but happy, and the whole process was filled with laughter. Because of his strong physique, Yun Zihan won first place in all physical sports. This left the other students stunned. Logically speaking, these wealthy tycoons, as you know, should not be in very good physical condition, but Yun Zihan went through the whole game without even taking a breath. Fang Shui glanced at Yun Zihan frequently, feeling that he was full of masculinity, and she would step forward and tease him from time to time. Yun Zihan always responded to her in a lukewarm manner. The more he did this, the stronger Fang Shui's desire to conquer her became. People are like this: the easier it is to get something, the less they will cherish it. The more difficult it is, the more precious it is. What you can't get will always cause you trouble. A simple dinner was also arranged here after the event. After dinner, everyone boarded Yun Zihan's cruise ship again. Naturally, everyone praised Yun Zihan again. As for Zhou Jia and his friends, it was not known whether they were embarrassed or angry, so they did not participate in today's event. The next day, Yun Zihan arrived at the school and went straight to the principal's office. Huan Yu narrowed his eyes when he saw the students suddenly breaking in. "And which class are you in, N?" "And hello, principal, I am Yun Zihan. N Yun Zihan said calmly. "Yun Zihan? I seem to have heard of it." Huan Yu thought about it for a while, but still couldn't remember who this student was. "And what do you want, N?" "And there are a lot of people who want to fire me, and I don't want to be fired. N." Huan Yu was stunned when he heard Yun Zihan's words. "And who wants to fire you, N?" "My teachers." "And had. N Huan Yu smiled coldly. He finally realized that Yun Zihan must be a bad student. He is well aware of the overall quality of the teachers at Linhai University. No teacher will deliberately target a particular student. According to what Yun Zihan said, there was more than one teacher who wanted to fire him. It can only be explained. He has serious problems. And since the teachers are collectively deciding to expel you, it must be your fault. You don't want to be expelled, so how can you decide that, N? Huan Yu's attitude also turned bad. "I donated money to the school. And it's useless to donate money. And how much money can a student donate?" Huan Yu thought. "You cannot be exempted from punishment just by donating a small amount of money. Otherwise, if this precedent is set and students who violate disciplines all donate money, what will the school atmosphere become? I will donate 100 million. And it's useless no matter how much it is. How much should we donate?" 100 million, and Huan Yu stared, shocked. 100 million is too heavy a weight. "And donate 100 million to the school free of charge." N Yun Zihan said. Huan Yu's attitude changed again and he made a cup of hot tea and brought it to Yun Zihan. "And Mr. Yun, are you telling the truth, N?" "And of course it's true. It's just that I'm busy with business and rarely have time to attend classes. N. And for a successful student like you, is it important to attend classes? I will give those teachers a good lecture. N Huan Yu said. "And give me one of the school accounts." N Yun Zihan said. "And donate now?" Great. N Huan Yu laughed excitedly. 100 million yuan could be used to improve the teachers' salaries, and he could get a lot more in the year-end bonus this year. After Yun Zihan got the school account, he immediately forwarded it to Mushin Noa. "And hello, Xin Noa, transfer 100 million to this account." N Yun Zihan said on the phone. "Xin Noa? Mushin Noa." It turned out to be him. When Huan Yu heard Xin Noa, he suddenly remembered the rumors about that lady. Isn't Yun Zihan the rumored boyfriend of Mushin Noa? No wonder he sounded familiar. "And are you and Mushin Noa boyfriend and girlfriend, N?" "And yes. N Yun Zihan said. "And oh, you should have told me earlier. I'm very familiar with Mushin Noa's family." N Huan Yu patted Yun Zihan with a kind look. At this moment, a woman ran in with a panicked look on her face. And Principal Wang, 100 million was suddenly transferred into the school account. Should we call the police, N? No need. This was just donated to the school by classmate Yun. As a student of Linhai University, he was able to successfully start a business during college and give back to the school. What Yun did deserves everyone's respect. Huan Yu said. Hearing this, the woman was shocked. 100 million was donated by this student. Moreover, he has not graduated yet and is starting a business while in school. 100 million is not 100,000 or 1 million. Is he a god? And it's okay, I'll leave first. And Yun Zihan said. On behalf of Linhai University, I want to thank you. And Wang Yu said, and go ahead and try your luck. Linhai University will always be your safe haven. N. Chapter 46. Who else wants to fire him? Wang Yu has a good plan. He specifically emphasized Linhai University in order to tie Yun Zihan's success to Linhai University. He has already thought of the headline for tomorrow's news. And students start businesses at school and become billionaires. We are grateful to our alma mater for donating 100 million yuan. N. This will be a huge boost to the name and reputation of Linhai University. I believe that after reading the news, there will be a climax of discussion on Linhai University among high school students and parents. Look at how good the teaching quality of Linhai University is. Not only are the entrepreneurial students here successful, they can also donate 100 million yuan. Why do other famous universities have such outstanding students, but only Linhai University has them? This is strength. If you want to apply to Linhai University. Wang Yu sat in the office with a smile on his face, sipping tea leisurely. After a while, 7 or 8 teachers came in. And Principal Wang, I want to apply to expel a student. N. And me too. N. And Yun Zihan must be expelled. This student's behavior is too bad. N. And yes, otherwise everyone would learn from him and correct the school spirit. N. And in all my years of teaching at Linda, this is the first time I've encountered a student who didn't come to a single class. N. The professors were filled with indignation and started talking non-stop as soon as they entered the door. They came here together today because they were afraid that everyone would be silent and the principal would not take them seriously. Yun Zihan is so disrespectful to his teacher. University is not about fun, but about transformation and remodeling of self. This student has become addicted to pleasure and is beyond redemption. We must not allow him to influence other students and must expel him from the school. Wang Yu paused smiling and his expression instantly turned serious. If Yun Zihan had not come to the office first, he might have really done what these professors said. Otherwise, Linhai University would suffer a great loss. Not only was the news gimmick gone, but the 100 million yuan in donations was also gone. I didn't look for you, you came to me first. And Wang Yu said in a deep voice. When the professors heard this, they were overjoyed. It seems that the principal has already noticed Yun Zihan. And Principal Wang is very observant. It seems he has already understood this. And a professor flattered. And what the hell is that? If you dare to tell me to fire Yun Zihan again, you'll be fired. And Wang Yu glared at him. The professors were stunned to see Wang Yu suddenly lose his temper. What's going on? Could it be that Yun Zihan is Principal Wang's relative? And since the principal is going to protect this kind of student, I'd rather quit being a professor. And a prim and proper professor shook his sleeves angrily. And get out if you don't want to do it. It's your honor that Yun Zihan can come to class. You don't know what's good for you and want to expel him. If anyone wants to expel him, I will expel you first. And Wang Yu said angrily. And goodbye. And the old-fashioned professor turned and left. The other professors stared blankly. What on earth did Yun Zihan put on the principal to make him decide to give up so many professors for him alone? They didn't dare to confront Professor Song just now. Without this income, how would they support their families? And is there anyone who wants to fire Yun Zihan? Wang Yu asked. The remaining professors looked at each other, as if today's incident had nothing to do with them. And Yun Zihan is the glory of our Linhai University. He started his own business while he was in school and is now a billionaire. He just left my office. Do you know what he came here for, N? The professors' bodies trembled violently and their faces became stiff. Is what the principal said true? No wonder he has no time to go to school. He has done what none of us could do. We are still trying to fire him. The professors were suddenly filled with shame and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. And what is he doing here? A professor asked, remembering the principal's question. And he donated 100 million to the school, and Wang Yu was very angry. And he still wanted to repay the school. The money he donated could also improve your treatment. Look at what you are doing. If Yun Zihan knew, would he be disappointed, N? And speak up, are you slapping me in the face by doing this, N? Looking at the shocked professors, Wang Yu sneered. And Mr. Yun, I found a sports car for you. Zhuo Chuyao's voice came from the phone. And okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Yun Zihan, who was on his way home, immediately turned the car around. In Deng Yun 4S store, a Koenigsegg with exaggerated shape is placed in the most conspicuous position. All the customers couldn't help but cast envious glances. Zhuo Chuyao was wearing a tight professional suit, revealing a curvy figure. Luxury cars and beautiful women. She was here today specifically waiting for Yun Zihan's arrival. Yun Zihan had specifically told her that if she found an expensive car, she must get it from him. As for Yun Zihan's definition of expensive, she was also confused at the time. What is precious? When Yun Zihan saw her confusion, he mentioned a price, which left Zhuo Chuyao stunned for a long time. Over 1 billion. After that, she went to work every day and looked for cars through various channels. Although she was the general manager, she rarely had to do anything herself. After so long, she finally found a supercar worth 1.8 billion. The 4S store is bustling with customers coming and going. Many car lovers heard that there was an 1.8 billion super sports car here, so they came here specifically to feast their eyes. Even employees from other stores couldn't help but come over to watch. At this time, several more customers walked through the door. In Xiaodu, it's really a blessing from my Zhua family's ancestors that Xiaoling can find a boyfriend like you. Hearing this compliment, the man called Xiaodu couldn't help but raise his lips. He just spent hundreds of thousands to buy a virgin for fun. And thank you for the compliment, Uncle. N. Zhuoling lowered her head embarrassedly. She is very happy today. Because her boyfriend wants to give her a car. And Xiaoling, take a look at what car you like, any car worth hundreds of thousands will do. N. Dulong said generously. And yeah. N. Zhuoling hugged Dulong's hand tightly. And let's go and see what so many people are doing. N. Dulong noticed the situation in the hall and walked over holding Zhuoling's hand. And fuck, Koenigsegg, and Dulong was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a Koenigsegg here, and it was the most expensive one. Seeing the bewildered looks of Zhuoling's family, Dulong explained, and this sports car is world class. Don't underestimate it. It may cost more than 1 billion yuan. N. And what? Zhuojia stared at Dulong in shock. More than 10 billion. Just this one car? His entire fortune is estimated to be only about 1 or 2 million, which is not enough to buy even a wheel. Zhuoling and her mother were also shocked. They couldn't even think of such a price. It's beyond their comprehension. Dulong couldn't help but despise them in his heart. What a pauper they were. They were stunned just by hearing the price. And Dulong was surprised. A very beautiful woman appeared in his sight. She was so much more beautiful than Zhuoling beside him. Isn't that Zhuo Chuyao? Zhuoling's mother Wang Hui suddenly said. Chapter 47, Giving a car is not too much. And it's her, a vixen. Zhuoling said hatefully. Zhuo Chuyao is her cousin, but they have not had a good relationship since childhood. Because no matter where she is, people will only pay attention to Zhuo Chuyao. She is like a supporting maid, inconspicuous. All the glory is on Zhuo Chuyao. Isn't it just that she looks a little better than me? She looks like a vixen. And do you know each other? Dulong asked with his head down. And she is the daughter of my second uncle. And seeing Dulong also asking about Zhuo Chuyao, Zhuoling instantly became unhappy. And Zhuo Chuyao, come here. Zhuojia waved his hand. Hearing someone calling her name, Zhuo Chuyao looked over and found that her uncle and his family were also among the crowd. She walked over immediately. And uncle, you are here too. And humph. Zhuoling snorted and turned her head away. And Zhuo Chuyao, are you used to going to work? You have sold several cars. Zhuojia asked with a smile. Dulong's eyes lit up. This beauty is a salesperson. He told her to come back tomorrow and buy a few more cars. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle her. And work is fine, I don't sell cars very often. Zhuo Chuyao smiled brightly. And you haven't sold the car yet, right? You're not selling the car very much. Zhuoling said sarcastically. And Linger has found a boyfriend. Zhuo Chuyao was helpless towards her cousin. She didn't know where she had offended her. She had always been rude to her. And it's none of your business. Zhuoling said. And hello, I'm Zhuoling's boyfriend, Dulong said with a smile. Seeing the relationship between the two of them, Dulong felt relieved. If they had a good relationship, He would still be worried that if they came over tomorrow and had a private conversation, Zhuo Ling might get angry. The relationship was bad, just as he wished. And hello. Zhuo Chuyao responded politely. She didn't like Du Long. Although Du Long appeared humble on the surface, she could feel that he had ill intentions. And by the way, Xiao Du is going to give Xiao Ling a car today. Can you give her a bigger discount? Zhuo Jie said. After hearing Zhuo Jie's words, Zhuo Ling also turned around. She really wanted to see Zhuo Chuyao's expression. She would definitely be envious. As a result, Zhuo Ling was very disappointed. Zhuo Chuyao acted very calm. Okay uncle, I will definitely give you the best price. Humph, we don't want to buy it from her. Let's go and see it ourselves. Zhuo Ling had a stern face and pulled Du Long to the side. Seeing this, Zhuo Jia and Wang Hui also followed. Zhuo Chuyao shook her head. Her uncle was the only one who was a little better. Zhuo Ling and her mother were both mean and sarcastic. She didn't want to get along with them. After a round of shopping, Zhuo Ling and her family set their eyes on a car that cost over 200,000 yuan. And what's the discount on this car? Zhuo Jie touched the car body and was more fond of the price-performance ratio of this car. And this car costs 280,000 yuan, and you can get a 20,000 yuan discount if you place an order today, and the salesperson said cheerfully. In only 20,000. Zhuo Ling frowned. Zhuo Chuyao just told us the biggest discount. What's the maximum discount you can offer, And manager Zhua? And the salesperson was shocked. And manager Zhua? Are you talking about Zhuo Chuyao? What kind of manager is she? Zhuo Ling said disapprovingly. And please be respectful, manager Zhua is the general manager of our Dangyun Forest store, and the salesperson's face changed. Zhuo Chuyao treats her employees very well, and the sales staff were also very angry when they heard the customers say this about manager Zhua. And general manager? How long has she been here? Wang Hui questioned, with an expression of impossibility written all over her face. And this vixen has seduced your boss. Zhuo Ling also showed sarcasm. And please leave, Dangyun Forest store does not welcome you, and the salesperson directly ordered them to leave. Oh, you're not having an affair with her, are you? My cousin is really coquettish. Zhuo Ling said with a smile. And just say less. Zhuo Jie was a little impatient. He was very unhappy with his wife and daughter's attitude towards Zhuo Chuyao. Zhuo Chuyao has become the general manager, but she didn't even think of giving you a car to thank you. Without your introduction, how could she come here to work and become the general manager? Wang Hui said sarcastically. And if uncle likes one, I don't mind giving him another one, as long as uncle, Du Long said. Zhuo Chuyao must deliver this car. Wang Hui interrupted Du Long directly. In her opinion, Du Long would be her son-in-law sooner or later. The son-in-law's money is her daughter's money, so in the end, the money spent on giving her the car is her own money. Now that there was a chance to make Zhuo Chuyao bleed, how could she let it go? With the job she got from her family, she became the general manager and delivered a car, so what? Wang Hui felt regretful. If she had known that she could become the general manager, she should have let Zhuo Ling come. Zhuo Chuyao, come here quickly. And Wang Hui became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and she shouted loudly to Zhuo Chuyao in the distance. Zhuo Chuyao looked at Wang Hui unhappily, but had no choice but to come over. Aunt, what's up, Seeing Zhuo Chuyao's unhappy look, Wang Hui put her hands on her hips and said, when you become a general manager, you can't see your relatives clearly. Zhuo Chuyao was silent. And you don't want to talk, right? Don't forget how you got in here, right? Wang Hui said, and it's not too much to give us a car. Without us, you wouldn't know where to put it now. When Zhuo Chuyao heard Wang Hui's request, her heart sank slightly, and she felt a little angry. Aunt, you let me get in touch with Dangyun Company. I am very grateful, but because of this you asked me to send a car. I'm sorry, I can't do it, you rebelling. Don't you know how you got the position of general manager? I'll ask your uncle to call your boss and ask Zhuo Ling to take your position. And Wang Hui sneered, this ungrateful person. Seeing some onlookers whispering and pointing at her, Zhuo Chuyao looked grim and said to Wang Hui in a cold voice, I respect you as my aunt, please stop being unreasonable and making up rumors. This is an insult to my personality. Hearing Zhuo Chuyao's words, Wang Hui became even more wanton. She said aggressively, and are you afraid of what I will say? I will say it anyway. Am I afraid of you, And everyone, please judge for yourself. This woman is the general manager of this store, And stop talking. N Zhuo Jia interrupted. And shut up. N Wang Wei cursed Zhuo Jia viciously, then pointed at Zhuo Chuyao and continued to yell, and she became the general manager because of us, and now she turned her face and refused to recognize us when she came to buy a car. I was really blind to help her in the first place. N. TSK, TSK, TSK. And you really have no conscience. N. And with a general manager like this, it seems that this store is probably a shady store. They didn't even know they were being scammed. N. And everyone should go to other stores to buy cars. N. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Zhuo Chuyao frowned and shouted angrily, "And you bitch, N." Zhuo Chuyao could no longer tolerate Wang Wei. I can no longer bear it. I don't need to bear it anymore. And look, is this what a human being would say? And Wang Wei shouted. And Manager Zhuo, after all, my aunt is your eldest aunt. How can you say such things? Apologize to my aunt quickly. And Dulong came out to show off at the right time. And Xiaodu, don't worry about it. I'll ask his parents to come and take a good look at this uneducated and ungrateful boy and his family. And Wang Wei kept talking nonsense, and his tone became worse and worse. And security, kick them out. Zhuo Chuyao was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her years of resentment towards Wang Hui suddenly burst out. This mean woman had always looked down on her family and would always make fun of them whenever they met. In the past, due to her parents' concerns, she didn't bother to care about it. Now, she is heartbroken towards her parents and has not contacted them since the fight. She didn't want to suffer this kind of humiliation anymore. And you ungrateful bastard, just wait. And Wang Hui was pulled by the security guard and she struggled hard. Chapter 48. Tell him to come over here. Outside Deng Yun's store. And this bitch. And Wang Hui's face was dark and she looked at the store with a vicious expression. And tell me, are you out of your mind? You don't give such a good opportunity to your daughter, but to her, and you see her arrogant attitude now, right? I don't care. Contact your friend immediately and let Zhuo Ling replace her. Wang Hui pointed her finger at Zhuo Jia's forehead and kept cursing. Zhuo Jia's face turned blue and red, and he slapped Wang Hui's hand away. And don't embarrass yourself. And Zhuo Jia, what do you mean? Do you also like that vixen, N? And bullshit, she is my niece, are you sick, N? And are you getting too independent? If you don't call your friend here today, then I'll give you a divorce. Divorce, and Wang Hui yelled like a madman. And aunt, calm down. I'll find a way to solve it. And Dulong said. If his goal had not been achieved, he would not bother to talk nonsense with Zhuo Ling's parents. As he said this, he walked towards the door. And stop. And the security guard shouted. Dulong glanced at the security guard who stopped him. And why are you so arrogant as a security guard? Are you sure you want to stop me, and don't affect my work. And the security guard didn't give Dulong any face. In his mind, Zhuo Chuyao's words were like an imperial decree. Dulong's blood was rising, and he sneered, and you can't afford the consequences of angering me, let your manager Zhuo come out. And please leave immediately. Said the security guard. And very good. Dulong took a few steps back, returned to Zhuo Ling, took out his phone and made a call. And Mr. He. And Dulong said respectfully. And what's up, N? And you know the Deng Yun 4S store, right, N? And yo say. N. And I was planning to buy a car as a gift today, but I was kicked out and not allowed to enter. And why do you come to me for such a small matter? And he said coldly on the other end of the phone. And I am not familiar with this place. Could you please give a call and ask the relevant department to come over and stop them? And Dulong said with a wry smile. And wait. N. And okay, thank you, Mr. He. And Dulong hung up the phone and looked at Zhuo Ling's family with a smile. And done, wait and see. N. Zhuo Ling looked very proud. The better Dulong performed, the prouder she became. Wang Hui also looked at Dulong excitedly. She was very satisfied with her son-in-law because he could mobilize his privileges with just a simple phone call. If Zhuo Ling really gets together with him, her Zhuo family will be considered upper class in Linhai in the future. And Xiaodu is still reliable, unlike some people. And Wang Hui said. Zhuo Jia was annoyed when he heard this and squatted aside without wanting to talk. Not long after. And here it comes. And Dulong suddenly spoke. I saw a black car stop at the gate and several uniformed people got out. After they showed their ID, the security guard did not dare to stop them and let them in. Dulong and others also took this opportunity to enter the store. And where is the person in charge? And asked one of the men in uniform. Soon Zhuo Chuyao came over quickly. And I am the person in charge here. What can I do for you, and you are suspected of operating in violation of regulations. You must suspend business immediately for rectification. And the person who spoke just now continued. And did I make a mistake? And after this period of training, Zhuo Chuyao has long lost her previous immaturity. Now Zhuo Chuyao has begun to show the demeanor of a strong woman in the business world. Although she was a little nervous when facing the uniformed personnel, she did not show it and behaved calmly. And if you have any questions, come back and talk to us. We're closing now. And the uniformed officer said bluntly. And who gave you the right? And suddenly a cold voice came from the door. Everyone looked back and saw a man in his 20s with excellent temperament walking in. And are you talking? And the uniformed man turned around and asked with a frown. And who asked you to come? And Yun Zihan did not answer the man in uniform. He knew that these people must have been instructed by someone and would not come here for no reason. Seeing Yun Zihan, Zhuo Chuyao breathed a sigh of relief. And Mr. Yun. She walked over and called out. Everyone suddenly realized that he was the owner of this store. Zhuoling took a look and laughed at Zhuo Chuyao. And I finally understand how you got the position of general manager. And hello, boss Yun. I'm Zhuo Jie's wife. Last time he told you about introducing someone wrong. He actually wanted to introduce Zhuoling, not Zhuo Chuyao. And Wang Hui walked closer and waved to Zhuoling. And Zhuoling, come over and meet boss Yun. He will be your leader from now on. Zhuo Jie held his forehead with his hand. His friend was Wang Pang, not boss Yun. At this moment, he felt really ashamed. How could he have fallen for a mentally retarded woman like Wang Hui? And get out of the way first, we still have things to deal with. And the uniformed man said to Wang Hui, who was surrounding him. Looking at the uniformed man with a scary look, Wang Hui had no choice but to step back in disappointment. And let me ask you, who asked you to come? And Yun Zihan ignored Wang Hui and stared at the man in uniform. And what do you mean? Who asked us to come here? Of course we came here because we received a report. And the man in uniform couldn't help but feel a little frightened when Yun Zihan stared at him. He felt that the man in front of him had a strong aura. And you guys leave now and I'll pretend nothing happened. And Yun Zihan said unhappily. And you, wait for me to confirm. And the man in uniform was a little scared. He was not sure about Yun Zihan's identity. The pressure Yun Zihan put on him was too great. Most people would not feel such a strong sense of oppression. And what are you sure about? Didn't Mr. He make it clear? And at this time, Dulong couldn't stand it anymore. These paper tigers turned into wimps the moment they met someone stronger. And how do you know? And the uniformed man said subconsciously, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. And Mr. He and Yun Zihan raised his eyebrows. And tell him to come here immediately. And come here. When Dulong heard Yun Zihan's arrogant words, his face changed. And you are looking for death. Do you know who Xiao is, N? And even if it's a dragon, I will coil it up, let alone a snake. And Yun Zihan said. And I originally just wanted to punish you lightly, but now it seems you want to make things bigger. And Dulong said coldly. And hey, stop arguing, you are all on one side. And Wang Hui said anxiously. And shut up. And Zhuo Jie said unhappily. And what do you mean? Are you biased towards your friend? Xiaodu is also your daughter's boyfriend. And why are you so embarrassed? Besides, he is not my friend. And didn't you say you knew the owner of this shop? You bastard, you lied to me again, And didn't you notice that this store has a new owner? When? And Wang Hui was dumbfounded. The argument between the two made the onlookers burst into laughter. Wang Hui's face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Dulong also reported the situation to Yishao. Yishao was furious. And Mr. He asked you to wait, N. Yun Zihan walked to the desk and sat down casually. He wanted to see which Mr. He was bullying him. The men in uniform knew they couldn't afford to offend them, so they quietly ran away at some point. After a while, a roar was heard. Several sports cars came to Dengyun 4's store. Dulong immediately went out to greet him and said respectfully, And Mr. He, you are here. N. And who told me to get over here? And He Xiao got out of the car angrily. Chapter 49, Your Excellency invites you. A group of young men and women got out of the sports car one after another. Take the initiative to stand behind. Originally He Xiao was having a good time with them, but someone provoked He Xiao and told him to get over here. In Linhai, few people dare to say this about him. He Tianhong looked angry and took the lead to walk in. And who told me to roll over here, N? When the people in the store saw this group of people coming in, they all had outstanding temperaments and couldn't help but step away for fear of getting into trouble. Wang Hui was also in high spirits at this time. These people were all rich people. They were all called by her future son-in-law Du Long. A sense of pride arises spontaneously. Du Long pointed. And that's him. N. The group of people looked over and saw a young man sitting leisurely on a chair, smiling at them. They could sense a strong sense of sarcasm in his smile. Those who came with He Tianhong were all young masters and daughters of Linhai. This strange face was clearly mocking them, so how could they bear it, and they started to curse. And fuck, I'm going to hit his mouth crooked. N. And Yuri tired of living and you dare to scold Mr. He. N. I thought he was some young master, but it turns out he is just a nobody. N. And hit him, N. A group of people glared at Yun Zihan and were about to rush up to beat him up. The moment he saw Yun Zihan, He Tianhong couldn't help but tremble all over. When he heard that they were going to beat him up, he immediately shouted, "And shut up, N." Then, to their surprise, He Tianhong quickly ran towards Yun Zihan. Then kneel down. "I am sorry, Master Yun, I didn't know it was you. N." The entire store fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The majestic He Xiao actually knelt in front of Yun Zihan, begging for mercy. "And what's going on?" and a bystander asked softly. "In have no idea. N." Du Long opened his mouth wide. He didn't know why He Xiao, whom he admired the most, would do such a thing. The young master and daughter who followed were also in a daze. Etc. Young master, he calls him young master Yun. They couldn't help but think of someone in their minds. Could it be the Yun Xiao who killed Wang Xiyuan? Although they have never seen this person. But Yun Xiao's name had already spread in their circle. Alone, he destroyed Wang Xiyuan. Everyone knows Wang Xiyuan's identity. He is a giant in the second-generation circle of Linhai. He Xiao is always slightly inferior to him, and no one wants to offend Wang Xiyuan easily. And the mysterious Master Yun not only offended Wang Xiyuan, but also ruined him. More importantly, after young Master Yun eliminated Wang Xiyuan, the Wang family mobilized a large force but suddenly stopped, and even Wang Xiyuan's family was driven out of the Wang family. It is said that young Master Yun has done nothing wrong. Judging from He Xiao's attitude now, it must be so. The person sitting on the chair must be the legendary mysterious Master Yun. What am I doing? I actually wanted to beat up young Master Yun just now. The second generation were filled with regret at this moment and wanted to slap themselves in the face. When they reacted, they ran to He Tianhong's back and knelt down, saying in unison, "And I am sorry, young Master Yun, we were wrong." Un. Du Long stood there awkwardly. All crazy. Did I do something wrong? And Xiao Du, what's going on? Aren't they the helpers you called? Why are they all kneeling beside Boss Yun? And Wang Wei asked in a low voice with a confused look in her eyes. And get lost. And Du Long changed his previous humble attitude and cursed directly. It's all your family's fault. If I hadn't brought you here to buy a car, this wouldn't have happened. In this situation, any dog would know that the owner of this store has a powerful background, and even He Xiao hurriedly apologized. He just said so many harsh words, the consequences he will face next will definitely be serious. Now that he couldn't even protect himself, how could he have the mood to deal with Zhuo Ling's family? At this moment, Du Long hated Zhuo Ling's family. "And Xiao Du, why are you scolding me?" and Wang Hui said aggrievedly. "And what are you doing?" and Zhuo Ling looked at Du Long blankly. "And get lost. I won't pretend anymore. I gave you the car just to have fun with you. Now because of you, I have offended someone I can't afford to offend. I will come back to you after I have dealt with it. Don't be ungrateful then." And Du Long's face was gloomy, and he walked towards Yun Zihan with a guilty conscience. Zhuo Ling's family were dazed and their heads were filled with thunder and lightning. How could Du Long be like this? He must be lying. "I am sorry, Mr. Yun, I'm blind." And Du Long walked over and knelt on the ground. Everyone else in the hall was dumbfounded. I have watched this drama countless times, but why is the plot a little different this time? Shouldn't this group of young masters rush over and punch and kick the young man? Why did they all kneel down before he even said a word? Looking at the people kneeling down, Yun Zihan sneered, "Endo, you think I'm easy to bully, N? No, Mr. Yun, I really don't know anything. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to do that. And he Tianheng waved his hands repeatedly. Having witnessed Yun Zihan's cruelty at Hualu Villa that day, how could he Tianheng dare to offend him again? After returning home and learning some secrets of warriors from his father, he Tianheng became even more afraid of him. He is a master in the mortal realm. Although he Tianheng's father did not know martial arts, he more or less learned some knowledge about the strength classification of martial artists from the older generation. The mortal realm is the strongest among the strong. And what do you think we should do? N Yunzi said coldly. N Dulong and he Tianheng shouted. I'm here. N Dulong broke out in a cold sweat. N crawl over here, N. Dulong bit his lips tightly, stretched out his hands, and dug his knees into the ground to kneel forward. I was wrong, Master he. And Dulong crawled on the ground and said humbly. Bang! He was responded with a heavy slap. He Tianheng knelt beside him, looking at him coldly, his eyes full of raging anger. Dulong remained silent, his lips stained with blood. He didn't dare to resist and could only fight back. My hatred for Zhuo Ling's family grew even stronger, and I would definitely ruthlessly torture her when the time comes. He Tianheng asked, Endo, you know who he is, N? Young Master Yun. N Dulong said timidly. He wanted to shake his head to indicate that he didn't know, but seeing the situation he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, N Mr. Yunan. This is indeed the case. Dulong can only be considered a low-level figure in the second-generation circle in Linhai. Yun Xiao's name is well known in the circle, mainly among the core group of people in the circle. People like those at the bottom of the society are not qualified to participate in many occasions, so naturally they know much less information. And you know it's young Master Yun, but you still dare to speak rudely? Even Wang Xiyuan was ruined by young Master Yun. Who do you think you are? And he Tianheng said in a cold voice. Dulong shuddered, and only now realized how terrifying Yin Xiao in front of him was. Wang Xiyuan was crippled by him. No wonder He Xiao and the others reacted this way. Finished. Even Wang Xiyuan dared to cripple him. Suddenly, Dulong was struck by lightning, and said in a trembling voice, N please, Master Yun, I really know I was wrong. N. Yun Zihan looked at him amusemently. N is it fun enough, An? Enough. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound. I saw several armed helicopters hovering at the door. A group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms came down. Several sturdy soldiers came in. The leader had stern features. He looked around and his eyes finally stopped on Yun Zihan. And Counselor Yun Zihan, the Lord invites you, An. Chapter 50 Meeting with the Red Star Commander. Counselor. Grown-ups. Yun Zihan thought about it. Combining these two titles, it should be that Song Zhiming has reported his mortal identity, and now some important person wants to meet him. Yun Zihan nodded and followed them onto the plane. Everyone stared in amazement as the attack helicopter flew away. It's incredible. So horrible. Who on earth is he that he actually used an armed helicopter to pick him up in person? And the gentleman who wants to see him must be one of the most powerful people in China. After a while, everyone suppressed their emotions. All the employees of Denyun Forest store became extremely proud at this moment. Their boss was a real big shot. Looking at the group of rich young men and women who had just kneeled down, he no longer felt the fear he had before. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to kneel down in front of our boss. He Tianheng retracted his gaze, looked at Dulong and said, and take care of yourself, and don't say you are my man in the future. N. After saying that, he took the group of people into the sports car. Dulong's face turned pale. He was kicked out of the circle by He Xiao. He glanced around and saw Zhuo Ling still staring blankly at the sky, with fierceness reflected in her pupils. And it's all your fault. N. He strode over, grabbed Zhuo Ling's hair and dragged her out. And Zhuo Ling screamed in pain, tears streaming from her eyes. En Xiaodu, let go of me. And Wang Hui pulled Dulong in panic. Dulong pushed her away in disgust. How could a weak woman like her be a match for Dulong? Zhuo Jia on the side suddenly jumped up, rushed over and bumped into Dulong. Dulong stumbled and nearly fell. With fire in his eyes, he shouted, "And get out of here, Hen." Zhuo Chuyao heard the noise and came over, just in time to see this scene. She was stunned at first and then immediately stepped forward. After all, they were her relatives, and she couldn't just watch them being bullied like this. and let her go.N. Several security guards who were still watching the excitement immediately stepped forward and arrested Du Long. The security guards also knew the attitude of Zhuo Ling's family just now, and they all watched with a dog-eat-dog mentality. Since Zhuo Chuyao had spoken, they could only do as she said. Du Long was held by the security guards and looked extremely ugly. When he saw Zhuo Chuyao's expression, he thought of Yun Xiao. Thinking of the relationship between Zhuo Chuyao and Zhuo Ling, he backed off. And okay, I'll go.N. After saying that, he broke free from the security guard and walked out of the door in shame. As soon as he went out, Du Long punched the wall hard. Zhuo Jie's family looked at Zhuo Chuyao with different expressions, and Zhuo Jie seemed to be hesitant to speak. Especially Wang Hui, she no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. On the attack helicopter, Zhao Tairan was surprised and looked at Yun Zihan carefully. The person in front of me is no more than 20 years old, but he has become a member of the council. There is a requirement for being a council member, which is to have strength that reaches the mortal realm. The ordinary state of 20 years old? Zhao Tairan smiled bitterly. He reached the mortal realm at the age of 35, which was already a very fast speed. No wonder this young man is favored by adults. Yun Zihan noticed that the leading officer was observing him and grinned. And excuse me, which gentleman wishes to see me? And Zhao Tairan said, and you'll know when you get there.N. Yun Zihan nodded and closed his eyes. No conversation along the way. Feeling that the plane was descending, Yun Zihan opened his eyes. The windows of the armed helicopter were all covered with curtains, so he didn't know exactly where he was, but his spiritual power was strong enough to determine that the direction of flight was north. The helicopter stopped and Zhao Tairan opened the cabin door and jumped out. Yun Zihan also jumped down. In front of me was an alloy gate with a soldier standing on each side. When he saw Zhao Tairan, he first bowed and then opened the password door. Zhao Tairan nodded and led Yun Zihan inside. After passing through countless checkpoints along the way, they finally arrived at a courtyard. And please.N. Zhao Tairan stood at the door and made an inviting gesture. Yun Zihan stepped into the courtyard. He saw a stone table inside, with an old man sitting on the table with his back to him. He was secretly surprised and thought that this old man should be the adult. I don't know who he is, but I have to go through so many levels to see him. At this time, the old man also slowly turned around. When he saw the old man's face clearly, Yun Zihan couldn't help but be shocked. Red Star Commander Qi Lao. The number one person in China among hundreds of millions of people. Qi Yang smiled and looked at Yun Zihan with burning eyes. And now that you are here, please sit down.N. A warm greeting, as if treating an old friend. For the first time in such a long time, Yun Zihan showed signs of nervousness. He bowed slightly and said, and Master Qi N. Qi Yongchang smiled faintly, his dark eyes filled with complex emotions. It seems relieved, regretful, sad, and relieved. A mixture of emotions. And how old are you this year? And Qi Yongchang asked kindly. If Yun Zihan had not seen the majestic side of Mr. Qi on TV, he would have really thought that Mr. Qi was an amiable old grandfather next door. Perhaps this is the real Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi's attitude made Yun Zihan feel puzzled. He was sure that this was the first time they met, so why was Mr. Qi so kind? And replying to Mr. Qi, I am 20 years old.N. Yun Zihan said. In 20 years.N. Qi Yongchang sighed and then praised, and very good, you have reached the ordinary realm at the age of 20, your future is limitless.N. And thank you for your compliment, Mr. Qi.N. Yun Zihan said modestly. And don't be nervous, just treat me as your elder.N. Qi Yongchang smiled and said, and you have a good master.N. Hearing this, Yun Zihan felt a little nervous, but when he noticed that old Qi's eyes were clear and there was no doubt in his expression at all, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Yongchang continued, and your Yunwei investment has been very active recently. Have you ever thought about the fact that you don't have a heavyweight identity now? Many people are still investigating you. If they find out that you don't have any background, what will be the consequences? There are many powerful people in the mortal realm among them.N. Yun Zihan was stunned. It seemed that old Qi already knew him thoroughly. Thinking of old Qi's identity, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It's not that he hasn't thought about these issues. He can only consume quickly to improve his strength. When his strength becomes strong, all conspiracies and tricks are vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. If a strong person takes action or even joins forces to deal with him in the near future, he will be helpless, so he pretends to be a powerful master to make others cautious and give himself room for development. And this is also the reason why I asked you to come here this time. And Shi Yongcheng said. And of course, I have my considerations. You haven't shown your strength for long, but you are unique on Blue Star with the aptitude of a mortal at the age of 20. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me. I am confident in your character, and China also needs a successor. Yun Zihan was shocked. Mr. Qi was always planning to train himself to be his successor. How is that possible? And Mr. Qi, this, and Yun Zihan couldn't believe it. And I believe in my judgment. And Shi Yongchang pressed his hand and said something that made Yun Zihan tremble all over. And your father and I were brothers who shared weal and woe. Chapter 51 News from Father. Yun Zihan's mind buzzed loudly. He has never seen his father since he was born. Mr. Qi actually knows him. And my father, and Yun Zihan's voice was obscure. Shi Yongchang looked at Yun Zihan's handsome face, patted his shoulder affectionately, and sighed, and my child, you have been wrong. And more than 20 years ago, your father and I were members of the same group. At that time, we fought together, lived and died together, and forged a deep friendship. And your father is extremely talented. At the age of 40, his strength has reached the extraordinary level. You two look very similar, and you have inherited his unique talent as a demon. It was the first time that Yun Zihan heard outsiders talk about his father. From what old Qi said, he found out that he was also an incredibly powerful Superman. If he is so powerful, why would he die? Yun Zihan couldn't help but clench his fists. He stared at Shi Yongchang and said word by word, and then why did he die? And Shi Yongchang stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked towards the horizon, and expressed his thoughts. N is not dead, N. Yun Zihan was trembling all over. And father is not dead? He is not dead, N. Suddenly his face changed, he looked up, and his eyes turned scarlet. And then why doesn't he go home? He lets his mother suffer alone. Does he have any humanity at all? And Yun Zihan asked loudly to the vast sky. Shi Yong sighed long and hard, then smiled bitterly and said, and he is most likely trapped somewhere and unable to escape. With his strength, it is difficult for the enemy to kill him. Entrapped, and Yun Zihan couldn't imagine that there was such a place in China that could trap a powerful person who had transcended the ordinary realm. And yes, I don't believe he will die. In fact, there are many unknown dangerous places in China. There are countless strong people like your master. They are all hiding in unknown places, and it is hard to tell whether they are enemies or friends. And Shi Yongchang's eyes were deep. Many hidden forces are already ready to make a move. They are biding their time. Don't be fooled by the calm appearance on the surface. According to intelligence, some forces have quietly entered the world. If only they would behave themselves. A hint of cruelty flashed across Shi Yongchang's eyes. Otherwise, let them fall into darkness forever. Yun Zihan was surprised. It turns out that there really are such hidden powerful people. This seems to be the reason why Mr. Qi did not suspect his master too much. And don't worry, Elder Qi. I will work hard to cultivate. I am willing to protect China. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. I was right about you, and Shi Yongchang was deeply relieved. And could you please tell me something about my father's disappearance, On? Looking at Yun Zihan's expectant eyes, Shi Yongchang recalled, and that day, your father told me that there was a faint calling in his heart, guiding him to a certain place, but there was no specific location. We only knew that it was in the far west, and there was no news from then on. N. Far west? Yun Zihan sighed silently. China has such a large territory, where exactly is the westernmost land? I will definitely find you. And Yun Zihan swore in his heart. Shi Yongchang took out a token that he had prepared long ago from his pocket and said loudly, and from now on, you officially become the 11th member of the Federation. N. Then Shi Yongchang's expression became solemn. And Yun Zihan, take the order, N. Yun Zihan knelt on one knee and took the token with both hands. I am willing to defend China with my own blood, N. The token was a specially made metal with the word N11 and inscribed on it. Surrounding the font was an exquisitely carved flying dragon, giving people a sacred and majestic feeling. And the news about the 11th member will be announced nationwide in a few days. It is also to deter those people. Your information will be kept confidential for now. Now is not the time to make it public. And Shi Yongchang said. And it all depends on Mr. Qi's decision. And Yun Zihan replied. Shi Yongchang nodded and looked outside. "En Tyran, come in. N." Zhao Tairan walked into the courtyard upon hearing the voice, stood up straight and saluted immediately, "En sir. N." Then Shi Yongchang looked at Yun Zihan and said, "Young boy, do you want to know what group your father and I were in when?" Seeing Yun Zihan nod, he continued, "En Tyran, take him to Tyrannosaurus. N." "En yes, sir. N." After bidding farewell to Mr. Qi, Yun Zihan followed Zhao Tairan to a mysterious base. "An old butcher, I've brought you a new person. N." Zhao Tairan said to a burly man in front of him. Tu Fu stared at Yun Zihan coldly, narrowed his glasses, and then turned his head away. "En rat, try it. N." As soon as Tu Fu finished speaking, a figure flashed quickly from the side. Feeling a dangerous aura, Yun Zihan was shocked and moved quickly to move away. In bump. N. Dust flew up, and a hole was kicked out on the ground by the figure. A thin and pale man stood there, his eyes were very small and narrowed into a line. "En good, come again. N." As Haozi said this, he gathered strength in his right hand and threw another fierce punch towards Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan didn't plan to dodge and chose to fight hard. He also wanted to test how powerful his full-strength attack was. "Raise your fist and punch out." "En bang. N." The fists of the two men collided with each other like two stone pillars, making a loud bang. "En very strong. N." Haozi looked at Yun Zihan seriously. At such a young age, he actually had the strength to fight him head-on. "En come again. And the rat attacked again. Yun Zihan fired back. The two of them fought back and forth, colliding with all their might. After a few rounds, both of their hands felt a little sore. "And that's enough. N." Tu Fu shouted. "In you kid, take it. N." Through the confrontation just now, Tu Fu saw Yun Zihan's great potential. Strength is in the middle stage of mortal realm. He doesn't know any martial arts skills, so he has a lot of room for improvement. And with time, he may be able to become a dragon master of Tyrannosaurus. And Tu Fu had a high opinion of Yun Zihan. "En Haozi, it seems like a 50-50 match, but actually you have lost," said Tu Fu. Haozi was stunned. How could we lose? Although neither of them was in a favorable position in the situation just now, he was not at a disadvantage either. If this continues, it's still unclear who will win or lose. Seeing that Haozi was dissatisfied, Tu Fu continued, "And didn't you find any problem, N?" "The rat is unknown. And you only used brute force to fight this kid. N." Haozi was stunned and thought carefully about the battle just now. It seemed that every time he fought, the opponent just charged with brute force. He certainly didn't use any martial arts. Martial arts can increase combat power, but he didn't use martial arts to resist himself. "I lost. N." Haozi admitted dejectedly. He was actually defeated by a newcomer. He would be too embarrassed to raise his head in the team from now on. Yun Zihan was a little embarrassed. It was not that he didn't want to use martial arts, but that he didn't know martial arts at all. "I have never learned martial arts. Yun Zihan said embarrassedly. "I know. Tu Fu said, then nodded his chin at Zhao Tairan. Zhao Tairan smiled and said, "And the person has been sent. Goodbye. N." Then Tu Fu introduced himself, "And let me introduce myself. I am Tu Fu, the captain of the Tyrannosaurus squad. There are 8 members in the Tyrannosaurus squad including you. This is Haozi, the weakest in the team. N." Haozalong held his head, thinking that with the arrival of a newcomer he wouldn't have to be at the bottom, but he didn't expect that this newcomer was so fierce and could tie with him through brute force. Chapter 52 Investment Obstacles. After listening to Tu Fu's introduction, Yun Zihan had a certain understanding of the Tyrannosaurus squad in his mind. The Tyrannosaurus squad has been established for hundreds of years. It is invisible and is a sharp sword in the darkness of China. Except for a few people in China who knew about the existence of Tyrannosaurus, everyone else knew nothing about this team. Tyrannosaurus is independent of any department and only takes orders from the Red Star Commander. There are currently 8 people in the team, with Tu Fu as the captain. There is also a Dragon Master and 6 team members. Today, there are only the captain and Haozi in the base. Everyone else has been assigned by Tu Fu to carry out missions. In the next few days, Yun Zihan was cut off from all external contacts and concentrated on learning martial arts from Tu Fu in the base. Seeing that Yun Zihan had mastered martial arts in just a few days, Tu Fu's expression remained unchanged and he was filled with emotion. "I really found a treasure." "Where did you find this treasure, sir?" With greater expectations for Yun Zihan's future development, Tu Fu took out a device and said to Yun Zihan, "And this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex special communicator. I will contact you when there is a mission. You can make your own arrangements at other times.N." After Tu Fu finished speaking, his demeanor changed. "And once you join my Tyrannosaurus, you will become a dragon. You can do whatever you want first and report later. If you are deceived, the Tyrannosaurus will come out, N." "And got it, Captain.N," Yun Zihan said. In Linhai, Mushin Noa and Yang Yangcho sat in an office anxiously. The recent investment has been going smoothly, but a huge resistance suddenly emerged in the past 2 days. Some companies that had agreed to invest have changed their minds, seriously affecting the progress of the investment. Some employees of Yunwei Investment even received death threats and were so scared that they resigned immediately. Yun Zihan also suddenly disappeared recently and could not be contacted. Without a backbone, the two were at a loss. "And Mr. Mu, where did young Master Yun go?" and Yang Yangcho asked anxiously. Mushin Noa pursed her red lips, looking anxious. She also called Yun Zihan countless times, but was always told that the phone was out of service area. "And he hasn't been home during this time." There were no signs or arrangements before the disappearance. Shaking his head, he said, "And we haven't contacted them yet." "Have you found out who is behind this, Lin?" "The source has not yet been identified. When only one issue arises, it may be ignored." But as several problems arose one after another, Yan Yangcho knew that someone must be targeting them. The results of the investigation also confirmed his speculation. All the problems indicate that someone is secretly fanning the flames. Yan Yangcho has not yet tracked down the specific culprit. And wait.And Yang Yangcho is an old hand after all. When faced with such a situation, he is calmer than Mushin Noa. Since the other party did this, there must be a purpose. No matter what tricks they play, the other party will definitely contact them. Otherwise, how to put forward conditions? Yang Yangcho saw things clearly and figured out the key to the matter. There is no point in being anxious now. We just have to wait patiently and the culprit will naturally appear. Afternoon. A mysterious phone call came in. "And here I come.And Yang Yangcho said. Mushin Noa pressed the hands-free button. "And hello, Mr. Mu from Yunwei Investment.Un." Hearing this voice, Yang Yangcho frowned and 3 candidates popped into his mind. 2 of them are in Linhai, and their strength is not as good as Yunwei, so they can be ruled out. If it is another person, Yang Yangcho frowned even deeper. "And hello.N. I am Zhang Tianbiao.And Zhang Tianbiao's deep voice came from the phone. Yang Yangcho was stunned. It's really him. A business tycoon in Linhai. He is not short of money, so why is he doing this? Is he afraid that young Master Yun will threaten his position? Mushin Noa was shocked. She knew Zhang Tianbiao's strength. The East China Group belonged to Zhang Tianbiao. Huadong Group can also be ranked among the top among all enterprises in China. Linhai is the headquarters of the East China Group, and Zhang Tianbiao can shock Linhai 3 times with just one word. The mastermind behind this was actually the East China Group, which was something Mushin Noa had never expected. And it turns out to be Mr. Zhang. Good tricks.And Mushin Noa sneered. "And haha, a small banquet is being prepared tonight at Boyue Mansion to welcome Mr. Mu from Yunwei Investment.Un." Although Zhang Tianbiao did not admit to using any means, everyone knew that he was the one who did it. "And OK.And Mushin Noa hung up the phone. Even though I knew this was a Hongmen banquet. She had to go. Yun Zihan gave Yunwei to her, and she must be responsible for Yunwei. Zhang Tianbiao's purpose is still unclear. The only solution is to go to the banquet. And young Master Yun is not here. I'll go in the evening.And Yang Yangcho looked up and said. He was worried about Mushin Noa going alone. If something happened, young Master Yun would skin him alive when he came back. Mushin Noa had a resolute expression and waved his hand, saying, "No risk, no gain.N." In Boyu's mansion. Zhang Tianbiao raised his glass high with a smile on his face. Yunwei's powerful force is nothing compared to Mr. Zhang.N. And Linhai is the world of East China, so it's not Yunwei's turn to jump around.N. And the boss of Yunwei is a great beauty. I wonder if Mr. Zhang has any plans tonight.N. And do you have any plans? What do you want?N. And I propose that we toast to Mr. Zhang. Only under Mr. Zhang's leadership can Linhai be united.N. And to Mr. Zhang.N. And cheers to Mr. Zhang Ian. A group of people had red faces and flattered Zhang Tianbiao. If Yang Kong saw these people at this time, he would be shocked. Everyone present was a business tycoon in Linhai. Zhang Tianbiao raised his head and finished his drink. And today, we organized this bureau for the stability of Linhai's business community. Yunwei has been a little too rampant recently. Although it's not wrong to have money, it's wrong for him to not take everyone here seriously even though he has money. After saying this, some people understood deeply and spoke out in anger. And that's right. The company we were working with was suddenly acquired by Yunwei, which made it impossible for my company to operate normally. And same thing. I just negotiated for shares of a company a few days ago, and Yunwei snatched it away with a better price. That's outrageous. And don't say that. Many of the backbones of my company have jumped to Yunwei. Their employee treatment is beyond the standards of all Chinese companies. Yunwei's crazy expansion has affected everyone's business. These people put one charge after another on Yunwei investment. Zhang Tianbiao chose to take action at this time because he had a legitimate reason, and it was also what everyone expected. The arrogance of Yunwei must be suppressed. He also knew the details of Yunwei investment. This company was founded by a young man named Yun Zihan, and he guessed that it was just a name tag. Yun Zihan's background is very simple. He is just an ordinary family in Jiangling Prefecture. It is impossible for them to have such financial resources. And the real boss should be Mushin Noa. The granddaughter of the Mu family in Kyoto does have a strong background. However, he was able to make the East China group into a giant, so of course he had people behind him. In comparison, the Mu family is still a little bit behind. At this time his phone rang. Zhang Tianbiao picked it up and answered it quickly. And just do it. And said the person on the other end of the phone. Zhang Tianbiao's expression paused, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Chapter 53. You all must die. Mushin Noa drove to Boyue mansion with his bodyguards. When entering the door, the bodyguard was stopped outside and was not allowed to enter. A chill emanated from Mushin Noa. She snorted coldly and walked in alone. She was wearing a white evening dress today. The silken long skirt gently wrapped around her slender body, flowing from her body to the ground like water waves. The long skirt is decorated with tiny pearls to create tiny pearl flowers, which are scattered all over the skirt, making it elegant and noble. When the people present saw Mushin Noa, they all showed obscene looks. What a beautiful woman, independent and detached from the world. Although I heard before that Ms. Mu from Yunwei was a great beauty. After meeting her in person today, I realized that a woman can actually display her beauty so vividly. Some people sighed in their hearts. What a pity for such a beautiful person. Zhang Tianbiao's eyes lit up when he saw Mushin Noa. Although he was in his 50s, he seemed to have the vigor of a man in his 20s. And everyone welcomes our President Mu to come and show us his respect. And papa and everyone clapped their hands in coordination and dispersed into two rows, as if lining up to welcome someone. Mushin Noa walked calmly in the middle and said coldly, "And I am here, and now, in." Looking at the calm and composed Mushin Noa, Zhang Tianbiao was stunned. Knowing that today was a trap, he could still face it so calmly. This demeanor was quite extraordinary. But so what could she do on his turf? Zhang Tianbiao smiled, and we all live in Linhai, and we meet each other every day. Sometimes we should consider other people's feelings when doing things, don't you think so, Mr. Mu? Mushin Noa sneered at what Zhang Tianbiao said. The business world is like a battlefield, and everyone uses formal methods, so of course only those who are capable will do so. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to make trouble for Yunwei and made it so hypocritical. I don't quite understand what Mr. Zhang said. Zhang Tianbiao still had a smile on his face and continued, and if Mr. Mu doesn't understand, you can ask the people present. I think they have heard about it. And Boss Mu, you guys at Yunwei are not doing things according to the rules. And that makes sense. In business, we should consider the cost of everything. You, Yunwei, are so rich and powerful that you are bullying us. I think Yunwei should get out of Linhai. Mushin Noa swept his cold eyes over everyone present. They all appear to be righteous, but in secret they are ruthless and cannibalistic. What qualifications do you have to say such shameless words? I didn't violate any rules, did I? And Mushin Noa looked around at everyone without any stage fright. Mushin Noa's question was equivalent to telling everyone her position today. Even though there are so many of them, their total number is almost equal to the entire Linhai. But so what? She was not afraid at all. Everyone was surprised and wondered where she got the courage from. Dared to challenge the entire Linhai alone. Some people couldn't help but get angry, thinking she was too disrespectful. So many people gathered here today just to make Yunwei compromise, return what they deserve, and stop interfering in the Linhai market. Zhang Tianbiao sighed and pretended to be helpless. And Boss Mu, you see everyone seems very unhappy. And oh, then what should we at Yunwei do to make them happy? And Mushin Noa said. And of course, just hand over the things that belong to Linhai, and then Yunwei will leave Linhai. And Zhang Tianbiao finished speaking, and then smiled obscurely. And as for you, we will talk about it in private later. And what if I say no? And Mushin Noa's voice suddenly rose and he said angrily. According to Zhang Tianbiao, he not only wanted to eat Yunwei, but also wanted to eat her as well. And oh, you think you can get out today? And Zhang Tianbiao smiled coldly. This matter can only be blamed on the Mu family for extending their reach too far to Linhai. As the representative of Linhai, even if Yunwei was driven back to Kyoto, the Mu family would not be able to do anything. Originally, he didn't dare to do anything to her. Although he was not afraid of the Mu family in Kyoto, he didn't want to cause too much trouble. If he touched her, the Mu family would definitely not let it go. But the phone call just now made Zhang Tianbiao change his mind. The person behind him said this to him intentionally because he wanted to make the matter bigger. So what else does he care about? He had been attracted to Mushin Noa since he entered the door. Hearing Zhang Tianbiao's threat, Mushin Noa felt a little flustered and shouted angrily, "En Zhang Tianbiao, what do you want to do, en?" Zhang Tianbiao picked up the red wine and took a sip, staring at Mushin Noa with a provocative look. And of course, good wine goes with beautiful women. En. The others laughed playfully. And Boss Mu, in Linhai, what Boss Zhang says is the rule. If you don't follow the rules, Boss Zhang will punish you. En. And in my opinion, if you follow Mr. Zhang, the whole East China will be yours. Why bother with Yunwei, en? And Boss Lu was right. I think Boss Mu should be able to tell the difference. En. And let's drink this cup and go, this is over. En. And yes, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold, we can't delay. En. Mushin Noa blushed when she heard this, and she felt as if a stone was pressing on her heart. She tried her best to suppress her emotions. She turned around and wanted to leave. Zhang Tianbiao gave a look and the two bodyguards took action immediately. And don't touch me, and Mushin Noa's face turned pale in an instant. Her two hands were held by two bodyguards each, and she couldn't break free. How dare he do this? I'm a member of the Mu family, doesn't he know that? Zhang Tianbiao walked over. And you think you're the granddaughter of the Mu family and I don't dare to touch you, right, en? Mushin Noa trembled when he guessed what she was thinking. And don't be naive. Since I dare to touch you, I am definitely not afraid of the Mu family's revenge. En. Zhang Tianbiao continued. And as long as you behave, you can go home tomorrow. En. And otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. En. Sudden. A hole was smashed in the ceiling of the room, and a black figure fell vertically from above. And bang. En. The ground shook. Everyone was shocked. How come it's a person? The black shadow that fell to the ground slowly raised its head. A cold face that was icy and chilling, with gloomy and murderous eyes, and sharp murderous intent bursting out like rays. Everyone felt a pain in their eyes and couldn't help but shed tears. And what's wrong? En. And oh, don't kill me. It has nothing to do with me. En. There's a ghost. One after another, voices howled in fear. Looking at the scene before them, everyone's heart was filled with fear. This demon that fell from the sky. Could it be that God couldn't stand them bullying a woman and sent him to punish them? Seeing the black shadow that frightened everyone, Mushin Noa cried with joy, broke free from the trembling bodyguard, and ran over. Enzihan. And Mushin Noa felt relieved and happy that he had survived a disaster. If he hadn't shown up today, she didn't know if she would have a tomorrow. Maybe, already. And you all must die. En. A bone-chilling voice came from Yunzihan's mouth. This was a death sentence for everyone present. His relatives are inviolable. Chapter 54, Martial Arts. An armed helicopter was making a rattling sound in the sky. There was a 2-meter-wide hole on the roof, like a black hole swallowing everything. At this moment, the Boyua mansion was filled with deathly silence. Yunzihan's veins bulged, his teeth chattered, his pupils were like the abyss of despair, and he looked at everyone with indifference like the god of death. Fortunately, Yang Yongkong contacted him in time, otherwise by the time he came back slowly, it would be too late for anything. During his time with Tyrannosaurus, his state of mind also changed greatly. That time in Jianling, he only killed the main people and did not implicate anyone else. And now, he won't let any of them go. Anyone who participates in this should die. So what if these people are in charge of major companies in Linhai? He had no worries about the consequences. Everyone present was shivering as if they were in an ice cellar. Their entire bodies were cold from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and their mouths were shaking constantly. Fear took over their bodies, and their eyes were empty. And don't kill me. And suddenly, someone shouted. Then, the others also woke up from their dreams and reacted. This demon that suddenly appeared wanted to kill them all. At this time, no one doubted the truth of this statement. Everyone felt a strong murderous intent from the demon. Invisible but deadly. The timid and fearful people began to plead sadly. And don't kill me, I don't know anything. I was forced to do it. It's none of my business. Yun Zihan pretended not to hear anything. He moved, and with a series of screams, some people fell to the ground, their necks twisted, and they were already dead. And Devil, Mr. Li from Typhoon Group was killed by him. Murder. And call the police. Suddenly, everyone felt as if they were in hell. The hair on their bodies stood up and they fled to every corner. Zhang Tianbiao hid behind his bodyguard with a pale face, his facial features squeezed together with fear, and it was impossible to tell that he was the business leader of Linhai. And stop, who are you? And Zhang Tianbiao squeezed out a word from between his teeth. He felt like he had seen this devil somewhere before. Many CEOs have been killed by him, this devil who kills without blinking an eye. We can't let him continue killing. And you were going to touch my lover, how come I didn't even know about it? And Yun Zihan stopped and looked at him coldly. Yun Zihan's words struck Zhang Tianbiao like lightning, and he stammered, and you are Yun Zihan Xian. He is just an ordinary person, how dare he kill people so wantonly? His skills? Wrong. Everybody misjudged him. He is a warrior. He is the real person at the helm, and Mushin Noa is just his spokesperson. Zhang Tianbiao was full of thoughts and kept shaking his head, forgetting his fear. And you can't run away. And Yun Zihan said grimly. The rest of the people hid everywhere. Run very fast. But their speed was not faster than Yun Zihan's. A flash of light passed by, and another person was killed by Yun Zihan. Others screamed and cried. It's not that no one has thought about running away, but they suddenly found several fully armed soldiers standing at the door. Anyone who escaped was mercilessly thrown in by them. And Zhang Tianbiao laughed bitterly. Today would end like this. Yun Zihan hid his true intentions so well that even the people behind him misjudged him. Looking at the crazy Yun Zihan, Mushin Noa was a little worried. I wonder if such a strong resentment will have any impact on him. However, Yun Zihan did not stop, and she would not say anything to dissuade him. She was willing to accompany him in everything he did. Even if she had to go to the 18th level of hell, she would have no regrets. In stop.N. An extremely angry roar was heard, and a figure wearing a black mask smashed the tempered floor-to-ceiling window and flew in from outside. The masked man looked at the corpses all over the ground and laughed angrily. The bulging muscles on his mask showed that his expression was extremely ferocious. And he laughed strangely and turned into a cup of cannonball and burst towards Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan looked at the person who suddenly came towards him and felt a sense of pressure in his heart. Finally, a warrior from the mortal realm took action. He acted so ruthlessly today just to force out the mastermind behind it. He also learned a lot in Kyoto. There are shadows of warriors behind some super large enterprises, not to mention giant groups like the East China Group. If there were no warriors, it would be almost impossible to achieve such a big goal. In China, power and economy are actually firmly controlled by warriors. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to become big. Since the East China Group has taken action, it means that the warriors behind him can no longer hold back. Putting aside the idea, Yun Zihan threw the person in his hand and punched the person who came. The power of this punch increased several times compared to before he went to fight Tyrannosaurus. If his full strength attack in the middle stage of the mortal realm had a force of tons before, then with the addition of martial arts, the full strength attack reached 1.3 tons. An increase of 30%. Looking at Yun Zihan's fierce punch, the masked man's eyes narrowed. He discovered that Yun Zihan was in the middle stage of the mortal realm, just like him. His expression was solemn, and he exerted all his strength. In bump.N. The violent collision caused the floor of the room to crack. The others stared at the two in amazement. Is this human power? Are they human or ghost? Only Zhang Tianbiao and a few others knew that they were warriors. The masked man laughed strangely. I didn't expect you to be a monster. You are in your 20s, not bad. And you think you can touch something that hides its head and shows its tail, Yun Zihan said. And it was a little unexpected, so what? In a faint golden light emerged from the masked man's hand. A light golden arm suddenly appeared above his head, emitting bursts of golden light. Ango.N. With a loud shout from the masked man, a golden arm instantly slapped towards Yun Zihan. And martial arts, and Yun Zihan was shocked that this masked man actually possessed martial arts. Martial arts and martial arts techniques are different. Martial arts are techniques to increase your strength. The martial arts method is a move that increases attack power. Different paths lead to the same end, both can improve a warrior's overall strength. Golden light burst out, and a golden arm slapped Yun Zihan's hands hard. After one strike, the golden light dissipated. Yun Zihan took a few steps back, the wall behind him was cracked, and several pieces of rubble fell on his head. And the martial arts are well deserved of their reputation. Yun Zihan exclaimed. In Tyrannosaurus, he also learned the effect of martial arts. Powerful martial arts can make a warrior's strength soar, and crossing borders is no problem. This masked man was originally on par with him, but after using martial arts, he was able to push him back several steps. The effect of martial arts on strengthening one's strength is truly extraordinary. And the masked man shouted coldly, and golden light flashed again. Yun Zihan snorted coldly and quickly opened the system panel. Chapter 55, Late Stage, Palace Master? Kill. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, Middle Mortal Realm. Constitution, 200. Divine Quality, 200. Upgrade Points, 242. Upgrade Point Progress 020. Followers, 3. Skill, Ghostly 18 Needles. During this period, Yunwei investment was very powerful. Under Mushin Noa's high-pressure policy, it invested in countless companies and spent nearly 500 billion. This is also the reason why Zhang Tianbiao gathered other people. Yunwei's crazy expansion has destroyed their profit pie. Yun Zihan instantly increased his physical and spiritual qualities to 300 points respectively. His realm then became the late mortal realm. It seems like a long time, but in fact the upgrade only takes a moment. The masked man's figure was glowing with golden light, and he approached Yun Zihan at lightning speed. His whole body exudes an endless aura of destruction. The masked man's attack was bound to smash Yun Zihan to pieces. He had already imagined Yun Zihan turning into a pulp under his fist. The other people around covered their eyes with their hands. The golden light was too dazzling and they couldn't look directly at it. The shock in their hearts could not subside for a long time. This kind of touch was something they had never experienced in all these years. They felt relieved as they felt the masked man's determination to kill. This demon is finally going to die. Yun Zihan seemed to have given up resistance and stared directly at the golden light without any defensive movement. Just when the masked man was about to touch Yun Zihan casually stretched out a hand and grabbed the masked man's neck. The masked man's smug eyes suddenly widened. The golden light all over his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. And that's impossible. The masked man couldn't believe it. How could his strength change so much? I had clearly used all my strength, how could he easily resolve it? Even the others looked dumbfounded. I thought that the demon would die after the masked man's move. Who knew that the devil would actually grab the masked man's neck? No. If the masked men fail, they will be killed as well. Everyone's hearts, which had just calmed down, were lifted again. And you are hiding your abilities, and the masked man glared. And garbage. Yun Zihan cursed, then reached out and pulled off the masked man's black mask. After seeing the masked man clearly, Zhang Tianbiao was stunned. Although the masked man's figure looked a bit like the palace lord, he still couldn't accept it after confirming it. The person behind the East China group is the lord of Linhai Prefecture, Fu Guang. In other words, it is the Fu family in Kyoto where Fu Guang is from. The person who called him and told him to go for it was the mansion master. Now it turns out that the mansion master is no match for Yun Zihan. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Fu Guang in shock as his true face was revealed. And is at the mansion master Yan. And this demon is so bold that he dares to be an enemy of the palace master Yan. And what do the soldiers at the door mean? Why don't they come over to protect the mansion master Yan? And forget it, these soldiers are just aiding and abetting the evil, helping the devil block the door. And it's over. He's not even afraid of the palace master, so what are we, N? Yun Zihan also heard the exclamations of the crowd and knew the identity of the masked man. As the lord of a prefecture, if it were some time ago, Yun Zihan might have had some concerns. Now, what about the palace master? Anyone who dares to provoke him will be killed. And let me go now, or you won't be able to bear the consequences of attacking the mansion master. N. Fu Guang's face turned black, and he was pinched by Yun Zihan, and he lost all his face. All those present were important figures in Linhai, and they all saw such an embarrassing scene. I wore a mask to keep it secret and never expected to fail. The identity of the mansion lord was exposed, and he didn't dare to kill himself. Fu Guang thought to himself. And let you go, and Yun Zihan sneered. He dared to attack me, and yet I want to let him go. Yun Zihan wondered if he had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he say such shameless words? And what? You don't want to, and Fu Guang sneered. And you probably don't know what the palace master represents, N. And oh, what does it mean? And Yun Zihan asked playfully. In on behalf of China, N. And haha. And Yun Zihan laughed. As members of the Federation, no one dares to say that they can represent China. He is a lord of a mansion, yet he dares to claim to represent China. Killing him would be a way to rid the people of harm if he could say such things. And let go quickly. And seeing that Yun Zihan had no intention of letting go, Fu Guang shouted. And let's go. And Yun Zihan said, and then he increased the strength of his hands and crushed Fu Guang's neck. He didn't want to tease Fu Guang anymore. It was meaningless. Then let go. Fu Guang slid to the ground like a ball of mud. The room was silent. Everyone was stunned. This devil is lawless. Did he really kill the palace master? The whole of China will soon issue a nationwide warrant for his arrest. And you deserve to die too. And Yun Zihan said coldly. Then the figure swayed, accompanied by a miserable scream. After a moment. Except for Mushin Noa, no one else was standing in Boyue Mansion. Mushin Noa's face turned pale, and this kind of scene made her feel a little nauseous. Yun Zihan came over and hugged her. And my dear, no one in the world can deceive you. N. The gentle words made Mushin Noa feel safe. And you killed the palace master, let's run away. And Mushin Noa said worriedly. Yun Zihan shook his head and smiled at her. I am sure. N. Hearing this, Mushin Noa felt relieved. Seeing Yun Zihan's current state, he was no longer as violent as before. She added, and you were really scary just now. N. And all dragons have reverse scales, and you are my reverse scale. I am not afraid even if the whole world is against me. And Yun Zihan said calmly. Then, Yun Zihan called Chi Yongchang. And hello, Mr. Chi, sorry to disturb your rest. And Yun Zihan said when the phone was connected. And what's wrong, Yun boy, N. And Mr. Chi, I killed Fu Guang. N. And Fu Guang? Which Fu Guang, N? And the lord of Linhai Prefecture. And Yun Zihan said, and then told him everything that happened today. And then I'm afraid the Fu family in Kyoto will not stay quiet. And Chi Yongchang said after hearing Yun Zihan's words. And Mr. Chi, you are my loved one, and I will never allow anyone to bully you. And Yun Zihan said. And you are my brother's son. I will have someone keep an eye on the Fu family. N. And thank you, Mr. Chi. And Yun Zihan was very grateful to Chi Yongchang in his heart. And the palace master is gone, Linhai needs a new palace master, do you have any candidates, N? And Yun Zihan was stunned. What Mr. Chi meant was that the lord of the mansion asked him to make the designation. And what? You do it, and old Chi said, puffing his eyebrows. And how about this, let Wang Fuchen from the Wang family be the palace lord. He is also in the middle stage of the mortal realm. N. N. After chatting for a few more sentences, Yun Zihan hung up the phone. At this moment, Mushin Noa could no longer express the shock in her heart with words. Mr. Chi? The Red Star commander also has the surname Chi. Judging from their conversation, the issue has already reached the level of selecting the palace master. Who else could it be other than that person on the other end of the phone? She was deeply shocked. What on earth had Zihan done during this period of time? He was able to talk directly with the Red Star commander and was deeply trusted by him. The lord of the mansion was a high-ranking official, but he was not at fault for killing him. Instead, he was able to arrange for a new lord of the mansion. His own grandfather rarely even saw the Red Star commander. I'm afraid there are not many people in Kyoto who can achieve such a relationship. And let's go home. Yunzihan said. Then he pulled Mushin Noa, who was still in a daze, out of Boyue mansion. The soldier at the door made a gesture. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells were fired from the helicopter. Boyue mansion was once a gathering place for the richest people in Linhai. Overnight, it turned into ruins. Chapter 56, Master Yun, this is the kingdom I built for you. Kyoto samurai family. And what? Fu Guang was killed in Linhai, and Wu Qiankuan was shocked when he heard the news. No matter Fu Guang is the lord of Linhai mansion or a core figure of the Fu family, he has a very important status. Who would be so bold as to attack the Fu family? And yes, the person who killed him was called Yunzihan, and he was entangled with Mushin Noa, and Wu Dingxiong said hatefully. The last time Huang Jihue came back from Linhai, he reported Mushin Noa's situation to him. The first time he heard that Mushin Noa had found a man in Linhai, he was furious and wanted to go over and kill him immediately. But because he was busy and had no time to go there, he heard the news that Yunzihan had killed Fu Guang. This news left Wu Dingxiong stunned. First, Fu Guang is a strong man in the middle stage of the mortal realm, and Yunzihan actually has the strength to kill him. Secondly, Fu Guang is not an ordinary mansion lord. He has a special identity, and the Fu family behind him has a member of the Federation. No matter from which point of view, Wu Dingxiong found it hard to believe that the news was true. Then he went to investigate personally and confirmed the news was correct. So he quickly found his father Wu Qiankuan and told him about this. After hearing what Wu Dingxiong said, Wu Qiankuan said, "And don't provoke this person for the time being. I will let the Mu family give an explanation for Mushin Noa's matter." At the same time, there was a lot of noise in a room of the Mu family. Mr. Mu was sitting on a chair, with several middle-aged men and women below him accusing him with grim expressions. I suggest calling Mushin Noa back immediately. The Mu family must not get involved. Fu Guang was killed by Yunzihan. The Federation will definitely take action. I think so too. Besides, Mushin Noa was about to get engaged to Wu Dingxiong, but now she is saying that she is living with that man over there. What will the Wu family think? This is really a disgrace to the Mu family. And she has offended both the Wu family and the Fu family. She must be brought back immediately to apologize to the Wu family. And Mu Nantian, you really gave birth to a good daughter, putting the Mu family at the center of this storm. Hearing the blame from other members of the Mu family, Mu Nantian's face was filled with anger. And why did you choose the Wu family for engagement? Isn't it because the Wu family has Wu Qiankuan, so the Mu family can have a good backer? And what are you talking about? The interests of the Mu family are closely related to all the children of the Mu family. What's wrong with seeking marriage with the Wu family? Don't you want your daughter to marry into the Wu family? And Mu Shuliang said sternly. And Yunzihan killed Fu Guang, which means he also has mid to late stage strength. If you anger Yunzihan, he will even dare to kill Fu Guang. Aren't you afraid that he will come to you? And Mu Nantian said. And naive, do you think he will have another chance to come and cause trouble for the Mu family? And humph, you are just afraid. And alright. And suddenly, Grandpa Mu knocked heavily on the table. And Nanshan, contact Shin Noa and ask her to come back temporarily. Explain to her clearly that this is to protect her and prevent her from being harmed by the Fu family. The next day, people from all departments in Linhai received the highest notice. According to the notice, everyone arrived at the conference hall in advance. At this time, the meeting is about to begin. Some people who knew each other whispered. And why is this emergency meeting being held? It has never happened before. And yes, it's strange that the highest department directly issued the notice. And don't you know that Boyue Mansion was razed to the ground last night? And what, Boyue Mansion? That's the residence of Zheng Tianbiao of the East China Group. Who dares to do this? And no wonder we heard such a loud noise yesterday. So this is what happened. And what does that have to do with this meeting? I don't know. Yue mansion has been completely blocked. I don't know what happened. I guess this is the reason for holding this emergency meeting.N. Wang Fuchen was also sitting in his seat. He also received the notice to attend today's meeting, which came via a mysterious phone call. This meeting notice confused him. He was not from any department in Linhai, so why did he need to attend the meeting? Wang Fuchen specially asked someone to check the mysterious phone call, and it turned out that it was from Kyoto. When the time came, a dignified middle-aged man in a black suit strode onto the stage. Everyone kept silent and stared ahead quietly. And hello everyone, I am Zhang Qiao from the Federation office. I am here to gather you all here under the instruction of the Red Star Commander to inform you of two things.N. The Great Hall was in an uproar. It turned out that he was under direct instructions from General Red Star. What an important notice! Some people also noticed that the Lord of the Palace was not present at such an important meeting. It seems that it has something to do with the master of the mansion. And quiet.N. Zhang Qiao pressed his hand. And first, the former palace master Fu Guang violated Chinese discipline and has been dismissed from his post.N. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people in the conference hall. When they heard the first notice read by Zhang Qiao, they were in an uproar again. And Master Fu has stepped down. And no wonder he didn't attend the meeting. It turns out he has been dismissed from his position by the state.N. And this news is too surprising. I met the palace master yesterday.N. Zhang Qiao glanced at the people who were talking and shouted, and second, many large enterprises have encountered major changes, which will affect the economic situation in Linhai. Please don't panic, the state has arranged special personnel to contact them.N. And what does this mean?N. I heard that many bosses have disappeared, and even Zhang Tianbiu of the East China Group cannot be contacted.N. I also heard about Mr. Li from Typhoon Group. Last night, his family came to ask me if I was with him.N. Were they also taken away by the state? And it should be that everyone related to the mansion master has been taken away, so this notice was given.N. After a pause, Zhang Qiao continued in a loud voice, and third, the new Palace Owner Candidate Association has passed the resolution, where is Wang Fuchen? And where is Wang Fuchen? And where is Wang Fuchen? This sentence echoed in the lobby, and everyone was in a daze. King ups and downs? How is it possible for the old patriarch of the Wang family? He is not a system person. And I am here.N. Wang Fuchen raised his hand flattered. Brush. All the fiery gazes instantly focused on Wang Fuchen's face. And please invite the Lord of the Palace to come on stage to present the honors.In Zhang Qiao said. Wang Fuchen moved slowly, his mind still in a daze. Where in Kyoto did that mysterious phone call come from? The position of this mansion lord is definitely related to the location of that phone call. Who is helping me? Wang Fuchen couldn't imagine who could have such great power. Could it be Mr. Yi? Last time I went to Kyoto specially to apologize, and I got along very well with Mr. Yi. Was it Mr. Yi who did it? Wang Fuchen was still in a daze until he walked onto the stage. And Wang Fuchen, please accept the Palace Lord's order.In Zhang Qiao picked up the Palace Lord's order from the tray and said seriously. And received the order.In Wang Fuchen was shocked and bowed to take it. From now on, he is the Lord of Linhai Mansion. His back straightened up involuntarily, becoming straight and strong. Looking at the dark crowd below the stage, Wang Fuchen felt secretly delighted. Mr. Yun, look. This is the kingdom I built for you. Chapter 57, Taking Over, Transcendental Realm. The Fu family was in chaos and in a strange atmosphere. The children of the Fu family who worked in various departments all took leave and returned to their family home, and they no longer had the mood to go to work. They all knew that Fu Guang had been murdered. They all looked worried and anxiously waited for the patriarch's order. The head of the family, Fu Yushan, has been slow to express his opinion and has been bullied to the point of no return. No one knows what the head of the family is thinking. Suddenly, the door of the owner's room opened wide. Fu Yushan walked out, with some anger still in his eyes. Obviously he just lost his temper. Looking at the family members at the door, Fu Yushan waved his hands helplessly. And everyone, please go away.In. Everyone was stunned, with a lot of questions in their mind. And father, Fu Guang was killed, and Fu Shanshui asked deliberately. Could it be that his father didn't know yet? I know. Let's all go back and do what we need to do, and Fu Yushan said in a bad tone, and then went back to the room. At this time, the content of Linhai's emergency meeting was also transmitted back to Kyoto through various channels. All the families remained silent tacitly. Mushin Noa pouted and hung up the phone angrily. Seeing this, Jun Zihan asked, "And what's wrong?" And my dad asked me to go back immediately, saying that my mom missed me very much. After hearing Mushin Noa's words, Jun Zihan also guessed it roughly. It was simply that he had caused such a big mess, and the Mu family was afraid of being implicated, so they found a reason to let Mushin Noa go back. Yun Zihan could also understand. And go ahead. The holiday will be coming soon anyway. And Yun Zihan said. And I won't go. I know what they mean. And Mushin Noa said firmly. Yun Zihan was just about to speak when Su Xiang came out carrying a boiling pot. And it's time to eat. I stewed some pork ribs today. You should eat more. Especially Xin Noa, who is so thin. As she spoke, Su Xiang put the pot on the dining table and took out the bowls and chopsticks. Mushin Noa stepped forward, picked up the bowl and added more rice, saying, "And auntie, I'm afraid I'll never be able to learn your cooking skills in this lifetime. The dishes you make are so delicious that I've gained a lot of weight. And you are not fat. You need to eat more to have strength. And Su Xiang said to Mushin Noa, who weighed less than 100 pounds. And I've been eating a lot recently. And Mushin Noa said. And Zihan, let's go to Kyoto to meet Xin Noa's family sometime. And Su Xiang sat down and said to Yun Zihan again. And I'll go there after a while. And Yun Zihan said. And I don't care anyway. I just like Xin Noa. You should make the arrangements as soon as possible. And Su Xiang said as she picked up a bone for Mushin Noa. And okay. N. The conversation between the two was also interrupted by this meal. After finishing their meal, the two went to school. In the next few days, with the support of Qi Yongchang, Yunwei Investment directly took over all the companies that had been taken over in Boyue Mansion at market prices. In just a few days, Yun Zihan's consumption skyrocketed by more than 2 trillion yuan. I have to say that the East China Group is really awesome. One enterprise is worth more than 1 trillion. It can be said that almost all companies in Linhai now have Yunwei Investment. The entire Linhai is Yunwei's asset. Some people who learned about this situation were so shocked that they were speechless. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, Late Mortal Realm. Constitution, 300. Divine Quality, 300. Upgrade points, 222, 29 100. Followers, 3. Skill, Ghostly 18 Needles. Seeing the upgrade points on the panel, Yun Zihan smiled knowingly. Then click Upgrade. Ending, the host has been detected to have reached a new level, the system will be upgraded. N. The moment he broke through to the transcendent realm, Yun Zihan realized that a radical change had taken place in himself. Although there is only one realm difference between the mortal realm and the transcendental realm, there is a world of difference between them. If the mortal realm is still within the range acceptable to humans, then the realm of transcendence is the top immortal in mythology. Flying in the air. Move mountains and seas. One punch can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Yun Zihan stood in the dark, looking at the neon lights under his feet. His father is also at this level. How could he disappear? Where can you be trapped? After resolving Xin Noa's issue, I will go to the west to look for my father. Yun Zihan thought to himself. The next day, Yun Zihan received a call from the university president Wang Yu, asking him to go to the school. He had convened all the teachers and students in the school today and asked him to give a speech at the meeting. Soon, the sports car drove into the campus and caused another sensation. When everyone saw it was Yun Zihan. Also calm down. Yun Zihan's deeds have become a legend at Linhai University. Compared with him, other rich second generations are not even as good as him. When Wang Yu saw Yun Zihan coming, he walked forward enthusiastically and flattered him. Who asked Yun Zihan to donate 100 million? After saying hello, Yun Zihan came to the classroom. And Yun Zihan, you are such a busy man. I haven't been able to see you for such a long time. N. As soon as Yun Zihan arrived, he heard a disgusting voice, which was from the class beauty Feng Shui. She was wearing a JK suit with a brown jacket on top. She walked over with a cat-like gait, wrinkling her small nose. You're not even to mention. She does look pretty good. But Yun Zihan was unmoved. With Mushin Noa already, he had no other ideas for the time being. And your phone should have power today. And Feng Shui walked over and threw him a coquettish glance. The students around were all electrified by this seductive look. And who is she? Why didn't I realize there was such a beautiful girl in school before Yan? And you only know Goddess Mu. In fact, there are still a few beautiful girls in the school. And this person's name is Feng Shui. I've never heard of her having any scandals with anyone. How come she's become so proactive now, N? And don't you even look at who it is? It's Yun Xinyao. I am so envious. It would be nice if I could hang out with Yun Xinyao and have a share of the spoils. N. And just dream on. N. Feng Shui was extremely happy. After hearing what was said, it seemed that all her recent efforts in maintaining her figure were not in vain. She practices yoga to shape her body every day, and then does aerobics. I'm exhausted after a day's work. Smelling the girlish fragrance emanating from Feng Shui, Yun Zihan smiled and said, "And okay, as classmates, it's okay to leave a phone number. N." How could Yun Zihan not understand Feng Shui's thoughts? If you want his phone number, just ask any of his roommates. But Feng Shui insisted on asking him in person. Indirectly, I want to tell him. She fell in love with him. Hearing Yun Zihan's agreement, Feng Shui smiled sweetly, with 2 deep dimples on her lips, which was quite charming. And that's right. It's so rare to see you, and I don't know how to contact you if I need anything. N. This scene made Zhou Jie grit his teeth again. At this time, several of Yun Zihan's roommates also arrived. Everyone chatted again. After a while, the principal walked onto the stage. And the reason for holding this meeting today is mainly to thank our Linhai University's pride, Yun Zihan, who donated 100 million yuan to help our Linhai University develop better in the future. N. 100 million? Everyone, students and teachers alike, widened their eyes when they heard the principal's speech. Chapter 58: The Boss's Emotional Problems. For all students and teachers at Linhai University, 100 million is a ceiling number. Yun Zihan was actually able to donate 100 million yuan for free. If it were them, it would be difficult to come up with even 100,000, let alone 100 million, let alone donate it. In an instant, Yun Zihan's image was highly regarded in everyone's hearts. No wonder Goddess Mu falls in love with him. Seeing Yun Zihan walk onto the stage, countless fans screamed excitedly, their faces flushed. After a while, Yun Zihan picked up the microphone and began to speak. Teachers, students. The speech lasted nearly 10 minutes, and no one spoke during it. Everyone was listening to Yun Zihan's speech attentively. They were deeply moved by Yun Zihan's speech, and each of them felt like they were injected with chicken blood and their mood was surging. They act as if they are excited and are about to show off their skills and realize their ambitions. And thank you, everyone. N. When Yun Zihan finished speaking, there was thunderous applause and everyone's palms turned red from clapping. At this moment, Yun Zihan was the center of everyone's attention. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, at this moment, they put aside other emotions and regarded Yun Zihan as their idol and goal to pursue. Wang Yu's eyes were sparkling, and he was also moved by Yun Zihan's sincere words from the bottom of his heart. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. I hope all students can be like Yun Zihan. Wang Yu organized his words and once again painted a beautiful picture for everyone. After the meeting, everyone returned to the dormitory. Yun Zihan looked at his bed, even though he hadn't slept in it for a long time. But still spotless. This means that someone cleans up for him every day. Without thinking, he knew it was the dormitory leader, Yang Bin. The eldest brother has always been treated like their big brother in the dormitory. That's thoughtful. And third brother, what business does your company do? And Wu Juinxiong asked curiously. And probably everything is involved. And Yun Zihan replied. In fact, he himself didn't know which companies they were and had never asked. Anyway, he just needs to spend money to get upgrade points. Currently, almost all large enterprises in Linhai are under the umbrella of Yunwei, covering all walks of life. Wu Juinxiong was stunned. It involves everything. What kind of enterprise is his company? And my father's company is about to go bankrupt recently. Let's see if your company is suitable. And Wu Juinxiong said worriedly. And what's the name of your dad's business? And Yunfong Wood Industry. And I'll tell them later. N. The dormitory door opened and Yang Bin walked in with an angry look on his face. Seeing Yun Zihan was also in the dormitory, his expression softened and he smiled, then sat on the bed without saying a word. And boss, is it possible that your girlfriend has wavered? And Wu Juinxiong guessed when he saw Yang Bin's expression. Yang Bin has had some problems in his relationship recently. It's not because there are problems in his relationship with his girlfriend Lu Xiaoyu, but because Lu Xiaoyu has a suitor. This suitor is also from their hometown, and because of the relationship with the older generation, he is deliberately trying to bring them together. So Yang Bin has been very troubled. He was worried that Lu Xiaoyu could not bear the pressure from her family and would choose to break up. And it's so abominable. They took Xiaoyu back. And Yang Bin said angrily. Early this morning, Lu Xiaoyu's family arrived at the school and forcibly took Lu Xiaoyu, who had just left the dormitory building, back to his hometown. He had just received the message from Lu Xiaoyu. He also wanted to catch up, but by then Lu Xiaoyu had probably already returned home. And did they find the school? And Chen Gang asked in surprise. Except for the fact that Yun Zihan was often not in the dormitory, they all knew about Yang Bin's affairs. Chen Gang was also worried about Yang Bin. Yang Bin was an honest man, but now he had met an opponent, and this opponent had the support of Lu Xiaoyu's family. It would be very difficult for him to defeat this opponent. And yes, he just sent me a message saying he has returned to Anning County. Anning County is a county town in Beihai Prefecture, relatively close to Kyoto. Seeing Yang Bin's sad expression, Yun Zihan asked, "And tell me what's going on." And it's like this. A few days ago, a boy came to school. He was Lu Xiaoyu's childhood friend. He asked Lu Xiaoyu out for dinner. After dinner, Lu Xiaoyu told the boss that her childhood friend wanted to pursue her. It was nothing at first, but later, it seemed that Lu Xiaoyu's family found out and started to match them up. Wu Jianxiong spoke first, saying that given the boss's personality, it would be difficult for him to speak out about this matter. He likes to keep everything to himself. It was Lu Xiaoyu's roommate Jiang Ling who told Wu Jianxiong about these things. And in order to reject her childhood friend, Lu Xiaoyu mentioned Yang Bin. As a result, her family got angry and told her to break up with Yang Bin immediately and be with that boy. Lu Xiaoyu definitely disagreed and has been arguing with her family recently. I didn't expect her family to come to the school today. Wu Jianxiong told everything he knew. Yang Bin remained silent, staring blankly at the floor with his head lowered. Yun Zihan nodded. I see. It's this kind of thing again. Thinking of Mushin Noa, it was a similar situation. Her family directly arranged an engagement for her regardless of her own wishes. Yun Zihan could understand Yang Bin's feelings very well. Recently, Mushin Noa's family had been asking her to go home. And brothers, let's accompany the boss to Anning. Yun Zihan said. And let's go, the boss's business is my business. Chen Gang said. And it's a must. And Wu Jianxiong agreed. Hearing what the others in the dormitory said, Yang Bin looked up suddenly with tears in his eyes. And be a man and go. Anning County. Lu Xiaoyu sat in the room angrily, her little round face puffed up with both cheeks due to anger. She was angry at her parents for forcibly taking her home from school. He didn't talk to them along the way and locked himself in the room as soon as he got home. She and the big guy are true love. What era is this? Why do parents do this? The big guy must be very sad now. Long Xiaowei is so mean. Why didn't I realize he was so mean before? He actually asked an adult to help him chase a woman. Not a man at all. Fortunately, I had so much fun in the past. Lu Xiaoyu hated Long Xiaowei in her heart. How could this happen if it weren't for him? And there was a sound of turning the doorknob. Then the door was opened and Lu Xiaoyu's mother Lu Qingyu walked in with the key. After closing the door and sitting next to Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Qingyu persuaded her, "And Xiaoyu, don't be angry. Xiaowei is also very good. Why can't you figure it out, And whether he is good or not has nothing to do with feelings. I already have a boyfriend and I can't accept him." And Lu Xiaoyu said unhappily. And don't be stubborn. There's nothing we can do. You're almost 20 years old, and you should share some of the responsibilities for the family. And Lu Qingyu said earnestly. And why? I don't accept that he has anything to do with responsibility. And Lu Qingyu sighed. And Xiaowei's father has been promoted to general manager. Your father is now working under him. His father has already told your father about this matter. What do you think your father should do, N? Lu Qingyu's words were like a bolt from the blue, and Lu Xiaoyu took a long time to recover. Chapter 59. Son, I heard that Lu Xiaoyu has a boyfriend. Lu Qingyu asked Lu Xiaoyu to think about it carefully by herself, and then went out. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was upset. If what mom said is true, what should she do? In the end, choose family or choose love. Her family was not wealthy to begin with, and her father was basically the only one who supported the entire family. If she rejected Long Xiaowei, would his father make things difficult for her because of this issue? If her father lost his job that he had held for many years, what would become of this family? Tears flowed uncontrollably from Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. She fell on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. And have you made yourself understood? And Lu Jiang said anxiously when he saw Lu Qingyu coming out of his daughter's room. I don't know. Let her think about it carefully. And Lu Qingyu felt very uncomfortable. She knew her daughter must be very sad, but for everyone's sake, she couldn't say anything. And it's all my fault that I don't have the ability. And Lu Jiang said dejectedly. And don't say that. I asked around about her previous boyfriend and found out that his family is very poor. I just hope Xiaowei can treat her well. He may not be a bad match for her. And Lu Qingyu comforted Lu Jiang. I hope so. And Lu Jiang buried his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. And Xiaowei's father made an appointment at a Ning hotel this afternoon. Maybe he also wants to set the date. And Lu Qingyu said. And go ahead, what can we do, N? After a long time, Lu Xiaoyu walked out of the room. Seeing her daughter's red eyes, Lu Qingyu felt heartbroken. And mom and dad, I agree. And Lu Xiaoyu said, covering her mouth and running to the bathroom. Although she shed a lot of tears today, after saying this, Lu Xiaoyu still couldn't control her tears. The tears flowed down one by one like pearls from a broken string. Lu Qingyu couldn't help crying and quickly wiped her tears with tissue paper. And Ning Hotel. It can be said to be the highest grade hotel in Anning County. All high-end receptions are basically arranged here, which is enough to reflect the status of Anning Hotel in Anning County. There were more than a dozen people sitting in one of the private rooms. And Mr. Wu, which big shot is coming today? And someone asked. And yes, who are you going to receive by calling us all here, N? And if the other party's status is too low, don't blame me for giving you face later. N. Hearing his companion's words, Wu Xiaobo was very proud and pretended to be mysterious. And don't worry, he must be a big shot, but where did he come from, N? Everyone looked in the direction Wu Xiaobo pointed. And Kyoto, and someone asked excitedly. Wu Xiaobo nodded. And how did you get to know such an important person? When you become rich, please take us with you. N. And Mr. Wu, you must introduce him to us later so that we can also benefit from it. N. And of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to come here today. N. And then I would like to thank Mr. Wu first. N. A black Mercedes with a Kyoto license plate stopped in front of the hotel. Then a man and a woman got out of the car. In an instant, everyone around looked over. And how can there be such a beautiful woman, N? This figure is amazing. Ain't as expected of you from Kyoto. N. The beautiful woman remained calm, as if she was used to such looks. And Yi Zikan, your family's business has expanded to this small county. And the accompanying man said with a smile. And Lu Chong, if you say anything more, go back. And Yi Zikan said. And okay, I won't say anything more. I just want to follow you to see if I can meet young Master Yun again. Ever since we parted in Linhai, young Master Yun has always been lingering in my heart. And Lu Chong said admiringly. And then go to Linhai and marry him. And when Yi Zikan mentioned Yun Zihan, her heart was moved, but then she suppressed it. She also found it funny when Lu Chong said this. After Lu Chong came back from Linhai, he was no longer as attentive to her as before, but instead became more and more interested in Yun Zihan. If she didn't know Lu Chang's temper, she would have thought he was a gay. Open the box. More than a dozen people in the box looked over excitedly, and in an instant their eyes became dull. All of them were stunned by Yi Zikan at the door. And Yi, Miss Yi, you are here. And although Wu Xiaobo had met Yi Zikan before, he couldn't help but be distracted every time he saw her. In another private room. Long Xiaowei and his family of 3 sat casually in the private room. Long Xiaowei was very happy. He and Lu Xiaoyu were playmates who grew up together. He didn't know when this friendship had slowly turned into love, until he saw Lu Xiaoyu's recent photo from his high school classmates some time ago, and things became uncontrollable. The feelings that had been buried deep in my heart suddenly burst out. He drove overnight to Lu Xiaoyu's city just to see her. Because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they both had a happy chat at first. But after he couldn't help but express his feelings, Lu Xiaoyu seemed like a different person. He could clearly feel her guard against him. Later, no matter how many times he asked Lu Xiaoyu out, Lu Xiaoyu was unwilling to come out. He returned to Ning in a daze. His family was also worried when they saw his condition and learned what had happened. He still remembers the day his father asked him, "Endo, you really like Lu Xiaoyu, N?" He said, "Really?" Then his dad said, "And I'll help you, N." He still clearly remembered the confident expression on his father's face at that time. Unexpectedly, his father suddenly told him today, "And get ready, meet with Lu Xiaoyu's parents today to settle the matter between you two. N." Long Xiaowei was still in a confused state until just now. He didn't believe it at all. He thought his father was lying to him. Just now, his father called Lu Xiaoyu's father and he heard everything he said clearly. Only then did I realize that all this was true. Lu Xiaoyu actually agreed. He felt like he was in a dream and was intoxicated. "Ensign, I heard that Lu Xiaoyu has a boyfriend." And Long Xiaowei's mother, Yuan, suddenly said coldly. She had a friend whose child was also studying at Linhai University. She asked him to inquire about Lu Xiaoyu's situation, and she actually got some information. And really, and Long Xiaowei was stunned. N's her high school classmate, I think his name is Yang Bin. N Yang Bin? Impossible. In a tall and dull man appeared in Long Xiaowei's mind. He remembered that there was such a person in Lu Xiaoyu's class. This person didn't like to talk much, but was very good at studying. When hearing that the big guy was dating Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xiaowei couldn't accept it. How could the person he liked like someone who looked like an idiot? And stop talking. And Long Liqiang glared at Yuan and said, "N Xiaowei, if you can't accept it, I'll tell him not to come to my house anymore. N." Long Xiaowei shook his head. "And I'll ask her myself. N." Long Liqiang sighed and glared at Yuan again. "And stop talking so much. N." Yuan was not to be outdone. "I don't want my son to pick up a pair of worn-out shoes. N." At this time, the door of the box opened. Lu Jiang led the way in with a wry smile. Lu Xiaoyu followed behind with a frosty face. And Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xiaowei looked up and shouted. Chapter 60. Let's break up. Lu Jiang's family of three were all stunned by Long Xiaowei's sudden shout. Lu Jiang looked at Long Liqiang awkwardly. I want to hear how he explains it. Doesn't Long Xiaowei like Xiaoyu very much? Why do you speak to me in such a bad tone when we first meet? Lu Qingyu also looked at Long Xiaowei in surprise. What has provoked him to have such an attitude? Could it be that Long Xiaowei was pretending before, and now that he knows he has succeeded, his true nature is revealed and he doesn't take Xiaoyu seriously anymore? At this moment, she wanted to regret her decision and couldn't let her daughter suffer. Even if you lose your job, find another one. No matter how hard life gets, you won't starve to death. And Lu Xiaoyu, are you with Yang Bin Ni? And Long Xiaowei shouted again with resentment in his eyes. And yes. And Lu Xiaoyu already held a grudge against Long Xiaowei, so she replied expressionlessly. And why? And hearing Lu Xiaoyu's affirmative answer, Long Xiaowei felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had lost his soul, and kept repeating why in his mouth. Seeing that Long Xiaowei was provoked, Yuan became ruthless and slapped the table hard. And look at your good daughter. Does she still have any moral integrity? She doesn't study hard but only thinks about finding a man. N. After hearing Yuan's words, Lu Jiang's expression turned very ugly, but he couldn't get angry because of their relationship. Lu Qingyu doesn't care about that now. And I ascended normal to be in love? What do you mean? It's your Xiaowei who insists on liking her. N. A few years ago, the two families had a good relationship and lived not far from each other. In recent years, because Long Liqiang took a leadership position and his family moved to a better location, the two families gradually became estranged. In the past, the two families might never have imagined that one day they would insult each other. Ever since Long Liqiang became a leader, she has often received flattery from others, and Yuan's inner vanity has also swelled. In the past, the two families had similar conditions and she had no capital to show off, but now it is different. Her husband is Lu Qingyu's husband's superior and his income is much higher. In her eyes, their two families were no longer on the same level. And it's an honor for your family that Xiaowei likes her. Don't you consider your family's financial conditions? And Yuan said with a sharp and sarcastic face. Lu Qingyu was so angry that her face turned blue. And then you don't have to eat today. N. And eat it if you want. If Xiaowei has any mental problems, your daughter will be in trouble. N. And what does it have to do with my daughter? It's obviously your son who can't handle it psychologically. N. And Lu Qingyu, does your husband not want to do this anymore? En. And it's up to you whether to do it or not. And stop talking. And Long Liqian comforted Long Xiaowei and angrily said with a dark face, and Lu Jiang, watch your wife's mouth. And say less. Qingyu. And Lu Jian was unhappy, but still said to Lu Qingyu, and Xiaoyu, we don't want to eat this meal. And Lu Qingyu turned around and said, then pulled Lu Xiaoyu and wanted to leave. And don't leave, and Yuan blocked the door aggressively. On the highway, a Maybach is speeding. Yun Zihan and others were sitting in the car. Yang Bin had a stern face, and no matter how Wu Juanxiong and Chen Kele teased him, he never laughed. Suddenly the phone's screen lit up. And big guy, thank you for taking care of me, let's break up, N. Yang Bin felt a sudden pain in his heart and called quickly. Lu Xiaoyu hung up the call as soon as it rang. He didn't give up and continued to fight. Still the same result. And it's over. And Chen Kele sighed. Chen Kele and Wu Juanxiong also saw the message on Yang Bin's mobile phone screen at the same time. Everyone mourned for him in their hearts. And Lu Xiaoyu said they broke up, so should we still go? And Wu Juanxiong said. Yun Zihan was sitting in the passenger seat and turned around in surprise. Something went wrong so quickly. And I want to hear her tell me in person. And Yang Bin said in surprise. And she didn't even answer your calls. I think this is hopeless. And Chen Kele was also a straightforward guy. He had no idea that his words were rubbing salt into Yang Bin's wounds. And do you know where her home is? And Wu Juanxiong asked. Yang Bin was stunned. They were high school classmates, but I really don't know where they live. Although Anning is just a county town, it cannot compare with a metropolis like Linhai. But searching aimlessly for someone in Anning is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. And what's Lu Xiaoyu's phone number? And Yun Zihan suddenly asked. And 13, and Yang Bin had already memorized Lu Xiaoyu's phone number by heart. When he heard Yun Zihan's question, he immediately gave it out. And Yun Zihan took out the Tyrannosaurus exclusive communicator and said. An old 8, what's going on? And Housy's voice came quickly. Hearing Housy addressing him, Yun Zihan smiled. This title is Housy's way of maintaining his last dignity. Fight, but you can't beat yourself. According to the time I joined the team, I was indeed the last one. It is not an exaggeration for Housy to call him an old 8. And help me check the location of a phone call, 13, and Yun Zihan said. And it's a small matter. I'll send you a message right away. N. As expected of Tyrannosaurus, his efficiency is unmatched by any other department. Less than a minute. A location was sent to Yun Zihan's mobile phone. An Ning Hotel, N. And I know, and Yang Bin cheered up immediately after hearing this. An Ning Hotel is very famous, although he has never been there. But as a resident of Anning, only a fool would not know where such a landmark place is. Wu Juanxiong thought more, and he was the only one who noticed the strength displayed by Yun Zihan at this moment. You can find the location using just the phone number. This may seem like a small matter, but the rights involved are exaggerated. Even the operators themselves may not be able to find out. As for the third brother, he just made a simple phone call and someone immediately sent him Lu Xiaoyu's location. Wu Juanxiong was deeply shocked by Yun Zihan's strength. Maybach accelerated again and rushed towards An Ning. When the car braked suddenly and stopped in front of the gate of An Ning Hotel, Yang Bin got out of the car impatiently and rushed into the restaurant. Yun Zihan also quickly followed. He was worried that Yang Bin, who was a little irrational, would suffer. A few minutes after they went in, a group of people walked out of the restaurant happily. Yi Zikin was like a noble queen, walking in the front. The others followed behind in fear and trepidation. Sudden. Lu Chong stretched his neck forward suddenly, his eyes wide open. And Mr. Yun. Yi Zikin, take a look. Is this Mr. Yun's car? The one we rode in last time, N. Everyone looked and saw a Maybach with a Linhai license plate arrogantly parked in front of the hotel's main entrance. Lin A88888. Looking at such a domineering license plate, all the bosses in An Ning gasped. People who can use this license plate in Linhai. I guess he is not much worse than the one in Kyoto. What wind blew another big guy over? Could it be that a huge mine has been discovered in Anning? Seeing this car, Yi Zikin's face lit up with joy. And it's Yun Zihan, let's go find him. N. Chapter 61. Long time no see. Yang Bin glanced around the hall and didn't see Lu Xiaoyu. He then went straight to the private room area and pushed open the doors of each room one by one. When he found that the person was not right, he retreated. The waiter looked at Yang Bin, who was almost 2 meters tall, and didn't dare to come forward. Yun Zihan and others followed behind, while Wu Juanxiong repeatedly apologized to the private room that had been disturbed. When Yang Bin pushed open another private room. "And are you sick?" and Yuan was blocking the door. When she saw Yang Bin open the door, she cursed viciously. Yang Bin was stunned and then prepared to retreat. Suddenly, he saw a little face behind Yuan. When Yang Bin saw this face, he was instantly confused and didn't know what to do. He just stared at it blankly. "And why don't you get out of here?" and Yuan scolded. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed Yang Bin at the door, subconsciously covered her mouth, and turned around resolutely. She was extremely confused. She had never thought that Yang Bin would take Ning back, let alone find this place. She didn't know how to face Yang Bin now. The others were also attracted by Yuan's vicious curse and turned their eyes over. Long Xiaowei first noticed Lu Xiaoyu's strangeness and felt disgusted, then he looked towards the door. He moved a little, looked around Yuan, and saw the tall boy at the door clearly. Looking at the familiar face of the boy at the door, Long Xiaowei quickly searched his memory, and when this face overlapped with a person in his memory, he flew into a rage and stood up angrily. "And Yang Bin, N." Hearing this name, the two families in the private room looked at Yang Bin at the same time. He was dressed in dark and thin clothes and didn't look rich at all. He was really a poor loser. And it turns out that Lu Xiaoyu's man came to the door. And Yuan said sarcastically. Yang Bin was a little nervous being watched by so many people, but he saw Lu Xiaoyu's shoulders twitching slightly. He made up his mind, pushed Yuan away and walked in. "And Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you, N?" Lu Xiaoyu shook her head violently, tears welling up in her eyes. "And tell me," and Yang Bin growled. "And go away." And Lu Xiaoyu turned her head away, unable to bear to see Yang Bin's sad look. "And tell me why we broke up. N." "And because I always lied to you before, you were just a fool." And Lu Xiaoyu cried. Yang Bin's mind went blank and he looked at Lu Xiaoyu stupidly. "And let me tell you, because she is mine." And Long Xiaowei suddenly pulled Lu Xiaoyu into his arms, his eyes full of pride. He came to realize that love is bullshit. Even if they were a pair of worn-out shoes, he wouldn't mind wearing them now. Not only does he have to wear it, he also has to wear it in front of the original owner and play with it. Seeing this, Yang Bin became furious and punched Long Xiaowei in the face from a high position. "And Xiaowei," and Yuan screamed. Long Liqiang rushed over, punched Yang Bin, and said fiercely, "And what are you doing, N?" Yang Bin grabbed Long Xiaowei angrily. He was so angry at the moment that he didn't notice Long Liqiang coming over. He was hit by Long Liqiang but didn't even know it. "And let go." And Long Liqiang punched Yang Bin again. As soon as Yun Zihan entered the room, he saw Long Liqiang's fist falling on Yang Bin. His eyes turned cold. He instantly appeared beside Yang Bin and caught Long Liqiang's punch. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Long Liqiang's face turned purple and the veins on his neck were exposed. "And mind your own business and get out of here." N. Long Liqiang found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his hand away. This situation made him extremely angry. "And do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will call someone to take care of you right away." N. Yun Zihan didn't comment, but pinched his hand and shook it violently. "N Klang." N. Long Liqiang flew out and fell heavily on the dining table. His weight of more than 200 pounds smashed the dining table into pieces, and it fell to the ground in the middle. "And ouch." N. Long Liqiang lay on the ground, touching his waist with one hand and screaming in pain. "And Yun Zihan, don't do that." And Lu Xiaoyu was also frightened, and she quickly stopped him. Lu Xiaoyu's parents were stunned and didn't know how this would end. The people who beat Long Liqiang were in the same group as Yang Bin, and were also Xiaoyu's classmate. "And are you okay?" And Yuan quickly helped Long Liqiang up. "And I am not dead yet." And Long Liqiang gasped, feeling a pain in his waist. He probably had 2 broken ribs. "And Lu Jiang, you did it on purpose, you are done for." N. Lu Jiang explained, "And why do you do that on purpose? I don't even know who they are." N. "And bah, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If it weren't for you leaking me information, they wouldn't have been able to find this place." And Long Liqiang said sternly. After saying that, Long Liqiang took out his cell phone and said harshly, "And wait for me." N. When Long Liqiang was about to dial out, a group of people suddenly came in at the door. When he saw one of them, he immediately held back the pain and said respectfully, "And Mr. Yuan." N. Lu Jiang also panicked when he saw the person coming in. It was Yi Zikin and the others who came in. When Yuan Xin heard someone calling him, he found Long Liqiang standing next to a broken table in disheveled clothes. Long Liqiang is a vice president of his company. He didn't expect to meet him here. This private room is a mess. It looks like Long Liqiang was beaten up. He immediately said to Yi Zikin awkwardly, "And I am sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Yi. I'll deal with it first. Someone from my company was beaten up. N." Then he looked at Long Liqiang and said, "And Liqiang, what's going on here?" Long Liqiang was delighted. It seemed that Mr. Yuan was looking for trouble for him. He pointed at Lu Jiang and said, "And it was him. He is also from the company. It was a good thing that my son and his daughter were in love. I said I would treat their family to a meal today. But he held a grudge against me because I was too strict with him at work. He called these people to beat me up. N." Long Liqiang was crying as he spoke, and he would have been sorry for the tears he had shed if he didn't go to make the movie. Yuan Xin was very angry when he heard this, because it turned out that Lu Jiang was also an employee of his company. This kind of behavior is too bad. Must be fired. And that's not true, Mr. Yuan. They are my daughter's classmates. I didn't invite them here, and I don't know them. And Lu Jiang found himself speechless. Even if it wasn't, these people did come because of her daughter. Yes, he was too wronged. ENIC. You don't have to go to work tomorrow. N. After saying this, Yuan Xin looked coldly at Yun Zihan and the others. Anus for some of you who maliciously injured others, the law will punish you. N. And what did you say? And Yi Zikin suddenly asked. ENI said they are just waiting. Oh, sorry, Mr. Yi, we have dealt with it here, let's go. And Yuan Xin was used to scolding people in the company. Suddenly someone questioned him. He was about to retort, but when he found out it was Yi Zikin, he looked embarrassed and said angrily. Yuan Xin saw Yi Zikin smiling and walking towards him. There was a surge of excitement in my heart. What a nice view. Could it be that she was attracted by her own domineering nature? Yuan Xin was so excited that his heart almost jumped out. He was expecting Yi Zikin to run into his arms. Yi Zikin twisted her slender waist and stepped directly over Yuan Xin. Then he said something that caught Yuan Xin off guard and made him feel ashamed. And Mr. Yun, long time no see. N. Chapter 62, Driving Too Fast. Wu Xiaobua knew Yi Zikin's identity best. She was from the wealthy Yi family in Kyoto, and was the granddaughter deeply loved by the head of the family. Just now in the private room, Wu Xiaobua also introduced her background to everyone. When Yi Zikin stood in front of Yun Zihan with a smile, they were all shocked. The one who made them be cautious at all times actually smiled at that boy. Could he be the owner of car number Linhai 88888? It must be. And what a tragedy, and Yuan Xin looked embarrassed and felt regretful. He glanced at Long Liqiang out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, I really wanted to beat him up again. And Mr. Yun, it's great that it's really you. And Lu Chong ran over with excitement on his face. And why are you here? And Yun Zihan was slightly surprised when he saw the two people. And it would be better if you are here to do things here. I will talk to you later. And Yi Zikin glanced at the classmates around Yun Zihan, meaning that he should finish dealing with the things here first before they talk about them. Yun Zihan understood and looked at Yuan Xin. And what did you say, N? And nothing much, young Master Yun. I'm nothing compared to you. And Yuan Xin said timidly. Yuan Xin has a net worth of tens of millions, which makes him considered a wealthy man in Anning County. However, compared with people like Yi Zikin, he is no different from a poor man. Seeing Yuan Xin being so servile, Long Liqiang turned pale. He knew he had hit a wall this time. Lu Xiaoyu's classmate is amazing. Even Mr. Yuan didn't dare to raise his head, so it was useless for him to hit him. As for Wu Juanxiong and the others, except Wu Juanxiong who was a little calmer, the others looked at these people in surprise. Yun Zihan's network of contacts is so powerful that he has made acquaintances with important figures even in Anning County, which is so far away. This incredibly beautiful woman is obviously from a prominent family. It is not possible for ordinary people to cultivate such a temperament. From the expressions on their faces when they came in just now, it can be seen that beautiful women are definitely the ones they want to curry favor with. The boss who was about to deal with them just now was now too timid to speak. Such an outstanding beauty actually jokingly called him young Master Yun. And Mr. Yuan, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Please deal with the employees of your company, especially my classmate's father. Yun Zihan continued. Yuan Xin nodded and said immediately, Enlong Li Qian, you are fired. Go and handle the formalities tomorrow. Also, Lu Jiang, you will take his position and your salary will be doubled. I will talk to the HR department later. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Yun Zihan eagerly. And okay, Wu Xiaobua, leave the others behind and go. Yi Zikan said impatiently. Since Yi Zikan said this, the others also tactfully said hello and left. Yuan looked at Lu Jiang's family with hatred, then pulled Long Xiaowei away. Long Liqiang held his waist, looking gloomy, and followed silently behind. Watching them leave in disgrace, Lu Qingyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, Yun Zihan also said to Wu Juanxiong and the others, and you can take the same car when you go back. I'll tell the driver and I'll leave first. After saying that, Yun Zihan followed Yi Zikan and others out of the private room. And third brother, there are top-notch women everywhere. I'm so envious. Let's go have fun again. Wu Juanxiong felt envious. It was not until a few minutes later that the atmosphere in the private room eased. Immediately, Lu Jiang warmly invited Wu Juanxiong and others to dine in a private room. Since they hadn't eaten yet, no one refused. An Xiaoyu, please introduce yourself. And Lu Jiang's face was flushed and he was smiling. He is still immersed in the joy of promotion and salary increase. Lu Qingyu also watched with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu started introducing them one by one, until it was time to introduce Yang Bin. She lowered her head embarrassedly. And this is my boyfriend Yang Bin. And hello, uncle and aunt. Yang Bin said nervously. And the person who just left is from Yang Bin's dormitory. They have a very good relationship and are doing business on their own. And I must thank him well in the future. Lu Jiang said solemnly. After the meal, Lu Jiang happily drank 2 cups. This matter also had a perfect ending. Wu Juanxiong and his companions, along with Lu Xiaoyu, returned to Linhai in one car. Anning County is a place rich in gold mines. From time to time, a mine is discovered somewhere, but because the mines are mostly taken away by bosses from other places, the local people have to take some of the profits. This resulted in the embarrassing situation that although there were many gold mines in Anning, no one made a lot of money. Even if they accidentally discovered a new one, they did not have the ability to do it alone and had to seek help from outsiders. A black Mercedes was following behind an SUV. In the Mercedes-Benz, Lu Cheng sat silently in the passenger seat. Yun Zihan and Yi Zikan sat in the back row. Only Yi Zikan knew why this arrangement was made. And this time I came to Ning for a mine. This is the information Wu Xiaobua gave me. Do you want to do it? And Yi Zikan's starry eyes turned slightly, and she tilted her delicate face slightly. Because the two of them were sitting close, Yun Zihan could see Yi Zikan's perfect profile by turning his head slightly. The explosive curve was enough to make people addicted. Yun Zihan also paused. A scent of incense continued to enter his nostrils. He retracted his gaze and stared straight ahead. I want to. As long as it's consumption, he's fine with it. Hearing his answer, Yi Zikan seemed to have thought of something, her ears began to feel hot, and then her face turned slightly red. Yi Zikan's exquisite face became even more charming under the light of the pale yellow lights in the car. However, Yun Zihan did not notice these changes in Yi Zikan. He looked straight ahead, as if there was something on the driver's seat that was worth his closer inspection. And then let's do it together. And Yi Zikan said proudly with a red face. Lu Chong was stunned when he heard this in the front. He has known Yi Zikan for so many years, but this is the first time he has heard her speak to someone in this tone. As expected, I am young Master Yun. Suddenly, the Mercedes-Benz turned right at high speed. A strong inertia caused Yi Zikan to lose her balance and she leaned hard against Yun Zihan. Because Yi Zikan had been leaning with her lower half of her body to the side, her huge body came into direct and close contact with Yun Zihan. Yi Zikan never liked the feeling of being restrained by metal. Under her beige clothes, she only wore a high-end soft bra. The moment she touched Yun Zihan, she felt like she was being touched by someone's hand through the thin fabric, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. The weather wasn't that cold, so Yun Zihan just wore a short-sleeved shirt. Feeling the extreme oppression, Yun Zihan's heart was pounding. There is actually a little bit. Anadare Yi Zikan cried out shyly and quickly sat back. My mind was filled with the electric shock-like feeling of being touched. And what are you two doing? And Lu Chong turned around and asked in confusion. Because he was wearing a safety belt, although he was affected by inertia, Lu Chong did not fall over. He was surprised to suddenly hear Yi Zikin's inexplicable voice. What are you playing? Not really. After taking a good look and finding nothing, he turned back. Chapter 63. Where are the people? The car suddenly became quiet. Yi Zikin was shy and silent. Yun Zihan also remained silent. The car drove out of the city and then drove along a long mountain road. The off-road vehicle stopped only when they reached a deep mountain and there was no road ahead. The Mercedes-Benz also stopped, and as soon as a few people got out of the car, Wu Xiaobo walked over. And we still have to walk a little further, probably a few kilometers, and said Wu Xiaobo. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Zikin nodded. Everyone followed Wu Xiaobo along the path and into the mountains. The mountain road was not easy to walk on, as it was full of thorns. Wu Xiaobo walked in front to lead the way, and his arms and calves were scratched with many bloody marks. He didn't dare to say anything. The ones behind him were more and more arrogant, but he didn't dare to complain. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the others had already left Yi Zikin more than 10 meters away. She was a little unable to walk anymore. She had always lived a life of luxury and had never experienced such hardship before. Sweat was dripping down her forehead and she pouted her lips, thinking of going home. Yun Zihan was walking at the end. Seeing her slowing down, he asked with concern, "And what's wrong?" And I am so tired and my calves are a little sore." Yi Zikin said while panting lightly. "Ain't a young lady like you must not be used to such mountain roads. You should just walk more often in the future." And Yun Zihan said bluntly. Yi Zikin rolled her eyes, really unromantic. Then, she stood there and said coquettishly, "And you go ahead." Yun Zihan walked past her and came to the front, then a small, soft hand gently grabbed his right hand. He turned his head and saw Yi Zikin glaring at him with a red face. "And what are you looking at? Go away." Yun Zihan laughed dryly and just held Yi Zikin's hand, walking along the path. Yi Zikin lowered her head silently, occasionally looking up at Yun Zihan's back. Her eyes seemed to be struggling. 1 hour later. The two finally caught up with them. Lu Chong was seen sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, while the geological experts brought by Wu Xiaobo and Yi Zikin were squatting on the ground, touching a stone. And Lu Chong was about to complain when he saw the two people coming, but suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth wide, staring in amazement at the two people holding hands. No way? What's going on with these two people? It was only a few dozen minutes. I missed something. And are you sick? What's that look? This mountain road is too difficult to walk on. I really can't walk anymore, so I have to ask Yun Zihan to pull me. And Yi Zikin pulled her hand back and pretended to be angry. I didn't see anything. And Lu Chong pretended to be stupid. Yi Zikin ignored him and walked over to Wu Xiaobo and the other man. An expert Zhu, how is it? Yi Zikin asked when she saw the two people communicating while holding a light golden stone. Expert Zhu adjusted his glasses and frowned, saying, "It is indeed a gold mine, but it seems to be different. I can't tell what it is specifically. Further testing is needed." He had seen many gold mines, and this one was indeed a gold mine, but it was different from any gold mine he had seen before. This was also the first time he had seen this species. "And then take it back and have it thoroughly checked." Yi Zikin said. As soon as Yun Zihan arrived at this place, he felt something was wrong. He has already reached the level of transcendence, and his divine qualities are also extremely powerful. This place looked no different from any other place, but he had an indescribable feeling. He squatted down and put his palms on the ground. It seemed as if something was beating gently. The movement was very slight. He kept his palms on the ground, constantly moving and changing direction. As Yun Zihan moved, the abnormal movements coming from each location varied in size. According to the size of the movement, Yun Zihan groped along the way. The feeling in his palm became clearer and clearer, and he walked to a mountain wall. The mountain wall was covered with inch-long weeds. Yun Zihan peeled away a bunch of weeds and found a stone slab inside. Yun Zihan was surprised how so many plants could grow on this bare stone slab. He dug away all the weeds nearby, revealing a huge gray-white stone slab with thin horizontal cracks on it. The weeds must be growing from these gaps. He placed his palm on the stone again. A series of thudding sounds were heard. It's like the sound of a human heartbeat. "And what are you doing?" Yi Zikin suddenly ran over and said. She saw Yun Zihan standing alone on the cliff, staring at the stone wall in a daze. Curiosity drove her over to find out what was going on. Then she looked at the bare stone wall and there was nothing special about it. And put your hand on the stone wall and see if you feel anything. And Yun Zihan said. When Yi Zikin heard Yun Zihan's inexplicable request, she didn't think much about it and placed her fair and tender little hands on the stone wall. The stone wall is warm, it's the temperature from the sun. And it's very warm. You mean this temperature is very comfortable, like a warm harbor. It's reassuring to put your hands on it, right, N? Yun Zihan was stunned when he heard Yi Zikin's answer. What with what? And I want to ask, do you have the feeling that something is beating in your palm, N? Yi Zikin's face changed, she quickly retracted her hand and stared at the palm of her hand. Seeing that there was no bug on his hand, he clenched his fist and punched Yun Zihan softly. And you scared me, I thought there were bugs. N. And forget it. And Yun Zihan had no choice but to wave his hand to ask her to be quiet. He felt it carefully and found that his current position did not seem to be the strongest place. He fiddled with the weeds again, and suddenly his eyes paused. As the weeds were pushed aside, a strange pattern appeared on the stone wall. Yun Zihan cleared away all the weeds around the pattern, and the complete pattern appeared in his eyes. The moment he saw the pattern, his heart trembled for no reason. I saw that this pattern was entirely made up of light golden lines. It's completely impossible to tell what the painting is about. It seems to be a word faintly. However, Yun Zihan had never seen this word before, and even if it was an ancient font, he had no impression of it. He placed his hand gently over the pattern. A faint golden light flashed across all the depicted parts, and it would be impossible to detect if one was not paying attention. At this time, Yun Zihan was looking at the pattern intently. Even though it was just a flash, he saw the sudden light and was immediately filled with confusion. This was another mysterious phenomenon he had never encountered before. He put his hand over the pattern again, and this time the strange pattern didn't react at all. However, a more violent thumping sound came from the palm of his hand, which was not only clearer but also more chaotic than the previous thumping sound. If it was just described as a solo, now it can be said to be a symphony. It felt like there was a group of people, pressing their bodies tightly against the other side of the stone wall. This feeling made Yun Zihan shudder. He felt it carefully through his consciousness, but it seemed as if it was blocked by something and could not penetrate. And move back a little. And Yun Zihan turned around and asked Yi Zikin to move away a little. Then, he punched the strange pattern hard. And bang. N. The shocking explosion echoed throughout the valley, like a TNT bomb exploding. This sudden sound made the three people not far away tremble all over. Then he looked over. And where are the people? And Lu Chong shouted in panic. The place where Yun Zihan and Yi Zikin had just been was full of ruins and no one was there. Chapter 64, Strange Cave. Yun Zihan just felt dazed. In the blink of an eye, everything around became pitch black. And Yun Zihan, where are you? And Yi Zikin's frightened scream suddenly rang out in the darkness. It was pitch dark, but Yun Zihan could vaguely unseen the environment around him by relying on his powerful sixth senses. He saw Yi Zikin squatting on the ground 2 meters away in a daze, and then walked over. And don't be afraid. N. Yun Zihan's gentle voice was like a powerful sedative, stopping Yi Zikin's trembling body. She stood up and stretched out her hands, searching for Yun Zihan's location like a blind man feeling for an elephant. It was not until Yun Zihan held her hand that she felt temporarily at ease. And it's so dark, where is this one? Yi Zikin hugged Yun Zihan tightly, her curvy body pressed tightly against him. But this unknown darkness still filled her heart with fear. Only by holding Yun Zihan tightly could she relieve the fear in her heart. In have no idea. N. Yun Zihan had no idea where this place was. He thought to himself that he had just attacked the stone slab. Even if the stone slab was broken and fell into the pit, he should be able to see the entrance. But here there is only endless darkness, without a trace of light. Obviously, they didn't fall into a dark hole. Instead, he was instantly transferred to this unknown place. Full of weirdness everywhere. Weird sound. Weird pattern. A weird place. There must be a connection between them. The cave was extremely cold, and Yun Zihan could feel that Yi Zikin's arms were covered with goosebumps. And let's find a way out first. N. Yun Zihan decided to find a way out immediately, otherwise if he delayed any further, Yi Zikin's physique would not be able to withstand the cold. OK. N. Yi Zikin replied. Yun Zihan then took a good look at the current environment. The cave is about several dozen meters wide and 7 or 8 meters high. There is nothing else except a few stalactites that have hung down over the years. There are several holes on the 4 walls of the cave. They were like being in a huge maze, with no idea which exit was the way out. He held Yi Zikin's hand and walked towards a cave entrance step by step. And don't you have a flashlight on your phone? And Yunzihan suddenly reminded. And yes. And Yi Zikin just remembered that her cell phone could be used as a light. She was so focused on being afraid just now. And will he think I'm stupid? And Yi Zikin asked herself quietly. There is no signal on the mobile phone, but it does not affect the function of the flashlight. In the darkness, a white light appeared, illuminating the area 1 or 2 meters in front of the two people. In front of us was a bare stone wall, soaked with water and reflecting light under the lamp. On the stone wall, there was a hole more than 1 person wide, and it was pitch black inside. Yunzihan tried, and found that the entrance of the cave was only wide enough for 1 person to pass through, and 2 people walking side by side could not get in at all. And you go behind. After saying that, he walked in, then reached behind his back and pulled Yi Zikin. Yi Zikin's face turned pale. She handed the phone to Yunzihan, then held his hands tightly with her beautiful hands and followed timidly. The hole is very long. It took about 10 minutes to walk. There was the sound of flowing water coming from the front. And we heard the sound. Should we go out? And Yi Zikin's mouth trembled as she became excited. She felt that it was colder here than in winter and her whole body was almost frozen. Finally, the hole in front began to grow bigger and bigger. The sound of flowing water became louder and louder. Then the two of them entered a small open platform, in front of which was a turbulent underground river. Seeing the situation in front of her, Yi Zikin was extremely disappointed, and immediately became like a deflated ball. She suddenly turned her head away. She felt that she could not hold on any longer, and looked at Yunzihan with pity. And there is no way out. Will we die here? N. Yunzihan rubbed Yi Zikin's stiff hands and comforted her, and don't worry, don't think about anything else. N. Then he led her back the same way. Yunzihan already had a plan in mind. He would look for the cave downstream according to the direction of the water flow, which should be the exit. Yi Zikin followed silently behind and suddenly felt a chill behind her. Ina.N. Hearing Yi Zikin's call, Yunzihan turned around. And what's wrong? And Yi Zikin panicked and hugged Yunzihan tightly, as if she was frightened. And something touched me. N. Yunzihan didn't see anything. There was a narrow tunnel behind him. Perhaps small stones from above fell down and hit him. And there's nothing behind, let's go. N. The two walked for a while and returned to the starting point. The underground river flows from right to left, and Yunzihan walked directly towards the left. 3 holes appeared along the way, but Yunzihan did not go in until he thought it was the last hole, then he took Yi Zikin in. Because the entire space is circular, if they continue to walk through the hole at the back, they will go back. There is only this one hole, which is in the direction of the underground river downstream. The size of the hole is the same as the first one, and 2 people still have to walk, 1 in front and 1 behind to pass through. Not long after walking out, Yunzihan felt a fluctuation in airflow. It seems that the judgment was correct. Airflow means there is wind, and there is an air inlet. After walking for about another half an hour, Yunzihan felt that Yi Zikin, who he was holding, was not in a good condition, so he quickly turned back. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. There was a thin layer of frost on Yi Zikin's face and her eyes were almost closed. She was already like this, but she didn't even say anything to remind herself. Yunzihan felt regretful. Yi Zikin was Mushin Noa's best friend. If any danger occurred, how would he explain it to her? He quickly shook Yi Zikin and found that although her eyes were open, her consciousness seemed to be in a trance. And wake up. And Yunzihan said as he picked her up, trying to warm her with his body temperature. Yunzihan has a strong physique and this harsh environment has no effect on him. It is precisely because he is too resistant to the cold air in the cave and is not affected by it that he ignores Yi Zikin. And Yi Zikin, and Yunzihan called a few more times. Yi Zikin suddenly moved her head. And Yunzihan, I'm so cold and want to sleep. N. And don't sleep. And then Yunzihan hugged Yi Zikin, quickened his pace, and ran inside. Feeling the heat coming from Yunzihan's body, Yi Zikin felt warmer and her consciousness gradually became clearer. After a while, a series of thudding sounds were heard. And it's this voice again, and Yunzihan said in surprise. The sound was the same rhythm he had felt on the cliff. It seems the answer is about to be revealed. As we continued to go deeper, the banging sounds became louder and louder. Suddenly, a huge space appeared before my eyes. The bang bang was deafening and kept echoing in the empty space. The whole space was filled with this strange sound, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. In the middle, there is a round platform, and there seemed to be 3 large pieces of wood on the platform. At this time, Yi Zikin had become much more sober, and the frost on her face had melted. When Yun Zihan approached the stage, Yi Zikin's eyes widened in fear and she said, "And there's a coffin in." Chapter 65 The Boy in the Coffin. There was a faint light in the huge dark square. Yi Zikin lay in Yun Zihan's arms, looking at the 3 coffins in the center of the stage in horror. The environment was already very scary, and now there are such creepy things placed here. If Yun Zihan hadn't been present, Yi Zikin felt that she would have been scared to death. Yun Zihan was also surprised. There must be a secret hidden in this mysterious cave. The circular platform under your feet looks like an altar. And these 3 coffins are the core. The dong dong sound came from the coffin. Someone? Or what? This is the sound of their heartbeat. Yun Zihan was choked. There are signs that all of this is man-made. What exactly is this strange pattern? Who is in the coffin? Why is there this strange heartbeat sound? He had never heard a heartbeat so loud before. Nothing goes according to common sense, and there is weirdness everywhere. Who is behind all this? And I want to see what tricks they are playing. And Yun Zihan said. Then he put Yi Zikin down and stood behind him. He was worried that when he opened the coffin, something dangerous might hurt her. Yi Zikin didn't say anything. She stood obediently behind Yun Zihan, her fingers clenched tightly, showing her inner nervousness at the moment. Yun Zihan shone the light right above a coffin. The coffin was dark black in color, and unlike ordinary coffins, its 4 corners were tilted in an exaggerated arc. And on each corner was a piece of yellow talisman paper, which was covered with strange words and symbols. Yun Zihan said he couldn't understand. He pushed the coffin gently, but the board didn't move at all, so he slowly increased the force. The lid of the coffin seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, but it remained as steady as a rock despite Yun Zihan's increasing force. Yun Zihan pondered in his heart. Even my strength that reaches the transcendental realm is not enough to open a coffin? This is too unbelievable. His eyes rolled and then fixed on the talisman papers at the 4 corners. Then he tore them off one by one. Just as Yun Zihan tore off the last corner of the talisman paper, suddenly, the coffin shook violently. In an instant, Yun Zihan protected Yi Zikin and prepared to attack. As long as that thing dared to come out, he would immediately attack with all his strength. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Everything was the same as before. The banging sound continued. Yun Zihan stepped forward. This time he moved the cover easily. It turned out to be a problem with the talisman paper. Just a few pages of talisman paper actually have a suppressive power that transcends the ordinary. Even if one reaches the transcendent realm, he cannot move even a little bit. The mysterious veil of this world was lifted a little more in Yun Zihan's heart. And push lightly. The cover fell to the ground. A human body was clearly visible in the coffin. Yi Zikin took a curious look and was instantly frightened so much that she hung on Yun Zihan's body. The person in the coffin was wearing a simple long robe. He was not very old, about 17 or 18 years old, with a medium build. Except for his face, his entire body was wrapped in the robe. The mysterious talisman appeared on his forehead again, stretching from his forehead to his lips. His face was unusually white, his lips were black, and there was not a single bit of decay on his facial skin. Yun Zihan checked and found that he had no breathing, but his chest was rising and falling. He is clearly still alive. Hold me. Yun Zihan looked at Yi Zikin and said softly. Judging from the clothes this unidentified person is from, it is unknown what period he is from, but it is certain that he is not from today. He could be suppressed by this terrifying talisman, so his strength must be quite strong. If you tear off the talisman paper and something unexpected happens, run away first. Yun Zihan held Yi Zikin with one hand and reached into the coffin with the other. The talisman paper was torn off by Yun Zihan. Suddenly, the person in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Yun Zihan's expression tightened and he moved away instantly. 100 meters away, Yun Zihan saw the young man in the coffin jump up and jump out of the coffin. The young man's long robe fell to the ground. He faced himself and stared at himself. Then the boy moved quickly towards him. And ghost. Run. Yi Zikin's face turned pale when she heard the footsteps. Yun Zihan immediately turned around and fled. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed by. The young man in long robe appeared in front of Yun Zihan. What a terrifying speed! Yun Zihan was shocked. He had only run more than 10 meters when he saw him coming. You have to know that they were already hundreds of meters apart. I saw confusion in the boy's eyes, and he looked at me with an idiotic expression. In honor.N. And what? And Yun Zihan was stunned when he heard the young man's name. And greetings, Master.N. The young man bowed and said this. Yun Zihan was stunned, and Yi Zikan stopped trembling. And who are you? And Yun Zihan asked, suppressing his surprise. I don't know. And why are you here? And Yun Zihan asked again. And I don't know. And the boy continued to shake his head in confusion. And why do you call me Master, Yan? I don't know. Yun Zihan stared into the boy's eyes. There was confusion in his eyes when he spoke, and he probably wasn't pretending. Yun Zihan didn't believe that he was a fool, as he could be suppressed here. Most likely, I have lost my memory. Yun Zihan nodded and asked the boy to follow him. And I'll call you Yunfong for now.N. And thank you for the name, Master.N. Back on the stage, Yun Zihan looked at the other two coffins with some hesitation. These two are in the same condition. If he hadn't lost his memory, based on the speed Yunfong showed, he would definitely not be his opponent. Never mind. Every failure is a learning experience. Let us come back later. Go back to find Mr. Chi and find out what kind of monster Yunfong is. Yun Zihan held Yi Zikan in his arms and left in one direction. The airflow comes from this direction, so the road should be here. As expected. The temperature here is no longer so cold, and there is a slightly warm breeze blowing on my face. We walked forward for another 10 minutes. There was a faint light coming through from the front. Although it is not bright, it forms a contrast with the darkness inside. And we found the exit. And Yun Zihan said with a smile. And it's so exciting. How could such a strange thing happen in the world? And Yi Zikan also laughed. She forgot that she was scared before and almost froze to death. Then, Yun Zihan smashed the stone blocking the cave entrance with one punch. It was night outside and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Yi Zikan excitedly raised her foot and was about to walk out. Yun Zihan stretched out his hand. And you don't want to live anymore.N. Yi Zikan looked at Yun Zihan in confusion, then looked outside. She then realized that they were on a cliff. A quick glance showed that they were at least 100 or 200 meters above the ground. She paused and said in surprise, what should we do? We are in the middle of the cliff, N. And let's go.N. Yun Zihan said. Then he put his arms around Yi Zikan's sexy waist and flew out in her stunned eyes. The clouds and wind also rose into the sky. And how can you fly, N? Yi Zikan's clear voice broke the silence of the night sky. Chapter 66 Kyoto. Under the dim moonlight, Yi Zikan blinked her lively eyes and looked at the forest below her feet in amazement. Warriors can fly, why haven't I heard of it before? What realm is he in? No wonder he can make the ordinary realm masters of Linhai Wang family surrender. Yi Zikan's eyes turned and she looked at Yun Zihan's face, full of curiosity about him. Yun Zihan exuded an inexplicable aura, accompanied by masculine energy, and Yi Zikan was stunned for a moment. It was not until she landed on the ground that Yi Zikan blushed and turned her face away shyly. Only then did she realize that they had arrived at the place where they had gotten off the bus before. The two cars are still parked here, but Lu Chong and his team are not here. I have been out of contact for so long, they must be looking for me everywhere. Yi Zikan took out her cell phone. She had kept the light on in the cave, but it was already out of battery. And Yun Zihan, give me your phone.N. After getting the phone, Yi Zikan dialed the number at home. We learned through the phone call that Lu Chong had already sent back the news of her disappearance 2 hours ago. The Yi family was on their way to Ning. Only after hearing that Yi Zikan was safe did he turn around and go back. Soon, Lu Chong and his men came back with flashlights. When they saw Yun Zihan and the other three, they immediately said, "And where have you been?" I was so worried.N. Yi Zikan was about to speak when Yun Zihan said, "And I got lost in the mountains.N. And lost? I don't believe you.N. Lu Chongxia said. He is not stupid, and Yun Zihan's words can only coax a child. After discovering that Yun Zihan and the other person were missing, Lu Chong asked Wu Xiaobo to call people over to look for them together. After searching for a long time, they did not find any trace. Now he said they were lost in the mountains and forests, but Lu Chong naturally didn't believe it. Then, noticing that the redness on Yi Zikin's face had not completely disappeared, Lu Chong shook his head. Really good at playing. I've been worrying for so long. And if you look at me like that again, I'll dig your eyes out. And Yi Zikin said angrily when she saw that Lu Chong had misunderstood her thoughts. Then Yi Zikin said to Wu Xiaobua, and we will talk about the gold mine after the inspection. Your share is indispensable. When Wu Xiaobua heard this, he was delighted. It doesn't matter what is detected, because it is a gold mine. If the quantity is large, it is possible to make tens of millions. And thank you, Mr. Yi. And Wu Xiaobua said with a smile. And keep it confidential. And Yi Zikin said. And people have been arranged to guard the area nearby. And Wu Xiaobua replied. He had just called many of his men over to look for people, and he had already arranged some people to monitor the gold mine area. Yi Zikin nodded and asked everyone to get in the car and return. Lu Chong continued to sit in the co-pilot seat, Yun Zihan sat in the middle, and Yi Zikin and Yunfong sat on Yun Zihan's left and right respectively. As soon as she got in the car, Yi Zikin felt weak all over and fell asleep leaning on Yun Zihan in a few minutes. It was already 4 a.m. when the Mercedes-Benz returned to Kyoto. And we're here. And Yun Zihan patted Yi Zikin, who was sleeping soundly. Yi Zikin opened her eyes, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth out of habit, then stretched lazily. Her two towering breasts were about to burst her clothes under Yun Zihan's gaze. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing a button dress, otherwise the buttons would definitely fly off. This is also the reason why Yi Zikin doesn't like to wear clothes with buttons. It breaks down too easily. After stretching, Yi Zikin remembered that she was still in the car. Seeing Yun Zihan staring at her proudly, she felt inexplicably proud. She smiled. And it's not dawn yet, why don't you come back to the Yi mansion with me to sleep? And after saying that, Yi Zikin looked at Yun Zihan with a little anticipation. She wanted to introduce this outstanding young man to her grandfather. Lu Chong suddenly turned around in surprise, staring with his big eyes. It looks like the four beauties of Kyoto are only two away from sitting together and playing mahjong. No need, Yunfong, and I will get off here. And Yun Zihan refused. Yi Zikin's face darkened at first, but soon she smiled sweetly and said, okay, see you another day. Yun Zihan got out of the car and Lu Chong stuck his head out. And brother, where are you going? Wait for me to go in and drive you. No need. And Yun Zihan waved his hand. Kyoto is the most prosperous metropolis in China, even more lively than Linhai, with a permanent population of tens of millions and countless wealthy people. Even though it was early in the morning, cars were still flowing on the streets. In order to avoid being late, many office workers leave home early every morning. Those who live far away even leave several hours earlier. Although there are many cars now, it is not congested. Yun Zihan hailed a taxi and got in with Yunfong. And young man, where are you going? And the driver was a middle-aged man, who asked after looking in the rearview mirror. Which is the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto? The driver looked in the rearview mirror again, sized up Yun Zihan and Yunfong, and seeing that Yun Zihan had a good temperament, he said, and young man, you are from outside, right? Everyone knows about Yunshang Renjian, the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Kyoto. Are you going there to find a job, And let's go there. And Yun Zihan said. The driver was a very enthusiastic person and kept telling Yun Zihan about things in Kyoto along the way. 1 hour later, Yun Zihan paid the fare and stood at the gate of Yunshang Renjian. As expected of a 7-star super luxury hotel, as soon as Yun Zihan walked into the lobby, he felt like he had come to a golden world, filled with gold decorations. The pretty lady at the front desk perked up immediately upon seeing the guests coming and smiled politely, and welcomed. After seeing the two people clearly, Tang Ting rubbed her eyes vigorously and asked in surprise, and are you Yun Zihan Yin? Tang Ting couldn't quite believe that the person she saw was her high school classmate. The world is so big, there are many people who look alike. This person, neither in terms of temperament nor in terms of dress, was comparable to the Yun Zihan she knew. Tang Ting quickly apologized, and I am sorry, I recognized the wrong person. And you are Tang Ting. And Yun Zihan said. No matter whether they were high school classmates, junior high school classmates, or elementary school classmates, Yun Zihan can now remember them clearly because of his powerful divine nature. The person in front of him was his classmate in Jiangling High School. And Tang Ting opened her mouth wide, surprised. He turned out to be Yun Zihan. What a huge change. What happened to him in these few years? She looked so rustic before, but now she looks so elegant. If N Xiaoxiao saw him, would she regret rejecting his confession? Nuve becomes so handsome now. In Tangting said with an infatuated look on her face. Yunzi smiled. And are you here to check in or to look for someone? N Tangting asked. And give me a sweet. N. And did you win the lottery? N Tangting asked in surprise. She knew the hotel prices very well. A suite would cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan a night. The most luxurious one could cost hundreds of thousands a night. It's not that I looked down on Yunzihan, but when I was in high school, I knew that his family conditions were not that good. And well, how much does the most expensive suite cost? And Yunzihan said. And the room rate is 400,000 per night, N Tangting introduced. And then give me a month's notice. N. And what? N Tangting's whole body trembled and she looked at Yunzihan in disbelief. And open 2 rooms. N. Chapter 67. Dad Yun, are you still in need of a son? A grandson is also fine. An old classmate, are you sure you want to book 2 luxurious presidential suites? They will cost 800,000 a night, which means 24 million a month, N Tangting said in shock. She deliberately made the number 24 million very high. She guessed that Yun Zihan must have heard wrongly. It must be his first time staying in a 7-star hotel and he didn't know the horrific charges of a 7-star hotel. No problem, just do it. N Yun Zihan said calmly. Seeing Yun Zihan so determined, Tangting simply started to register. Even after the process was successful and 1 month's rent was collected, she was still in a daze. Yun Zihan could actually come up with so much money, why didn't he show it before? Otherwise, I could have discovered this dusty pearl earlier. I'm afraid there is no chance now. And Xiao, you must regret this to death. Tangting thought a lot and regretted that she had once been blinded by an eagle and had lost the opportunity to become a superior person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living this miserable life standing at the front desk collecting fees today. And this is the room card. N Tangting handed the room card to Yun Zihan. Suddenly, I remembered something. And by the way, please leave your contact information so we can keep in touch. Many of my classmates are in Kyoto, including in Xiaoxiao. Yun Zihan was stunned when he heard in Xiaoxiao's name. After graduating from high school, Yun Zihan lost contact with all his classmates, and In Xiaoxiao was the only person whose number was saved in his phone. But this number has not been contacted since graduation. In other words, this number has never been contacted since the day Yun Zihan saved it. This was someone he once wrote a love letter to. It was also the first person he liked. Seeing Yun Zihan silent, Tangting felt a little jealous. Unexpectedly, Yun Zihan has not let go of In Xiaoxiao yet. Tangting felt inexplicably jealous. Her eyes rolled and she immediately came up with an idea. And there happens to be a party tomorrow, and In Xiaoxiao will be there too, so you can come too. And Xiaoxiao will bring her boyfriend to tomorrow's party. If Yun Zihan sees her being intimate with another man, he will probably be disappointed and give up completely. If I seize the opportunity at that time, then. Tangting was still thinking when Yun Zihan interrupted her thoughts. And I'll go when I have time. I haven't seen my old classmates for a few years. Yun Zihan no longer had any feelings for In Xiaoxiao. Now that he had Mushin Noa, his heart had found someone. He was just a little surprised when Tangting suddenly mentioned it. He remembered that they didn't have a very good relationship when they were in school, but he didn't expect that they became close friends after graduation. Reality does change a lot of things. After adding each other's contact information, Yun Zihan took Yunfong into the elevator. Tangting stared blankly at the elevator door slowly closing, unable to come back to her senses. Yun Zihan handed a room card to Yunfong and taught him how to use it. Then he went into his suite, took a shower and lay down on the bed. No matter how luxurious the 7-star suite was, Yun Zihan had no interest in it. He was already used to seeing such things. Soon, Yun Zihan fell into a deep sleep. The Wang family has been very lively these 2 days, with an endless stream of people coming to visit and curry favor with Wang Fuchen. As soon as one person leaves, the next one comes. Wang Fuchen was too tired to entertain everyone, so he simply asked Wang Yuan to take full charge of the event, and only then did he have time to spare. He never thought that one day he would be able to become the master of the palace. And hello, Master. N. Wang Fuchen said respectfully while holding the phone. In the presidential suite, Yun Zihan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a phone call. Seeing that it was Wang Fuchen calling, he pressed the answer button. And what is it, N? Master, I have become the lord of Linhai Prefecture. It must be Master Yi from Kyoto who has been involved. I want to go to Kyoto to thank Master Yi.N. Hearing Wang Fuchen's excited voice, Yun Zihan smiled helplessly. What does it have to do with Yi Zikin's grandfather? No need to go. I asked the Federation to arrange it.N. Is it you, Master? Yan Wang Fuchen was confused. Does the Master have such great power that he can command the Federation? You are responsible for keeping an eye on Linhai. If you find anything unusual, especially if some mysterious forces appear, contact me immediately.N. Yes, Master.N. Then, Yun Zihan called Mushin Noa again. At present, there is no consumption space in Linhai. Yun Zihan asked Mushin Noa to hand over the company to Yang Yangcho and bring his mother to Kyoto. After hanging up the phone, Yun Zihan found that there were many unread messages on his phone. When he opened it, he found that Tang Ting had pulled him into a chat group called Kyoto Classmates Gang. Somewhere, Yao Cohen, who was playing on his phone, saw Tang Ting suddenly add a stranger to the group and asked by typing. Yao Cohen, who is this? Tang Ting, Yun Zihan. Yao Cohen, who is Yun Zihan? Zhang Tiani, wow, classmate Yun Zihan, it's been many years since we last contacted each other. Xu Daodu, she was the one who wrote a love letter to our class Beauty and D at that time. Yao Cohen, so it was him, I remember now. Go Maoat and Xiao Xiao, the admirer you rejected has joined the group and you don't welcome him her. Yao Cohen at, stop making trouble. Xu Daodu at Tang Ting, how did you get in touch with Yun Zihan? He seemed to have disappeared after graduation. Tang Ting, I met him this morning. Li Lijian at, send a red envelope. Then below is a series of messages from at sending red envelopes. Yun Zihan smiled. He found these conversations very interesting. After changing his note to his name, Yun Zihan greeted him. Yun Zihan, hello, classmates. I haven't contacted you for a long time. Please forgive me. Then he sent a red envelope. Yun Zihan saw that there were 20 people in the group, so he directly sent out a lucky red envelope with 10 bags. The red envelopes were snatched away in the blink of an eye. When the person who got the red envelope saw the amount, he was stunned. Yao Cohen didn't get the red envelope, and seeing that no one said anything for a long time after he tried to grab the red envelope, he typed something sarcastic. Yao Cohen, I hope you all understand Yun Zihan's conditions. I'm just sending a red envelope as a token of my appreciation. Please don't be silent. Although it's a little less, it's also a token of appreciation from an old classmate. Yao Cohen, you are in financial difficulty yourself. We old classmates in Kyoto have decent incomes. I make about 10,000 yuan a month. The few yuan you give me may be just your meal money. You are being too polite. At this time, in a rental house, Zhu Daodu was looking stupidly at the red envelope amount displayed on his mobile phone. Congratulations on winning the red envelope, 48,361 yuan. The other 9 students who got the red envelopes were also staring at their phones with wide eyes. Tang Ting also grabbed the red envelope, but only she knew about it. This little money is nothing to Yun Zihan. If you tell them that Yun Zihan spent 24 million today and directly booked 2 presidential suites for a month, what would their expressions be? She would not tell anyone else the fact that Yun Zihan was rich, otherwise she would not have the advantage of starting out. After a moment of silence in the group, Gomao suddenly typed. Gomao, Dad Yun, are you still in need of a son? Or a grandson would be fine too. Chapter 68. Yao Cohen wants to cry but has no tears. A company's work area. When Yao Cohen saw Gomo's speech in the group, he was stunned. This kid must have taken the wrong medicine. Otherwise, why would he call Yun Zihan and Dayton? While Yao Cohen was stunned, more people in the group spoke up one after another. Xu Daodu, thanks to Yun Tohao. Tang Ting, I am Yunzong V587. Yao Cohen looked at the screen full of words praising Yun Zihan in confusion. He was curious about how much the red envelope had given out. Is there $1,000? Otherwise, why would these people keep praising Yun Zihan? Yao Cohen flipped through the chat history and opened the red envelope. Lucky red packet. 1010. Below is the amount everyone grabbed. When he glanced at it casually, Yao Cohen was dumbfounded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It turned out to be a 5-digit red envelope. His face flushed and his hands clenched into fists. Then he just gave a thumbs up. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Oh shit. Zhu Daodu alone robbed more than 40,000 yuan, which was almost half a year's salary. How big a red envelope did Yun Zihan give out? Yao Koan picked up a calculator and started adding them up one by one. The technique is so skillful that it is not difficult to tell that he must use it frequently. Soon, Yao Koan calculated 3 times and the results were 195,825. 200,000. 200,000. In the end, he used the principle of minority obeying the majority to determine that Yun Zihan's red envelope was worth a total of 200,000 yuan. Oh shit. The amount of this red envelope is higher than his annual income. The moment he came to this conclusion, Yao Koan wished he could chop off his own hands. What the hell is wrong with me at this important moment? What the hell am I lighting a cigarette for? Yao Koan felt like crying but had no tears. Then, he thought about Yun Zihan's purpose in sending such a big red envelope, and then quickly typed and sent it out. Yao Koan at Yun Zihan, you did this just to attract in Xiaoxiao's attention, but using all your savings from the past few years after graduation to do something meaningless is a bit stupid. Yao Koan, what is funny is that in Xiaoxiao hasn't he grabbed this red envelope yet. Seeing Yao Koan arguing with Yun Zihan in the group, Tang Ting smiled. He was just creating opportunities for himself to gain extra points. Really good at cooperation. Tang Ting, Yao Koan, shut up. You can't guess what Mr. Yun is like. Zhu Daodu, don't call me a cloud tycoon. The next 10 people who grabbed the red envelopes jumped out to accuse Yao Koan. Tang Ting sneered with satisfaction. Yao Koan debated with many scholars alone, but was ultimately defeated and temporarily avoided the limelight on the grounds of being busy. Yun Zihan didn't look at his phone after sending the red envelope, and he didn't know so many stories happened in the group later. Bringing Yunfong with him, Yun Zihan once again came to the courtyard where Qi Yongchang lived. While washing up in the hotel, Yun Zihan contacted Mr. Qi, and then Zhao Tairan came to the hotel to pick them up. And Mr. Qi. Yun Zihan shouted. Qi Yongchang responded, and then noticed the young man in a long robe standing at the door. He stared at Yunfong with a serious expression. For the first time in many years, Qi Yongchang felt oppression from this pale young man. And woe is he one. And this is also the reason why I came here. And Yun Zihan asked Yunfong to leave first, and then told Qi Lao everything that happened to him in Anning County. And suppressed by the talisman. And Qi Yongkong muttered. There have been no records of talismans in the past few hundred years. Weird patterns, weird spells, and a weird boy in the coffin. Qi Yongchang also heard of it for the first time. According to Yun Zihan, there were 2 coffins in the cave, and as expected, there were suppressed strong men like Yunfong inside. Qi Yongkong couldn't judge Yunfeng's strength, but judging from his aura, he might not be worse than himself. How can I explain why he inexplicably recognized Yun Zihan as his master? If he were to suddenly attack one day, Yun Zihan would probably not be able to resist. Qi Yongchang looked worried and said, and your father also did some strange things back then. I wonder if there is any connection between them. And Yun Xinfeng once said that he could sense the call from the far west in his heart. Although Qi Yongchang was puzzled, he did not dissuade him. Now here is another powerful person who was suppressed by the strange talisman. The commonality between the two is that they are both weird. And there has been no news for so many years. Could it be that your father was also suppressed in a cave? And Qi Yongchang deduced. Yun Zihan pondered. What old Qi said made sense. Unless he couldn't do anything about it, he was unwilling to not believe that his father was a cruel and unfaithful man. And if we clarify this matter, we may find some clues. And Yun Zihan said. Qi Yongchang nodded in agreement. But figuring it out is far from easy. Judging from Yunfeng's attire, it was at least several hundred years old, which means this incident happened many years ago. Moreover, the person who cast the suppression spell may have strength beyond everyone's understanding. Suppress a powerful person who is suspected to be in the transcendental realm. It can also ensure that the vitality will not be lost for hundreds of years. This is a very horrific method. Unheard of. And now, those who have reached the transcendent realm can challenge the Chinese Empire. Qi Yongchang couldn't help but think of that world-destroying disaster. Before the world-destroying catastrophe, the overall strength of warriors may have far exceeded what it is now. If Yun Zihan had not experienced this method himself, Qi Yongchang would have thought it was a fantasy. And this matter must be kept secret, otherwise if those with ulterior motives get to know about it, they won't care about ordinary people. And Qi Yongchang said solemnly. And you go back first. I'll look for some information to see if I can find some clues. Then we can go to the place you mentioned and find out what's going on. In the mysterious cave, Shi Yongchang did not dare to treat the remaining 2 coffins carelessly. No one can guarantee what will happen if it is opened. And before you find out the truth, you still have to take necessary precautions against Yunfong. And Shi Yongchang finally reminded Yun Zihan. And thank you, Mr. Chi, for your concern. And Yun Zihan bowed slightly and called Yunfong back to the hotel. In the presidential suite, Yun Zihan frowned, thinking about how Yunfong should deal with it now. With such strong power, even though he called him master, he did not dare to arrange Yunfong to protect his relatives. It's not a big deal to follow him all the time. The sudden arrival of a supermaster gave Yun Zihan a headache. System, can you show me a way forward? Nothing happens. Yun Zihan originally thought that he had reached the transcendental realm, and from then on he would be free as a bird in the sky, and could walk anywhere he wanted. I didn't expect that just a few days after reaching the transcendent realm, I found that my strength was not enough. So Yun Zihan asked Mushin Noa to hurry back to Kyoto. Keeping up with consumption is the bottom line. The next day, Tang Ting made a special call to Yun Zihan. And come to the party, the address has been posted in the group.N. Looking at the countless unread messages in the chat group, Yun Zihan had no interest in scrolling up. The address was at the end. He memorized it and left the hotel alone. Chapter 69. How about being my family's security guard? Ju Yuan Leisure Villa. Because today is the weekend, everyone arrived early. En Tang Ting, is Yun Zihan really rich now? En Zhu Daodo asked curiously. And I didn't notice it. We just met by chance that day and added each other's contact information. En Tang Ting said. Tang Ting would definitely not tell anyone that Yun Zihan had booked a presidential suite for a month at Yunchang Rinjian. Endo, you think he's pretending? In a way, would you use 200,000 yuan to send out red envelopes just to show off an invisible pretense is the most deadly. And anyway, I believe he must have made a fortune. Zhu Daodo said. Others were a little bit unconvinced of Yun Zihan, but in her heart she still felt that Yun Zihan was rich. She remembered that Yun Zihan went into hiding after she sent out the red envelope that day. If Yun Zihan had any purpose, he would definitely take this opportunity to say something in the group, whether explicitly or implicitly. But he didn't, and he didn't say another word for 2 days. At this moment, the door opened a little bit and a head came in. And everyone is here. And after taking a look at the private room, Yao Kuan pushed open the door and walked in with a wry smile. Before Yao Kuan sat down, a man with dyed white hair came in. When the white-haired man saw Yao Kuan, he immediately said viciously, "And Yao Kuan, when my father Yun comes later, you must apologize, otherwise I will punish you today." Yao Kuan's face changed and he was a little afraid of the white-haired man. "And Go Mao, don't push your luck. I don't want to pay attention to you in the group." And Yao Kuan said guiltily. When Go Mao heard this, his eyes widened. "And why? All my old classmates are here today. I don't want to beat you up. And alright. In Tang Ting quickly advised. Go Mao's personality is impulsive. And hey, do you think Yun Zihan still likes in Xiao Xiao? And someone gossiped. And of course. I've already said it. Yun Zihan wants to catch in Xiao Xiao's attention in this way. And Yao Kuan, try saying that to my dad again. And Go Mao stood up immediately. Yao Kuan shut up and poured a cup of tea. The others were still chatting, and the topic always revolved around Yun Zihan. A moment. A sweet-looking woman walked in with a man. When everyone saw the class beauty coming in, they all greeted her. And Xiao Xiao smiled at everyone. "And Xiao Xiao, you're here, what's this?" And Yao Kuan asked puzzledly when he saw the man next to Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao sat down and asked the man to sit next to her. "And this is my boyfriend, Yan Yangcho." And Xiao Xiao introduced. "And when did you find a boyfriend?" And Yao Kuan asked in surprise. And haha, it's been a while. And smiled. Suddenly, Yan Yangcho stood up again. "And you are Xiao Xiao's classmates, and you are my friends. If you have any difficulties in Kyoto in the future, you can come to me. I am the young chairman of Yan's group, so I can still help you." Looking at Xiao Xiao's classmates, Yan Yangcho had a natural sense of superiority. Her classmates all came from small places, and they arranged a party here, so it seemed that they were not doing very well. Ju Yuan Leisure Villa, although just an ordinary-looking restaurant, the food is surprisingly good. It is said that the chef was hired by the boss at a high price. Of course, Yan Yangcho looked down on all these and felt that Yuan was too low-end compared to those 5-star hotels. I heard Yan Yangcho talking about Yan S Group. Yao Koan was shocked, because the place where he currently works is a subsidiary of Yan S Group. And Xiao Xiao's boyfriend is the young chairman of Yan S Group? Wouldn't that be higher than the boss of his company? Yao Koan immediately flattered, and so it's Master Yan, I'm so sorry got N. Seeing Yao Koan's reaction, Yan Yangcho was very pleased and nodded proudly. Yao Koan looked proud, and then said to everyone, Endo you know Yan's group, N. Everyone shook their heads. And the Yan group has hundreds of billions of assets and many companies under it. My current company is just a subsidiary of the Yan group. N. When the others heard this, they all looked surprised. And Xiao Xiao's boyfriend is so powerful that he is truly a rich second generation. There were a few girls in particular, their eyes looking at Yan Yangcho were shining. Yan Yangcho's mouth corners raised. Who is this classmate who works in his subsidiary? He has a bright future. And today's meal is on my table. You can drink as much wine as you want. And Yan Yangcho said with a smile. And thank you, Mr. Yan. And Yao Koan said excitedly. And I really envy you, Xiao Xiao, for finding a successful man like Yan Xiao. N. Apart from Tang Ting, she knew that Yun Zihan spent money like water. And Gomao is still waiting for Dad Yun stubbornly. Everyone else began to flatter Yan Yangcho. Everyone makes a living in Kyoto. If I could gain the friendship of Mr. Yan. Being assigned a management position in a group can save you many years of detours. For a moment, and Xiao Xiao covered her mouth and laughed continuously, and Yan Yangcho also enjoyed it. Time passes by little. Seeing that Yun Zihan had not arrived yet, Yao Koan complained, and is Yun Zihan coming or not? Everyone is waiting for him. N. When Yan Yangcho heard Yun Zihan, his smile paused. In the past 2 days, and Xiao Xiao's classmates have been talking about this person in the group. And they often put Xiao Xiao and him together. This made Yan Yangcho feel very uncomfortable. And I didn't expect that he would come today. I'll give him a good humiliation later. And Yan Yangcho thought to himself. Speak of the devil, he will appear. As soon as Yao Koan finished speaking, Yun Zihan arrived. And Yun Zihan, come here and sit here. And Tang Ting, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly brightened up her eyes and waved to Yun Zihan eagerly. There were about 20 people sitting in the private room. Yun Zihan looked around and could basically call out everyone's names. Hearing Tang Ting's call, Yun Zihan walked over and she saved a seat for him. Yun Zihan walked past in Xiao Xiao without even looking at her. This made in Xiao Xiao stunned. Didn't Yun Zihan say that he was still thinking about her? He sent a big red envelope just to get her attention, so how could she not notice it? Yan Yangcho also glanced at Yun Zihan. Is it him who wants to take advantage of Xiao Xiao? When Gomao saw Yun Zihan sitting between him and Tang Ting, he let out a mean cry. And Dad Yun, you are here. N. Yun Zihan looked at Gomao and slapped him. And Gomao, you are still a stubborn person and you still behave like this. N. Gomao was the most mischievous student in his class during high school. He often got into fights and the teachers couldn't do anything about him. Yun Zihan still remembers that at that time, the head teacher cried and begged him to drop out of school so as not to affect the indicators. But Gomao insisted on doing what he wanted and didn't care at all, which broke the class teacher's heart. And Dad Yun, my admiration for you is like a surging river. N. And stop. And Yun Zihan said. And where is your current position, classmate? And Yan Yangcho suddenly said. Yun Zihan frowned. And why aren't you talking? I'm An Xiao Xiao's boyfriend and the young chairman of Yan's group. Do you need me to introduce you to a job? It will definitely pay more than your current salary. And Yan Yangcho said proudly. And haha, what kind of job is that? And Yun Zihan said with a harmless smile. And how is my security guard? Haha. And Yan Yangcho laughed. Chapter 70. My yard is still missing a dog, will you do it? Yao Koan looked at Yun Zihan with envy. It is a great honor to be the security guard of Yan Yangcho's family. Yun Zihan could actually get such a precious opportunity so easily. It's so infuriating. Being a security guard in Yan Yangcho's family is not only an easy job, but also a high salary. Why wasn't such an opportunity given to him? Tang Ting frowned slightly. She really wanted to stand up and say something for Yun Zihan. Who does Yan Yangcho look down on? But she was also afraid of offending Yan Yangcho. Yan's group is a very powerful enterprise, and Yunshan Renjian occasionally receives guests from the Yan's group. Hearing Yan Yangcho say this, and Xiao Xiao was not angry at all. She felt a little proud. Yun Zihan had written a love letter to her, but it was just wishful thinking. And Xiao Xiao looked at Yun Zihan meaningfully. Now you know why I refused. Only someone like Yan Yangcho is worthy of me. The gulf between you is too great. And Yun Zihan, what Yangcho said is right. You should think about it. As for other ideas, I advise you to give them up as soon as possible. And Xiao Xiao said complacently with a smile. A toad should have the awareness of a toad. Don't have unrealistic ideas. Just squat quietly. And Yan Yangcho said, shaking his head. And people should know themselves and keep their feet on the ground. And Zhang Tianyi also said sarcastically. Yun Zihan frowned. It was such a nice class reunion, but they had to resort to all these show-off scenes. He really has no idea what's going on. And Xiao Xiao used to be such an innocent girl, but I didn't expect that she would become like this. Since he doesn't give himself face, there is no need for him to be sentimental. Yun Zihan stared at Yan Yangcho and smiled coldly. And people really need to know themselves. My yard is still in need of a dog. Are you willing to do it, N? Wow. Everyone stared with their jaws dropped. Whatever Yun Zihan wants to do, Yan Yangcho is the only one he can provoke. And that's right. When he arrived in Kyoto, he didn't even know that Yan's group was a name. And Xiao Xiao's smile was also frozen on her face. She never expected Yun Zihan to be so tough and have such a strong personality. How dare you say such brazen words? And you are so short-sighted. And Xiao Xiao put away her smile and said coldly. And I'll give this to you as well. And Yun Zihan said, and then he stood up and prepared to leave. It's better not to attend such gatherings. And stop, you just said I was a dog. And Yan Yangcho came to his senses and said, gritting his teeth. Yun Zihan smiled playfully and said, and didn't you say that yourself, And Yun Zihan, you are so uncultured. Young Master Yan gave you the job out of kindness, but you simply don't appreciate his kindness. Yan Yao Kuan said. He was given such an opportunity, but he didn't know how to cherish it. He even turned around and scolded Master Yan. After hearing what Yao Koan said, several other people followed suit. And that's right, how could I have a high school classmate like you? And the person who spoke was a boy who disliked Yun Zihan. And don't be angry, Master Yan. We didn't plan to invite him today. And Yun Zihan, you should apologize to Master Yan. Seeing so many people scolding Yun Zihan, Yan Yangcho's expression eased a little. But there's no way I can let this go. And Xiao Xiao also sneered in her heart and was extremely disappointed with Yun Zihan. No matter how you look at him before, he was a little poor, but at least he was a normal person, he looked okay, and I would interact with him occasionally. How did he become like a mentally retarded person in just a few years? I thought Kyoto was still Jinglong. And what are you all saying about Yun Zihan? It was obviously Xiao Xiao's boyfriend who looked down on others first. And Tang Ting hesitated for a while, but still chose to stand up at this time. Otherwise, she would never have another chance. Yan Yangcho's identity was beyond her expectations, otherwise she would have come out to help Yun Zihan long ago. She has always been struggling with whether it is worth offending Yan Yangcho for Yun Zihan. Finally, she remembered that when Yun Zihan paid the room bill that day, his expression did not change and he always appeared calm. She gritted her teeth and chose to take a gamble on Yun Zihan's side. And Tang Ting, I was wondering why you suddenly became so familiar with Yun Zihan. It turns out you've fallen in love with him. And see, you invited him here, so something bad must have happened. Those who were talking were those who did not get the red envelope that day. He became jealous when he saw others got it, and also felt malicious towards Yun Zihan. Human nature is so twisted sometimes. And Tang Ting, what do you mean? And Xiao Xiao said. And you don't have to show your contempt for others so obviously. And Tang Ting replied. And are you looking down on people? What did Yang Qiu say wrong? And Xiao Xiao said angrily. And I know it very well. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. And Xiao Xiao's chest rose and fell, showing her anger at the moment. Yan Yangcho pressed in Xiao Xiao's shoulders to prevent her from jumping up, then said with a half smile, And baby, I have decided to punish your two classmates. Do you mind, N? And Xiao Xiao shook her head. At this time, Yun Zihan's phone rang. And Yun Zihan, are you back, N? And I am in Kyoto for the time being. And Yun Zihan said. And really, you didn't lie to me. And the voice on the other end suddenly became excited. And where are you now? And Yun Zihan hadn't spoken yet when the other side asked again. Yun Villa.N. Yun Villa, and when Yun Zihan mentioned the place, a puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Suddenly, there was a burst of talking noise, and vaguely someone could be heard saying the name of Yun Villa. I understand. I'll be there soon. And the person on the other end hung up the phone in a hurry. Yan Yangcho saw Yun Zihan finish the call and sneered, "And what's wrong? Are you going to ask your assembly line workers to come over and beat me up, En?" Just now Yun Zihan called Yun Villa and everyone present heard it. Everyone wondered if he was calling someone over. Otherwise, why would I mention the name of this restaurant? And hit you? You are not qualified. Yun Zihan said coldly. And why do I feel like you're stuck in the door? And Yan Yangcho sneered and pointed at his head. And of course someone will take care of you. And after saying that, Yun Zihan sat back down. He is waiting for someone and is in no hurry to leave. And thank you. And Yun Zihan smiled at Tang Ting. Whatever her reason, at least she spoke up for herself. As for the others, they became strangers from then on. And that I'll wait for your people to deal with me first, and then I'll deal with you too. And Yan Yangcho said with a wry smile. And come on, classmates, order whatever you want. We'll eat while we wait. And Yan Yangcho casually threw the menu on the table and greeted everyone. Then he pointed at Yun Zihan proudly and said, "And you two go sit aside. I'm not inviting you. And childish. And Yun Zihan sneered and walked to the sofa and sat down. Tang Ting's face froze and she walked aside awkwardly. Suddenly, Gomao also stood up and spit out the toothpick in his mouth. I don't eat anymore. Yan Yangcho glanced at Gomao. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Then he said to the others in a pretentious manner, "And why didn't you order these expensive dishes and wine? You look down on me, Yan Yangcho. Bring one portion for all, and everyone enjoy the meal today." Seeing her classmates' flattered expressions, and Xiaoxiao's vanity was greatly satisfied. He glanced at Yun Zihan and the other two again. A smug smile appeared on Xiaoxiao's lips. Chapter 71. I don't care who you are. At the table, more than a dozen people were talking and laughing. This gathering turned into a show-off event for Yan Yangcho. Everyone was listening to Yan Yangcho talking about his various glorious deeds. From time to time he would show a look of surprise and express his admiration. And Xiaoxiao was smiling the whole time. Suddenly, the door opened and a young man in his 20s came in. His eyes moved around and finally stopped at Yun Zihan. He walked in with a smile. "And young Master Yun, I'm here." And Lu Chong ran over with a smile. "And why are you here?" and Yun Zihan asked puzzledly. "The person who called just now was Yi Zikan. Why is Lu Chong here?" And this store is owned by me. And Lu Chong said. Hearing this, Yan Yangcho laughed and looked at Lu Chong with a mocking expression. And I thought you were a brother on the assembly line, but I didn't expect you to be a bit higher level. Do you own this store, N? Lu Chong was stunned. Who is this? I'm so angry. Without paying attention to Yan Yangcho, Lu Chong asked Yun Zihan, "And what's going on, Ian?" "And it's up to you." "I don't know him." And Yun Zihan said. When Lu Chong heard Yun Zihan's tone, he knew. This person had a conflict with Yun Xiao. Lu Chong turned his head. "And who are you, Un?" Yan Yangcho's eyes turned cold. "Isn't he just the owner of a small restaurant? What are you bragging about?" "And I am the young chairman of Yan Group." And Yan Yangcho said proudly. "And what?" Yan's Group, and Lu Chong asked in surprise. "And are you scared?" "If I were you, I would leave with my tail between my legs. This is not something you can participate in." N. Lu Chong smiled. In Kyoto, apart from those people, who else would dare to criticize him? What is Yan's Group? What Kyoto lacks the least is these family businesses. Without trillions of assets, you can't be on the stage. "And can you represent Yan Group?" and Lu Chong asked with a smile. Yan Yangcho thought Lu Chong was scared, and sneered, "And of course I can represent you. Are you scared now, N? And it's enough to represent me. Then do you know who I am, N? And I don't care who you are. If you want to stand up for him, I will deal with you all together. Is that okay?" And Yan Yangcho said and walked out from his seat. When others saw how domineering Yan Yangcho was, they all looked at him with admiration. This is the confidence of rich people. The owner of this restaurant is not given any face at all. Lu Chong became even happier. After all, this person is from Kyoto. How can you be so tactless? No problem, just go ahead and do it. Lu Chong said. And then let's start with you. Yan Yangcho snorted, took out his phone and made a call. Pan Tianwen, I'm Yan Yangcho. And hello, Mr. Yan. Pan Tianwen said in surprise, wondering what brought this young master here. Ju Yuan Villa, you have to clean this place up for me immediately. The boss has offended me. Yan Yangcho said loudly on purpose. Everyone was shocked. This hotel is quite large after all. In Yan Yangcho's words, it was just like a convenience store, where they just did what they said. Yan Yangcho, just show your appreciation, don't push them into a desperate situation. And Xiao pulled Yan Yangcho and said. And that won't work. I haven't met such arrogant people in Kyoto. If we don't punish them severely, they won't know who not to mess with. After Yan Yangcho finished speaking, the phone rang. And hey, Master Yan, please don't mess around. As soon as I answered the phone, Pan Tianwen's anxious voice came over. His tone startled Yan Yangcho. This tone is not right. What do you mean don't mess around? Am I messing around? Yan Yangcho had 1,000 questions in his mind. I just want to create a few small characters, what's the big deal? And Mr. Yan, I've found out that the Ju Yuan villa you mentioned has a very powerful background. The owner is young Master Lu Chong from the Lu family. Our Yan group cannot compete with him at all. Pan Tianwen said anxiously, fearing that Yan Yangcho would do something wrong. When Yan Yangcho heard the name of young Master Lu Chong from the Lu family, he was stunned. He had heard of this second-generation rich guy. Unfortunately, my level is too low and I have never seen the real person. Really? Yan Yangcho suddenly looked up at Lu Chong. And are you Lu Chong, Master Lu? Seeing Yan Yangcho's reaction, Lu Chong sneered, and why do you care about me? Yan Yangcho was shocked. He is really Lu Chong. It's over, how could it be him? I am sorry, Mr. Lu. I was wrong just now. And Yan Yangcho said tremblingly. Others who didn't know the inside story were stunned. What happened to Yan Yangcho? Suddenly it wilted. Who is the owner of this restaurant? Yan Yangcho actually gave in. How could Yun Zihan know someone of this identity? He is also called Yun Zihan, Yun Xiao. And Xiao looked unhappy. The sudden reversal made her feel very embarrassed. And don't be like this. Show the same momentum you had just now. This is not the way you should act. And Lu Chong sneered. And Mr. Lu, I was really wrong. And Yan Yangcho said humbly. In bump. N. The door was opened again, and Yi Zikin and several men walked straight in. People who didn't know Yi Zikin were immediately shocked by her beauty when they saw her. There is such a beauty in the world. Compared to him, and Xiao is simply weak. The cold beauty smiled and suddenly turned from a cold goddess into a fangirl and ran to Yun Zihan. And you are really here. N. Tang Ting's heart snapped. She looked at the smiling Yi Zikin foolishly and did not have the courage to compete with her. How could a woman with Yun Zihan's talent and beauty be interested in me? I'm just overthinking it all. And Xiao was also stunned. She thought she was a one-in-a-million beauty until the moment she saw Yi Zikin. Only to find out that compared to a real beauty, she was just a joke. The complacency in my heart collapsed in an instant. She lowered her head, and there was no light in her eyes. And let's go, it's boring here. And Yun Zihan stood up. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about dealing with Yan Yangcho. And okay, that's why I came to talk to you about something. And Yi Zikin said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Lu Chong and a man looked at each other strangely, so she asked casually, and Lu Chong, what are you doing, Tian? And he wants to deal with me. And Lu Chong said. And Yi Zikin looked at Yan Yangcho curiously, then said, and which circle are you from, N? Yan Yangcho was shocked. He seemed to have seen this woman vaguely before. There is no woman in Kyoto who is so beautiful. There are really not many. And Yi Zikin, let's go and let Lu Chong handle it. And Yun Zihan said. Yi Zikin snorted and followed him out obediently. Seeing Yun Zihan leave, Tang Ting and Gomao followed him out. She is Yi Zikin. The Four Beauties of Kyoto. Yan Yangcho's head buzzed. Chapter 72. Welcome young Master Yun to Kyoto. The high school classmates who attended the party this time were just small-time people struggling in Kyoto. They have never been exposed to those high-ranking circles. I know nothing about the real wealthy families in Kyoto. In their eyes, Yan Yangcho was already a big shot who was at the top of the list. the right to inherit hundreds of billions of assets. It is a wealth that they cannot earn in their entire lifetime. It was a great honor for them to meet Yan Yangcho and have him treat them to a meal. This was what everyone was thinking before. When Yan Yangcho heard Yi Zikin's name, he seemed to have gone mad. He stood there motionless with a dull look in his eyes. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to do at this moment. They knew that the people who came to see Yun Zihan had powerful backgrounds. A man who can make Yan Yangcho beg for mercy on the spot. A woman who is incredibly beautiful but listens to Yun Zihan's words. These extraordinary figures all surrounded Yun Zihan. How on earth did Yun Zihan get involved with these big guys? Turn out to be. He is the real boss. Everyone felt regretful. With the relationship of being high school classmates, they could have gone further with Yun Zihan, but now they had forced themselves to end this path. Thinking about the 200,000 yuan red envelope Yun Zihan gave out that day, it was actually a nostalgia for the friendship between classmates. They are still suspicious of all kinds of things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, does Yun Zihan really still like in Xiao Xiao? At this moment, and Xiao Xiao felt extremely complicated. Looking at the trembling Yan Yangcho, she seemed to have lost her previous enthusiasm for him all of a sudden. Yan Yangcho is no more than that. I once heard him talk about how great he was in Kyoto. Even Yun Zihan couldn't beat anyone he randomly called. Yun Zihan, why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise I would have agreed to you. Yi Zikin looked at Tang Ting and Go Mao, who came out with Yun Zihan, and asked, and who are they? In order to protect Yun Zihan, Tang Ting and Go Mao said those words in the private room, and they definitely couldn't stay there any longer. Seeing Yun Zihan leaving, they naturally followed him out. When Yi Zikin asked this, I felt the indifference in her tone. Tang Ting and Go Mao looked embarrassed. And they are my high school classmates. Where are we going now? And Yun Zihan asked. Yi Zikin smiled and said, and hello, classmates. My name is Yi Zikin, and I'm Yun Zihan's friend.N. And hello.N. And hello, Miss Yi.N. Tang Ting and the other person immediately said with a little panic, and they admired Yun Zihan even more in their hearts. How did he get to know such a goddess-level person? And then let's go together.N. After saying that, Yi Zikin called someone to take them. And she asked Yun Zihan to get into her sports car. And I'll take you to meet my brother.N. After the car started, Yi Zikin turned her head and smiled, her jet black hair fluttering in the wind. In a 5-star hotel. Yi Wuwan sat together with several second-generation powerful people in Kyoto. None of them are members of the Emperor's Party, and Yi Wuwan is the leader. And Master Yi, who is Master Yin you were talking about, Yin. And there doesn't seem to be such a person in Kyoto. Where is he from, N? And he came from Linhai. He was the one who stole Wu Dingxian's fiancé Mushin Noa. And Yi Wuwan said calmly. After saying this, the others were all shocked. And what? He was the one who robbed it. How brave of him.N. And so it was him. It is said that many people in the Tianzi party want to cause trouble for him.N. And perhaps there is one thing you don't know yet. Fu Guang was also killed by him.N. When it comes to this, Yi Wuwan's calm mood can't help but be stirred up. Several days had passed since Fu Guang was killed, but the Fu family hadn't taken any action yet. Yi Wuwan was puzzled. And the Fu Guang from the Fu family, N. Yi Wuwan nodded. And impossible, Fu Guang seems to be the lord of a mansion, right, N? And let me think about it. What I mean is that Fu Guang was killed by him, but not only is he fine, he even came to Kyoto, N. Hearing this, the others were shocked. And what is the Fu family thinking? They are not taking any action.N. And he not only offended the Wu family, but also the Fu family. He has offended 2 of the 8 major families in Kyoto.N. And Master Yi, I understand. Maybe it's because of Master Yun's background that they have to be cautious, so they are safe and sound.N, said an elder master. Yi Wuwan smiled. Although the Linhai Wang family still had some gap with the 8 major families in Kyoto, the fact that Yun Zihan could make the Wang family submit to him spoke volumes. Yun Zihan solved the problem that once gave the Yi family a headache with just a few words, and he even came to apologize in person. Yun Zihan's status in the Wang family is beyond words. Yi Zikin also said that Yun Zihan's attitude towards the Wu family was very indifferent, just like he treated an ordinary family. He was very curious about Yun Zihan and wanted to make friends with him. When he learned that Yun Zihan was in Kyoto, he asked Yi Zikin to help introduce him to everyone. At this time, Yi Wuwan received a message from Nye Dingdang, who went with Yi Zikan to pick up Yun Zihan. And they will be here soon. Let's go out to greet them. And Yi Wuwan stood up and said. Several cars stopped and Yi Zikan and Yun Zihan got out. Tang Ting and Go Mao were stunned as soon as they got out of the car. What I saw before me was Kyoto's most famous luxurious 5-star restaurant. And Flower Dream Restaurant. It is said on the internet that a casual meal here usually costs tens or even hundreds of millions, and some wealthy people spend tens of millions on a single meal. It's incredible to think that I can have dinner here today. Yi Wuwan and others came over immediately. And welcome young Master Yun to Kyoto. And welcome, Master Yun. And welcome, Master Yun. This scene made everyone around look over in surprise. When they saw them, everyone around them was shocked, and some even secretly took videos. And hiss. I know that person. It's Zhua Haoyu, a dandy young man. Who is this person they are welcoming? And that person is Yi Wuwan, the young master of the Yi family. And didn't you see Yi Zikan, one of the 4 beauties of Kyoto, standing next to that person? And she is Yi Zikan. She lives up to her reputation, so beautiful. And hiss, who is the person next to Yi Zikan? Yun Zihan smiled slightly and walked in with them. Tang Ting walked behind, her heart in turmoil. It was obvious at first glance that these people were not ordinary people, and each of them had the aura of a superior king. Compared with them, Yan Yangcho is simply weak. And they were actually waiting for Yun Zihan respectfully together at the gate. Yun Zihan, I still underestimated you. Go Mao was also frightened, as he had only played some minor tricks before. When have I ever seen such a scene? It's obvious that these people are not easy to mess with. Oh my god. Dad Yun is so awesome. Chapter 73. Someone wants to PK with my anchor. Everyone sat down. Yi Wuwan saw Yi Zikan sitting next to Yun Zihan, with a hint of worry in his eyes. This sister gave him a headache. It seems that she has developed feelings for Yun Zihan. Knowing that Yun Zihan is Mushin Noa's boyfriend. Why? Can't control it. He shook his head helplessly and handed the menu to Yun Zihan. And Mr. Yun, this is our first meeting. I apologize for any inadequacies in hospitality. And you're too polite, Mr. Yi. Yun Zihan said. Since Yi Wuwan asked him to order first, he was not the kind of person who would pretend. A quick glance at the prices on the menu showed that almost all of them were in the 6 figures, and a few were in the 7 figures. Yun Zihan ordered a few at random, then handed the menu to Yi Zikan and said jokingly, and did you know that I didn't eat, so you asked your brother to arrange for me to come here? Yi Zikan blushed. In a way, you just said you were at Ju Yuan Villa, how could I arrange for you to eat again? Besides, I didn't know you were having a conflict with others and had no food to eat there. And does anyone dare to challenge young Master Yun? And Mr. Yun, who is that? And yes, young Master Yun, whoever you tell me is the one I will have killed immediately. When they heard that Yun Zihan had a conflict with someone in Ju Yuan, the other young masters immediately spoke up. And thank you everyone. Lu Chong will take care of it. And Yun Zihan said. Yi Wuwan said with a smile, and it just so happens that I'm here, and you just didn't eat? This is fate. I have to drink a few more cups today. Tang Ting and Go Mao sat on the stools uncomfortably, feeling a slight chill as they watched Yun Zihan talking and laughing with a bunch of rich young men who were always ready to cripple someone. Occasionally someone would glance at them and they would be startled. A few minutes later, just when the food was being served, Lu Chong arrived. And young Master Yun, try the delicacies of our Kyoto. You can't get them in Linhai. And Yi Wuwan said, and let me introduce them first. And he is Wu Yongshi, the second young master of the Wu family, and his grandfather is the Minister of Education. Wu Yongshi smiled and nodded. And his name is Lu Hongshuang, and his father is the Minister of Science and Technology. And there's no need to talk about Lu Chong. His father is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy and will be promoted soon. And this is Xiao Han, you have met him in Linhai. Yi Wuwan introduced the other young masters one by one. No doubt about it. They are all children of powerful people in Kyoto. Tang Ting was petrified at this point, her heart was filled with shock. The backgrounds of these people are more terrifying than each other. Anyone who goes out can scare others by stomping their feet. If I'm not mistaken, They were actually very respectful to Yun Zihan, even a little fawning. Could this mysterious high school classmate be the illegitimate son of the Red Star commander? Gomao stared with only one sentence in his mind. I want to go with Dad Yun. And all of you young masters are the best among the people in Kyoto. My name is Yun Zihan, and I am from Jinglong. These two are my high school classmates. And Yun Zihan said. Tang Ting and Gomao plucked up the courage to greet everyone. The two of them stayed with these people, not daring to speak a word and keeping their nerves tense the whole time. And young Master Yun, you're joking. From now on, if young Master Yun needs me, I'll be there whenever you call. And Wu Yongshi said. And Mr. Yun, I heard that you are planning to live in Kyoto permanently, and Yi Wuwan asked tentatively. And yes, there is nothing happening in Linhai. And Yun Zihan nodded. And you must be careful with the Emperor's party and the Fu family. And Yi Wuwan said. Yun Zihan saw the humble attitude of these young masters. This group of young masters who were used to being playboys were very respectful to him, all under Yi Wuwan's instructions. Yi Zikan's brother probably has a high reputation in Kyoto. Hearing Yi Wuwan's reminder, Yun Zihan smiled faintly. And thank you for the reminder, Master Yi.N. Yi and I, Yi, know about the Wang family's affairs. Thank you, young Master Yun, for mediating. No matter what happens in Kyoto in the future, as long as I, Yi Wuwan, can help, young Master Yun, just let me know.N. Hearing Yi Wuwan's words, the others were surprised. Everyone knows Yun Zihan's current situation. Now that Yi Wuwan said this, it was equivalent to telling Yun Zihan. He was willing to stand by him. Whether it is the Wu family, the Fu family, or anyone else. He is Yi Wuwan. In the same camp as Yun Zihan. On the surface, this seems to be pushing himself to Yun Zihan. In fact, he also tied Yun Zihan to his chariot. Yun Zihan had already seen through Yi Wuwan's thoughts, so he continued to talk along with him, and it was a win-win situation for everyone. Everyone ate and drank, and several bottles of special drinks that could not be bought with money were quickly finished. Through them, Yun Zihan also learned some basic information about Kyoto. Kyoto is currently divided into 3 major camps. The first camp, the Emperor's party headed by Wu Dingxiong, is arrogant and overbearing, but with Wu Dingxiong around, ordinary people can only swallow their anger when being bullied. The second camp is the Piao Miao Society, headed by Dongfan Li. The president Dongfan Li is famous for his mystery. He rarely appears in public, but this does not affect his prestige in the Piao Miao Society at all. The third camp is composed of several independent core groups. People like Yi Wuwan and the young masters at the table belong to one of the small groups in the third camp. And Brother Yun, ever since I went to Linhai, I have been fascinated by your temperament. Now that you have come to Kyoto, I will definitely follow you in the future.N. After drinking 2 taels of wine, Lu Chong was a little drunk. He looked at Yun Zihan with a flushed face and then smiled at Yi Wuwan, and Brother Wuwan, don't blame me. I really admire Brother Yun.N. Hearing Lu Chong say this, Gomao also wanted to jump out and say something. Dad Yun, I want to hang out with you too. But he was afraid that the pressure from this group of people would be too great. I can't even pick up the vegetable. Yi Wuwan was surprised, Yun Zihan's charm was too great. Lu Chong, who grew up with him, seemed to be completely devoted to Yun Zihan in just a few days. I wouldn't say I'm angry, I'm just a little sour. And you are just a naughty boy. It's good for you to follow young Master Yun. And Yiwu said with a smile. To him, he, Yun Zihan, and Lu Chong are the same as anyone else. After all, they have the relationship with Yi Zikan this time. Yi and I said something was wrong with you. Turns out you fell in love with Yun Zihan. And Yi Zikan giggled. And hey, Brother Yun, let me toast you. And Lu Chong walked to Yun Zihan with a small cup. Yun Zihan smiled and had sex with him. Suddenly, Wu Yongshi slammed the table angrily. Everyone looked over and saw him holding a cell phone with an angry expression. And Xiao Wu, what's wrong? You look so bad. And Yi Wuwan asked. And damn it, this is too bullying. The top anchor of Yang Xiong's company is arguing with a newcomer in my company and wants to have a PK.N. The anchor industry is very hot now. Wu Yongshi also opened an entertainment media company with hundreds of anchors under her. The Yang Xiong he mentioned is a member of the Tianzi party and also owns a broadcasting company. And I send it just to PK? There are so many of us, and each of us can invest hundreds of thousands, so we can win easily. And said a young master. And when is the PK? I'll go check it out. By the way, on what platform? N. And the cat-fighting platform is about to start. It seems that they are determined to win and their momentum is very fierce. And Wu Yongshi said. And brothers, go and take a look and teach Yang Xiong a lesson. And Yi Wan shouted. When Tang Ting and Go Mao heard that these young masters were going to help others in PK, they were stunned. When they have nothing to do, they often go to the cat-fighting platform, and every time they see rich people giving rewards, they are envious. Those gifts that make the screen explode are all worth a lot of money. Today, I am actually sitting together with a dozen such rich people. When you compete with others, they will watch it on their mobile phones, while you can watch it live. This kind of picture. It's exciting just thinking about it. The two immediately opened the cat-fighting platform. And Xiao Wu, what's your anchor's name? And just search for Ni Manchi and go in.n. Chapter 74, PK 10 minutes, one battle determines life and death. In a small room. Everything is pink. Both the walls and decorations are dressed in pink. It is enough to see how much the owner here loves pink. Ni Manchi was wearing a pink dress and sitting in front of a pink monitor. Even the headphones, keyboard and microphone on her pink desk had pink shells. What a stubborn fan. Because she is cute, has a sweet voice, and sings beautifully, she gained tens of thousands of fans within half a month of live streaming. The company has also seen her potential and has recently been actively planning to build momentum for her and make her a star. Today, Ni Manchi went live on time as usual. She opened the show by singing a beautiful love song with delicate emotions. Soon, hundreds of fans who already followed her came to the live broadcast room. Fans were enthusiastic and their comments were all praising her for her beautiful singing. Wang Zhongwan was one of those who watched the live broadcast. He discovered this new anchor by chance. The first time he heard her singing, Wang Zhongwan was shocked by her sweet voice. Compared with the original singer, her emotions are more abundant and the artistic conception she gives to the song is more touching. The King of Kings is followed by everyone, and the show is watched on time every day. This kind of treasure anchor is rare. There are many people like the King of Kings, so Ni Manchi was able to gain tens of thousands of fans in just half a month, which is equivalent to the number of marketing efforts of some anchors in a year. When the song ended, excited fans praised the performance and clamored for another song. Suddenly, a dazzling barrage appeared on the public screen. It's hard to comb waist-length hair, bitch anchor, you actually secretly sang my Linger a song. Linger is also a singing talent host with millions of fans. He has waist-length hair that is difficult to comb and is a die-hard fan of Linger. Today, he opened the category and randomly clicked on a live broadcast room, and happened to hear the host singing Linger's original song. The singing was very good, and he couldn't help but listen to a few more sentences. When he saw the comments on the public screen, he instantly became angry. I am Danmu, the host sings really well, better than the original singer. Delong drank medicine, Linger's voice card is better, but she can't compare to this anchor's voice. King of Kings, it is indeed more charming than the original version. He was so angry that his waist-length hair was difficult to comb and he started cursing. Then he found that he was banned. Furious, he immediately returned to Linger's live broadcast room, where tens of thousands of people were watching the live broadcast. Then he exaggerated what happened in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room, and Linger's army was angry. Linger, who was broadcasting live, also turned pale. As a multi-billion-dollar anchor, she was actually provoked by a new anchor today. Anling family soldiers, how do we solve this problem? Linger stopped singing and said coldly. The comments were all the same and soon filled with comments. PK asked her to quit the internet. This is not the first time they have tried to quit the internet in PK, and they have never failed. She had waist-length hair that was difficult to comb, so she posted her plane ticket on the public screen. Many people jumped directly into Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. The number of people online in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room suddenly increased from more than 700 to more than 4,000. Ni Man was shocked and wondered if the company had already started operating. NPK quit the internet.n. Rubbish anchor. NPKPK, quit the internet.n. Immediately, countless disgusting comments appeared on the public screen, and she finally understood what was going on. The person who cursed must have gone to Linger's live broadcast room to complain. Looking at the screen full of comments scolding her and asking her to quit the online PK, Ni Manchi was furious. This Linger is really a bully. She wants to quit the internet for PK just because someone sings one of her songs. She is so arrogant. Isn't it just a few million fans? Suddenly, a rich man with the fighting cat king icon on his head entered Ni Manchi's live broadcast room, and a large banner appeared on the screen. Welcome Emperor Wu Xiao to the live broadcast room. Wu Xiao, go back and tell Ling Air that Ni Manchi has accepted the PK and whoever loses will quit the internet. I am the barrage, wow, capture an emperor alive. Everyone was shocked to see the emperor appear. I didn't expect that this new anchor would have the emperor's protection. To become the king on the cat fighting platform, you need to spend 5 million. As soon as they saw what the emperor said, many people immediately ran back to Linger's live broadcast room. And what? An emperor answered the call, and Linger was stunned when she saw the barrage. Linger Guard 1, what are you afraid of? Can't our millions of Linger soldiers defeat an emperor? Blowing bubbles I have recharged all my salary for this month. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, with countless people excitedly posting comments. Today, the Ling family army killed the emperor. And okay, family members, I will PK with her right away, and let the whole network see that our Ling family army defeated the emperor today. The connection was successful soon. 2 people on the same screen. NPK for 10 minutes, 1 round decides life or death. And Linger said arrogantly. No problem. And Ni Manchi said. And whoever loses will quit the internet immediately. And Linger said. No problem. N. Without further ado, Linger immediately set up the PK. The other party's voice is blocked and the countdown begins. And family members, let's start fighting. And Linger shouted angrily, igniting the horn of attack. Linger Guard 1 gave the anchor Super Yacht 9. Ling Air Guard 2 gave a reward to the anchor Super Yacht 9. In just a few seconds, Linger got 2 sets of super yachts. The recharge ratio of the catfighting platform is 1:1, and 1 super yacht is worth 4,000 yuan. In an instant, Linger's PK value soared to 72222, while the other host's PK value was only 126. Countless mighty and domineering images flooded the screen. They are going to write history and create glory today. The common people destroyed the emperor. Suddenly, a barrage of comments popped up across all platforms. Emperor Wu Xiao opened the Emperor Guardian in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. As soon as the barrage came out, countless onlookers followed Ni Manchi's live broadcast room in surprise. The number of people in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room instantly exceeded 10,000. The PK value also soared to 193154. Emperor's Guardian, you must reach the Emperor level to be able to reward, the value is 188888. The spectators who came to Ni Manchi's live broadcast room also learned about this shocking battle through the barrage of comments. Many people became interested and immediately spread the news through various chat software. In Linger's live broadcast room, everyone was watching the changes in PK value. Linger 275855, Ni Manchi 194752. Linger held the microphone and shouted slogans at the top of her lungs. The PK value also increased rapidly with Linger's shouting. 10 yuan per person for tens of thousands of people would be hundreds of thousands. They didn't believe that one emperor could challenge them all. Ni Manchi looked at the PK value anxiously. It had been surpassed by the opponent by a lot. There were simply too many people over there. And she mainly relies on Emperor Wu Xiao to give gifts. Among the remaining fans, the most he spent was only a few hundred yuan. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of people on the opposite side, this is not enough. Are we going to lose today? Ni Manchi placed all her hopes on the emperor in the live broadcast room, staring at the big screen eagerly. Linger 392484, Ni Manchi 232548. Many of Linger's fans went to Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and turned on the crazy dog mode. And is this the emperor? N. And vulnerable. N. And it turns out that the emperor is not so magical. N. And let you go crazy, I will kill you today. And seeing these words mocking her, Wu Yongshi was furious. Suddenly, the screen flashed wildly. Yi Zhiqiu gave a super treasure map 20 in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. Young man, go and find the treasure quickly. When Dao's Neo rewarded Ni Manchi with a super treasure map 20 in her live broadcast room. Young man, go and look for the treasure quickly. Feng Ziweiyu rewarded Ni Manchi with a super treasure map 20 in her live broadcast room. Young man, go and look for the treasure quickly. Rabbit, open the door for me. I gave you a super treasure map 20 in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. Go and find the treasure quickly. Left hand touch right bear rewarded Ni Manchi with a super treasure map 20 in her live broadcast room. Young man, go and look for the treasure quickly. Ding Dang gave a super treasure map 20 in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. The young man quickly went to find the treasure. Niolong's niece gave a super treasure map 20 in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room. The young man quickly went to find the treasure. Chapter 75, Golden Years. 7 mysterious tycoons appeared and distributed 140 super treasure maps. A super treasure map is worth 10,000 yuan, and each of the 7 mysterious tycoons is worth 200,000 yuan. In an instant, countless traffic was attracted. Countless people rushed into Ni Manchi's live broadcast room to grab the treasure map fragments. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 500,000, causing the machine to freeze for a moment. The back-end staff of Doma watched the number of online users continue to soar, which meant that many people were logging into the Doma platform. They hurried to stabilize the server to ensure normal operation. With the appearance of the mysterious rich man, Ni Manchi's PK value immediately reversed. Linger 652518, Ni Manchi 175-4881. At the same time, Yang Xiong was about to go out at home when suddenly the management of the media company called to report to him about the matter in the live broadcast room. And Linger is fighting someone on the internet, maybe she's going to lose N. After hearing the report, Yang Xiong's first reaction was how could it be possible? Linger is the most popular anchor in his company, with millions of fans and many financial sponsors. Can't beat a new anchor in a PK? And yes, the other side originally only had one emperor named Wu Xiao, and Linger had always had the upper hand. I don't know how a group of local tycoons suddenly appeared and each of them invested 200,000 yuan. The financial sponsor on Linger's side couldn't keep up with the pace. And hearing Yang Xiong's questioning tone, the manager explained. And Mr. Wu. Damn, and Yang Xiong cursed. As soon as he heard the name Emperor Wu Xiao, he knew who his opponent was. He felt so angry when he mentioned this person. Wu Yongshi. A group of local tycoons suddenly appeared. Yang Xiong knew without guessing that they were the people that Wu Yongshi was with. If there are only 1 or 2 people who give 200,000 yuan in tips, they might be the host's die-hard fans. At this critical moment, a group of 200,000 local tycoons suddenly appeared. If they were not from Wu Yongshi's party, he would not be named Yang. Time was urgent, and the angry Yang Xiong immediately sent a message to the emperor's party chat group. You can call people, and so can I. Yang Xiong, Fighting Cat Live Broadcast Linger Live Broadcast Room, come to support quickly. Fighting with Wu Yongshi in the life and death arena. Someone in the chat group responded quickly. Wang Ke, hit him, I'll be there soon. Phone Junyi, immediately. Xiao Ziming, here I come. Seeing more than a dozen people replying in succession, Yang Xiong immediately logged into the catfighting platform. 4 minutes of park time have passed in Linger's live broadcast room. Linger looked at the PK value, panic appeared on her face, she shouted anxiously, "And family, go ahead, time is running out, now is the time for you to prove yourself in." Seeing the anxiety on Linger's face, some fans gritted their teeth and clicked the recharge button again. For Linger, as long as I'm not starving to death, I'll do whatever it takes. The data surged again. Linger 952184, Ni Manchi 175-9852. The gap remains obvious. Sudden. Welcome Emperor Yang Yang to enter the live broadcast room. Welcome Emperor Wu Yu to the live broadcast room. Welcome Emperor Leisurely to enter the live broadcast room. Welcome Emperor Zhuge to the live broadcast room. Suddenly, several emperors came into the live broadcast room, and the Ling family army exploded instantly. Emperors who are rarely seen in normal times suddenly appeared in groups today. Since watching the live broadcast, this is a grand occasion that no one has ever encountered. Seeing the banner on the public screen, Linger was ecstatic. Yang Yang is proud that she is her boss. She feels relieved when she sees Mr. Yang coming to the live broadcast room. As expected, a reward banner popped up immediately, occupying every corner of the platform. Emperor Yan Yang proudly spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shangshi in Yanhua. Come and watch. Emperor Yan Yang proudly spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shangshi in Yanhua. Come and watch. Emperor Yan Yang proudly spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shangshi in Yanhua. Come and watch. There were 10 consecutive banners dominating the screen, with each one pausing for 3 seconds. This scene caused an uproar in the hearts of all those who were watching the live broadcast. A prosperous time is worth 100,000, but an emperor actually gave 10 of them as rewards in one go. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Lingling's live broadcast room displayed on the banner, and they clicked on the link and rushed in. Many anchors who were broadcasting live were also attracted by this thrilling battle. Without saying a word, they turned off the live broadcast and joined the crowd. They also want to see who the rich people are and whether they can make the list of one or two. At this moment, the number of people online in Linger's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million, and is still rising rapidly. And thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you, Mr. Yang. And Linger kept thanking him. The live broadcast room was full of comments worshipping the boss. Suddenly, a bold and enlarged red barrage appeared from the right side of the screen. Everyone looked and saw that it was the boss himself speaking. Yang Yang is proud, brothers of the Emperor's party, kill the opponents. Before anyone understood what was said, the screen flashed. The Emperor Wu Yu spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. Emperor Zhuge spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. The Emperor Wu Yu spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. The Emperor leisurely spent a lot of money in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. Du Kuahua Wuk spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. The full screen barrage lasted for more than a minute. DouYu's official staff also noticed this shocking match and kept paying attention to it throughout. All the onlookers were petrified, numbly watching dozens of prosperous years complement each other. How dazzling! Linger opened her eyes wide and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. And thank you to the god of words, thank you to the god of leisure, thank you to the god of brother Zhu, and thank you to all the dukes who gave gifts to Shengshu and Yanhua.n. And thank you, Mua.n. Linger screamed sharply, full of coquettishness. Seeing that the other party's live broadcast room had failed, the Ling family army became rampant again. Ling Air Guard 35, brothers, charge and capture the enemy base camp. Chapter 76. Your Emperor is not good enough. An Imanchi's live broadcast room. After the 7 tycoons threw out more than 100 super treasure maps, fans who had followed N.I. Manchi before instantly felt proud. And my vision is really good. I pay attention to any newcomer and I think she has the potential to become the top star. She can step on Linger to get to the top. Not bad. And a man in his 30s talked to himself in front of a computer. Ha, I didn't expect N.I. Manchi to have so many rich people supporting her. This PK will definitely become a legendary story of catfighting live broadcast. In a rental house, a greasy uncle was looking at the computer screen, typing quickly on the keyboard. Uncle Greasy quickly edited the text and sent it out. Dalong drank medicine. Dear rich people, I gave 60 yuan as a reward and made great contributions to the victory of this PK. I am Barrage, 666. Crazy Demon, rich people, thank you for your super treasure map. Suddenly, a prosperous era accompanied by fireworks and salutes exploded on everyone's screen. Emperor Yan Yang proudly spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshu and Yanhua. Come and watch. Everyone was stunned. The Emperor also appeared in the other party's live broadcast room. While everyone was still surprised, the Emperor on the opposite side directly used 10 consecutive attacks. The banner on the screen did not disappear for a long time. Countless people in N.I. Manchi's live broadcast room gasped and then ran excitedly to Linger, wanting to see the true appearance of the God Emperor. The number of people in the live broadcast room dropped by half. The rest of the people in N.I. Manchi's live broadcast room watched as the other party's PK value was instantly raised to more than 2 million by the Emperor's reward, which was nearly 100,000 more than N.I. Manchi. They immediately lost their composure and waited excitedly for their rich man to make a move. This is the Battle of Kings. A few seconds later, countless brilliant fireworks filled the screen and everyone looked at this scene in shock. The Emperor's actions are pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The Emperor shown on the banner is from Linger's live broadcast room. And more than one. The screen has been completely occupied by the Emperor of Linger's live broadcast room. Linger's PK value has reached more than 5 million, far exceeding N.I. Manchi. Immediately, a group of Ling's army rushed into N.I. Manchi's live broadcast room, and countless mocking comments followed. In Emperor, N. N keep going, why did you stop, N? And we are only 3 million short. Come on. N. And you can be an emperor with this much strength, it's not shameful. N. And dare to provoke my Linger, this is the end, haha. N. And it's obvious that our family is called the Emperor, and this one is at most a d-ting.n. Wu Yongcher's face turned red and she looked at her phone in anger. And are those emperors members of the Emperor's party? And Yi Wuwan asked. And it must be, that Yang Yang is Yang Xiong and Wu Yongcher said angrily, tapping her phone quickly. Emperor Wu Xiao spent a fortune in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 9. Come and watch. As the most expensive gift on the cat fighting platform, you can choose to reward 1, 9, 99 or 999 of the golden years. However, few people give multiple rewards at one time. 1 can dominate the screen for 3 seconds, and 9 can still dominate the screen for 3 seconds. The wealthy watch live broadcasts and give gifts in order to show off their superiority and make themselves felt. If 100,000 yuan can do the same thing, they are not fools who would choose to give 900,000 yuan. Wu Yongcher has passed away another 9 golden years, and there is not much time left for Ni Manchi. As Emperor Wu Xiao's banner flashed by, Yi Wuwan chose to take action again. At a time like this, as the core of the team, if he doesn't helping Wing Shi to hold up the scene, who would dare to follow him in the future? Emperor Yi Zhiqiu spent a fortune in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 9. Come and watch. Emperor Yi Zhiqiu spent a fortune in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 9. Come and watch. Yi Wuwan threw away 1.8 million yuan in vain without changing his expression. It's as insignificant as a tip of 200 yuan. Wu Yongcher gave him a grateful look. Seeing this, the other young masters did not lag behind. Immediately, each of them sent out several photos of the golden years. Tang Ting and Go Mao looked numb, staring blankly at the screen. I was deeply shocked by their lavish spending power. In the gaps between the fireworks on the public screen, the barrage of comments was scrolling wildly, and those who were watching the live broadcast were also going crazy. This unprecedented duel officially entered its climax as the wealthy man on Ni Manchi's side took action. Yang Xiong's face turned purple, and Linger fell behind again. 9 photos of the Golden Age pop up again. Other members of the Emperor's party followed immediately. Linger took the lead again. And everyone followed. Yi Wuwan said calmly. Everyone is entering another prosperous period. This time, Yi Wuwan instantly bought 3 groups of 9, and the others also gave a group of 9 of Shengshi Nianhua respectively. Ni Manchi surpassed Linger again and widened the gap to several million. At this time, Ni Manchi was already dumbfounded. She stared at the computer screen, so shocked that she forgot to speak. Having been a host for so long, she had never imagined that a PK would involve so much money. She never thought that she would be the main character in this PK. More than 10 seconds passed. There was no movement from Linger. And you trolls, hurry back and ask what's going on. N. And tell your emperor not to stop. N. And your emperor is not good enough. N. And come on, the d-tings on the other side. N. And not much, just a few million. N. No one is talking anymore. Where is the energy just now? N. Ni Manchi's fans immediately slapped Ling Zhejun in the face. Seeing that there was no big movement over there, Ling Zhejun blushed and left the live broadcast room in shame. In Linger's live broadcast room, millions of people were eating melon seeds and waiting for the follow-up. Today, everyone has enjoyed it. This kind of PK may only be seen once in a lifetime. Yang Xiong was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. It's not that he can't take out several million, but he doesn't have that much in his account now and needs to transfer it from the company. With only 1 minute left, he was too late. The other members of the Emperor's party did not continue either. They all spent hundreds of thousands on this PK. They felt that they had been brave enough, and even if they still lost, it would be Yang Xiong's own problem. As a large group, the Emperor's party has many members and strong power. Obviously, in terms of unity, they are not as united as small groups like Yi Wuwan. When Yi Wuwan spoke, no one else frowned. All the onlookers saw that Linger's side had stopped. I know that this thrilling showdown has come to an end. The once $1 million anchor is about to become a thing of the past, and a new star is rising. Suddenly, an announcement caught everyone off guard. Tell everyone. You are all wrong. Emperor Wu Ling Tianxia spent a fortune in Linger's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 99. Come and watch. Chapter 77. Who in the world doesn't know you? 99 golden years. 9.9 million. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the super rich man. I thought this duel was over. There is such a reversal. The grand event at the very beginning just now stimulated everyone's nerves, and everyone rushed to watch. Afterwards, the emperors of both sides of the PK attacked one after another, and the fight was extremely fierce. The golden years were released like cabbages. A feast for the eyes for everyone. Originally, in their eyes, the emperor was already the supreme existence on the cat-fighting platform. Now this person. The total amount is 9.9 million. Can he still be called an emperor? The people in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room were also shocked by Wu Lingtian's reward. There are only a few dozen seconds left. Everyone who was originally excited fell silent. The other emperor. Not human. Host, no matter which platform you choose to broadcast live in the future, I will follow you. Only the songs you sing can move me. And the King of Kings sat decadently on the sofa. The gap between the two sides is too big. He is about to lose the PK against his favorite anchor. If you lose, you have to quit the internet. When you first hear it, you don't understand the meaning of the song, but when you listen to it again, you become one with the song. In just 1 month, he had fallen deeply in love with Ni Manchi. Following the words of the King of Kings. Many fans who truly like Ni Manchi couldn't help but feel sad. They typed words of comfort on the screen. I am the barrage, fighting cats can't accommodate me, so I'll go to abalone. Wherever the anchor goes, I'll go there. It's time for Dalong to take medicine. It's not that we are too weak, it's that the other side is too strong. Yaya Jipa, anchor, don't be sad, we support you. The boat will naturally sink when it reaches the bridge. In the last few seconds, let's make another push. Ni Manchi sat in front of the computer and was deeply moved by what they said. She couldn't help but well up in tears in her big eyes. She took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone stared at Ni Manchi. She covered her chest with one hand and bowed. When she raised her head, 2 lines of tears hung on her lovely face. She forced a smile and said, "And thank you to everyone who supports me. Thank you. N." After saying this, Ni Manchi could no longer control herself and she laid down on the table, crying. Hearing the crying sounds coming from the phone, many people burst into tears and felt very regretful. Wu Yongshi sighed. He had to accept this result. Yi Wuwan and the others tried their best. Even if he could invest more money, he still felt it wasn't worth it. What a pity for this newcomer with great potential. And there's still enough time. Let's give another wave. 1 million per person will be enough. And Yi Wuwan was a little serious. It's okay to admit defeat. However, the other party is the Emperor's party. Yi Wuwan was unwilling. When the news gets out, those people will think that Yi Wuwan is afraid of the Emperor's party. And there's no need to argue. Thank you, Brother Yi and all the brothers. And Wu Yongshi thanked them and picked up a glass of wine and drank it all. I won. Lose. Yun Zihan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. In Linger's live broadcast room. Yang Xiong was shocked when he saw the person who suddenly appeared. This name. His eyes widened suddenly, and then he typed a sentence with trembling hands. Yan Yang is proud, welcoming the emperor. Several imperial comments immediately popped up on the screen. Speechless, welcome the emperor. Shu Gu, welcoming the emperor. Leisurely, welcoming the emperor. Hua Hua Wuk, welcoming the emperor. Don't be afraid, welcome the emperor. Linger looked at the comments in shock. What kind of status does this person who helped him win the PK have to be treated with such respect by President Yang and so many emperors? Why do so many wealthy people call him the son of heaven? Linger restrained her expression and said, "And welcome to the emperor." N. As the host Linger finished speaking, tens of thousands of Ling family soldiers also started to attack immediately. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was filled with "And welcome the emperorin." Countless onlookers were deeply impressed. This scene is like something out of a TV drama. When the emperor arrives, thousands of people bowed down to the ground. He is the true emperor of the world. And welcome the emperorin. Many people were infected by this atmosphere and started to post it as well. There are still 20 seconds left in the PK, and Linger has already secured victory. Sudden. Everyone found that their phones were stuck. The picture freezes. The sound also paused. What's going on? Countless people had questions in their minds at this time. Since I started live streaming, I have never seen the catfighting game get stuck, but why did it get stuck today? In the Domao Group office, all employees were watching this PK closely. Even the top boss of the Fighting Cat Group was alarmed and went to the scene in person. Everyone became nervous when the platform started to freeze. They have already expanded the server to the maximum capacity, so there is absolutely no possibility of it crashing. There was only one person who opened his mouth wide, stared at the background data and muttered, and this person recharged 1 billion N. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. After seeing the data, everyone was stunned. And he must be a wealthy man who wants to join PK. With so much money, hurry up. Reset a highest title immediately. Only the one who ranks first in consumption on the entire platform can get it. And the first boss said immediately. And just call him the Supreme Lord. After a few seconds, the picture returned to normal. And what's the problem, N? And shit, I thought it was my internet problem. N. I'm stuck too. Through the barrage of comments, everyone realized that they were not the only ones experiencing lag, but that the program was lagging for everyone, and they all wondered what had happened. Immediately following. See the image displayed on the screen. Suddenly, everyone on the entire catfighting platform was petrified, without exception. Yunfei spent a lot of money in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 999. Come and watch. Yunfei spent a lot of money in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 999. Come and watch. Yunfei spent a lot of money in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 999. Come and watch. Yunfei spent a lot of money in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 999. Come and watch. Yunfei spent a lot of money in Ni Manchi's live broadcast room and rewarded Shengshi Nianhua 999. Come and watch. It is already uncountable how many sets of 999 prosperous times Yunfei Tianwai produced in the last few seconds. Congratulations to Yunfei Tianwai for becoming the emperor. The belated announcement of the catfighting platform has not caused any waves in anyone's heart. He doesn't need the title of emperor. Hanging the title of emperor on Yunfei Tian's head would be an insult to his divinity. All the kings of fighting cats have no right to raise their heads in front of him. He is God. At this moment, the name Yunfei Tianwai has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all those who play the live broadcast of fighting cats. From now on, everyone in the world will know you. Chapter 78 The Supreme Emperor, Clouds Rise. A golden 5-clawed dragon appeared on everyone's screen. I saw a dragon circling, with a majestic look in its eyes, looking down on everything. For large golden characters fell from above and gradually grew bigger in the eyes of everyone. With an inbanjin, it hit the center of the screen and shook a few times. The Supreme Lord. Then a huge banner slowly opened from the middle to both sides. Congratulations to Emperor Yunfei Tianwai for being promoted to the Supreme Emperor. Everyone was stunned and shocked. What is the Supreme Ruler? Never heard of it. Could it be that the Cloud God triggered the hidden title of the Fighting Cat? It must be like this. When someone realized what was happening and wanted to look for Yunfei Tian's real body, there was no trace of him in the live broadcast room. In the luxurious private room of Huan Ming restaurant. Everyone looked at Yun Zihan. They found that they were still too superficial and had seriously underestimated Yun Zihan. 10 seconds costs $1 billion. Who in Kyoto can do this? Wu Dingxiong can't do it. Dongfang Li can't do it either. And it seems that the delicate situation in Kyoto will be broken by him, and perhaps he can, In Yi Wuan thought to himself. And Yun Zihan, you were so rich. In Yi Zikan said in surprise with a flushed face. Even though she knew that Yun Zihan was rich, she didn't expect him to be so rich. And IVE learned something new, Brother Yun. Please accept my greetings. And Lu Chong gave a thumbs up, with excitement in his eyes. Ding, Lu Chang's loyalty reaches 90, follower +1. As the system prompts, Yun Zihan's followers now number 4. Yan Yangcho, Mushin Noa, Wang Fuchen, and now Lu Chong. Yang Yongkong and Wang Fuchen are stationed in Linhai. Mushin Noa returned to Kyoto, and Lu Chong assisted her. Yun Zihan's consumption business in Kyoto will soon be put on the agenda. And then you will have something to do right away. And Yun Zihan smiled calmly. 1 billion was just a number to him. Wu Yongshi also came over with a wine cup. And Mr. Yun, I won't say more. I'll remember this favor. When the platform returns the money, I'll return whatever my company can get. N. 1 billion is enough to buy his company. Yun Zihan gave Yan'anchi 1 billion yuan in rewards. After deducting the platform's share, the bulk of the remaining money went into his media company. This time, it was Yun Zihan's help that brought Yan'anchi back to life. After this battle, Yan'anchi has gained countless fans, and monetization of traffic is also a foregone conclusion. He can't accept this reward money. To show sincerity, Wu Yongshi held the cup with both hands and drank the full wine cup in one gulp. And why did you drink so much? You don't have to return the money to me. This little money is nothing. Yun Zi said calmly. Everyone was impressed by Yun Zihan's calm attitude. Tang Ting lowered her head with mixed feelings. Shocked, she understood. Everything is impossible. She didn't have any chance at all. She and Yun Zihan were from two different worlds. And Mr. Yun, I have an idea. Yi Wuwan said suddenly. After a pause, he continued, Young Master Yun, are you interested in establishing a third organization? The Emperor's Party is the third organization besides the Pyomyo Society. Hearing Yi Wuwan's words, everyone was briefly shocked. Then he stared at Yun Zihan with great interest. Their eyes revealed anticipation and enthusiasm. Having seen Yun Zihan's strength, they are confident that they can overcome everything under his leadership. Yun Zihan saw their expectant eyes and was silent for a moment. N. Yi Wuwan smiled, and the other young masters also looked excited. And I'll rely on young Master Yun from now on. N. And that's right, I'll call you Boss Yun from now on. Yi Zikan also smiled. But I usually don't have time to take care of it, so I'm sorry to trouble young Master Yi. Yun Zihan said. And just call me Wuwan. Then, young Master Yun, what do you think our organization is called? N. And of course you have to be domineering. N. Luchong said. No, it has to sound nice. N. Yi Zikan retorted immediately. And how about being called the best in the world? N. Luchong said. Yi Zikan immediately scolded him back with a Enget outen. That is called the Supreme Party. And where's Jingman? N. After a while of discussion. Final. No one could overcome Yi Zikan's persistence. Named, Yunchi. President Yun Zihan is in charge of everything. Vice President Yi Wuwan is currently responsible for recruiting. Even after finishing their meal, Yi Wuwan and the others were still immersed in the excitement of establishing Yunchi. Yi Zikan followed Yun Zihan out of the door. And I'll take you for a walk. And Yi Zikan looked forward to it. Yun Zihan was about to agree when the phone rang. When he saw the caller, Yun Zihan's mouth corners slightly raised, and a playful and cute figure appeared in his mind. He asked Yi Zikan to wait a moment and then answered the phone. And hey, cousin. N. And cousin, you didn't tell me even though you came to Kyoto. Have you forgotten about me, your cousin, N? No, I've just been in Kyoto for only 2 days. How did you know I was coming? And hearing the voice of his cousin Jiangyiru, Yun Zihan felt a sense of intimacy from the bottom of his heart. The two have been very close since childhood. My aunt still cares about me. N. And turns out it's my mother. Okay, I'll come find you later. N. Yun Zihan said. After a few more words, Yun Zihan hung up the phone. Seeing Yi Zikan staring at him curiously with big eyes, he asked, And what's wrong with you? And you have a good relationship with your cousin, right? Yi Zikan said. The feeling Yun Zihan gave her when he called her just now. Very warm. It can be seen that he must like this cousin very much. This made her feel envious and full of curiosity about his cousin. What kind of person is his cousin? And well, we have been very good friends since we were young. Yun Zihan said. Jiangyiru was a freshman this year. She has loved singing since she was a child. She has participated in many campus competitions since elementary school and won many awards. Yun Zihan's uncle and aunt also discovered Jiangyiru's musical talent. Even though her family conditions were not very good, they enrolled her in many music training classes and focused on her development. Jiangyiru did not disappoint her family's high hopes and was successfully admitted to the nationally renowned Kyoto Academy of Arts with excellent results. And I want to go and see it too. And Yi Zikan said. And okay, it's more convenient for you to drive. I don't even have time to buy a car. N. And when you buy a car, call me. I know them. N. In Guden. And you don't want to go empty-handed, do you? Go buy some gifts first. And seeing that Yun Zihan had no intention of bringing a gift for her cousin, Yi Zikan reminded her. Oh, that's right. And Yun Zihan touched his nose. We used to meet each other often, but now it's different. Otherwise her classmates would gossip about her as her brother and say that he didn't even bring her a gift. And what should I bring? And Yun Zihan had no experience in this area, so he asked for help. And just follow me, there is a financial center right here. And Yi Zikan gave a proud look. A few minutes later, Yi Zikan brought Yun Zihan to the Bulgari jewelry store. What gifts should I give to girls? According to her opinion, that's jewelry. This is a magical item that can instantly enhance a girl's temperament. When the shopping guide saw Yun Zihan and the other man, his eyes lit up. And welcome.N. Chapter 79 Zhang Yiru. Yun Zihan is impeccable in both appearance and dress, with a confident look in his eyes, exuding the charm of a successful man. Yi Zikan was dressed casually, with a proud figure and fair skin, which made people unable to take their eyes off her at first sight. As a shopping guide for Bulgari, Huan Yan has met many wealthy people and even big stars. But the feeling given to her by the two people before her was different from any other guests she had ever met before. And dear guest, what type of jewelry would you like to see? And take a look at this one. And Yi Zikan pointed at a pearl white necklace in the counter with familiarity. And this lady has great taste. This one is from our Divas series, made of 18K rose gold, and Huang Yan introduced it using professional terms. The price is 378,000 yuan. And is this the one? And Yun Zihan looked at Yi Zikan. And well, open the bill. Huan Yan tried her best to suppress her excitement and carefully packed the necklace. Then, Yi Zikan paid directly. And hey, what are you doing? And Yun Zihan asked when he saw her pay for the necklace. And of course it's for your cousin. And Yi Zikan blinked her eyes, with a sly smile on her lips as if she had succeeded in her evil plan. And let's go. And Yi Zikan was in a good mood as she pulled Yun Zihan, who was still in a daze. And thank you very much. Yun Zihan felt warm in his heart. He could feel Yi Zikan's sincerity from the bottom of her heart. This kind of happiness could not be faked. Kyoto College of Art. There is a party at school tonight, and many senior students have returned to school today. Among them are some people who are already well known in the entertainment industry. Zhang Liang is a senior in college. He has starred in several TV series, one of which he played the second male lead. He has gained a lot of fans because of his good acting skills and good looks. With this fame, Zhang Liang became a popular figure in school. But he has been a little sad recently. Successful in career, unsuccessful in love. Zhang Liang was walking alone on the campus road feeling melancholy. From time to time, girls would greet him with surprise, but he ignored them all. Zhang Liang didn't stop until he reached the door of a piano room. Hearing the elegant melody coming from the piano room, he straightened his collar and adjusted his mood. As a student majoring in acting, he has learned to manage facial expressions very well. Soon, the previous haze was swept away and replaced by a sunny smile. He pushed the door open gently, fearing that the noise would be too loud and disturb the beautiful scene inside. A piano was placed on one side of the piano room, and a touch of green was trying hard to play the piano piece to be performed tonight. As her slender fingers danced, the beautiful melody filled the entire piano room like a flock of cheerful birds. She works very hard. Her family is not well off, and they have exhausted all their efforts for her dream. Being admitted to Kyoto College of Art should have been a happy thing, but she was heavy-hearted. She found that she, who had once been almost the best, was not noticeable here. Those who are able to be admitted here are all very talented in art, and she is just an ordinary one among them. She is unwilling to go with the flow, she strives to improve herself, and she strives to do better. Just to realize my dream and repay my parents. Heaven will not fail those who work hard. After nearly half a year of hard work, she transformed from an inconspicuous student into a piano genius and began to enter the vision of many students. In this grand evening party, she also stood out and won the qualification to perform piano solo. To this end, she stayed in the piano room for a long time every day, practicing piano pieces diligently. I just hope to show the best of her to everyone. Another song ended, and she picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of water. And Nairo. And Zhang Liang walked closer and spoke softly. Zhang Yiru turned around, nodded politely, and turned away again. And I came here because I knew you were here. And Zhang Liang had become accustomed to Zhang Yiru's coldness. And you are the best, I believe you will shine today. And he spoke again. And thank you. I'm going to practice the piano. And Zhang Yiru put her hands on the keys. There were only 2 hours left until the party. And it's okay, I'll wait for you. And Zhang Liang smiled gently and found a stool to sit aside. The sound of the piano rang out. The door was pushed open a crack, a pair of gloomy eyes looked inside through the gap, and then the door closed again. There was a bit of traffic jam on the road today. When Yizikin's red Ferrari arrived near the gate of Kyoto University of Art, almost 2 hours had passed. Students at Kyoto Art College are no strangers to sports cars. As an art college, the overall appearance of the students is completely incomparable to other types of universities. Every day, countless luxury cars are parked in front of the school waiting for people. Many students have forgotten their original intentions and thus fallen into depravity. And cousin, I'm at the gate of your school. Yunzihan called Jiangyiru. The Ferrari's convertible was not opened and the two waited in the car for more than 10 minutes. I saw a girl with a high ponytail and dressed very simply walking out of the school quickly. Yunzihan got out of the car and waved. In here. N. Jiangyiru, who was looking around, heard a familiar voice and looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw Yunzihan next to the Ferrari, his eyes curved into crescent shapes and he ran over happily. In cousin. N. Jiangyiru is about 1.6 meters tall, and when she stands in front of Yunzihan, she is just as tall as his shoulders. Yunzihan habitually stretched out a hand, touched her head affectionately, and said, "And my cousin has become more beautiful again." N. I'm still angry. N. Jiangyiru frowned and deliberately knocked Yunzihan's hand away. And don't be angry, your cousin brought you a gift. N. As he said that, Yunzihan took out the gift box from his pocket. Jiangyiru smiled and immediately took the box. When she opened it, she found it was a beautiful necklace and said with a smile, "And thank you, cousin. You are always so good to me." N. Jiangyiru has always been very simple and she is reluctant to buy even expensive cosmetics. She doesn't even know luxury brands like Bulgari. In her mind, the necklace might be worth a few $100, but she was still very happy. Yizikin also got out of the car and walked over at this time. In hello. N. Yizikin is about 1.7 meters tall, half a head taller than Jiangyiru. And hello. N. Jiangyiru looked at Yizikin in surprise, wondering why this beautiful girl with a great figure would greet her. Yunzihan immediately introduced, "And cousin, this is my friend Yizikin. N. And my cousin, Jiangyiru. N. And wow, sister, you are so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen someone as beautiful as you." N. Jiangyiru exclaimed sincerely. What Kyoto Art Academy has no shortage of is beautiful women, and her friend Ninglingyun is one of the school beauties. She felt that Ninglingyun was no match for Yizikin. And sister Yiru, you are also very beautiful. N. Yizikin said. Jiangyiru's facial features are actually very beautiful, but they lack embellishment. If she dresses up well, she won't be much different from her. And cousin, sister Zikin, let's go in first. I happen to have a performance at the party tonight. Please give me a round of applause later. N. Chapter 80. Something went wrong with my cousin's show. Jiangyiru held Yunzihan's hand, feeling like a little bird. Yizikin walked beside Yunzihan and headed into the school. This combination soon attracted the attention of nearby classmates. Is the piano prodigy in love? N. I feel like her sweet smile is only possessed by girls in love. N. And hey, why haven't I seen that boy before? And which boy? Is there any boy? Don't disturb me from appreciating the beauty. Mom, she is so beautiful. N. And wow, those long legs and explosive waves. N. And who is she? Who is she? Owen. And the one standing next to that guy is the real beauty. The school beauty is nothing compared to her. N. A group of people stared blankly at the backs of several people. Walking all the way to the party venue, she attracted countless gazes along the way. Jiangyiru's ears were red. She had never been so shy as she was today. Everyone's eyes were undisguised, and she knew that those classmates were looking at her cousin and sister Zikin. She also felt that her cousin was indeed different from before. More mature and flavorful than before. Not to mention sister Zikin, the boy's eyes almost popped out. The party venue was already full of people, and because we arrived late, there were only empty seats at the back. And cousin, sister Zikin, you guys sit here, I have to go backstage to prepare. And Jiangyiru said. And wait a moment. And Yunzihan said, and take out the necklace and I will put it on you myself. N. It is worthy of being a Bulgari gemstone necklace. After putting it on, Jiangyiru's overall temperament instantly improved. If you change into a gorgeous outfit and put on some light makeup. A living goddess. And come on, sister Yiru. N. Yizikin raised her little fist. Jiangyiru came to the backstage and was immediately surrounded by several sharp-eyed girls. En Jiang Yiru, your necklace is so beautiful. And where did you buy it? I like it so much. I want to buy one too. And it's really beautiful. Look at how dazzling the shine is. And haha, someone gave it to me. At this time, Ninglin, who was putting on makeup, also finished her makeup. She also heard the conversation between the few people just now. When she heard Jiang Yiru say that it was given to her by someone else, her expression changed slightly. She glanced at the necklace on Jiang Yiru's neck, and then her eyes opened suddenly. The necklace Jiang Yiru was wearing was actually a Bulgari. She walked quickly forward, reached out her hand, held the necklace in her hand, and looked at it carefully. Then he seemed to have discovered something and his expression relaxed. En Yiru, who gave this to you? They actually bought a fake Bulgari for you. And Ninglin looked very angry. Bulgari. When the other women heard the name, they exclaimed. Bulgari jewelry is a luxury item, and any one of them costs at least tens of thousands. The fakes are so nice. I'm afraid it will cost quite a bit of money. And haha, Lingyun, don't be angry. All I know is a few $100. En Jiang Yiru said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yiru say this, Ninglin heart bulged, but she still smiled and said, and you are too naive. I am also worried that you will be deceived by those boys with bad intentions. And I know you care about me. Don't worry, he won't lie to me. I'll go change my clothes first. En Jiang Yiru patted Ninglin playfully, then happily went to the changing room. After Jiang Yiru turned around, a gloomy look flashed across Ninglin's eyes. Yun Zihan and Yi Zikan sat in the last row, as the seats next to them were already occupied. The people nearby would occasionally glance over to take a peek. Yi Zikan spread her hands towards Yun Zihan, indicating that she had no choice. The time is 7 o'clock. A rhythmic opening music sounded. Then two hosts, a man and a woman, walked onto the center of the stage. Dear teachers. And dear students. And good evening, everyone. And at this beautiful and colorful moment, we are filled with guests, teachers and students, and together we welcome and witness our grand event. The 12th Campus Cultural Festival, And now we are officially starting. The first program is a song sung by our junior student Weibin. And everyone, please welcome with applause. There was warm applause at the scene. A boy in a white suit came on stage amid applause. He sang a gentle and touching love song that expressed the pain of separation from life and death. The fragile classmate secretly wiped his eyes. The second program was a classical dance. And what is your cousin studying? En Yizikan suddenly turned her head, perhaps because she didn't like the show that was being performed. And singing. She sings very well. En Yun Zihan said. He vaguely remembered that he once went to see Jiang Yiru's art performance at school when she was in high school. She sang a song that moved the audience and she won first place as expected. I am so envious of girls like her who can sing. I'm born tone deaf. I'll kill anyone who dares to ask me to sing. It's fatal. En Yizikan said. And she is talented, but she also works very hard. She had almost no spare time at that time, and said Yun Zihan. When they were young, he and his cousin played together every day. After she went to high school, his cousin rarely had time to play together and practiced hard every day. She is a very motivated girl. And I am really looking forward to what you said. I want to hear how beautifully she sings. The shows went by one. And now, let's invite our super popular contestant, Ninglin, to perform a song for everyone. Please welcome her with applause. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience of several thousand people erupted in screams. Some boys even whistled. I saw a sweet-looking girl walking onto the stage. The screams continued until Ninglin started singing. Her voice is clear and her timbre is beautiful. The moment you open your mouth, you bring with you a sense of artistic conception. Yun Zihan frowned. He didn't like girls with heavy makeup. It looks rather disgusting and unreal. Ninglin finished singing. There was another round of enthusiastic screams at the scene. He is indeed a very popular contestant. The host took the microphone. And the next one has already reached the level of a master in piano performance. She is a truly talented woman who has proved with her actions that hard work is the essential factor for success. Please welcome Jiang Yiru with applause. There was another round of warm applause at the scene. But it was not as intense as what happened with Ninglin just now. And your cousin is amazing. I admire her. Yi Zikan said. Yun Zihan smiled and said nothing. All lights dimmed. Off. About a minute. The lights suddenly came on. A black piano has been placed in the center of the stage. Zhang Yuro changed into a pure white swallowtail dress with the long hem dragging on the ground, looking elegant and exquisite. Even with a little bit of makeup, she is enough to charm everyone. At this moment, all the male students in the audience were stunned. Zhang Yuro turns out to be so beautiful. Not inferior to the school belle at all. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Zhang Yuru's piano solo. The scene was very quiet. A minute passed and the piano still didn't sound. Yun Zihan noticed that his cousin on the stage seemed a little flustered. Then he said something to the beauty beside him. And just wait here for me, I'll go see what's going on. Chapter 81. The piano was tampered with. Zhang Yuru's face turned pale and she was extremely flustered. This sudden situation left her at a loss. She practiced the piano in the piano room in the afternoon. There was no problem with her piano and she could compose the music perfectly. And now, let her do whatever she wants. There was no sound from the piano. What to do? The backstage staff also discovered the abnormality. And Zhang Yuru, what happened? Why haven't you started yet? And a man came up to the stage and asked. And gang, there's something wrong with the piano. Zhang Yuru's voice trembled a little. All the efforts during this period were for today. All this was in vain. Tonight, she couldn't even play her piano, let alone express herself. Suddenly, a strong hand pressed on her weak shoulder. And what's wrong, cousin? Zhang Yuru was instantly like a broken dam, and all her grievances burst out at once. She suddenly threw herself into Yun Zihan's arms. And ouch, the piano is broken. My performance today is ruined. Yun Zihan felt very uncomfortable when he heard his cousin crying. In his impression, she has always been a lively and lovely girl, and he has never seen this side of her. It seems that she takes this performance very seriously, otherwise she wouldn't have collapsed. And if it doesn't work, replace it with someone else. Don't waste time. An urging voice came from the side. Yun Zi looked at him coldly, then said to Zhang Yuru gently, and believe me, you can definitely complete this performance today. Zhang Yuru looked at him with tears in her eyes. I know that my cousin said this just to comfort himself. She was unwilling to accept that after all her efforts, it was all in vain. Yun Zihan pulled her off the stage, and there was booing from the audience. Ningling Yun ran over, was slightly surprised to see Yun Zihan, and then took Zhang Yuru's hand. And what's wrong, Yuru? Is the push rod broken? Don't be sad, there will be opportunities in the future. Yun Zi glanced at Ningling Yun with cold eyes. The piano hasn't even been opened for inspection, how could she know that the problem was with the top rod? However, Yun Zihan was not in the mood to argue with her now. He walked up to the staff. And I am sorry, teacher. There's something wrong with the piano. Can Zhang Yuru's program be postponed? I heard Yun Zihan's tone was quite polite and the staff's attitude was also good. No, classmate. There are only 2 programs left. It will be too late for you to find a master to fix it. At this time, a boy approached and said to the staff, and give her a chance, add a program for me temporarily, and give her more time. Seeing Zhang Liang, the staff member's face changed, and he immediately said with a smile, and okay, as long as we are in time. Then he whispered something to the host. The host nodded and immediately walked onto the stage. And I am very sorry, Zhang Yuru's piano has a problem, but we have added a surprise for everyone. What is the surprise? Everyone wait and see. First, let Wang Fangfang give you a wonderful performance. Yun Zihan walked to a quieter place and dialed the phone. And brother Zhao. And Lord Yun. And I have an emergency here, please help me dispatch it, brother Zhao. And Master Yun, please speak. Zhao Tairan hung up the phone with a serious expression. Yun Zihan is the second person besides Qi Yongchang whom he calls in siren. Following Qi Yongchang around every day, Zhao Tairan also understands many things that ordinary people cannot know. The degree to which Qi Yongchang valued Yun Zihan was beyond the imagination of others. Now that he was in trouble, he had to handle it himself. Zhao Tairan immediately made a phone call. And hello, I'm Zhao Tairan. The crystal piano in the museum's collection, N. Yi Zikan came to the backstage. The moment everyone saw her, they were briefly stunned. So beautiful. No one knows what words to use to describe her beauty. Ninglin was also looking at her quietly. After knowing that the piano had a problem, Yi Zikan also comforted Zhang Yiru. Zhang Yiru felt much better. She tried to smile. And thank you, Sister Zikan, I'm fine. Yun Zihan came over after finishing his call. And wait a moment. He said and made an okay gesture. And really, and Zhang Yiru was very excited. His cousin would never lie to him. Is there still a chance today? Others don't know how much she has put into this performance. The piano was taken down and placed in a corner. At this time, a curious classmate took off the lid of the piano. Jin Xian is very familiar with the piano, but she doesn't play it very well. And how come all these top rods are broken? She exclaimed in surprise when she saw what the inside of the piano looked like. There was a problem with the top rod of each key, no wonder no sound was produced. Hearing Jin Xian's call, the others gathered around curiously. Yun Zihan's face darkened. It was indeed her. On the surface, he seemed to care for his cousin, but he was sharpening his knife in secret. My cousin is just too naive and has no guard against others. Considering Zhang Yiru's character, Yun Zihan did not choose to expose Ning Lingyun's ugly face immediately. He was afraid that his cousin would suffer another blow. On the stage, Wang Fengfeng's performance ended and the host came to the front again. And thank you Wang Fengfeng for the wonderful singing. Do you think it was good? And next, it's the surprise moment, everyone is looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. The audience responded enthusiastically. And everyone knows his name. He is our senior in the 4th year and starred in Wulong, and before the host finished speaking, countless sharp screams rang out from the audience. Many people have already guessed who will take the stage next. Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang. The scene was filled with shouts. The stage lights dimmed at an inopportune moment, and everyone could only vaguely see a figure slowly walking onto the stage, followed by a gentle voice. And true love is not about vows, or passion, or even life and death. It is very easy to die for the one you love. Everyone in love can probably do it. What is really hard to do is, Ning Lingyun's eyes became increasingly darker. Yun Zihan also noticed her changes and knew why she did this. It's all because of the boy who just came on stage. There is nothing wrong with being jealous. The thing is, you can't do that to my cousin. Yun Zihan was angry. After the party, he will let Ning Lingyun know the consequences. Chapter 82, Crystal Piano in the Museum. Zhang Liang studied acting, and he was surprisingly good at singing as well, finishing the song with the last line of the lyrics. There was loud applause from the audience. Zhang Liang slowly lowered his raised head. There was both tenderness and bitterness in his eyes. And tonight, I really want to confess my feelings to someone. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, there was another commotion at the scene, especially among some girls. Enno, senior. Enno confession, you can't do this. And my goodness, shut up. Zhang Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. And after thinking about it, I decided to give up. It's very rude to do this, but I will always stick with this relationship. Thank you everyone. Zhang Liang stepped down from the stage and the party came to an end. Some students had already stood up and were ready to leave. The staff member looked at Zhang Yiru, then at Yun Zihan, and asked, and next time, there is no time. Zhang Yiru's face suddenly turned pale again, and she said pitifully, and cousin. Zhang Liang and Ning Lingyun were both stunned. It turned out that this man was Zhang Yiru's cousin. Just then, a sound was heard. And come on, be ready to perform on stage. And Yun Zihan smiled at Zhang Yiru. Then he said to the staff, and start the performance immediately, and pay attention to controlling the lights. The staff nodded. Although they didn't know what solution this man had, they inexplicably believed in him in their hearts. Suddenly, there was a sound of rapidly spinning propellers in the sky. The sound gradually grew louder. Many students who were leaving stopped. In the dark night sky, a helicopter slowly descended from above the stage. When they entered the range of the light, everyone saw the shocking scene in the air and were stunned. A helicopter actually flew into the school. There is also a piano hanging under the helicopter, a crystal piano that is completely crystal clear. The crystal piano looks colorful under the light. The plane descended cautiously, bit by bit, and the soldier flying the plane was sweating profusely. This piano is a super collection pulled out from the museum. The slightest damage would cost a fortune. He did not dare to be careless at all and tried his best to control the speed and balance of the plane. Go down slowly. Finally, the crystal piano was placed steadily on the stage, and the soldier flying the plane breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tairan stuck his head out of the plane and saluted Yun Zihan below. Yun Zihan nodded, went on stage to untie the straps on the piano, and then the plane took off. The whole process lasted 1 minute. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, unable to believe this ferocious move. The crystal piano fell from the sky. Zhang Yiro rubbed her eyes, feeling extremely excited. My cousin is so awesome. She walked onto the stage excitedly, dragging her skirt. Ningling Yun and Zhang Liangxin stood with Yun Zihan. When the people on the plane saluted, they were extremely shocked. All of this was arranged by Zhang Yiru's mysterious cousin. Who is he? Ningling Yun thought to herself. And in just over 10 minutes, this fatal situation was resolved, and armed helicopters were mobilized. Zhang Yiru's cousin is too scary. It seems that we should be more cautious when dealing with Zhang Yiru in the future.N. The students in the audience also slowly came back to their senses. The way this piano made its debut was so domineering. They focused their eyes on the crystal piano, and the talented pianist was eclipsed at this moment. This crystal piano is so beautiful. And such a scene has only appeared in dreams.N. So domineering. Ina, N. Suddenly, a trembling scream came from where the host was standing on the side of the stage. The host's microphone was not turned off, and the scream resounded through the night sky. Everyone looked on in amazement. The one who screamed was a girl. Jin Xian was seen covering her mouth with her hands. From her facial expression, it could be seen that her mouth, which was covered by her hands, was wide open at the moment. And it's actually a Bosendorfer Swarovski crystal piano, and Jin Xian said in shock. This sentence was transmitted throughout the scene through the microphone. Bosendorfer. Swarovski. What the hell is this? Many people were confused and opened their phones out of curiosity. Then, information about the piano popped up. There are only 3 Bosendorfer Swarovski crystal pianos in the world, all of which are collected in the Kyoto Museum. It took several years just to collect the materials for the piano. In addition, there are 20,000 crystals inlaid in it, with a value of 30 million. What is even more terrifying is its collection value. Some people cannot buy it even if they pay 300 million. Countless people looked at the introduction on their phones stupidly. The origin of this piano is so great. It is also collected in the National Museum. Etc. National Museum? Why is it here? Who can bring out the collections of the National Museum? Just for a party. Just to play a song. Everyone looked up at the man walking down the stage. It's him. It must be him. The sound of the piano rang out. The piano talent Zhang Yiru's fingers moved lightly, and a pleasant melody emerged. For a moment, everyone was attracted by the beautiful piano music. Zhang Yiru played with great concentration, as if she had become one with the piano. With the help of the crystal piano, a piano piece that was already very nice seems to become even better. Everyone was immersed in the mood of the piano music. The 5-minute piano piece is finished. As the last elongated ending slowly fades away, the scene fell silent. Zhang Yiru smiled with satisfaction. This was the best performance she had ever had. She stood up, bowed slightly to everyone, and then looked at Yun Zihan. Yun Zihan clapped his hands and congratulated her. The others were awakened by Yun Zihan's applause, and then thunderous applause broke out. And one more.N. And it's so beautiful. This is the most beautiful piano music I have ever heard.N. And it turns out that piano music is so beautiful. I want to learn piano in the future.N. And piano goddess Zhang Yiru.N. And piano goddess.N. From tonight on, Zhang Yiru, in addition to being known as a talented piano woman, also has the title of a piano goddess. And I want to recommend her to Master Lin. And the Dean of Kyoto Academy of Art sat in the first row and nodded repeatedly. This student's talent qualifies him to be Master Lin's disciple. The helicopter's beeping sound was heard again. Just like before, the hanging crystal piano disappeared from sight. The party was over, but everyone was still reluctant to leave. Zhang Yuro changed her clothes and found Yun Zihan and Yi Zikan. The three of them were walking on the path in the campus. Zhang Yuro kept laughing. She was very happy today. And thank you, cousin. In Zhang Yuro suddenly stopped and said something. And what are you thanking me for? I'm your cousin. As long as you are happy, that's enough. And Yun Zihan touched her head and said. And cousin, I will come to the school to find you tomorrow. I will take you shopping. And Yi Zikan said with a smile. Zhang Yuro was so beautiful, and if I didn't help her dress up, I would feel sorry for her calling me sister. Okay. And Zhang Yuro nodded. When they arrived at the dormitory building, Yun Zihan waved and left with Yi Zikan. After walking for a while, Yun Zihan said to Yi Zikan, and go to the car and wait for me first. He still has one more thing to do. Chapter 83. Dropping out of school is the kindest way for you. On a road in the school. Zhang Liang's lonely figure seemed very long under the light of the street lamp. He walked alone in silence, and he didn't know where he was going. Love is sweet. Unrequited love is bitter. His feelings for Zhang Yuro were evident to all, including the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. Even if he didn't get a response, he was unwilling to give up. He has always been a persistent person. He believed that one day, she would agree. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from behind him, but he didn't look back. And Zhang Liang. And Ningling Yun walked up to him. Zhang Liang lowered his head and ignored her. And Zhang Liang, you just like Zhang Yuro, right? And Ningling Yun's face turned ugly, and there was a coldness in her eyes. Zhang Liang took a look, then turned around and walked away with his head down. And Zhang Liang, are you a bitch? It's been half a year, and you can't just say a word to me properly, then. And I'm just a cheap guy. And Zhang Liang suddenly laughed for no apparent reason. And how attractive is Zhang Yuro? Is she prettier than me or has a better figure than me? And Ningling Yun's voice rose several decibels. She felt very disappointed and angry. And Yuri just not as pretty as my cousin. A cold voice sounded. Ningling Yun turned around in surprise. I just saw a flash before my eyes. Pa! The slap was loud and crisp. And Ningling Yun touched her face and pointed at Yun Zihan in surprise. And you know why I hit you? And Yun Zihan said coldly. And why did you hit me? Zhang Yuro and I are good sisters. And Ningling Yun looked at her pitifully. Seeing her like this, Yun Zihan sneered. If he didn't know what she had done, he might have been deceived by her pitiful appearance and would not have been soft-hearted enough to do it. He raised his hand and slapped Ningling Yun in the face again. And Ningling Yun screamed in pain and tears flowed down her face. And why did you hit her? You are a man. And Zhang Liang also stood in front and turned around and said. He didn't mean to help Ningling Yun, he just couldn't accept a man hitting a woman. And shut up. I don't want to bring any harm to you because of your deep love for my cousin. If you continue to speak for her, my impression of you will change. Yunzi said coldly. And you know why, N? Ningling Yun cried and shook her head. And why did you break the piano? Yunzihan asked. And what piano? I don't understand what you are saying. Ningling Yun burst into tears and kept shaking her head. Zhang Liang was stunned when he heard Yun Zihan's words. Then he walked up to Ningling Yun, his face full of anger. And so it was you who did it, N? And it's not me. I didn't break the piano. And seeing that Zhang Liang also blamed her, Ningling Yun trembled violently and felt very uncomfortable. And okay, I don't have time to talk to you. Yun Zihan said impatiently. What's the point of continuing to quibble and wasting everyone's time? And you don't have to apologize to my cousin. You can voluntarily drop out of school tomorrow. This is the most merciful way for you. Yun Zihan continued. He knew that his cousin was a very simple and kind girl who easily trusted others. If he let this woman apologize, his cousin would definitely forgive her. Instead of letting her continue to stay around my cousin and cause trouble, it would be better to just let her disappear. And why? And Ningling Yun looked at Yun Zihan aggrievedly with a pitiful expression, which made me feel pity for him. If Yun Zihan had not caught a glimpse of hatred in her eyes, he would have almost thought that he had wronged her. Refused to admit and show no repentance. What a rosy skull and beautiful skin. And based on what you have done, there is no way I will let you go. Listen to me, be sensible, and quietly leave my cousin's world. And Yun Zihan said lightly. And otherwise, it won't be as simple as dropping out of school. After saying that, Yun Zihan turned and left. Zhang Liang's face was full of disappointment. He couldn't understand why she treated Zhang Yuro like this. He shook his head at her, sighed, and left. Ning Lingyun was left alone, crying sadly. Zhang Yiru's cousin is so abominable. Why are you threatening me? How did he know that he was the one who broke the top rail of the piano? Why did he conclude that it was him? I'm not dropping out of school. I 1T retreat. Don't think I'd be afraid if you could bring a piano from a museum. Give me these 2 slaps today. Sooner or later, I will get it back from Zhang Yiru. There was a cold light in Ning Lingyun's eyes. She wiped her tears and walked outside with her head lowered. She didn't go back to the dormitory today and decided to go find someone. Someone who can vent her anger. It's just the body. As long as I can vent my anger, I will endure it with my eyes closed. She took out her phone, found the number and dialed it. En young Master Yang. Yun Zihan returned to the car. And what are you doing? En Yizikan asked curiously. En teach a woman a lesson. En Yun Zihan did not hide it and replied directly. En why, En? En she bullied my cousin and even broke the piano. If I hadn't come here today, I don't know how sad my cousin would be. En if you hadn't told me earlier, I would have dealt with her too. How dare she treat Euro like this. En okay, I hope she understands. When they arrived at the hotel, Yun Zihan asked her to go home first. Tang Ting is on duty again tonight. When she saw Yun Zihan come in, she opened her mouth and was about to say hello. What happened in the afternoon suddenly came to my mind. She held back a reply, her smile somewhat unnatural. Facing Yun Zihan, she had an indescribable feeling. Maybe it's low self-esteem. Yun Zihan smiled as a greeting. Early the next morning, a nuclear-level news was broadcast live on television to all Chinese citizens. And the number of members of the Federation has increased from 10 to 11. The upcoming Federation Congress will elect the 12th member. Once this news was broadcast, it overshadowed all other news and instantly became the most hotly discussed topic across the country. And why was a new member suddenly added without any information being released? And at the Yi family, Olji looked at the TV in a daze. And who is it? And the head of the Tai family, who has a good chance of winning the election this year, was also extremely shocked. And it was announced directly without revealing any information. And Wu Qiankuan of the Wu family was also surprised. As a member of the Federation, he didn't even know about this. And what does General Red Star mean? Does he want a major change? And the Fu family's patriarch had a gloomy expression. When Fu Guang was killed before, General Red Star intervened, which was a bad signal. Now he is doing this again. What exactly does he want to do? Such situations have occurred in countless forces. This mysterious man who suddenly became a member of the Federation became a curious existence for all forces. Chapter 84 Ning Lingyun's Revenge. In a room, Yang Xiong looked at the sexy woman wrapped in the bed with a playful look on his face. The index finger is moving. Ning Lingyun's approach is quite fresh. She said that she would only give it to him if he helped her get things done. I played with the charming fairy finger for the whole night. Ning Lingyun, the campus beauty of Kyoto Academy of Art, joined his media company some time ago. She is pretty and can be considered a potential stock, but she doesn't know the rules, so Yang Xiong has no plans to package her yet. She looks pretty, and Yang Xiong had hinted to her before that she is as proud as a peacock, very noble. In the cat-fighting PK, the sudden appearance of a billionaire caused Yang Xiong not only to lose millions, but also to lose the company's top star. He remembered that he was full of anger but had no place to vent it, and it happened to come to him at this moment, which was just what he wanted. In Kyoto, it's easy to help out. Ning Lingyun pulled the quilt, revealing half of her head. Seeing that Yang Xiong had already finished his bath, a blush appeared on her face. And young Master Yang, you're up. And tell me what's going on. Hurry up and do it so you can eat some meat. And you will go to school with me today. Yi Zikin drove her sports car and came to Kyoto Academy of Art again. The weather is nice and the sun is shining brightly. She got out of the car and leaned against it, waiting comfortably for Zhang Yiru to come out. Yi Zikin wore a pair of black tight jeans today, which made her tall long legs look straight. She also wore a purple jacket on her upper body. With her explosive figure, all the students passing by were reluctant to look away. The petite and cute Zhang Yiru skipped out of the dormitory, like a little girl who had never grown up, with an innocent and bright smile. The male classmates she met along the way all called her the piano goddess with a smile. After a while, she arrived at the school gate and saw Yi Zikan standing there alone, and immediately jumped over. And Sister Zikan. And John Euro called sweetly. And let's go. Sister will take you shopping today. And she opened the car door for her and Yi Zikan got in. And my cousin is not here. And John Euro looked around but did not see her cousin. There were only 2 seats in the sports car, so there was no place for him to hide. And I came here by myself. And Yi Zikan said. John Euro put one hand on her little face, looked at Yi Zikan with interest, and said with a giggle, "And Sister Zikan, are you my cousin's girlfriend, N?" Hearing her words, Yi Zikan's expression darkened, and then she shook her head and said, "In your cousin has a girlfriend. Your cousin and I are just friends. N. Anna, sister, you are so beautiful and so gentle, even I am attracted to you. What's wrong with my cousin?" And John Euro was puzzled. Sister Zikan was not only beautiful, but also had a good figure and was very gentle. It seemed that she also liked her cousin. Why didn't her cousin be with her and date someone else? This one do. I must help Sister Zikan. John Euro clenched her fists when she thought of this. And Sister Zikan, don't worry, I will help you. And as she said that, she really sent a message to Yunzihan. And then sister will wait for your good news. And Yi Zikan didn't care. And Sister Zikan, how did you two know each other? Are you from the same school? And John Euro was like a curious baby, asking Yi Zikan countless questions along the way. Yi Zikan brought John Euro directly to the most upscale SKP shopping mall. John Euro has been in Kyoto for almost half a year, and this is her first time entering such a high-end shopping mall. When she saw the prices, she was shocked. It's too expensive. Any pair of shoes costs tens of thousands of dollars. And Sister Zikan, let's go somewhere else. Things here are so expensive. And John Euro shyly pulled Yi Zikan's hand and said in a low voice. Yi Zikan patted her shoulder. And my sister is treating us today, don't be nervous. And it's too expensive, Sister Zikan, I appreciate your kindness, thank you. And John Euro insisted. Although she is poor. But she would not accept such valuable things. And your cousin is very rich now. Can I ask him to give me the money when the time comes? And Yi Zikan said. And my cousin is rich, and John Euro asked in surprise. She knew her cousin's family very well. The things here don't cost just a few dozen dollars, so how could my cousin have so much money to give her? You must be lying to me. It seems that Sister Zikan really likes my cousin. She is willing to spend so much money to buy things for me for my cousin. And yes, if you don't believe me, ask your cousin. N. Seeing that her attitude didn't seem like she was lying, John Euro called Yunzihan half-believingly. N cousin, are you really rich now, N? And you can never spend it all, no matter how much you spend. And Yunzihan's laughter came from the phone. And N. As soon as the call was hung up, John Euro's phone rang with a reminder tone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be my cousin's transfer information. When John Euro saw the transfer amount, she was stunned. Transfer amount 1 million yuan. A full million. She had never seen so much money before. Yi Zikan smiled. And look, let's go buy something. N. After strolling for a few hours, until each of them could no longer carry the 2 large bags, the 2 returned to school contentedly. As soon as their car stopped, another cool Porsche stopped next to it. Then a man and a woman came down. And hey, Lingyun. And John Euro called out. The people who got out of the Porsche were Yang Xiong and Ning Lingyun, who had just come from the hotel. Hearing the voice, Ning Lingyun turned her head and found John Euro getting out of a Ferrari. She was slightly stunned. When did she get involved with a rich man? And snort. N. Then, Ning Lingyun snorted coldly and walked towards John Euro with a cold face. And hey, Euro is going shopping. N. And well, I didn't see you yesterday. Where did you go? And John Euro said a little worriedly, not noticing anything unusual about Ning Lingyun. And you still care about where I'm going. And Ning Lingyun sneered. Thanks to your cousin, I will deliver it to you. And what's wrong with you, Lingyun? And John Euro looked at Ning Lingyun in confusion. Although naive, she was not stupid and could hear the weird tone in Ning Lingyun's voice. And don't call me Lingyun. Do you deserve it? If it weren't for Zhang Liang, would I approach you? Haha. N. Ning Lingyun's cold sarcasm was like thorns piercing John Euro's heart. John Euro's face turned pale and she stared at her in disbelief. How could Ning Lingyun be such a person? I have always been sincere to her and shared everything with her, but it turns out that her feelings for me were all fake. And haha, disappointed? Sad? Heartbroken, and Ninglin sneered repeatedly, with hatred in her eyes. And say that again and I'll smash your mouth.N. Yi Zikan walked over and shouted. After hearing what Ninglin said, she guessed that Yun Zihan was the girl he went to teach a lesson to last night. What a bad mouth. Yi Zikan hurriedly comforted the aggrieved Zhang Yiru. And Ninglin was a little scared when Yi Zikan scolded her. She can't afford to offend someone who can drive a Ferrari. And young Master Yang, why don't you help them? And Ninglin said in a coquettish voice while holding Yang Xiong's hand. Chapter 85. Poor young Master Yang, Ninglin end. When Yi Zikan came over, Yang Xiong had already noticed her. One of the four beauties of Kyoto, Yi Zikan. Well known. Today was the first time Yang Xiong saw it with his own eyes. She is indeed one of the most beautiful women in Kyoto, with a face as white as jade and skin as white as cream. Both her figure and appearance are top-notch. And hello, Miss Yi. And Yang Xiong greeted. Yi Zikan and Ninglin were both stunned. And do you know me? And Yi Zikan asked. And everyone in Kyoto knows about Miss Yi's good reputation. And there was a hint of mockery in Yang Xiong's eyes. Ninglin frowned. The woman who scolded her had a great reputation. Young Master Yang knew her. Was her plan going to be ruined? And Mr. Yang, you promised me. And Ninglin said in a coquettish voice again. Yang Xiong held her waist and whispered, and don't worry, little darling. Then he said to Yi Zikan, and Miss Yi, I am Yang Xiong from the Emperor's party. Please step aside today. Yang Xiong of the Emperor's party. Isn't that the guy the anchor piked with yesterday? I encountered it today. Yi Zikan sneered in her heart. She wanted to bully Yun Zihan's cousin and also wanted herself to stay away from her. And how ridiculous. You have the nerve to ask me to back away from you. And Yi Zikan, do you think I'm afraid of your brother? And Yang Xiong's face also darkened. And she is my sister, what do you want to do? And Yi Zikan said coldly. And Zhang Yiru is your sister. Who are you kidding? I have known her for so long, how come I didn't know that she has a sister like you? And Ninglin said. And it's funny, do you need to know? And Yi Zikan said with a smile. The situation here quickly attracted a group of classmates. A Ferrari and a Porsche. School beauty, piano goddess. There was another woman who was more beautiful than them. The figure is enchanting, the waves are surging. It's hard not to watch. When I gathered around, I heard a few people arguing and I immediately became curious. And hey, why are they arguing? And aren't school beauty Ning and piano goddess always having a good time? And this beautiful woman is actually the piano goddess's sister. I really want to go up and ask for her phone number. And wow, this man is hugging the school beauty Ning. And it seems that even school beauty Ning can't escape the fate of a luxury car. Hearing the discussions around her, coupled with Yi Zikan's words that did not give her any face, Ninglin's face turned pale. And everyone knows that you and that man from yesterday are a couple. I didn't expect that you two women share the same husband. You are really sisters. And Ninglin said deliberately with a sneer. She knew that the man who beat her yesterday was Zhang Yiru's brother, and now she wanted to tell this to all the classmates around her. Sure enough, some classmates immediately misunderstood. And the piano goddess and another woman found a man, Yan. And he must be the man who was on stage yesterday to comfort the piano goddess. And I thought you had to have a pure heart to play the piano as touchingly as yesterday, but it turns out girls like this can do it too. And Ive lost interest in the piano again. Ninglin smiled sinisterly. Zhang Yiru's face flushed, and she shouted at the students around her, and stop talking nonsense. Then he looked at Ninglin again, and said with disappointment in his eyes, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. And haha, who do you think you are? Why should I be nice to you? Pa. Yi Zikan withdrew her hand and looked at Ninglin coldly. And wow, young Master Yang, she hit me. And Ninglin was slapped in public. One side of her face turned red and she cried while holding Yang Xiong's hand. The students watching were in an uproar. I didn't expect that this beautiful woman would hit me as soon as she said so. And Yi Zikan, if you do this again I will not be polite. And Yang Xiong said coldly. And you welcome. What do you want to do, N? Yun Zihan had just asked Lu Chong to drive him here, and when he saw so many people standing here, he saw this scene. He exuded a cold air and walked straight to Yang Xiong, glanced at Ning Lingyun, and then looked down at Yang Xiong. The moment she saw Yun Zihan, Ning Lingyun's face changed drastically with fright. She unconsciously took a step back, hugged Yang Xiong tightly, and her body was shaking a little. Yun Zihan's eyes frightened her. The words he threatened me with last night were like a heavy hammer hitting my heart. Yang Xiong raised his head slightly and looked at the man with a stern face. He thought about it and realized that he had never seen such a person in Kyoto. Then he narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "And who do you think you are, Yan? It's bad enough that Yi Zikan doesn't give him face, but even Tom, and the assassin dare to shit on his head." Yun Zihan's eyes narrowed when he saw Yang Xiong's upturned face, as if he was leaning forward to be fanned. He slapped him without any hesitation. In bump.N. This slap made Yang Xiong roll and crawl, and together with Ning Lingyun, who was hugging him tightly, they both crashed into the body of the Porsche, making a loud bang. The door of the Porsche was hit and dented. The students watching gasped. This new man was even more ferocious. Thinking of how they had just mocked the piano goddess, his face changed slightly and he took a few steps back. He was the man who appeared yesterday, the male protagonist in the story where two women shared one man, as Ning Lingyun mentioned. Cousin.N seeing Yun Zihan hitting someone, Zhang Yuro hurriedly called out, worried that her cousin would hit too hard and get into trouble. And it turns out he is the cousin of the piano goddess.N. I wrongly blamed the piano goddess. I'm sorry. I still have to go to piano lessons tomorrow.N. And school beauty Ning is so vicious.N. And well done.N. Yang Xiong climbed up and sat down with a dizzy head, blood still flowing from the corner of his eye. And you re dead today.N. And you re dead. Are you sure you want to say that? And Yun Zihan walked over and stepped heavily on the back of Yang Xiong's hand, making a crackling sound. And Yang Xiong screamed in pain. And you want me to die? Haha. Yun Zi sneered coldly. If Yang Xiong didn't think that there were too many students here and it would have a bad influence, he would still have threatened him with his life. At this moment, Yun Zihan's laughter sounded like the devil singing to Yang Xiong and Ning Lingyun. He was simply too cruel. Yang Xiong had never felt such pain since he was a child. He swore that he would torture this devil to death. And that's enough. Yi Zikan came up and advised, feeling that this punishment was enough. Yang Xiong really brought this upon himself, he deserves to die. He had just been scolded by Yun Zihan on the internet, and then he was scolded by him again in person. How pitiful. I asked you to drop out of school voluntarily, but you didn't listen. So I'll use my own method.N. Yun Zihan had no intention of letting Ning Lingyun go. He had already given her a chance, but she didn't know how to cherish it and instead wanted to seek revenge. Most importantly, Ning Lingyun also hurt the innocent Zhang Yiru, making her sad. And Lu Chong.N. And here, brother Yun.N Lu Chong said. And tell Wu Yongshi to destroy all of this woman's academic records from elementary school to university, and add her to the Ministry of Education's blacklist.N. All the students watching were shocked. What is the identity of this man? They can even decide on the terrifying Ministry of Education blacklist. You should know that whoever is on the Ministry of Education's blacklist basically has no chance of finding any job, and no company dares to hire these people. When Ning Lingyun heard Yun Zihan's words, her eyes suddenly turned dark and she fainted. Chapter 86. Move your car away, it's blocking me. In a hospital in Kyoto. Yang Xiong had just been pushed out of the operating room. All 5 finger bones were broken and the doctor said it would take at least half a year to recover. Several middle-aged men stood beside the bed. And uncle, I can't swallow this. And Yang Xiong gritted his teeth, his face extremely gloomy. I understand. And Yang Qing has said. He knew his nephew's temper very well. He had cleaned up Yang Xiong's mess many times, but this time he suffered a great loss at the hands of an unknown boy. Yang Cheng has snorted coldly, really not taking the Yang family seriously. And just take care of your injuries, and leave the rest to me.N. Looking at his uncle's back as he left angrily, Yang Xiong lay down with peace of mind. As long as his uncle takes action, that kid will be dead. A tea house owned by the Yi family. Yun Zihan was afraid that Yang Xiong would do something desperate, and was worried about Zhang Yiru staying in school, so he called her away as well. Zhang Yiru looked at Yun Zihan blankly, her eyes full of confusion and surprise. Yun Zihan touched her head. And why are you looking at your cousin like that, N? And my cousin is a little different now. And Zhang Yiru said. And no matter how things change, you and your cousin will always be the closest family. And Yun Zihan said affectionately. Nya. Jian Yiru finally smiled. Yun Zihan knew that the sudden change made it difficult for her to fully accept it for a while, but she would be able to adapt after a few days. And brother Yun, if you cripple Yang Xiong's hand today, he will definitely report it to the emperor's party. And Lu Chong said while pouring tea. And anyone who dares to cause trouble will suffer the same fate. And Yun Zihan smiled faintly. In his eyes, the emperor's party is nothing. The only thing he is afraid of now is the unknown existence like Yunfong. I don't know if Mr. Qi has found any clues. And Ning still has 2 coffins waiting for them to explore. And my brother Yun is so mighty and domineering. Yunqi will surely sweep away everything. And Lu Chong flattered him. And by the way, his name is Yang Xiong, and Yun Zihan asked Yi Zikan. And yes, it's Yan Yang Day, the one who fights cats. And Yi Zikan and Jian Yairo sat together, occasionally chatting with each other. And Wu Yongshir said that Yang Xiong has a media company, and Yun Zihan remembered Wu Yongshir saying this. And yes, that anchor is from his company. And Lu Chong said. He was more familiar with this aspect than Yi Zikan. Wu Yongshir and Yang Xiong are old rivals. Both of their companies are relatively well known in the industry and frictions often occur between them. And I'll give you a task. And Yun Zihan said. Lu Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, and brother Yun, I promise to complete the task. And get that media company and run it. I have no shortage of money. And okay, I'll do it right away. I have to say that Lu Chong is very proactive in doing things. He took a sip of tea and left. At this time, Yun Zihan's phone rang. It was Mushin Noa calling. Enchi Noa, you're already on the plane. Okay, I'll be there right away. And Yun Zihan said happily. I remembered that the car was not big enough, so I sent a message in the Yunqi I wanted to change it to Zaishanbang group. Yun Zihan, brothers, if you are free, please pick me up at the airport. I'm locating. Yi Zikan's expression looked a little unnatural. She knew that Mushin Noa had come to Kyoto. Kyoto International Airport. The popular singing queen Lu Rushi's flight arrived in Kyoto today, and countless fans held banners and crowded at the exit to welcome her. Lu Rushi made her debut at the age of 8. With her super cute appearance and voice, she quickly became a child star. She then sang many classic nursery rhymes, which became the childhood of a generation. Lu Rushi is 19 years old this year. She has become a household name and her future is bright. Tomorrow, Lu Rushi's birthday-themed concert will be held at the Nestle Arena in Kyoto, and tickets are hard to come by. The fan leader organized a pickup at the airport in the group, and many fans from other places also actively came to Kyoto to see if they had the luck to get an autograph or a photo. At this time, a convoy of luxury cars drove over, with a Rolls-Royce leading the way. The fans who came to pick them up at the airport looked at the convoy curiously and were full of suspicion. Could it be that this convoy is also here to pick us up at the airport? Are there such rich people among Goddess Lu's fans? A bodyguard in a black suit got out of the car first and opened the door of the Rolls-Royce. Then a foot stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, and the black leather shoes on the foot were shining. Then a man in his 20s got out of the car. His hair was shaved back, his face was fair and without a single stubble, and he was wearing a slim-fitting suit, which made him look rather thin. Some female fans' eyes lit up. A young and wealthy male god. Fu Hao looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time, so he made a gesture. More than a dozen bodyguards got out of the car at the back of the convoy and immediately ran to a conspicuous position holding a huge banner. The banner was unrolled. The fans who came to pick him up at the airport were instantly excited and immediately took photos and sent them to various fan groups. And the luxury convoy is really here to pick up Goddess Lu. Comes with high-definition photos from all angles. The banner held by the black-clad bodyguards read, "Welcome Lu Rushi to Kyoto, happy birthday to you." A man in a suit is holding flowers and standing in front of the banner. Time passed little by little, and according to flight information, the plane should have landed by now. The fans were extremely excited and couldn't help wanting to see what expression Lu Rushi would have when she came out and saw this scene. And boom. A loud sound came. Everyone at the airport entrance looked in the direction of the sound. The fans who came to pick them up at the airport were stunned. Another fleet of luxury sports cars drove over, more than they had ever seen in their entire lives. Led by a big bull, 7 or 8 sports cars passed by the Rolls-Royce fleet. Drive to the airport gate, behind the crowd. When I learned that today I was going to pick up the president's girlfriend, Mushin Noa, one of the 4 beauties in Kyoto. Except for Yi Wuwan, everyone else in Yunchi was shocked. The person chosen by Wu Dingxiong of the Tianzi party is actually the chairman's girlfriend. If the people of the emperor's party knew about this, they would definitely find a hole to hide in. Everyone felt comfortable just thinking about it, and their admiration for the president became even more fanatical. Everyone got out of the sports car and stood slightly behind Yun Zihan waiting. Fu Hao's face turned pale. This team of sports cars was right between him and the airport entrance. When he found out that it was Yi Wuwan and his gang, he immediately walked forward angrily. Yi Wuwan, move your car out of the way, it's blocking me.N. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over. Fu Hao was holding a bunch of roses in his hand, standing next to Dainio angrily. And Fu Hao, how does my car parking here bother you? Is the airport yours? And Lu Hongshuang, the owner of the Big Bull, said with his eyes wide open. Fu Hao's grandfather was a member of the Federation, but his father was also the Minister of Science and Technology. So when Lu Hongshuang heard Fu Hao talking about the car problem, he was not afraid of him at all. And Lu Hongshuang, don't be so arrogant.N. Fu Hao was stunned. Although Lu Hongshuang was not a low-key person before, he was not so high-profile either. Is it gunpowder today? And people will be out soon. We'll take ours and you take yours. Don't come over to bother us.N. Lu Hongshuang said impatiently. And say it again, move the car away.N. Fu Hao said angrily. And go.N. Lu Hongshuang said. And fuck you, don't you guys take the emperor's party seriously, and Fu Hao was so angry that he cursed. Yunzi gave Fu Hao a cold look and was about to speak. Suddenly there was a commotion in front of him and a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Yunzi Han immediately put on a warm smile and waited for Mushin Noa and his mother to come out. Chapter 87. Two women meet. The fans who came to pick him up at the airport saw that the first person to come out was not Lu Rushi. They were stunned at first, then their eyes turned into surprise and they looked at the person who came out in amazement. To be precise, he was looking at one of the women with a slender waist and a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. Everyone was surprised that this woman was even prettier than Goddess Lu. It's not that she's more beautiful in appearance. When a woman reaches this level of beauty, it is impossible to tell who is better based on appearance alone. Beauty has its own merits. But the woman in front of him exudes a more mature temperament than Goddess Lu, which makes her more charming. Mushin Noa took Su Xiang's hand and walked out of the airport. He was accompanied by two bodyguards in suits. Looking at the densely packed people at the airport entrance and countless pairs of eyes staring at him, Mushin Noa was not nervous at all. After searching around calmly, he found Yun Zihan behind the crowd. And auntie, I saw him. And Mushin Noa smiled sweetly, her eyes as bright as stars. All the flowers have withered and are no longer colorful. It instantly made the male fans' hearts flutter. Seeing Mushin Noa approaching, the people crowded at the exit consciously made way for her. In my heart, I just felt that she was a person from heaven, and I was too inferior to dare to get too close to her. Yun Zihan walked forward. And Mom, she Noa.N. It turned out that this team of sports cars was here to pick her up. She has a husband. At this moment, countless people beat their chests and stamped their feet, lamenting. And Aunt.N. Jiang Yiru ran over with a smile. Su Xiang was also very happy to see her and said with a smile, and Yairo, you were here too, this is your sister-in-law.N. Jiang Yiru was shocked when she saw Mushin Noa next to her aunt. My cousin's girlfriend is so beautiful. As beautiful as Sister Zikin. Her aunt asked her to call her sister-in-law, so it seemed that she had gained her aunt's approval. Sister Zikin is in danger. Although Mushin Noa is also very beautiful, in Jiang Yiru's heart, the preconceived notion makes her prefer Yi Zikin. After getting to know her, she felt that Yi Zikin was very gentle and kind to her cousin. And hello, sister-in-law.N. Jiang Yiru called out. And hello.N. Mushin Noa smiled slightly, and then saw Yi Zikin also came, and said happily, and Zikin.N. And she Noa, hello, auntie.N. Yi Zikin said with a smile. She was very happy to see Mushin Noa, but also a little depressed. And hello.N. Su Xiang replied, then stared at Yun Zihan with deep eyes. Yun Zihan touched his nose. The look in his eyes was full of warning. He smiled faintly without explaining. It was nothing in the first place, she was just afraid that she would let her daughter-in-law down. At this time, Yi Wuwan and his gang also came up and greeted them warmly. Su Xiang responded with a smile. My son has only been in Kyoto for a few days, but he has already made so many friends. They seem to respect him quite a bit. My son is really promising. Mushin Noa was slightly surprised. How come Zihan is so familiar with Yi Wuwan and the others that he even came together to pick them up at the airport? They definitely didn't come to pick him up, and it was even less likely that they came to pick up his mother. What happened during his visit to Kyoto these few days? There was another commotion ahead. The big star Lu Rushi came out. The moment Lu Rushi came out, the crowd rioted and pushed hard, wanting to get close to the goddess face to face. More than 10 bodyguards surrounded Lu Rushi tightly to protect her. Fu Hao didn't have time to argue about whether to give way to other cars or not. He immediately ran forward with the flowers in his hands. En Lu Rushi.N. Fu Hao couldn't squeeze in and could only shout loudly outside helplessly. As if she heard Fu Hao's call, Lu Rushi in the crowd glanced towards Fu Hao. And wow, it's really Lu Rushi, and Zhang Yiru's eyes were full of stars. She was a singing student and had no resistance to the queen of singing. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet her in person today. And do you like her? En Yunzihan asked. And of course I like her. Oh, I remember, she has a birthday-themed concert tomorrow. And speaking of Lu Rushi, Zhang Yiru's face was full of longing. Who among those who study singing doesn't have a dream of becoming a star? Chasing stars is also a way to fulfill your dreams. After all, not everyone can become a big star. And believe me, you will become a big star in the future. N. Seeing the burning light in Zhang Yiru's eyes, Yun Zihan immediately made a decision. Acquire a large entertainment company as soon as possible and use all the resources of the company to make my cousin's dream come true. And Yuri joking again. And Zhang Yiru didn't believe it. It was not until she arrived at Kyoto Art College that she realized that behind the glamorous appearance of most stars there was a lot of sadness. Becoming a big star is easier said than done. She has countless senior classmates, but only a few of them are truly famous. This requires a very strong network of contacts and transactions. And oh, I forgot to buy the concert tickets. And suddenly, Zhang Yiru slapped her head. And it hasn't started yet, so you can just buy it later. And it's not available anymore. Her tickets are hard to get, and you may not be able to buy them even at a high price. And is it so popular? And Yunzihan was surprised. Are there any tickets that money can't buy? And okay, let's go. I'll let you see the scene tomorrow. And Yunzihan was really patient in doting towards Zhang Yiru. He attaches great importance to feelings, and he will be good to whoever is good to him. When he was a child, Zhang Yiru would comfort him whenever he was unhappy. And of course. And Zhang Yiru said excitedly. Fu Hao didn't get in for a long time. He turned around and just happened to hear the conversation between Yun Zihan and Zhang Yiru. He angrily said, "And you ruined my good thing, and you still want to go to the concert? And no, you can't go," and Yun Zihan said. And I didn't know that the security of the entire Nestle is the responsibility of my Fu family. Anyone we want can enter. You, and Fu Hao paused and glanced at everyone on Yun Zihan's side. And none of you can go in. And Fu Hao, are you declaring war on Yunchi on behalf of the Emperor's party? And Yi Wuwan shouted. And I don't understand what you mean by clouds rising and falling. And Fu Hao said calmly, but he was actually shocked inside. Yi Wuwan and his group actually secretly established their own power. Although Yi Wuwan's gang is small in number, they all have strong backgrounds. Before they formed their own forces, they could only play well together and rely on each other. They posed no threat to the Emperor's party, as long as they were not provoked intentionally. Now that we have established a force, the meaning is different. Yi Wuwan has great ambitions. This news must be reported to the Emperor immediately. Fu Hao tacitly accepted in his heart that Yi Wuwan was the leader of Yunchi. And then you just watch carefully tomorrow and tell us how to get in. And Yun Zihan waved at Yi Wuwan. And then I'll wait. And Fu Hao snorted coldly. He originally wanted to cause trouble, but now that he knew they had established their own force, he immediately gave up the idea. Yi Wuwan and his group are too many people, so it is not wise to cause trouble now. Chapter 88 Buying a Sahiyuan. Kyoto is an ancient capital with a long history, and there are many courtyard houses of various sizes left. After years of development, in today's society, the Sahiyuan has become a symbol of nobility and status. Anyone in Kyoto can say that he has a courtyard house. It will definitely make people around you envious. The courtyard houses in Kyoto are distributed in different locations. Some are in the 3rd Ring Road, some are in the 5th Ring Road, and some are even within the 2nd Ring Road. Any courtyard house costs tens of millions, and those with a good location and a large area are even more valuable. Yun Zihan sent everyone away and took his mother, cousin, and Mushin Noa to wait for the landlord at the gate of a courtyard house near Hohai. From any perspective, this courtyard house is the best among all the courtyard houses in Kyoto. Most people in Kyoto circles knew that this courtyard house was for sale, but no one was willing to pay such a high price. It's not that this place is not worth the price, on the contrary, this value is actually quite good. Because the location here is very advantageous and the environment is also very good. Yi Zikin had told him this information during a previous chat. Now that his mother and the others have come to Kyoto, Yun Zihan wanted to bring them here to see if they like it. After a while, a commercial vehicle drove into the alley. Then the door of the courtyard was opened remotely. "And you are the ones who want to buy my courtyard house," and an old man with white hair and a youthful face got out of a business car. The old man had a kind face and there was no contempt in his eyes as he looked at Yun Zihan. He believed that no one would dare to joke about this. He was also quite surprised at Yun Zihan. He originally thought that the person who wanted to buy his courtyard house should be at least in his 40s or 50s, but he didn't expect him to be so young. Buying your own courtyard house is not a small amount of money. Yun Zihan nodded. This old man gave him a special feeling. "And my surname is Dong. Come with me and take a look." And Dong Jingshu took the lead and walked in. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Jiang Yiru opened her mouth wide and looked around in surprise. She had only seen this style in movies and TV dramas. "I didn't notice it from the outside, but when I came in I realized how big it is and what a hidden cave it is." Dong Jingshu introduced the things as they walked and took Yun Zihan and the others on a tour. This courtyard house covers an area of more than 13,000 square meters and spans 2 alleys. It is a courtyard house consisting of a 5-courtyard plus 4 3-courtyard cross-courtyards. The main courtyard has 5 courtyards, with 4 cross-courtyards located in the 4 corners of east, south, west and north, and is equipped with several garages. The interior is decorated in luxurious classical style. Just clean up the dust and you can move in directly. Yun Zihan thought it was very good. "And Mom, what do you think, N?" Su Xiang was also very satisfied with this courtyard house. She liked both its layout and the environment inside very much. But the price may not be low. Yun Zihan saw his mother's dilemma and knew what she was worried about. A mother who has suffered a lot would definitely be reluctant to spend this money. People of their generation, no matter how much money they have, will be very calculative when it comes to spending. This is not stinginess, but a conscious mentality developed over a long period of time. What's more, my mother doesn't even know that I have a system with unlimited money. This is Yun Zihan's top secret and he will not tell anyone. "And okay, Mr. Dong, you name a price." And Yun Zihan said to Dong Jingshu without waiting for his mother to express her opinion. Seeing Yun Zihan so straightforward, Dong Jingshu also said straightforwardly, "And the price I sell here has always been 2.8 billion. I think you are a good guy, so how about charging you 10 million less?" Although Su Xiang had already expected it to be very expensive, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she heard the price. 2.8 billion. My monthly salary used to be only 3,000 yuan. If I went to work, I would have to go without food and drink for many years. My son's master is so rich. Why did he mention master? Su Xiang definitely didn't believe that this was her son's money. Who else could it be except the mysterious master he mentioned? Jiang Yiru was speechless at this time, and her eyes were fixed on Yun Zihan. Oh my god, the cousin that Sister Zikin mentioned is rich, and it turns out he is this rich. Did my cousin rob the silver shop? And just 2.8 billion, a round number looks better. And Yun Zihan said immediately when he heard Dong Jingshu wanted a discount. There is no discount and I am not short of money. And okay, I'll get the contract and property rights right away. And Dong Jingshu smiled and went to the garage. He brought the contract and documents. When he got off the car, he didn't think the deal could be completed today, so he didn't take it out. The contract was signed soon. Dong Jingshu handed everything to Yun Zihan, and then the two shook hands. Dong Jingshu looked at the courtyard with some nostalgia and left in his car. Yun Zihan sent the property information and documents to Yi Wuwan and asked him to contact the relevant department to handle the transfer. We contacted another cleaning company and offered them a high price to come and clean the house immediately. The person in charge of the cleaning company excitedly assured us that they would be there within 30 minutes. At this time, the sound of a car was heard. Yun Zihan looked towards the gate and a familiar figure came into view. The car that drove in was the Maybach that Yun Zihan bought in Linhai. And there are not enough tickets on this flight, so I'll ask Xiaoying and the others to drive here. And Mushin Noa lowered his head and said embarrassedly. Xiaoying is also her bodyguard. They were originally planning to fly here together, but they only bought 4 tickets. She only brought 2 bodyguards with her and asked Xiaoying and others to drive here. They have just arrived in Kyoto. The Maybach stopped, Xiaoying and 3 bodyguards got out of the car, and when they saw Yun Zihan, they immediately called out respectfully. In boss.N. And that's just right. You two can drive to the nearby area and buy a few sets of good quality sheets. Bring them over. And Yun Zihan casually pointed at the 2 bodyguards and said. After saying that, he saw his cousin chatting with his mother, so he pulled Mushin Noa inside to take a look. The two hadn't seen each other for several days, and they couldn't help missing each other. After talking sweet words for a while, Mushin Noa's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Mushin Noa was a little hesitant. And why don't you answer the phone? And Yun Zihan asked. And it's my mother. She should know that I'm in Kyoto. And Mushin Noa guessed. And it's Auntie's phone call, answer it. N. Mushin Noa pressed the answer button. And Shin Noa, why don't you go home now that you're back in Kyoto? And sure enough, the news of his return to Kyoto had spread. And mom. And Mushin Noa shouted. And are you with Yun Zihan now? N. And he's. N. And oh, you should go home first. If they hear it, who knows what they will say. And Mushin Noa's mother said anxiously. Even without turning on the speakerphone, Yun Zihan could hear the voice on the phone clearly with his current hearing ability. He didn't want to put Mushin Noa in a dilemma. And go back first and wait for me. N. Chapter 89. Who should I contact to buy the Nestle Stadium? The Mu family is a second-rate family in Kyoto. Yun Zihan was not afraid, he just wanted Mushin Noa to feel at ease with him. The Mu family's attitude towards him now is ambiguous. Some people support it, while others oppose it. If they fell out, Mushin Noa's parents would inevitably be put in an awkward situation. Under Yun Zihan's insistence, Mushin Noa, who was unwilling to go home, had to go home first. After sending Mushin Noa out the door, he called a bodyguard to drive her away. Yun Zihan returned to the main courtyard, and old Chi called him and asked him to come over. And Mr. Chi, good afternoon. And Yun Zihan greeted with a smile after entering the door. And Yuri here. In Chi Yongchang was holding a tattered book in his hand and was flipping through it. Then he turned to one of the pages and handed it to Yun Zihan. And take a look first. When I took the old book, a strong smell of dust hit my nose. Yun Zihan fanned the book and found it had a strong smell, indicating that the book had been gathering dust for a long time and had not been touched by anyone. He looked closely and saw that the page he had opened was incomplete, with only half a page remaining. The font on it is not the one used today. Yun Zihan couldn't understand it anyway and was about to ask a question. Suddenly he found a word inside, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. It seems to be similar to the shape on the stone slab in Anning Mountains. And see, there is a font shape that is similar to the one you described to me. Chi Yongchang said when Yun Zihan's eyes paused. He also discovered this similar word, so he asked Yun Zihan to come over immediately. And it looks very similar, but I don't recognize it. And Yun Zihan said. And I made a copy for you. Take it back and think about it carefully. I will also look for other clues. N. Chi Yongchang was also a little helpless. There had been some progress, but it seemed to be of no use. No one recognizes these words. And okay, then I'll go back first. And Yun Zihan walked out. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. He turned around and said, and Mr. Chi, I want to buy the Nestle Stadium. Who should I contact? Chi Yongchang looked at Yun Zihan in surprise. I don't understand why he bought a gymnasium. And I have a use for it. I know it belongs to the country, so it doesn't matter if you sell it to me. And seeing that she was doubtful, Yun Zihan said again. And well, such a small matter? I'll have someone contact you later. N. When asked this by Yun Zihan, Chi Yongchang was really a little confused. As the top manager of China. You asked me who to buy a gym from. Is this something I should know? Yun Zihan touched his nose and left. Since Mr. Chi said so, there is no problem. It was Zhao Tairan who drove him back again. Before I reached my destination, a strange phone call came in. And hello, young Master Yun, I am Wei Yanjun, the Lord of Kyoto Prefecture. And a cautious voice said. And hello, Lord Wei. N. And where are you? I'll bring someone over to help you with the procedures for the Nestle Stadium. N. And courtyard number 11, Hohai.N. After getting off the car, Jun Zihan asked Zhao Tairan to stay for dinner before leaving, but he declined. Zhao Tairan also wanted to spend more time with Yun Zihan, but he had to go back and report to his master. The courtyard was full of people from the cleaning company. High price means efficiency. Many places have been cleaned up very cleanly, and now they are wiping the walls and windows. Yun Zihan walked to the main hall. And Zihan, what's your relationship with that girl at the airport? I think the way she looks at you seems different. Su Xiang asked as soon as she sat down. And my friend, don't think too much. And anyway, you must not hurt Mushin Noa. I like her from the bottom of my heart. And Su Xiang sighed. And I know, Mom. And Aunt, Sister Zikan is actually a very nice girl. And Jiang Yiru also said. They chatted for a while and then Wei Yanjun arrived. Su Xiang saw that everyone was dressed formally and knew that her son had something to discuss, so she asked Jiang Yiru to go out for a walk. Wei Yanjun looked at Yun Zihan, who had an extraordinary demeanor, with a little surprise. He is worthy of being the person that the adults specially greeted. I didn't expect that this courtyard house would be bought by him. Wei Yanjun knew about this courtyard house. It was worth more than 2 billion yuan and was a famous super luxury house in Kyoto. Moreover, he felt a vague sense of oppression from this young man. He is in the late mortal realm, and there are not many people who can give him a sense of oppression. And hello, Mr. Yun. It's better to meet in person than to hear about you. And Wei Yanjun said politely. And Lord Wei, you are too kind. I am sorry to trouble you with this matter. And Yun Zihan said. And it's no trouble. I feel honored to be able to help young Master Yun solve his problem. I wonder how much young Master Yun is prepared to offer Hien. Wei Yanjun's attitude stunned the two people who came with him. They were very surprised to know that someone wanted to buy the Nestle Stadium today. The construction cost of the Nestle Arena alone, not counting other facilities, was over 4 billion, and the selling price will certainly be much more. Who would complain about having too much money to buy this arena that is bound to lose money? And the owner of the mansion actually agreed to sell it. The Nestle Arena has always been the venue for major events in Kyoto and is of great significance. Doesn't the owner worry about being held accountable if he sells it? Now, the mansion lord was actually submissive to this young man again, just like a grandson seeing his grandfather. How could this not shock them? And what is the market value? N. Yun Zihan asked. Xiao Dai, please answer young Master Yin. N. Wei Yanjun said to a staff member. Xiao Dai came back to his senses, checked the information, and slowly said, and the cost of the Nestle Stadium is 4.3 billion, the overall value of the infrastructure is 1.8 billion, the area is 30 hectares, and the price is 600 million, a total of 6.7 billion. And okay, then let's make it around 7 billion. N. Yun Zihan said calmly. Xiao Dai and the other person looked at Yun Zihan in shock. 7 billion was spoken so easily. It's a unique shock. I sighed in my heart, wondering why he could choose his own reincarnation. They can only be random. It's not fair. And how about less? An Wei Yanjun asked softly, thinking that 5 billion should be enough. The adults have spoken, so such a high price might not be appropriate. Buyers actively raise prices, and sellers actively lower prices. This kind of deal can only happen to Yun Zihan. No need, let's do it right away. N. Yun Zihan said. And okay, Xiao Dai, you two hurry up. N. Wei Yanjun said. 20 minutes later. All formalities completed. All Nestle venues were transferred to Yun Zihan's name. After Wei Yanjun left, Yun Zihan called Lu Chong. And Lu Chong, I have already bought Nestle. You should immediately arrange for people to take over all of Nestle's venues. N. Lu Chong didn't know what happened at the airport, and was completely confused after hearing Yun Zihan's words. Young Master Yun bought Nestle. What's the point? And the security of the activities there is the responsibility of the Fu family. Don't alarm them for now. Just take over quietly. N. Yun Zihan said again. Tomorrow he will let Fu Hao see who is the one who can't get in. Chapter 90. Please get out. Knowing that Mushin Noa has returned to the family, some core members of the family returned today. There were 2 tables full of people in the dining room. And she was notified to come back a long time ago. It's embarrassing that she only came now. N. And does Mushin Noa still have any sense of family? Does she not know that she is about to be engaged to Wu Dingxiong En? And I think it's okay for her to do this. Jun Zihan's background may not be worse than the Wu family's. N. And what are you talking about? The members of the Federation are just those people. Is the Yun family included? And seeing that someone agreed, Mu Xinyao immediately retorted. And is it possible that only members of the Federation can be stronger than the Wu family? And you mean I can't be the vice president? Haha. I don't want to argue with you. At this time, Mu Nantian walked in. Everyone fell silent and looked at Mu Nantian. And please sit down. Why didn't Mushin Noa come over? And old Master Mu sat in the main seat with a solemn expression. And she is not feeling well. Mu Nantian replied. And since everyone is here, let's settle Mushin Noa's issue today, so that we don't have to argue every day and have no peace. Old Master Mu had no expression on his face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. And some people support it, some people oppose it. Since we can't reach a consensus, let's vote. Everyone sat upright. The Mu family has been able to get to where it is today, from an unknown family to a second-rate family in Kyoto, all thanks to the hard work of Grandpa Mu when he was young. As a descendant of the Mu family, he enjoyed the glory and benefits brought by the family, and he also respected Grandpa Mu very much. Seeing that no one spoke, Mr. Mu said, and then let's start voting. There are a total of 22 people present. The minority shall obey the majority. And raise your hands if you agree to cancel the marriage with the Wu family. Finished speaking. Mu Nantian raised his hand. Then, 3 more people raised their hands. The remaining people looked left and right, and a few more people raised their hands. Endo, you all want to be retaliated by the Wu family, and seeing this, Mu Xinyao said angrily. After that, no one raised their hand again. There are 9 people in total who support cancelling the engagement between Mushin Noa and the Wu family. Mr. Mu remained calm and said, and raise your hands if you support the marriage. Mu Xinyao was the first to raise his hand. Finally, the number of people supporting the marriage reached 11. 11:9. And from today on, Mushin Noa is not allowed to go out until the engagement. Old Master Mu made the final decision. The Nestle Arena is particularly lively today. The last time it was this lively was several months ago. At the entrance of the gymnasium, countless people were queuing, their faces flushed with excitement. Being able to grab tickets to the singing Queen Lu Yu's concert is enough for them to brag about in the circle for a long time. If someone could sing a song on stage today, some people would be willing to do so even if it meant shortening their lifespan by 10 years. There are 4 ticket gates in total, and there is a long queue at each gate. Fu Hao stood aside, watching the slowly advancing team with a smile on his face. He makes money from every ticket. In this circle, if you only have connections but no money, why would others want to play with you? Fu Hao walked to a security door nearby. When the staff saw him, he immediately opened the door with a flattering look on his face. And Mr. Fu, please come in. Fu Hao restrained his expression and nodded seriously. The people queuing nearby were immediately unhappy. And what? Why doesn't he have to queue? And yes, everyone has bought tickets, so why can he go in? And he didn't even take out the ticket, okay? And yeah, why do we have to wait in line after spending money? And the staff member immediately said with a dark face, and why are you yelling? Is there something wrong with him, our president? Do you still want to go in? And upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Can't afford to offend. What if he doesn't let me in? Forget it, don't be angry. Fu Hao smiled coldly and walked in. There are hundreds of cars coming and going in Nestle's parking lot every minute. A Maybach finally found a parking space. Yun Zihan and Jiang Yiru got out of the car. And hurry up, cousin, it's about to start. And Jiang Yiru shouted excitedly. She had already given up hope on this concert. My cousin actually said that I can definitely see the scene today. She was thrilled. Holding Yun Zihan's hand, the two quickly arrived at the ticket gate. There were only a few minutes left before the concert started and everyone had already checked in and entered. Anyone who bought a ticket is a die-hard fan of Lu Yu. Don't mention who is late, that's almost impossible. And cousin, where are the tickets? And Jiang Yiru turned around and shouted. And right away. And Yun Zihan said. At this time Lu Chon walked out from inside. And brother Yun, start the performance. And Lu Chon made a gesture. Soon, a team of fully armed soldiers came to the ticket gate in orderly steps from outside. The staff looked at the soldier in confusion. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers here? No one can figure it out. And please leave quickly. We take over this place now. And the leading soldier nodded to Yun Zihan, then looked at the confused staff and said seriously. And what's wrong? And a staff member asked in surprise. And the Nestle has changed hands, leave quickly. And the soldier changed the gun from being slung over one shoulder to holding it with both hands. The staff at the ticket gate were all startled and quickly ran aside. It looks like they're going to shoot if you don't move away. And Brother Bing, here, you guys come. In. Immediately, several soldiers came forward and stood at the ticket gate. The leading soldier waved his hand. He took the remaining soldiers and entered the stadium. Yun Zihan and others followed him in. The Fu family's staff stared at Yun Zihan and the others in a daze. Why didn't the soldiers stop? And how should I know, N? The concert hadn't started yet, but the venue was already bustling with activity. The soldiers dispersed and began to clear the area with spears in hand. All of the Fu family's security personnel were quickly driven out. Temporary workers versus regular workers. This is a confrontation without suspense. And bring Fu Hao out to me. And Yun Zihan said to Lu Chong. And okay, big brother. And Lu Chong rushed out like a monkey. Lu Chong is very smart. He knew Fu Hao must be in a great position in the front. He called 2 soldiers and walked straight to the middle of the first row. Really? Fu Hao sat in the middle. When he saw Lu Chong, he was stunned. Haven't we already told the ticket inspectors that these people will not be allowed in? How come Lu Chong came in? What do the 2 soldiers beside him mean? And Fu Hao, get out. And Lu Chong shouted. And what the fuck do you mean? And Fu Hao stood up angrily. Some people around looked at this scene in shock. They also saw when they were checking tickets that the person sitting in the middle was the boss. How dare this person cause trouble for the boss? Not afraid of being kicked out. He even told the boss to get out. Lu Chong swung his right hand forward from over his shoulder. The 2 soldiers arrested Fu Hao directly. And please come in. And Lu Chong smiled as if he wanted to be beaten. Fu Hao was confused. Chapter 91 Consumption Planning. Under the eyes of countless people around, Fu Hao was carried by 2 soldiers and walked back through the aisle. Fu Hao's face turned blood red and his whole body was burning with embarrassment. The soldier's strength seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making him completely unable to move. Even the soles of his feet only slightly touched the ground before being lifted up, and he skimmed the water like a dragonfly who had mastered the magical skill of floating on water. And Lu Chong, what do you want to do? And Fu Hao said in a low voice. He shrank his head and tried not to let people around him see him clearly. And I heard that you didn't allow my brother Yun to come in to watch the concert, and Lu Chong walked in front. Fu Hao heard it. It turned out to be something that happened yesterday. And who is brother Yun? And he asked in a deep voice. And you'll know soon. N. Fu Hao stopped talking and no one knew what he was thinking. Wherever they went, people around them would stare at them in surprise. This made Fu Hao wish he could put on a hood. Finally I reached the end and saw a man and a woman in front of me. These were the 2 people whose conversation was interrupted by me at the airport yesterday. Is he brother Yun? Fu Hao searched carefully for Yun Zihan's information in his mind. When did such a person appear in Kyoto? Lu Chong was willing to be his younger brother. He could even command soldiers to arrest him just for a little personal conflict. Could it be that he is from the military? Yun Zihan looked at Fu Hao, who was brought up with amusement. Like a turtle. And Master Fu, I'm coming in today, and then you may be leaving. N. And who are you? And Fu Hao realized that all the security personnel in the venue had been replaced by soldiers. All my own people are gone. And it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you need to know who you are. And Yun Zihan said something that Fu Hao couldn't understand. And throw him out. N. The soldier nodded, grabbed Fu Hao and threw him out of the door. And ouch. N. The confused staff nearby saw Fu Hao being thrown out suddenly, their expressions changed, and they hurried forward to help him up. And what's wrong with you? And Fu Hao was furious and started cursing at them. Everyone was confused about what was happening and kept their heads down. Fu Hao called home, and the elders in his family had just learned that Nestle had been taken over by someone else. He hung up after saying a few words. He was too embarrassed to tell his family about what had happened. He gave him a fierce look, then turned around and left with the others. The concert in the venue has already begun, and Lu Rushi made a gorgeous appearance under the attention of the crowd. Zhang Yuro sat in the seat that originally belonged to Fu Hao, waving her hands excitedly. Yun Zihan said a few words to Lu Chong, asked him to send his cousin back later, and then left. At the Yi family tea house, Yun Zihan called Yi Wuwan out. En Wuwan, although Yunchi is now established, there is no fixed gathering point. I will provide the funds and you can arrange it immediately. And the place you choose must be grand and in a good location. It doesn't matter how much it costs. And also, open a spending account. Anyone in Yunchi can use it. You can only apply for withdrawals if you use it for spending. I can handle 100 million, 100 billion, or 100 billion. And we will also purchase a batch of luxury cars for members to use. There is no upper limit on the number. Sports cars, sedans, whatever, we want at least 1 or 2 for each member. We will also purchase a private jet for our exclusive use. E and I only have one request: everyone must be loyal to me, otherwise I will kill him directly no matter who he is. Yi Wuwan's heart was in turmoil as he listened in shock to the measures announced by Yun Zihan. If Yunchi develops in this way, just being able to match a luxury car is already a huge benefit, not to mention being able to use public funds for consumption. Who wouldn't want to join Yunchi? By then, what capital will the Emperor's party in Pyongyang have to fight against Yunchi? Yi Wuwan originally thought that he knew Yun Zihan very well, but now he feels that he is simply impossible to see through. Yun Zihan's body seemed to be covered with thick fog, and it was impossible to see clearly. And write it all down. Seeing Yi Wuwan staring, Yun Zihan asked. Nive got it. Yi Wuwan said in confusion. Endo, you have anything to add, N? No, I haven't. N. And let's start tomorrow, Yun Zihan said. This series of measures is all for the purpose of quickly obtaining upgrade points, and these are all he can think of at the moment. Linhai has been idle recently and the consumption rate has slowed down, mainly due to the lack of manpower. And if there are any subsequent policies, I will tell you. N. In Kyoto, Yun Zihan prepared to take 2 routes. One is the rising of clouds. As the number of members increases, the money will be spent faster and faster. The other line is Lu Chong, who puts all matters related to Yunwei investment on the agenda. There are still many large cities in China that are currently deserted. Thinking of this, Yun Zihan immediately called Yang Yangcho. And there's nothing going on in Linhai right now. You can free up your hands and immediately cover the entire eastern area. If you can acquire, acquire. If you can't, invest. And received, Master Yun. And by the way, you should pay attention to Yunfong Wood Industry Company, which is owned by my classmate's family. After explaining everything, Yun Zihan drove back to the courtyard. Checked the panel. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, Transcendental. Constitution, 400. Divine Quality, 400. Upgrade points, 35. Upgrade point progress, 4.5 billion, 20 billion, 20 billion per point. Followers, 4. Yan Yangcho. Mu Xinyao. Wang Fuchen. Lu Chong. Skill, Ghostly 18 needles. The latest upgrade point has only increased by more than 20 points, which is more than 400 billion. Yun Zihan said hello to his mother, then returned to his room and lay on the bed. These 2 days, he intentionally kept Yunfong in the Yunchang Renjian Hotel because he was afraid that he might suddenly change and cause harm to his relatives. Yun Zihan still felt uneasy about something that he couldn't control. Killing him directly is not an option. Yunfong and the mysterious cave may be related to his father's disappearance, and he cannot miss any clues. Now we can only hope that there will be further news from Mr. Chi as soon as possible. It was impossible to figure out what the incomplete photocopied document meant, and I had no idea what it meant. At this time, Mushin Noa called. Zihan, I'm grounded. As soon as I pressed the answer button, Mushin Noa's anxious voice rang out. And why? And Yun Zihan asked. And because of the engagement, the family members voted today, and the number of people in favor of the marriage was higher. And it's just the Wu family, don't worry. And Yun Zihan was a little relieved to hear that there were still many people who voted against him, which meant that they still supported him. He wasn't worried about the engagement at all, as long as he was there no one could force her. And well, but I miss you. And Mushin Noa said softly. And hey, I'm coming to your house. Yun Zihan stood up immediately. For him, entering someone's house without anyone noticing was a piece of cake. For the time being, he will not do anything to the Mu family. It won't be long before the Mu family changes their opinion of him. In the dark night, a shadow rushed into the Mu family's courtyard. In one room, the light was on all night. Chapter 92 Engagement, I Am the Man. All circles in Kyoto have been in an uproar recently. On the surface, the Yunchi organization led by Yi Wuwan emerged overnight. Many small groups were integrated in a short period of time. The strength is unprecedentedly huge, comparable to the Emperor's Party. Yi Wuwan also reached the same high status as Wu Dingxiang in everyone's heart. It was the most popular at the time. It is said that by joining Yunchi, you can enjoy countless financial support and never have to worry about money again. Moreover, Yunchi owns several luxury cars that everyone can use. The only thing left is to write their own name on the registration book. For a while, the morale within the Emperor's Party and Pyongyang society was shaken, and many members became jealous. Wu Dingxiang looked at the Qingning picture on the wall. In fact, he had already investigated Yunchi a long time ago. Everyone thinks Yi Wuwan is the leader. And Yun Zihan is the secret president. And Yun Zihan. Wu Dingxiang clenched his hands tightly on the table and became angry when he thought of this person. Not only did he steal his woman, he was also the person who gave 1 billion yuan in rewards online. Now Yunchi has been established. Everything is directed at me. If it wasn't a critical period and his father had warned him not to act rashly, how could he have let him jump around? Now he is pushing himself. If you don't take action, the Emperor's Party will collapse. And Emperor, can we also provide some additional benefits to members? And Liang Yuanqing said in a low voice. Liang Yuanqing is the vice president of the Emperor's Party. His recent series of actions have caused a sensation in Kyoto, and everyone knows about it. Some people in the party also had some ideas. As the vice president, he felt that if the Emperor's Party did not make adjustments, some people might really become disloyal. And how to increase it? And Wu Dingxiang asked back. Liang Yuanqing smiled bitterly. Yunchi's benefits are inferior no matter how you compare them. And how about we also increase the activity fee by 2 million per month? And 2 million, and Wu Dingxiang slammed the table and raised his tone. And 2 million to get rid of a beggar? Other people's cars cost more than 2 million. You told me 2 million. Are you asking for trouble, N? Liang Yuanqing was too upset to speak. During this period, Lu Cheng also purchased a skyscraper in Kyoto as the headquarters of Yunhai Investment. The employee treatment is the same as Linhai. With generous compensation, employees were highly motivated. Yunhai Investment quickly got on the right track and has acquired several companies, including China's largest entertainment company. Friendship Entertainment Media Company owns some superstars including Lu Rushi. Yun Zihan has been looking for clues with Mr. Qi recently. Visit the Mu family at night from time to time. Ordinary days pass quickly. Tomorrow is the day the Wu family arranges the engagement. Yun Zihan kissed Mushin Noa on the forehead, then fell asleep while holding Mushin Noa, whose face was still flushed. The next day. Wu family compound. There were dozens of tables in the huge banquet hall covering hundreds of square meters, all covered with red cloth. Many tables were occupied. Looking around, there were no less than 600 people in the hall. And they are all core figures in various families and departments in Kyoto. Wu Qiankuan, the third member of the Federation. Today is his son's big wedding day, an engagement party with the Mu family, and everyone came to congratulate him. Wu Dingxiang walked in gracefully in a blue suit. And Wu Qiankuan really gave birth to a good son. And if I had a son, I'd want him to be like Wu Dingxiang. And his emperor party has indeed done a good job and has accumulated a lot of resources for him. And the fact that the Mu family can climb up this big tree is a great honor for our ancestors. And if you can, give birth to a beautiful daughter. And vulgar. And I heard that the girl from the Mu family is looking for a man outside. And hush, you're the only one who dares to say that. And Wu Dingxiang smiled, his eyes paused for a moment at each table and nodded. Everyone at each table nodded slightly in return. On the central podium of the banquet hall, Wu Qiankuan stood upright and received the news that the Mu family had already set off. And my dear friends, today is a good day for my son to get engaged. I would like to thank you all for your concern and blessings for my son. There is still a while before the auspicious time, so please stay for a moment. After Wu Qiankuan finished speaking, there was a burst of congratulations in the hall. And congratulations. And congratulations, Chairman Wu.N. Suddenly, there was a call at the door. And Chairman Fu is here.N. Wu Qianquan and Wu Dingxiong went out to greet them personally, and there was a burst of discussion in the hall. And Chairman Fu is here too.N. And there are 4 people from the Federation today.N. And it seems that everyone takes this engagement very seriously.N. After a while, Wu Qianquan and others walked in with smiles. Everyone saluted. Several people sat down and waited for the Mu family to arrive. 10 minutes later, a long and luxurious convoy arrived at the gate of the Wu family compound. It is a member of the Emperor's party. Except for Yang Xiong, who was still in the hospital, no one was absent. And Yun Zihan, no matter how great you are, you still can't beat the Emperor.N in the team. Huang Jihui, who was slapped by Yun Zihan and Linhai, fought bitterly. The team quickly entered the compound. And the Emperor's party has arrived, and they will bring a gift of 8 million and a Ferrari sports car.N. Wow! Hearing the sound at the door, there was an uproar in the hall. Of course, this does not include the parents of those members of the Emperor's party, because they tacitly agreed to do so. Wu Dingxiong is Wu Qianquan's only son, and Wu Qianquan will definitely pave the way for him. It would be very beneficial for the future development of my children if they could follow Wu Dingxiong closely. Dozens of Emperor's party members walked into the banquet hall in an orderly manner. Wu Dingxiong reserved several tables specifically for them. And Master Qi has arrived.N. Suddenly, a name was announced at the door that made everyone tremble. Qi Yongchang appeared at the door with Zhao Tairan. Everyone stood up hesitantly and looked at them in shock. Red Star Commander. Wu Qianquan ran over quickly. And Master Qi, N. Qi Yongchang hummed. And please come in quickly.N. Wu Qianquan said in panic. Qi Yongchang and Zhao Tairan followed Wu Qianquan and sat at the main table. The people at the main table were all members of the Federation and some bigwigs. When they saw Qi Yongchang sitting down, they immediately became nervous. And the Mu family has arrived.N. Mr. Mu and everyone in the Mu family finally arrived. Everyone looked at the Mu family with envy. Even Lord Qi attached so much importance to this engagement, it must be because he valued Wu Qianquan. The Mu family was able to marry into the Wu family, which was a real step up. Seeing the looks in these people's eyes, Mr. Mu was slightly puzzled, wondering why there was so much jealousy in their eyes. In the crowd, Mushin Noa had a calm expression. Just because of what Yun Zihan said to her when he left in the morning. So, here she comes. Everyone in the Mu family sat down one after another, and suddenly Mr. Mu looked shocked. And Qi, Lord Qi.N. When Mr. Mu walked to the main table, he saw that the Red Star Commander was also there. He was shocked and called out quickly. And well, sit down.N. Qi Yongchang said. A beautiful MC walked to the center. And the auspicious time has arrived. Now please invite our engaged couple to come on stage.N. Wu Dingxiong straightened his clothes and walked onto the stage, looking at Mushin Noa in the audience affectionately. In an instant, all eyes were on her. Under the gaze of everyone, Mushin Noa remained unmoved. And please invite the woman to come on stage, and asked the host. Boom boom boom. At this time, bursts of roars were heard. Everyone looked outside. A moment later, a group of young men in suits followed a man in a red suit holding a rose into the hall. And today, I am the man.N. Chapter 93. Get up and kill me. The originally bustling hall suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. This man in red. How dare you come to the Wu family to snatch people? Suddenly, everyone stood up. And Wu Yongshi, what are you doing, you bastard? Come here.N. Wu Yongshi's father suddenly stood up. He didn't expect that his son was among this group of people in suits. My ancestor. Don't you know that Lord Qi is here? You guys look like you're here to rob people. At the same time, several people shouted loudly. And Namquo, come here.N. And Yang Dianfeng, you want your father to die.N. The people whose names were called looked to the other side, pretending not to hear, muttering to themselves. As Yunchi people, we must be firm in our lineup and beliefs. At this moment, we represent Yunchi, not our children.N. The head of the Yi family also noticed that Yi Wuwan was standing in the front, and he had also heard about his grandson's recent actions. Following Yun Zihan, he set up an organization, and it was gaining momentum. It seems that the person in the red dress is Yun Zihan. He is indeed a dragon among men, and the Wang family made the right decision by following him. Then, he saw Yi Zikin in the crowd and raised his eyebrows. And stop fooling around, Yi Zikin, come here.N. Hearing her grandfather's call, Yi Zikin smiled and waved, and then nothing happened. Some people from the Mu family have seen Yun Zihan's photo. The moment they saw Yun Zihan, they were also surprised. I was amazed at Yun Zihan's extraordinary courage. I don't know if it's courage or stupidity. Some people shook their heads. They had some expectations for Yun Zihan, but they didn't expect him to be such a young and inexperienced person. Not only did the Wu family not care about what happened before, but they even dared to come to their house. You are really risking your life. Yun Zihan was seen holding a red rose and walking towards Mushin Noa step by step as if no one was around. His eyes are gentle and warm, deep and affectionate. Mushin Noa's cheeks turned red, and her big eyes flickered as if with tears in them. Wu Dingxian's eyes were wide open and he was furious on the platform. And Yun Zihan, you dare, N. Countless people pondered in their hearts. Who is he? And are you the so-called son of heaven? And Yun Zihan suddenly turned his head and his expression instantly became gloomy. And you, don't talk nonsense. And Wu Dingxian was a little flustered. Now that Mr. Qi is present, wouldn't it be a heinous crime to use the title of son of heaven? And today is the engagement ceremony of Mushin Noa and I. If you are here to give your blessing, then sit still. And Wu Dingxian quickly regained his composure. And I don't have any blessings, but I do want to thank you for organizing so many family leaders together today. This way, there will be no one who doesn't recognize me in the future. And Yun Zihan said wildly. And let me introduce myself. My name is Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa is my woman. Anyone who dares to have any bad ideas about my relatives in the future will end up like this. And Yun Zihan suddenly picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table next to him and clenched his palm slightly. The two ends of a whole bunch of chopsticks broke off, and then his palm opened. There was a pile of powder in the palm of my hand. Yun Zihan put his hand in front of his mouth and blew gently. All the powder flew away. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Mad. Crazy to the extreme. There are so many people present, including several members of the Federation, and also the Red Star Commander. He didn't take Yun Zihan seriously at all. Wu Dingxian stood on the stage in a daze, shocked by Yun Zihan's momentum. And how dare you? And Wu Qiankuan shouted and looked at Yun Zihan with a cold expression. And this is not a place for you to act wildly. If you retreat now, I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. And shut up, and Yunzi said coldly. Quiet. Deathly quiet. When Yunzi's cold rebuke fell, everyone was shocked. What did you see today? The third-ranked member of the Federation, Wu Qiankuan, got scolded. In my own home, in front of countless people, I was criticized for being nagging by a junior. Wu Qiankuan's face turned pale with rage, and he could clearly feel the murderous intent spreading from him. And want to kill me? When Yun Zihan did not retreat but advanced, moving towards Wu Qiankuan's direction. And Mr. Qi, I did not expect this situation to happen. I am really sorry for disturbing your interest. I will deal with him immediately. And Wu Qiankuan lowered his head slightly and said to Qi Yongchang. Seeing that Qi Yongchang did not stop him, Wu Qiankuan thought that he agreed. And go to hell. Everyone just felt a shadow passing by. Too fast. As expected of the ranking, he has the strength of the peak of the late mortal realm. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. This speed alone is enough to kill 99% of the people present in seconds. Some people who had other ideas in mind couldn't help but shake their heads. Yun Zihan is still too young and arrogant. Not taking Wu Qiankuan seriously and angering him like this is tantamount to seeking death. What a pity. In an instant, a figure arrived. Wu Qiankuan got close to Yun Zihan and attacked him with all his strength. Sudden. In the group of people in suits behind Yun Zihan, a fair-faced young man fixed his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a figure was blasted onto the central platform, rolled several times on the wooden floor, leaving a trail of blood, and finally stopped after crashing into the partition wall. And what the hell, what happened, N? And who is this person? Is he Yun Zihan's follower, N? And is he the young master of some superpower, N? And Chairman Wu is not even a match for me, N? Wu Qiankuan covered his stomach with both hands and stood up from his half-kneeling position with difficulty. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth, and his internal organs were probably seriously injured. What a fast speed! What a strong strength! Wu Qianquan was frightened of the young man next to Yun Zihan. What he was most proud of in his life was his strength. But today, a man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old broke his confidence and arrogance. The person who made the move was Yunfong, who was now standing silently beside Yun Zihan. To ensure that everything went smoothly, Yun Zihan arranged him in the team in advance. "And get up and kill me." Yun Zihan sneered. Confused and shocked. Except for Yong Kong, everyone in the banquet hall had a brain freeze at this moment. Even the people at Yunchi could not have imagined that things would turn out like this today. Everyone now realized that Yun Zihan came prepared. However, Yun Zihan might have missed something. Today, he would never have expected that the Red Star commander would also be present and come to congratulate him in person. Yun Zihan disrupted the ceremony, and the people he brought also injured Wu Qianquan. Will the Red Star Lord forgive him? Everyone looked at Qi Yongchang. Wu Qianquan also looked over and found that the young man was stronger than him. "And sir, I suspect they are a hidden reactionary force." "And sir, I think they are too. Otherwise, with such strong strength, they don't contribute to the country and hide in the dark. They must have evil intentions," and Chairman Fu also agreed. The last time Fu Guang was killed, Lord Qi hinted that he should not touch this person. Today, in front of so many people, he humiliated the Wu family in public again. It would be unacceptable if he didn't give an explanation. Seeing the two chairmen speak, some people also spoke up. Qi Yongchang nodded and stood up from his seat. Chapter 94 System Upgrade. The people in the cloud saw the Red Star commander stand up. They all started to worry. And it's over. How come the Red Star commander is here too, and how will the Red Star Lord punish President Yuni? This is embarrassing. And I just joined Yunchi yesterday, it won't disappear today. Yi Zikin looked anxious and ran quickly to her grandfather's side. "And Grandpa, please help him." Yi Zikin pleaded. And Zikin, you think too highly of Grandpa. And the head of the Yi family felt very regretful in his heart. When the Red Star commander is about to take action, no one can stop him. On the other hand, everyone on the Emperor's party had smiles on their faces and seemed happy to see what was happening. Qi Yongchang took a few steps slowly and said, "And I came here today to talk about a few things. And the Emperor's party has committed many evil deeds and is disbanded on the spot. We hope that they will reform themselves in the future and their parents will strictly discipline them. Wu Dingxiang was confused. The expressions of the Emperor's party members also froze on their faces. Others were also guessing what the Red Star commander meant. Wu Qianquan had a bad feeling. He thought Lord Qi was about to judge Yun Zihan. But he said such meaningful words. Really hitting myself. Chairman Fu's heart sank. It seems that Lord Qi still favors Yun Zihan. It depends on how he explains it to everyone later. Qi Yongchang continued, "And is the Mu family here? And yes, Sir. Old Master Mu stood up hurriedly and looked at Qi Yongchang in panic. "And Yun Zihan and your family's Mushin Noa love each other. I am the witness. We will hold an engagement ceremony for them today. Does the Mu family have any objection?" And Qi Yongchang said. Wow. Everyone was upset. The Red Star commander actually came to be a witness for Yun Zihan. Who is Yun Zihan? The Red Star commander could say such words without hesitation, regardless of Wu Qianquan's feelings. Not only did he not help Wu Qianquan punish him, but he became a witness for him. Everyone was completely stunned. Mr. Mu was extremely excited. Well done, Mushin Noa. Very nice. Gao Xing responded, "And the Mu family has no objection, it's all up to you, Sir Ian." The other members of the Mu family suddenly felt proud, and the Mu family stood up from then on. At the same time, their faces were burning with pain. They had actually put Mushin Noa under house arrest before. It was really ridiculous to think about it now. Mu Xuliang's face was gloomy, his dream of becoming the head of the family was shattered. The next head of the family can only be decided between him and Mu Nantian. He deliberately opposed Mushin Noa and Yun Zihan in order to weaken Mu Nantian. From the attitude of the Fu family, he also knew that Yun Zihan was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He cannot offend either Yun Zihan or the Wu family. As long as Mushin Noa is pushed to the Wu family, Yun Zihan will be angry. As Mushin Noa's father, Mu Nantian will definitely be remembered by Yun Zihan for not stopping this matter. It also invisibly increases your bargaining chips. He spent countless efforts to arrange a marriage with the Wu family. Now, everything is gone. And I don't accept it. N Wu Qiankun said suddenly. And what's wrong with you? N Chi Yongchang glanced at him. And I am being humiliated like this because I am not as skilled as others, but regarding the matter between my son and Mushin Noa, I think Lord Qi was unfair. N Wu Qiankun said unconvinced. And what's unfair about them being in love with each other? What's unfair about the Mu family being willing? And Wu Qiankun was suddenly speechless. Everyone can see that the Red Star commander favors Yun Zihan, but it seems there is nothing wrong with him saying this. And I am the chairman and a member of the Federation. If I am not treated fairly, what will others think? N Wu Qiankun said after thinking for a moment. And how many members does the Federation have? N Chi Yongchang asked. And there are 10 people in total. No, one more person was added, making a total of 11 people. N Wu Qiankun replied. And do you know who the 11th member is? And I don't know. N Wu Qiankun answered without thinking, and then he was shocked. And could he be the 11th member of the Federation? N Wu Qiankun pointed at Yun Zihan in surprise. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yun Zihan in disbelief. Is he a member of the mysterious 11? He entered the highest department in China at such a young age. And haha, is there something wrong with me? And Yun Zihan laughed. And what right do you have to force someone to get engaged to your son unwillingly? Ha? Tell me, and Yunzi said coldly. Wu Qiankun had a cold face and was speechless. Feeling ashamed to stay any longer, I left, holding my stomach. And please host it for them. N Zhao Tairan said to the beautiful host who was stunned. In well. N. Then, the MC quickly adjusted his mood and went on stage to host the event. Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa held hands, standing on the central platform. Then Yun Zihan knelt on one knee, took out the huge diamond ring that he had prepared long ago, and put it on Mushin Noa's slender finger. Wu Ding looked at the two happy people with a dead look of despair. In the blink of an eye, the emperor's party was wiped out. Former members of the Xianzi party were also pulled aside by their elders and criticized. Members without parents present also avoided him as if he were the plague. There is no emperor in Kyoto anymore. Yi Zikin looked at the platform with loss, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Upon noticing that Yi Zikin was acting strangely, the head of the Yi family sighed helplessly. After many twists and turns, this engagement ceremony finally ended. Everyone returned home, still thinking about what happened today. Wu Qiankun fell from the altar. Yun Zihan has a very special relationship with the Red Star commander. Everyone was thinking about how to make friends with Yun Zihan in the future. A month passed. After Qi Yongchan's statement, Yun Zihan's consumption also grew rapidly. All the major family forces gave in one after another. Yun Zihan's upgrade points also reached more than 200. After choosing to upgrade your physical and spiritual qualities, the system suddenly prompted an upgrade. After turning off the panel, Yun Zihan came to the dining room. Su Xiang had already prepared delicious meals. The table was full of Yun Zihan and Mushin Noa's favorite dishes. Even though there was a dedicated chef, Su Xiang still insisted on doing it herself. "No, why did you come just now? The food is almost cold." And Su Xiang was in a good mood. Yun Zihan chuckled. "And Mom, let's eat by ourselves next time." He won't be hungry anyway. And Mushin Noa said this, but there was endless sweetness in her eyes. During this period, Yun Zihan took her to travel to many places. She felt that this was the happiest time of her life. Su Xiang also laughed and said, "And the new year is coming soon, when will you two get married, And let's wait until after the new year." Yun Zihan said. "And really?" Mushin Noa said expectantly. "After dinner. The system prompts that the upgrade is complete." Yun Zihan opened the panel curiously, wanting to see what was added in this upgrade. Host, Yun Zihan. Realm, middle stage of transcendence. Mall, level 1. Constitution, 500. Divine quality, 500. Upgrade points, 27. Upgrade point progress, 11.8 billion 20 billion. Followers, 4. Yan Yangcho. Mu Xinyao. Wang Fuchen. Lu Chong. Skill, ghostly 18 needles. After reading it, Yun Zihan discovered that a malfunction had been added. What will be inside? Yun Zihan opened the mall with confusion. Then, his eyes widened. Chapter 95 Yunfong recovers his memory. In the mall, several items are displayed. Enslavement Talisman Light, 10 upgrade points. Transformation Pill, 50 upgrade points. Ancient Character Mastery, 5 upgrade points. According to the prompts, the first level mall will refresh the goods from time to time, with 3 types refreshed each time. Yun Zihan looked at the goods that were swiped out for the first time. He had used the enslavement talisman before, which could unconditionally make the other person become his servant. This is a simplified version, which can only enslave people who are weaker than oneself. If the other party is stronger than oneself, the chance of failure is very high. Unless the other party is willing, it is almost impossible to succeed. The transformation pill can transform the physique of ordinary people, allowing ordinary people who have missed the best period for cultivation to practice. When he saw the ancient characters, he was stunned. Proficient in ancient characters, as the name suggests. After learning this, the difficulties that had puzzled him and Mr. Chi were easily solved. Currently there are 27 upgrade points left after the upgrade. Yun Zihan immediately purchased the ancient character mastery and the slavery talisman. Suddenly, an invisible thought poured into my mind like a stream of water. In an instant, his mind became clear about the words that had troubled them for a long time. It feels like he has been learning this since he was a child. Very familiar. And sleep, and Yun Zihan whispered. That strange word is the word for sleep. The incomplete paper that Mr. Chi gave him was also translated by him. Translation: The great calamity has come, and our ghost sect is powerless to resist. Now we have 3 people who are trying to hide from the calamity by sleeping. They will wake up after 1,000 years, carry on my last wish, and make our sect prosperous. If the paper is cut here and the rest of the information is missing. Yun Zihan was shocked. The great catastrophe mentioned should be the world-destroying catastrophe that happened hundreds of years ago. And this disaster had actually been predicted by them in advance. They knew it was unavoidable, so they used strange methods to put the 3 people into a closed sleep. Did he intend to use this method to help them escape disaster and continue the sect? Yunfong is one of them, and the other 2 should be the remaining 2 coffins. According to the text, the sleeping period is 1,000 years, and they can wake up on their own initiative only after 1,000 years. If he was forced to wake up in the middle of the process, what impact would it have on the future? Yun Zihan had no idea because of the lack of information. In only a few hundred years have passed since the catastrophe, and Yunfong woke up in the middle. And Yun Zihan thought. According to Yunfeng's current condition, amnesia is one of the consequences. With a thought, the slavery talisman appeared in Yun Zihan's hand. Yunfong must be stronger than me. Maybe we could give it a try now while he's still unconscious. Only if he could completely enslave him would Yun Zihan have the confidence to open the remaining 2 coffins. After closing the mall, Yun Zihan drove out. Yunfong had always been arranged by him to stay in other places, and he still didn't dare to let him stay by his side for a long time. Half an hour later, Yun Zihan came to the villa where Yunfong lived. "And Master." And Yunfong said respectfully. Yun Zihan walked closer and asked casually, "And how are you feeling lately, N?" His hand casually rested on Yunfeng's shoulder. The slavery symbol quietly dissipated. "And my lord, it feels good, but sometimes," and Yunfong said, his eyes becoming dazed. After a moment, the enslavement talisman was used successfully. Ending, follower +1. Yun Zihan breathed a sigh of relief and lifted all his guard against Yunfong. And Yunfeng. Yunfeng's eyes regained clarity and his appearance did not change at all. He was still as respectful as before. "And the villain is here. Endo, you remember the Great Tribulation, N. And Great Calamity?" "Great Calamity, a great calamity from heaven." And Yunfong murmured, as if he had a familiar feeling, but he could not recall more. "I seem to have heard of it, but I don't know. N. And where's the ghost sect, N?" Boom. When Yun Zihan said the word ghost sect, Yunfong hugged his head fiercely, his expression became horrible, as if he was stimulated. There was a sudden buzz in Yunfeng's mind, and countless fragments of memory were rolling in. "Who I am? I am the ghost sect's messenger of destiny. Is the catastrophe over? I'm alive." Yunfong suddenly looked up, and the moment he saw Yun Zihan with his dazed eyes, a violent aura emanated from him. Yun Zihan quickly jumped to the side with a grim look on his face. Not good. The slavery talisman is invalid. Then, Yunfong did not take the next step. His face changed and his expression showed a violent struggle. 1 minute later, Yunfong, who was sweating profusely, stopped and his expression relaxed. N. The system is still the system. Yun Zihan exclaimed in admiration. Yunfeng's expression just now was obviously that he was resisting. His rebelliousness was eventually suppressed by the system. It was a close call. If I hadn't lost my memory, I would have definitely failed. Now that he has recovered his memory, he can know more things. And remember, Yun Zihan said. Yes. Yunfong nodded, respectful as always. And what is your current strength? Yun Zihan asked curiously. And middle stage of Yuhua realm. And Yuhua realm? Tell me about all the realms. And the cultivation of one realm begins from being immortal, transcending the mortal world, becoming an immortal, and each realm is divided into early, middle and late stages, and then there is the title realm. Yunfong said. According to the previous classification, the transcendent realm is only the first level, followed by the immortal realm, and later there are the immortal realm and the title realm. Yun Zihan sighed. The road ahead is long and arduous. And what realm are the other two people who are sleeping with you in Yan? An early stage of Yuhua realm. And very good. Yun Zihan said, and what level of power did the ghost sect belong to in the past? And third-rate force. And third-rate. And Yun Zihan was surprised. A sect with 3 people in the Yuhua realm was once considered a third-rate force. How terrifying the first-rate forces were in the past. And yes, the sect master is only in the late stage of Yuhua realm. Yunfong said. And what were the previous forces? And the previous sect leader was only in the late stage of the Yuhua realm, so the ghost sect is only a third-rate force. The second-rate strength has the ascension realm, and the first-rate has the title realm. As for how many powerful forces there are, I don't know. Yunfong shook his head. In such a big world, he is only at the Yuhua realm, which was considered to be a medium level in the past. And have other forces used your method to make the strong fall into sleep to avoid disaster? Yun Zihan was very concerned about this issue. If a third-rate force can help 3 people survive the tribulation, then what about other stronger forces? If other forces did the same, as long as there was a place to ascend to the immortal realm, China would not be able to resist with all its national strength, and the consequences would be disastrous. Today's warriors are far inferior to those before the catastrophe. The transcendent realm is the top-level combat power. And I don't know about the rest. And Yunfong shook his head. And similar to the method of putting you to sleep to avoid disaster, do you know of any other method? And yes, in seclusion. And what is the closed-door retreat? And the deadline for the immortal strong is approaching. Choose to retreat. If you break through, you will live. If you fail, you will die. The seriousness of this possible problem is imminent. Yun Zihan immediately took Yunfong and rushed to Qi Yongchang's place. Just came in. Qi Yongchang had a surprised expression. And Yun Zihan, I found something again, come and take a look. Chapter 96. The person is missing. The National Archives contains countless materials and files. Covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, each collection shelf is 4 meters high and has 5 layers. Qi Yongchang has been coming here every time he has free time recently, searching through the archives to see if he can find any more information about the strange font. At the top of one of the collection shelves, he found another one. Although the word that appeared before was not there, he had a hunch that they were the same. Qi Yongchang took out the information excitedly. And this was found in the archives. I guess it's of the same type as the previous one. Yun Zihan took the information and his face suddenly darkened. The first sentence, I heard that there is a great catastrophe that will cover the blue planet and it is an alien race. What remains is the person who left the messages, inference and countermeasures about the catastrophe. Among them, 7 or 8 possible ways to avoid it were mentioned, such as closed hibernation and seclusion. The person who signed it is Situ Xingchen. Seeing Yun Zihan's serious look, Qi Yongchang's eyes lit up. And can you understand it, N? And Yunfong has recovered his memory, and he recognizes these ancient characters. And Yun Zihan said. And ancient characters, and Qi Yongchang whispered, then glanced at Yunfong behind Yun Zihan. This person is very powerful, and now that his memory has been restored, it may be a disaster rather than a blessing. And don't worry. Although he has recovered his memory, his perception of me is still the same as before.N. And that's good. Now that you know something, tell us quickly.N. Shi Yongchang said. Then Yun Zihan told all the information about the catastrophe and how Yunfong and the others escaped the catastrophe. And this is a book of information about the prediction and reasoning of catastrophes compiled by a man named Situ Xingchen.N. And written by Situ Xingchen, and Yunfong was surprised. And do you know this person? And Yun Zihan asked. And Situ Xingchen once predicted 2 major world events, and both of them came true. From then on, his name became known to everyone. Later, many powerful people would ask him for predictions, but it seemed that he refused them all, and we never heard of his predictions again. And Yunfong tried to recall. And the news about the great catastrophe has spread throughout the world. I didn't expect that he was the one who predicted it.N. Yun Zihan's face was gloomy. If this is true, and this catastrophe was predicted by Situ Xingchen, many people would definitely believe it. Including countless first-rate and second-rate forces. If even a third-rate force like the Ghost Sect has taken action, then there must be some strong people who are staying in the world in various ways. And Master Qi, the situation may be very serious. I guess there must be someone stronger than Yunfong. In some places, maybe someone has even woken up. Shi Yongchang looked serious. What Yun Zihan said was not without reason. The existence of Yunfong is a very good fact. Moreover, his strength and the Ghost Sect behind him were not top-notch in the past. The top forces have just as many methods as the Ghost Sect. If the guess is correct. When the time comes, all the strong ones will emerge, they will have no country and no sense of belonging, and the world will be in chaos. Once you reach the realm of transcendence, it's difficult to protect yourself. And let's go to Anning County without further ado. Shi Yongchang said. Anning County. Yun Zihan stood in the air. And have you reached the transcendent realm? And monster, and are you really only 20 years old this year? Shi Yongchang looked at him in shock, his emotions unable to calm down for a long time. And what realm is your master at? Shi Yongchang asked. I don't know either, at least it's the Yuhua realm. Yun Zihan touched his nose and said. And we're here. Seeing the cave entrance on the mountain wall, Yun Zihan took the lead and walked in. Shi Yongchang followed behind in surprise, he had no idea that such a terrifying thing was hidden in the cliffs of the mountains. Suddenly, Yun Zihan said, and that's not right. There was no thumping sound. Several people immediately quickened their pace and came to the altar. In the center of the platform, the covers of the other 2 coffins had been thrown on the ground. The coffin has been opened. Yun Zihan immediately went forward to check. Really? The 2 coffins were empty, and there was no trace of Yunfeng's 2 fellow disciples. Yun Zihan looked around cautiously to make sure there was no movement or sound. And gone? Shi Yongchang asked nervously. And let's go, don't separate, let's go look for it together. Yun Zihan said. Then the 3 of them ran in the cave together. The other 2 people in the coffin were both powerful warriors in the early stage of the Yuhua realm. If they were to search separately, he and Old Qi would surely die if they met them. Only Yunfong can defeat them. An hour later. Yun Zihan didn't find any problem. It seems that the person who opened the coffin was also in the transcendental realm, and also came in through the hole in the mountain wall. And Yunfeng. Yun Zihan said suddenly. Inexist.N. And are you sure those 2 are in the early stage of Yuhua realm? And Yun Zihan's expression was solemn. And yes, both of them are deputy sect leaders like me. And looking at the situation, there are no signs of fighting. Those 2 people are likely to be like Yunfong, identifying the person who opened the coffin as their leader. And Yun Zihan paused and continued, and this person didn't break in these few days. There is still no news about them in the outside world. And this person must have some plan and is hiding in the dark. Perhaps he has already opened a coffin. He doesn't dare to act rashly at the moment. Shi Yongchang said. And no matter what, 2 powerful men in the early stage of Yuhua realm have appeared, and major changes may occur at any time. Yun Zihan looked at Shi Yongchang seriously. In other places, Yun Zihan suddenly looked up. That man has discovered the secret of this place. Get 2 super strong ones. I will definitely go crazy looking for other secret places. And Mr. Qi, I suggest you gather all your loyal people and secretly search for other places. We need to race against time. And okay, I'll go back and arrange it right away. Shi Yongchang was sitting in the car and saw Yun Zihan and Yunfong leaving. As for where Yun Zihan went, He believed that Yun Zihan had also made arrangements. The first time I returned to Kyoto, Shi Yongchang held a secret meeting. Those attending the conference are currently the top fighters in China. Everyone looked confused about this emergency meeting. Everyone looked at Shi Yongchang. No one is allowed to tell anyone what I said today, and Shi Yongchang said seriously. And sir, what happened? And Tu Fu said. And the world will soon be in chaos, N. As Shi Yongchang spoke more and more, there was shock and deep worry in everyone's eyes. Chapter 97 Feigung City. Anning County, a detached house. Yun Zihan and Yunfong had just arrived at Wu Xiaobua's house. In addition to himself, the people who went to explore for gold mines included Yi Zikan, Lu Chong, the professor brought by Yi Zikan, and Wu Xiaobua. His first suspicion was that Wu Xiaobua had leaked the information about the gold mine, and other people who came discovered the cave by accident. Apart from Wu Xiaobua, the suspicions of others were very low, and Yi Zikan was almost impossible, but Yun Zihan was not completely ruled out either. After asking Yi Zikan for Wu Xiaobua's phone number, Yun Zihan said that he had something to do here and didn't say much. As soon as they entered the door, Wu Xiaobua enthusiastically invited Yun Zihan and the others to sit down and have tea. And Boss Wu, do you know the purpose of my visit today? And Yun Zihan went straight to the point with a stern tone. He wanted to test Wu Xiaobua's reaction. And Mr. Yun, whatever you need, I will do my best to cooperate with you. And Wu Xiaobua said hurriedly. Yun Zihan didn't say anything. Wu Xiaobua behaved very naturally, with natural fear and natural nervousness. If he looks calm, there may be a problem. This kind of performance either means he is very good at acting or he has no idea of the seriousness of the situation. Yun Zihan quietly released a force of pressure and said again, and let me remind you, the gold mine. And Wu Xiaobua paused, then looked around and asked in surprise, and Boss Yun, you want to do it alone, not with Boss Yi, and she is she and I am me. How about I double what she gives you? And Yun Zihan said. Wu Xiaobua stared at Yun Zihan, his expression changing, and after some hesitation, he said, and Boss Yun, this isn't a good idea, is it, Yen? And what's wrong with that? We are all just doing it for our own interests. And Yun Zihan continued to induce. After a pause, Wu Xiaobua stretched out 2 fingers. And 20 million, and Yun Zihan asked. And yes, give me 20 million and I will explain to Mr. Yi myself. And Wu Xiaobua nodded. And it seems that this is not the first time you have done this. And Yun Zihan smiled grimly. And besides Yi Zikan, who else have you taken to see the gold mine before? And Yun Zihan's face suddenly changed and he stood up. And Mr. Yun, I don't understand what you mean. And Wu Xiaobua said. Yun Zihan suddenly dispersed his aura, and the surrounding floor sank and collapsed. And who have you taken there, N? Wu Xiaobua raised his head, his face panicked, Ngu, Master Gu. N. Master Gu? Yun Zihan frowned. And tell me more specifically. N. And some time ago, I met a big boss from Hong Kong City, and I wanted to try to see if I could get more, so I showed him a gold mine I brought out. N. Wu Xiaobua looked regretful. I didn't expect that I would be discovered even though I was doing it so secretly. This Mr. Yun really has connections everywhere. Moreover, the boss of Gangcheng did not respond to me afterwards. Now that I know about it, I am in an awkward situation. And then what? Yun Zihan asked. And unfortunately, the boss of Gangcheng was not very interested. However, a man he brought with him named Master Gu was very interested. He kept looking at the gold mine. I took him there later. N. And what did Master Gu do after he left, N? Wu Xiaobua thought about it carefully. And I just remember that he spent a long time groping around in the ruins where you and Mr. Yi disappeared last time, and then we came back together. N. Yun Zihan could be sure that the person who discovered the cave was basically this Master Gu. From his initial reaction to the gold mine, it was clear that he had spotted a problem. The gold mine, there is indeed gold mine, but it is contaminated with some other substances. This Master Gu just happens to know what this substance is, or he has discovered the same substance before. When they arrived at that place, Master Gu felt a strange heartbeat. He went back with Wu Xiaobua and then turned back. The coffin was opened. Do you have a photo of Master Gu? Yun Zihan asked. No, this is the first time I met him. He is with the big boss of Hong Kong City, so he should be from Hong Kong City as well. And Wu Xiaobua replied. And who is the big boss, N? And it's Mr. Xia from Emperor Entertainment. N. And don't say things you shouldn't say in the future. Yun Zihan said in a cold voice, and then left with Yunfong. After the two men left, Wu Xiaobo, who had lost his pressure, slumped to the ground, his whole body covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked through. Yun Zihan and his companion went straight back to Kyoto and bought a flight to Hong Kong City. Port City. It is also a super metropolis in China. The economy is booming and the entertainment industry is one of the best in China. This place has produced countless influential stars. Emperor Entertainment is a giant enterprise in Hong Kong, which almost monopolizes the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. Most of China's big stars are under the Emperor's banner. Boss Xia, whose real name is Xia Zihao, is in his 60s and is the sole owner of Emperor Entertainment. When he was young, he was also an idol of his generation. After getting on the plane, Yun Zihan and Yunfeng's seats were not next to each other, so they found their seats and sat down separately. Yun Zihan rubbed his temple. Master Gu's attitude towards the gold mine made him a little worried. This is most likely not the first time Master Gu has encountered such a strange thing. If Master Gu also discovered a strong man like the ghost sect in other places, things would become difficult. This time when going to Gangcheng, Yun Zihan cannot go directly to look for people blatantly. In case Master Gu has stronger people under his command, they will be in danger. The current warriors in China are not strong enough to show off their strength. You have to rely on yourself for everything. The only way is to sneak into the port city first, find out the situation clearly and then decide what to do. Yun Zihan felt overwhelmed by this situation. Suddenly, there was a faint fragrance, and a beautifully dressed woman was sitting in the next seat. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had a beautiful face. And it's her. And Yun Zihan said secretly. The beautiful woman sat down and was slightly surprised to see a neatly dressed young man sitting in the seat next to her. According to previous situations, her agent should have been sitting next to her, but this time a stranger was sitting there. And yes, we changed flights at the last minute this time, and there is no first-class cabin. And the agent walked to the side, said softly, and then returned to his seat. And okay, Sister Wen. Lu Rushi smiled faintly and took off her sunglasses, while her peripheral vision was also paying attention to the man next to her. Seeing that Yun Zihan didn't react at all, and didn't even turn his head, Lu Rushi breathed a sigh of relief. He is not like those people who, after finding out they are stars, keep trying to strike up conversation with themselves. Fine. You can have a good rest. The company recently got a new boss, and many rules changed, which made her much busier. This time I went to Hong Kong to attend the annual award ceremony. The plane took off and Lu Rushi closed her eyes slightly. Yun Zihan looked at Kyoto gradually receding outside the window, hoping that everything was fine. His mother and his lover were waiting for him to come back here. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart since the plane took off. Chapter 98 Hijacking? Impossible. The plane had been flying for 2 hours. Everyone on the plane was relaxing. Read magazines, sleep, work. And that ominous premonition has been lingering in Yun Zihan's heart. Yun Zihan tilted his head and looked at the superstar next to him. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her heavy breathing proved that she was sleeping soundly. So much so that her head was resting on Yun Zihan's shoulder without her realizing it. Yunfong may have also sensed the crisis and was looking around. Everyone looks normal. Sudden. The plane shook violently. Yun Zihan had extraordinary perception and he knew that the plane's route had deviated. Something really happened. Bang. The cabin's isolation door was violently pushed open. 2 sturdy men came out, holding a slender flight attendant. The burly man had a ferocious look on his face, holding a gun, and firmly holding the flight attendant. The flight attendant's face had turned pale with fear and his legs were weak. She had never experienced such a situation before, and she was extremely panicked at the moment. The terrorist hijacking incidents that I had only heard of actually happened to me. The probability is actually lower than the lottery. At this time, one of the strong men with a full beard said fiercely, "And everyone, don't move." N. Then he pushed the flight attendant to another sturdy man and walked up the aisle, taking a careful look at everyone in each seat. NDR. "Chang, where are you?" and the bearded man asked deliberately. The cabin was extremely quiet, no one responded to him, and everyone huddled in their seats in fear. The bearded man's teasing voice sounded again. NDR. "Zhang, I see you." N. As the bearded man finished his words, a slight scream was heard, which attracted special attention in this silent environment. Yun Zihan also heard it. The voice came from the back seat behind him. Lu Rushi was also awakened early. She stared with her eyes wide open and covered her mouth, afraid of making any sound. How could a girl who just turned 19 not be afraid of such a situation? If her life was threatened, what was the use of being a big star? The bearded man walked towards the source of the sound step by step, making strange laughs from time to time, which made people's scalp tingle. Seeing the burly man getting closer and closer, Lu Rushi became more and more nervous. The two small hands covering her pink lips were so tight that the finger bones were broken and bulged abnormally. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands reached out from the side. One passed under her feet and the other passed behind her. Lu Rushi was confused and too nervous that she forgot to call out for a moment. She let the strange man next door pick her up and felt the heat from his face. She had never been so intimate with the opposite sex before. She felt her whole body go numb and she lay weakly on the man. Yun Zihan carried Lu Rutsong over from the aisle. The bearded man was not far in front, and such a big movement made the bearded man sneer. "And are you still afraid of what I might do to your girlfriend? He. As he said that, the bearded man walked over to Yun Zihan's seat and was about to tease him again. Yun Zihan sensed in the cockpit that there were no extra people and there were only these two terrorists on the plane. Both of them must be knocked down at the same time, otherwise the remaining person will definitely shoot and injure innocent people. So, he had been waiting for an opportunity for the bearded man to be careless. And now is the time. Yun Zihan suddenly jumped up and broke the bearded man's neck with one hand. At the same time, his other hand was also throwing the silver needle that had been prepared long ago towards another strong man. In an instant, the two strong men fell to the ground, with their eyes open. Ina, N. Lu Rushi's pretty face turned pale. The man who had just hugged her had killed someone. And thank you, Hero.N. The flight attendant who had just been held hostage knew that he had been rescued and hurried over to express his gratitude. The others also reacted and stood up to see what the hero who saved them looked like. And thank you, Hero.N. And thank you for saving my life.N. No need, everyone. I am from the National Security Department and I have the obligation to protect everyone's lives.N. Yun Zihan smiled faintly. And thank you, little brother. I'm Zhang Meng. And a white-haired old man sitting in the back row expressed his sincere gratitude. Zhang Meng is China's nuclear fusion doctor. It was he who enabled China to possess nuclear fusion technology. After hearing Zhang Meng's words and thinking of Dr. Zhang mentioned by the terrorists, several passengers were stunned. And it's Dr. Zhang who discovered nuclear fusion, And great man, N. Yun Zihan had heard of Zhang Meng's name from Qi Yongchang. He was a very powerful person. It was also because of him that China became the #1 country in the world. NDR. Zhang, all Chinese people should thank you. And Yun Zihan said. After a few more words of flattery, Yun Zihan sat down. And thank you. N. Lu Rushi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, her face was rosy, and her two tender cheeks looked like a circle of blush, making her look very attractive. And Yuri welcomed. N. After saying that, Yun Zihan closed his eyes, and the ominous feeling in his heart disappeared. The plane has returned to the route and will be able to land safely in a few dozen minutes. The ground has received feedback from the pilot and has contacted soldiers to wait at the airport. Seeing that Yun Zihan had no interest in chatting with her, Lu Rushi turned her head away and admired the scenery outside the window to avoid boring herself. With a series of continuous movements, the plane came to a steady stop. Everyone felt a sense of joy at having survived the disaster and began to get off the plane in an orderly manner. In front of the ladder, a team of fully armed soldiers lined up solemnly. Everyone got off the plane and stood aside consciously. They knew that these soldiers were here to welcome the great hero. Today, the great hero saved everyone's lives. Only the solid feeling of their feet on the ground made them even more frightened about what would happen on the plane. They also want to be with all the soldiers and once again thank the heroes who saved them. Lu Rushi and her agent got off the plane, and when they saw the scene, they quietly walked aside. The man asked them to come out first. At this time, there were only 2 people left on the plane. Everyone waited quietly. Chapter 99 Acquisition of 5-star. A moment later, the flight attendants on board began to disembark. Everyone below was silent. The leading officer felt something was wrong and stepped forward to ask, "And where is the person who rescued us?" And the flight attendants looked at each other. "And didn't you come down a long time ago, Min?" "We were the last to come down. And yes, there is no one else inside except the captain.N." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A living person is missing? just as everyone was looking for it. Yun Zihan and Yunfong had already disappeared into the sunset. The port city is surrounded by the sea and has a limited land area. Almost all the buildings are high-rise buildings, making full use of every inch of land. The busy streets of the port city are brightly lit. The prosperity here is slightly different from Kyoto. Kyoto is a political center and is dignified everywhere. The port city is at the forefront of fashion and is full of fresh culture. And Brother Yun, the acquisition of Huan Ming Entertainment has been completed and the handover will be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Lu Chang's voice was full of excitement, but Yun Zihan didn't let him come to Gangcheng, so he had to hang up the phone with regret. Huan Ming Entertainment is the second largest entertainment company in Hong Kong. Although it ranks second, it cannot be compared with Emperor Entertainment in terms of comprehensive strength or number of stars. The difference between the two is not small, mainly because the Emperor's monopoly power is so terrifying. Yun Zihan and his companion walked into the five-star hotel closest to Huanming, planning to stay here tonight. Suddenly, a man and a woman hugged each other and hurriedly walked in from behind. When passing by Yun Zihan, the man's hand rubbed Yun Zihan's body fiercely and gave Yun Zihan a fierce look. "And little punk, what are you looking at, N?" Yun Zihan was about to take action, but the woman in the man's arms said something that made Yun Zihan give up the idea of dealing with the man immediately. "And Mr. Xiang, Huanmeng will be yours after tomorrow. You have to give me more resources as promised. And the woman looked drunk. "And don't worry, little darling. Once I make you famous, I'll also get a taste of what it feels like to be the man behind a big star." And Xiang Donglin said with a wicked smile. "And humph, President Xiang is really mean. N. And let's go, I can't wait. N." The two staggered into the elevator. "And booked 2 suites, the most expensive ones. And Yun Zihan knocked on the front desk. Hearing Yun Zihan's words, Zhang Qin, the receptionist at the front desk, was slightly surprised, and immediately said politely, "And okay, sir, the Henteing 360-degree panoramic presidential suite is 580,000 per night, and the 2 rooms are 1.16 million in total. N. And open it for a year first. N. Yun Zihan said lightly. "And okay, Sir, 2 rooms will be open for a year," and Zhang Qin was stunned, with disbelief in her eyes. "The 2 presidential suites are open for 1 year at a time. A total of 423.4 million. This amount of money can buy more than 10 villas in Hong Kong." He must be kidding. Zhang Qin's face darkened. "And sir, please don't say such boring things. This joke is not funny at all. N. And what a joke," and Yun Zihan looked up and glanced at her. "And if you can't do it, ask your boss to come out. N. And sir, if you continue to act unreasonably like this, I will call security. N. Zhang Qin said angrily. "And bang. N. Yunfong slapped the front desk hard, causing it to collapse and the diamond table top to break into countless pieces. "And you are disrespectful to the master, you deserve to be killed." And Yunfeng's eyes were ferocious, emitting endless murderous intent. Yunfeng's face was originally very pale, and he had a cold feeling all over his body. Even ordinary people would be scared to death if they saw him in the middle of the night, let alone his murderous state at this time. "Ina, N." Zhang Qin screamed, her face turned pale instantly, and she took a few steps back involuntarily. "What are you doing?" 2 security guards not far away heard the noise and immediately ran over, pulling out their electric batons and shouting. They all thought in their hearts, and these 2 people are really tired of living. They dare to come here to cause trouble. N. The 2 security guards raised their electric batons high and ran over quickly. As soon as they got close to Yunfong, Yunfong twisted them one by one with each hand, twisting them up like 2 chickens. The security guard said harsh words and hit Yunfeng's arm with the electric baton in his hand. Unfortunately, Yunfong was a powerful warrior in the middle stage of the Yuhua realm, and this amount of force was not even enough to tickle him. No matter how loudly the 2 men yelled, Yunfong did not loosen his strength and squeezed their shoulders until they cracked. Zhang Qin and other staff members were already hiding under the stage, trembling with fear. Someone hurriedly made a phone call. Hearing someone making a phone call, Yun Zihan sneered and walked over to sit down. Some guests who came during the meal were scared away by the situation inside. After a while, a man in his 50s arrived. Li Jiawei had a gloomy face and looked at Yunfong with unfriendly eyes. "And who sent you, N? And boss, right? Come over here and talk." And Yun Zihan shouted while sitting on the sofa. Li Jiawei turned his head and found that Yun Zihan was the real culprit. "And what to talk about?" And Li Jiawei sat down and said in a cold tone. In Hong Kong City, he at least has some face, but this man is so unscrupulous in his own territory, thinking he is easy to bully. And are you going to sell this hotel? N Yunzihan said. He originally just wanted to book a suite, but now he has changed his mind. And what did you say? En Li Jiawei was shocked and took a good look at Yunzihan. She has a good temperament and wears extraordinary clothes. Does this young man have such great ability? Li Jiawei was vaguely skeptical. The value of this hotel was self-evident and it could bring him hundreds of millions in revenue every year. I just said that the 2 suites would be open for 1 year. No wonder your employees didn't believe me. Now it seems that you, as a boss, don't have much vision. And Yunzihan showed sarcasm on his face. And okay, I'll trust you for now. En Li Jiawei suppressed his anger and said slowly, and the price is 22 billion yen. And so cheap, and Yunzihan was speechless. Hearing this, Li Jiawei was secretly shocked. Did he open too low? 22 billion, including land and real estate. He himself felt that the price was already very high. The person on the other side actually felt that it was too cheap. And draft a contract and purchase it immediately. N Yunzihan said. N regardless of his regret, Li Jiawei went to the office immediately. If it could really be sold today, it would be a huge income for the family. The investment in construction of this hotel cost more than 1 billion in cash just 2 years ago, which brought a lot of pressure to the family. If I really sold it today, not only would I get my money back in just 2 years, but the terrifying thing is that the net profit would be more than 20 times as much. I'm afraid that those evil investment tycoons don't have such great achievements. Li Jiawei was in a good mood as he drafted the contract. If it was done, he would definitely get more support from the family this time. Chapter 100, The New Chairman of Huan Ming Company. When they learned that Mr. Li was going to sell the hotel, all the staff gathered around him in surprise. No one expected that this young man was actually a super rich man. Hotels worth tens of billions of dollars can be bought at any time. What is funny is that he wanted to get a suite, but they just questioned him. Zhang Qin was extremely regretful at this moment. God had given her the greatest blessing, but she did not cherish it. Ending, spend 22 billion and get 1 upgrade point. N. Li Jiawei stretched out his hand excitedly. And Boss Yun, I wish you a long-lasting business. N. Oni. And Yunzihan flatly refused, and then pointed at Zhang Qin who had just received him and said, and you are fired. N. A muffled thunder sounded in Zhang Qin's mind, and she instantly fell into hell. If I lose this job, I will have no way to pay the high rent next month and will face the nightmare of sleeping on the streets. Li Jiawei also withdrew his hand in shame, waved and put on a happy expression. The income has arrived, and what awaits him next is the reward from his family. And what's your name? And Yunzihan pointed at the girl who looked the most pleasing to the eye. And Liang Chang. And the girl who was pointed at said timidly. Zhang Qin had been fired by the new boss, and she was worried that she would not be able to escape the same fate. And from now on, you are the manager of the hotel and will be fully responsible for hotel management. And Yunzihan said. And Liang Chang opened his mouth wide, feeling as excited and happy as if he had been in the harem for 3,000 miles, waited in the cold palace for several years, and suddenly was favored by the emperor. Everyone else looked at Liang Chang with envy as he rose to fame overnight. The next day. Conference room of Huan Ming Entertainment Company. All management gathered together. Today is the moment when the dream changes. All the shares of the company have been acquired by Yunwei Investment. So, today's meeting is different from usual. In the past, important meetings were attended by not only these senior executives, but also several shareholders, both large and small. And today, the only shareholder is Yunfong. As an investor, they generally do not participate in the direct management of the company. Everyone attending the meeting is in a good mood today, and since shareholders do not directly manage the company, all of them have the possibility of being appointed as the new chairman of the company. Xiang Donglin's determined smile made others quite confused. Could he have any connection? Others don't know that when Yunwei was acquiring shares, Xiang Donglin played a role in it, which indirectly made Yunwei's acquisition smoother. And you may not know that President Lu has already agreed to give me the position of chairman. And looking at the looks of the others, Xiang Donglin laughed in his heart. At this time, a woman with a slender waist walked into the meeting room with her assistant. Everyone secretly praised the comfort and quickly sat down. They dare not mess around with the contact person arranged by Yunwei. And hello everyone, my name is Xinyao, and I'm the temporary person in charge of the rectification of Huan Ming Company of Yunwei Investment. Xinyao said with a smile on her face, standing next to the main seat in the conference room. And hello, Mr. Chen. Everyone greeted him. Xinyao pressed her hand slightly and continued, and today's main purpose is to convey the group's notice.N. And the fantasy of the past has become the past, and the real fantasy is about to set sail. Please believe in Yunwei's strength and courage.N. As for Yunwei investment, everyone present also went out of their way to learn more about it. If you don't understand, you don't know. Once you understand, you'll be shocked. Tianhuang Entertainment, which used to make them feel like a giant, is like a child learning to walk in front of Yunwei. The industries invested by Yunwei cover half of China, and almost all of Linhai and Kyoto are Yunwei's industries. In other major cities, Yunwei's investments are increasing every day. This is the real giant. If Yunwei says it is the second in China, no one would dare to say it is the first in China. Huan Ming is now developing under Yunwei's command, and no one questions Xinyao's words. It's really too easy to surpass Emperor Entertainment. Everyone looked at Xinyao, who exuded a mature aura, with anticipation. Everyone wanted to board this huge ship outside the clouds. Xinyao nodded with satisfaction. And the group has made arrangements for the new chairman, and I hope everyone will cooperate with the work.N. After hearing Xinyao's words, everyone held their breath and waited for the name she would say next. Xiang Donglin almost stood up from his seat. Exciting moments are coming. And from now on, Mr. Yun will be the chairman of Huan Ming. Xinyao's face was full of respect and curiosity when she mentioned this name. Everyone outside the clouds admires the mysterious Mr. Yun who rarely appears. Hearing this, everyone looked around in confusion. Who believes in clouds? Mr. Qin must have said something wrong. There is no one here with the surname Yun. And Mr. Qin, you are talking about me. Sorry, my last name is Xiang, not Yun. And Xiang Donglin stood up and said with a proud smile. Xinyao looked at Xiang Donglin with disgust. What the hell? Is he worthy of being Mr. Yun? The others were shocked. Damn. This guy Xiang Donglin really has connections. The door of the conference room was opened again. Yun Zihan and Yunfong walked in. When he saw the face of the person coming, Xiang Donglin narrowed his eyes and then remembered something. And you little idiot, do you think this is the place you can come to? And Xiang Donglin scolded. Xinyao was excited and was about to step forward to shake hands when she suddenly heard Xiang Donglin scolding. Her face turned cold and she turned around and slapped him. Bang! Everyone was shocked again. Xiang Donglin was also stunned. What is going on here? And Mr. Qin? Why did you hit me? And Xiang Donglin asked in surprise. And you are disrespectful to Mr. Yun, you deserve to be beaten. Xinyao's cold words were like a basin of cold water poured over Xiang Donglin's head. And Mr. Yu? He is Mr. Yun, and Xiang Donglin murmured to himself, unable to believe this fact. After beating Xiang Donglin, Xinyao immediately put on a sweet smile, as if she had suddenly become a few years younger and turned into a little fangirl. And Boss Yun, hello, I am Xinyao. I have long heard of your great name. Today I finally got to see you in person. Can you give me an autograph, N? After saying that, Xinyao looked at Yun Zihan expectantly. No problem. N. Yun Zihan's warm smile makes people feel like a spring breeze. Xinyao became even more obsessed. And sign here. N. Xinyao excitedly handed over the black pen and said with her chest puffed out. N. Yun Zihan was embarrassed. Sign here. Is it suitable? Suitable, right? With a stroke of the brush, the writing becomes like a dragon or a phoenix dancing. An artistic signature that was so distorted that it was completely unrecognizable was printed on Xinyao's bulge. Xinyao let out a moan and her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. This operation stunned everyone else. How come Mr. Qin, who was so mature and steady just now, suddenly became so coquettish? Is Mr. Yun so charming? Xiang Donglin's eyes were dark as he looked at the scene with hatred, and suddenly he spoke out in anger. Everyone was shocked. And what are you doing? Don't you know that I am the chairman appointed by President Lu himself? And Xiang Donglin roared arrogantly. And who? And Yun Zihan asked. And Mr. Lu, Chapter 101 Operation Yellow. In the conference room, everyone looked at Xiang Donglin in surprise. He actually dared to jump out at this time to refute the notice conveyed by President Qin. You are really risking your life. In which Mr. Lu and Yun Zihan looked amused. There are a few more Mr. Lius, of course they are Mr. Lius from Yunhai Investment. And Xiang Donglin snorted coldly. And name, and Yun Zihan asked. And Lu Chong, and it's actually Mr. Lu, and Yun Zihan deliberately widened his eyes with an incredible expression. He smiled coldly at Donglin. And are you scared now? And you changed the group's notice without authorization. If I tell Mr. Lu, what do you think will happen? And Xiang Donglin looked at Qinyara with a lewd smile. The light in his eyes was not concealed at all. I thought angrily in my heart, and bitch, you dare to hit me, I will let you know how powerful I am later. Qinyara touched her forehead. She knew that President Yun was cooperating with Xiang Donglin in the performance. Lu Chong had to listen to President Yun. But Xiang Donglin was still pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Xiang Donglin's rampant words, Qinyara felt helpless and cooperated with him by making a horrified expression, and don't tell Mr. Lu. The other executives were immediately shocked. Xiang Donglin actually knows a big shot. They were just being superficial. Xiang Donglin hit it deeply enough. And then just listen to me immediately. And Xiang Donglin said with a strange laugh. And let's call Mr. Lu and see how he punishes me. And Yun Zihan touched his chin. You watch carefully. After talking to Xiang Donglin, he proudly took out his cell phone and deliberately rolled up his sleeves. After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected. And hello, Mr. Lu. And Xiang Donglin, and yes, it's me. Mr. Qin, whom you arranged, has arrived. And Xiang Donglin. And Qinyara? Just get here and follow her arrangements. I'll hang up now, otherwise. And Lu Chong said impatiently. And hey, wait, Mr. Lu, although Mr. Qin has arrived, there's someone here to cause trouble. And Xiang Donglin didn't know how to introduce Yun Zihan at this point, so he just shouted hello to Yun Zihan. And may I have your name, and Yun Zihan. And Mr. Lu, his name is Yun Zihan. And Xiang Donglin was waiting expectantly for Lu Chong to get angry. After a few seconds, there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Xiang Donglin became more determined in his expectations. The power that explodes in silence is greater. 10 seconds passed. Everyone was waiting for Mr. Lu's reaction. And Mr. Lu and Xiang Donglin greeted softly. And fuck you, Lu, get out of here. And an angry roar came at me on the head, followed by a busy tone. Xiang Donglin remained in the posture of answering the phone, dazed and unable to recover. For the last moment, he turned on the speakerphone on purpose, just to let everyone hear Mr. Lu's anger and punishment. Who would have thought that this huge sound would cause a roar in Xiang Donglin's ears? Wow! The other executives laughed. What a mess Xiang Donglin is playing. It's so bright that it's blinding. Enpada Qinyara regained her calmness and slapped Xiang Donglin to wake him up. And this slap is disrespectful to President Yun. Pa! And this slap, you dare to tease me. Pa! And get out of here with this slap. Qinyara slapped Xiang Donglin's face 3 times in a row, making it red and swollen. Xiang Donglin covered his face, feeling ashamed, and ran out with his head down and covered in dust. As soon as he went downstairs, the woman who had checked into a room with him last night came running over quickly. And congratulations, President Xiang. And get out. And he cursed at Donglin and left. The woman stood there feeling surprised, aggrieved, and angry. What had been agreed yesterday had changed so quickly. In the conference room, everyone applauded warmly. And my name is Yun Zihan. From today on, I will be the helmsman of Huan Ming. No one is allowed to question any decision I make. Even if it is wrong, you must implement it without reservation. And first, everyone's salary will be doubled. Second, the group will immediately invest another 100 billion to recruit people. All the people from Emperor Entertainment, whether they are staff or celebrities, will be recruited at a high price. Poach a staff member and you'll get a reward of 100,000 yuan. Poach a 2nd-tier star and you'll get 200,000 yuan. Poach a 3rd-tier star and you'll get 500,000 yuan. Poach a 2nd-tier star and you'll get 2 million yuan. Poach a 1st-tier star and you'll get 10 million yuan. Poach a superstar and you'll get 50 million yuan. The code name for the operation is Tion. And execute immediately, meeting adjourned. After saying that, Yun Zihan was the first to leave the meeting room. Quiet. All the executives of the former Huan Ming company were shocked by what Yun Zihan said. In terms of treatment, the fact that their salary doubled was enough to shock them beyond words. The pornographic activities against Emperor Entertainment shocked them greatly and created fear from the bottom of their hearts. Who can resist such a super policy and defeat such an enemy? Suddenly, a man ran out in panic. And damn, he must be going to poach people. And someone screamed and immediately took out his phone and ran out. Everyone also ran out quickly, leaving Qin Yaro alone. The money grab begins. Qin Yaro came back to her senses in fascination. Mr. Yun is domineering. She decided to ask General Manager Lu for permission immediately and volunteer to stay here and work under the personal leadership of General Manager Yun. In just one afternoon, several people had switched jobs with the Emperor. There are 12 staff members among them. 8 second-rate stars. 2 third-tier stars. 1 second-tier star. Celebrities who break contracts need to bear huge compensation for breach of contract, and now Huan Ming Company is bearing all the responsibility. Therefore, they have no worries about changing jobs, and many people are considering it. Suddenly, the top executives of Emperor Entertainment were shocked, furious, and held an emergency meeting. The meeting brought together all the top executives, A-list celebrities and superstars. Xia Zihao paced back and forth in the large conference room. We have just found out that the culprit behind all this is Huan Ming Entertainment Company. Huan Ming Entertainment, the company he had always looked down upon. He couldn't figure out what had happened to Huan Ming. He shook his head, picked up the phone and made a call. And little ghost, what are you dreaming about, N? Immediately, Xia Zihao asked in surprise, and what? Huan Ming has been acquired by someone else, N. N Xiaogu, check immediately to find out what happened in Huan Ming N. And yes, Mr. Xia. N Xiaogu ran out immediately. As time went by, executive stars came one after another. For a moment, the conference room was packed with stars. It can be called a grand event in the entertainment industry. Xiaogu also reported the information he found to Xia Zihao. Yunui investment, Xia Zihao punched hard. Chapter 102 Finale. The large conference room of Emperor Entertainment Company. And brother Yu, what happened in the company? Why did they suddenly call an emergency meeting? And a first-line star asked curiously. Hearing this, other people nearby also looked at Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu is in his 40s, with three-dimensional features and a very charming appearance. He is a superstar actor in China and has starred in countless classic masterpieces. A few small-time people nearby guessed that the superstar must know more inside information than they did, so they came over to inquire. Yu Qiu shook his head. This kind of situation had never happened before, and he was very confused. After about dozens of minutes, everyone arrived except those who were not in the port city. In the meeting room, people were whispering and talking. Xia Zihao glanced around and then picked up the microphone. And some people may have already known what happened today. In just one day today, more than a dozen artists in our company have changed jobs. N. As soon as the words fell, the conference room was filled with noise. No wonder some people quit the work group. N Milk also changed jobs, N. And look, Xueqi from the front line is gone too, N. And it's true. Why did they suddenly change jobs? Can they afford the sky-high compensation, N? Oh my god, who doesn't know Emperor Entertainment and dares to come here to poach people? Some artists stared with their eyes wide open in shock, unable to believe that someone would actually provoke Emperor Entertainment Company. Xia Zihao stood in the center with a pale face, a suppressed anger filling his heart. N quiet, N. And perhaps some of you are preparing to be like them, or some of you are about to be targeted. N. Xia Zihao slammed the table. And in a word, whoever dares to go there will be the enemy of the emperor, and the entertainment industry will ban you permanently. N. And for those who have already changed jobs, you can do whatever you want. Don't think that everything will be fine after paying the money. If you want to touch the emperor, N. Everyone looked at Xia Zihao with trepidation. In their hearts, everyone agreed with his statement. Emperor Entertainment is the backbone of China's entertainment industry, and it is no exaggeration to say that it controls half of the country's entertainment industry. It's just banning an artist. Even a superstar may be banned. Some people who were about to agree to the conditions backed off at this moment. No matter how good the treatment there is, what's the point if you are banned? After the meeting, Many people simply rejected the people who had previously contacted them. Fantasy Dream Group. And old Wu, what's wrong with them? They said they would consider it this morning, but now they say they won't come. They are loyal to the Emperor Company.N. And it's the same for me. I can't understand why Huan Ming gave them such good conditions.N. And mad.N. Old Wu slammed the table angrily, and the money he had earned flew away. Such situations occur among the staff of Huan Ming. Dream Meeting Room. Yun Zihan issued a series of highly targeted measures. Soon. In just 1 week. Under various measures, Emperor Entertainment Company collapsed. From then on, Huan Ming became the new generation overlord of China. As time goes by, Xia Zihao walks down the street in despair. He has already contacted Master Gu. Arriving today. Master Gu also officially entered Yun Zihan's site. And the 2 missing people in the coffin also followed. There was confusion in his eyes, and it was obvious that his memory had not yet recovered. And it's them. And Yunfong said. Yun Zihan nodded and walked towards the few people. End of this book.